Su-Mo traversed to the Marvel Universe, and after 2 decades, the system was finally activated. However, it required him to marry first, and the stronger the potential or power of his spouse, the higher the rewards from the novice gift package. Chapter 1. The system requires marriage. Los Angeles, 2008. Evening. On the set of Batman. Cut. With the director's command, the day's shooting came to a close. A woman clad in a tight suit and wearing a mask hurriedly exited the filming area. It was, and portraying Catwoman. Once outside and scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for something, her eyes brightened upon spotting a luxury vehicle parked by the roadside. Upon entering the car, her gaze fell upon a young, handsome man in the back seat, and she playfully remarked, "Darling, it's been quite a while since you last visited me, and you know well that maintaining the normal operations of the company is not a simple task." Su-Mo replied, handing her a bouquet of flowers. With flowers in hand, and previous grievances evaporated, replaced by a sweet smile as she settled into Su-Mo's embrace. "Thank you, I adore them." Su-Mo wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The car was soundproofed, ensuring the driver could not see the scene unfolding in the back. With a press of a button, the vehicle slowly began to move. Host detected, system binding in progress. A mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Su-Mo's mind. "Wow." Su-Mo, who had been enjoying the moment with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, exclaiming in astonishment. After waiting for 20 years, his golden finger had finally arrived. Indeed, Su-Mo had traversed dimensions. To be precise, he had been reincarnated into a new life. Born into a Chinese family in New York, he initially believed he had been reborn in the 1990s America until he recognized Stark Industries on television, revealing that he had been reborn in the Marvel Universe, a realm rife with villains intent on annihilating humanity, each one more formidable than the last. Not to mention the likes of Thanos, who schemed to eradicate half the population of the universe, and the Celestials lying dormant within the Earth. The number of local villains who sought to destroy all of humanity was overwhelming. This world was populated by superheroes, as well as mutants, including Professor X's school for gifted youngsters and Magneto's Brotherhood. The silver lining was that, based on the information he had gathered over the years, this world belonged to the cinematic universe. Compared to the comic universe, the movie universe was undoubtedly safer. His parents had run a moderately sized film company, but tragically, they had both perished in a car accident 5 years prior. After taking over the family business, Su-Mo utilized his past lives' memories to produce a series of cinematic masterpieces, amassing considerable wealth. He then invested these earnings wisely. Now, he could be considered one of the wealthiest individuals in America. Suppressing his excitement, he began conversing with the system in his mind. Minutes later, he comprehended the situation. Although the system had been bound, it remained inactive to activate it. He needed to marry swiftly, and the greater the potential or power of his spouse, the better the rewards. Upon activation, marrying a powerful woman, a flurry of names surfaced in Su-Mo's mind. While there were many strong females in the Marvel Universe, only a few belonged to the top tier. Ultimately, 4 names remained: Doctor Strange, Jean Grey, Wanda Maximoff, and Captain Marvel. Undoubtedly, these 4 represented the strongest quartet on Earth. Given the variable nature of the rewards, Su-Mo was determined to secure the highest tier. First was Doctor Strange. As the Sorcerer Supreme, her power was unquestionable. Had she not perished, Thanos would never have had the chance to snap his fingers. Unfortunately, disregarding her age, Su-Mo pondered if he could even approach her. Even if he could, she would have to consent, and proposing such a thing might prompt her to obliterate him, even with her composure. This option was swiftly dismissed. Next was Jean Grey, who, according to the original plot, should have already met her demise at Wolverine's hands. However, in this merged world, Su-Mo could not be certain. Yet, even if she were alive, he could not choose her. The uncontrollable power within her was akin to holding a ticking time bomb, and he could be obliterated at any moment. This too was dismissed. That left Wanda and Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was currently off somewhere in the universe, serving as a superhuman. Pass. Finally, only Wanda remained. The fully awakened Scarlet, which was undoubtedly the pinnacle of power in the Marvel realm. Even before becoming the Scarlet Witch, she could tear Thanos apart with her bare hands. Had she transformed into the witch before Thanos arrived, he would have likely become nothing more than a delivery person for the Infinity Stones, with a single order to fulfill. Before going offline at this moment, Pietro and Wanda were still 2 ordinary individuals living in the small European nation of Sokovia. Using his financial prowess, Su-Mo found it relatively easy to manipulate the situation. This was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. With a decision made, Su-Mo exhaled deeply. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Boss." A sweet voice answered on the other end. "Avril, have Soren and the others gather at the base tomorrow morning." "Understood, boss." Avro responded before continuing. Currently, aside from the film company and Stark Industries stocks, all other assets in America have been sold off. I've also sent you the information regarding the companies in China that you expressed interest in acquiring. You can review it at your convenience. All right, thank you. Su-Mo nodded, hanging up the call. In the Marvel Universe, remaining in America without any special abilities would be a foolish choice. After all, nearly all significant events occurred here, particularly in New York, the epicenter of cosmic happenings. Su-Mo had long desired to leave. Unfortunately, his parents had insisted on staying, that he could not simply inform them that an alien invasion would occur in a few years, as they would likely seek to admit him to a mental health facility rather than consider his warnings. After their passing, Su-Mo seized the opportunity during the ensuing years of stability, profiting immensely. With Tony becoming Iron Man, the major events of the Marvel Universe began to unfold, prompting Su-Mo to initiate his plan to leave America. If there were a safest place in this world, it would undoubtedly be China. Aside from the unavoidable threat posed by Thanos' snap, residing within China's borders offered a degree of safety. After ending the call, Su-Mo cast his phone aside, lost in contemplation. Once the system is activated, I shall also need to re-establish my plans for the future. Chapter 2. Coercion and Temptation. 3 days later, at a mansion by the Hudson River, a helicopter descended slowly. Moments later, a blindfolded figure was escorted from the helicopter by several armed female mercenaries. The leader, Soren, approached Su-Mo. Su-Mo nodded in acknowledgement, and then led the way towards the villa. A few minutes later, in a room within the villa, 2 female mercenaries removed the hood from Wanda's face. Wanda gazed around in sheer terror, her eyes eventually landing on Su-Mo. Who are you? What do you want? Enough. You may leave now. Su-Monta commanded. Wanda bore a striking resemblance to Elizabeth Olsen, a character she had seen in films. Yet the woman before her appeared even younger and more beautiful. After all, Wanda had just turned 18. Wanda Maximoff, born in Western Sokovia, lost her parents in a terrorist attack at the tender age of 8, leaving only her and her brother, Pietro Maximoff. Upon hearing Su-Mo recite her background, Wanda's expression shifted. She then feigned calmness and inquired, "What is your purpose in abducting me?" Su-Mo closed the file in his hands and looked at her with a smile. "Ms. Maximoff, I hope you understand that my intention in bringing you here is devoid of malice." Devoid of malice? Wanda scoffed, a hint of sarcasm gracing her features as she tugged at the tightly bound ropes. "Is this what you call a lack of malice?" Wanda, whose powers had yet to awaken, was merely an ordinary person. Su-Mo harbored no concerns about her posing any threat to him. "Actually, I brought you here solely to propose a transaction." "A transaction?" Wanda rubbed her sore arms, eyeing Su-Mo warily. "Indeed," Su-Montak nodded. "I have some knowledge of your circumstances in Sokovia. You work in a cafe while your brother Pietro delivers pizzas. Your combined monthly living expenses barely exceed 2,000 euros. It seems you aren't faring very well. That seems irrelevant to you," Wanda retorted. Su-Mo regarded her for a moment before continuing. "The terms of our transaction are quite simple. You marry me, and your brother Pietro will receive sufficient wealth to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Of course, you may refuse. However, I cannot guarantee the safety of either of you should you do so." Upon hearing Su-Mo's veiled threat, Wanda's complexion paled. You are shameless." Seeing her fury, Su-Mo shrugged nonchalantly. "Think what you will." He had some understanding of Wanda's character. If she were left entirely alone, the situation would become more complicated. Given her temperament, she might even choose death over accepting his terms. Regrettably, she still has Pietro as her kin, a vulnerability that weighs heavily upon her. Admittedly, the method appears rather unscrupulous, yet he remains indifferent. The activation of the system takes precedence. Madam Wanda, I grant you 5 minutes to contemplate. Your decision could irrevocably alter the destinies of both you and your brother. With that, Su-Mo fell silent, reclining comfortably against the chair's backrest. For him, this was the most suitable approach, for fostering a gradual emotional connection was not feasible. Setting aside the question of time, who could ascertain whether he matched her preferences? He was no paragon of virtue, endowed with a charm that ensnared every woman he encountered. Should she prove disinterested, he could not afford to linger indefinitely. Time was of the essence, especially with only a decade remaining before Thanos snapped his fingers. Thus, the sooner the activation, the better. Moreover, this course of action might not necessarily bode ill for Wanda. If one were to consider her original life trajectory, it resembled that of a cursed lone star. Once he sensed the moment was ripe, Su-Mo straightened his posture, fixing his gaze intently upon her. "What say you, Madam Wanda? Please reveal your ultimate choice." Wanda lifted her head, glaring at Sue Mo with indignation. Why must it be me? That you need not concern yourself with. Sue Mo resolved not to divulge any details regarding the system. A secret remains so only when it is known to none. I shall comply, but you must honor your promise and spare Pietro. Ultimately, she found herself compelled to acquiesce to his coercive authority. Given the recent events, it was apparent that he belonged to a powerful echelon. As orphans, she and Pietro had little leverage against him. In this society, wealth equated to unbridled freedom. Should she resist, the likely outcome would be the inexplicable disappearance of both herself and Pietro from this world. Had it been solely her own fate at stake, she might have chosen a path of mutual destruction. However, with Pietro involved, surrender was her only option. He was her sole remaining family. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Promises made will not be broken. Upon witnessing her agreement, Sue Mo hastily assured her. That very afternoon, Pietro was brought to the villa. In the living room, he gazed at Wanda, adorned in an opulent wedding gown, with an expression of sheer disbelief. Ward, are you jesting? He struggled to fathom how Wanda, who had never engaged with men, could suddenly declare her intention to marry, with the ceremony scheduled for the following day. Even more astonishing was the fact that her betrothed was a wealthy individual residing over 2,000 kilometers away in America. Upon entering the estate, had it not been for the guidance of a servant, he likely would have become hopelessly lost within the sprawling mansion. He pinched his arm hard, as if to awaken from this bewildering dream. After confirming that he was not dreaming, Pietro's expression transformed into one of remarkable intrigue. Wanda, previously despondent while trying on wedding dresses, revealed a faint smile upon seeing Pietro. I have only just decided to tell you this. This was the excuse they had long prepared. She understood Pietro's character well. Should he discover the truth, it would likely exacerbate matters rather than alleviate them. However, with such distance between them, Pietro could not fathom how they had come to know each other. Of course, Wanda began to explain, but at that moment, Sue Mo entered from outside. Upon seeing Pietro standing beside Wanda, a smile graced his face. Hello, you must be Wanda's brother, Pietro. And you are? I'm Sue Montauk, Wanda's boyfriend. You can call me Sue. Faced with the tall, handsome, and refined Sue Mo, Pietro felt a sudden wave of awkwardness wash over him. Years of living in the lower strata had left him somewhat disoriented. After a prolonged moment, he slowly raised his right hand. Hello. Half an hour later, the stark reality before Pietro compelled him to accept the situation. Initially, upon hearing Wanda's announcement over the phone, he had believed she must have been deceived by some scoundrel, and he had intended to confront the individual. Yet now, that thought had been banished from his mind. Sue Mo, youthful and dashing, appeared to be a wealthy individual. From any angle, he bore no semblance of someone who would deceive Wanda. The nature of deception typically revolves around money or seduction. As far as money was concerned, that was clearly out of the question. If it were a matter of seduction, there would be no need for such grand arrangements. Earlier at the manor, he had witnessed the wedding preparations. With such wealth, one could easily attract any number of beautiful women. Chapter 3, Rewards, Star Tower. The following morning, a grand wedding unfolded at the manor. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Wanda walked down the lengthy crimson carpet. Her mind was a blank canvas. At that moment, she still felt as if she were ensnared in a dream. Was she truly about to marry someone she had met less than 2 days prior? Stealing a glance at Sue Mo beside her, she could not deny that, setting aside his character, he was indeed a suitable candidate for marriage. Young, handsome, and affluent. Alas, he was a bounder. Wanda sighed. At this juncture, she had no choice but to resign herself to fate. With both sets of parents having passed away, the entire process had been significantly simplified. As Sue Mo gradually approached, Wanda's heart raced, her hands gripping the bouquet tightly. After a brief, tentative kiss, the wedding ceremony was officially concluded. Hey Sue, I was initially puzzled about what drove your eagerness to step into the grave of love. But upon seeing the beautiful lady beside you, it seems your decision was indeed a wise one. Tony, holding a glass of champagne, emerged from the crowd exclaiming, I am Iron Man. Since that moment, he became the center of attention wherever he went. As for his presence at Sue Mo's wedding, it stemmed from a strategic decision. When Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons development division, Sue Mo seized the opportunity to acquire a significant amount of Stark Industries stock at a low price. Following the demise of Obadiah, the second-in-command at Stark Industries, Sue Mo further acquired substantial shares from the family of the deceased, ultimately securing 30 of Stark Industries shares, positioning himself as the second-largest shareholder, just behind Tony. Moreover, prior to becoming a shareholder, the two men shared a mutual affinity, both passionate about philately, having collected renowned models and celebrities from across America. Once they became shareholders, their camaraderie blossomed into a deep friendship. Wanda, who stood beside Sue Mo, exhibited a peculiar glimmer in her eyes upon encountering Tony. Noticing Wanda's gaze, Tony appeared puzzled. "Excuse me, have we met before?" Sue Mo, recognizing Wanda's expression, shifted his demeanor. It was evident that Wanda's parents had perished due to weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Thus, seeing Tony, the current head of the company, did not evoke pleasant feelings within her. Quickly, Sue Mo stepped forward, grasping her left hand to offer some comfort, before turning to Tony to explain. However, it was clear that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. After offering a few vague remarks, Sue Mo promptly led Wanda in another direction, wishing to avoid any unforeseen incidents before activating the system. Wanda obediently followed Sue Mo, glancing up at his profile. "You seem quite familiar with him?" she queried. "Well, you should know that I hold shares in Stark Industries, acquired after the closure of the weapons division." Sue Montauk responded. Wanda nodded, refraining from further comment, as she was already briefed on Sue Mo's background the previous night. After their departure, Tony watched their retreating figures and shrugged. With a muttered remark, he soon cast the matter aside, directing his attention toward a tall, confident figure in the distance. "Hey, Jenna," he called out. Later that evening, in the lavish bridal suite atop the villa, Wanda sat nervously on a mattress worth millions. The door creaked open, revealing Sue Mo, who observed Wanda, anxiously fidgeting with her wedding dress. "You seem quite tense," he noted. Wanda stammered, her face betraying her anxiety. "Moments late. A notification shimat announcing. Host has married. The Devour and Exchange system has been activated, granting the ability of Cosmic Devourer. Spouse bound. Wanda, activating passive, Eternal Unique." Instantly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. An hour later, Sue Mo glanced at Wanda, who had succumbed to sleep from exhaustion beside him. He began to quietly organize the information swirling in his mind. At this moment, a myriad of cultivation methods and secret techniques from the world of devouring the starry sky appeared in his consciousness, ranging from the Gene Original Energy Cultivation Method, the fundamentals of mentalism, to the Nine Tribulations secret canon, the Severed Eastern River, and the Liyuan technique, an all-encompassing array. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the cultivation system of this world. The levels of cultivation commence from the apprentice stage, progressing sequentially through planetary, stellar, and cosmic levels. The formidable strength at the pinnacle of the apprentice level alone could approach a staggering 1,000 tons. A casual strike could obliterate a multi-story building, suppressing the excitement within. Sue Mo initiated a dialogue with the system in his mind. Moments later, he took a deep breath, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. His gaze then shifted towards the passive skill, Eternal Uniqueness. With Wanda, who activated the system alongside the host, they would become the sole existence within the multiverse, and their life trajectories, including that of the host, would be frozen in time, impervious to alteration by any external force. Coupled with the system's explanation, Sue Mo comprehended the purpose of this skill. In essence, this ability served two functions. Firstly, it rendered his wife Wanda the singular entity within the multiverse, a fact that greatly pleased Sue Mo. The peculiar nature of the Marvel Universe resulted in countless multiverses, each harboring similar individuals, albeit with diverging life paths. Just as there would be a Sue Mo and a Wanda in every multiverse, Sue Mo was indifferent, while the Sue Mo from other universes bore his likeness. They were not truly him. However, Wanda was different. She was his wife, and the thought of other Wandas marrying and bearing children in different universes left him with an unsettling feeling of betrayal. The system's ability effectively averted such a scenario. The second function of this passive skill ensured that their life trajectories remained immutable. No one could traverse time and space to reach their past timelines, altering their paths or causing them harm. This mitigated the risk of someone traveling back to their vulnerable early years to eliminate them. One could say that this passive ability alleviated nearly all of his concerns. The system's functionality was quite straightforward. By vanquishing villains, one could earn points, which could then be exchanged for various items in the system's shop. "Would you like to activate the novice gift pack?" The system's voice echoed once more in Sue Mo's mind. "Open it," he eagerly thought. His willingness to threaten and entice to marry Wanda was precisely for this gift pack. Given Wanda's chaotic magical potential, the rewards he received should be of a high caliber. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Star Tower, Enhanced. Chapter 4, Super Soldier Serum. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Sue Mo's expression shifted from surprise to elation. This is indeed a renowned treasure within that world, and simultaneously one of the most formidable possessions of Lord Luo in the latter stages. Before Sumo, a diminutive 9-tiered black tower materialized. As the tower appeared, it flickered and vanished into his brow. Instantly, information regarding the Star Tower emerged in his mind. Star Tower, enhanced a fusion of defense, soul protection, ceiling, assault, and palace. Its original height is an astounding 100 million light-years, capable of altering its dimensions at will, expanding to hundreds of billions of light-years or reducing to mere particles of dust. It harbors countless supreme treasures, sealed stars, each as immense as a sun, rendering adversaries trapped within unable to escape. 100 million light-years? If memory serves correctly, the Star Tower's original height was merely 9 light-years, with the sealed stars classified as significant treasures. Yet after enhancement, not only has the tower's size magnified, but the sealed stars within have all ascended to the status of supreme treasures. Sumo surmised that the augmented capabilities likely extend beyond this. The tier of the Star Tower has probably transcended that of divine king-grade artifacts. However, understanding its other attributes necessitates complete mastery, which Sumo currently lacks. Even preliminary activation requires reaching the realm of a domain master. Nevertheless, the Star Tower is not entirely devoid of utility. It is crucial to note that this world is rife with various mutants capable of reading and altering others' memories. With the soul protection feature of the Star Tower safeguarding his consciousness, Sumo need not fear that his memories will be susceptible to manipulation by those mutants. In simpler terms, the awarded Star Tower could be regarded as the Star Tower Plus Pro Max Ultra S version. While Sumo was still reeling from this reward, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding! The system mall has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 points. A list of exchange options, visible solely to him, materialized before his eyes. A casual glance revealed an extensive array of items. A-class throwing knife, required points. 10 infinite bullets Barrett, required points. 500 Black God set, required points. 60,000. Telepathy mutant ability, required points. 80,000. Magnetic field control, mutant ability, required points. 80,000. Heavenly escape shuttle. Tier 3 telekinetic weapon, required points. 1,000,000. God splitting weapon, one of the 9 supreme weapons, required points. 50,000,000. Sumo scrolled further down the list, and an array of treasures and abilities ignited a fervent desire within him. The Black Prison Tower, Prismatic Aurora Lake, Chaotic Golden Wings, Phoenix Power, Chaotic Magic. However, the multitude of zeros following the prices swiftly grounded him back to reality. Moreover, he discovered the Star Tower within the list. Star Tower, unique, divine king grade weapon. Required points, 1 trillion points. Upon seeing this colossal figure, Sumo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Despite the uncertainty regarding the points awarded for vanquishing the antagonist, it stands to reason that amassing these points would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable endeavor. In light of this, it appears that I have stumbled upon a significant fortune. Sumo perused the exchange list for over half an hour, his senses overwhelmed by the plethora of items available. However, with merely the 1,000 points generously bestowed by the system, most items remained beyond his grasp. System, display only the items I am eligible to exchange. At his command, the array of goods in the marketplace diminished considerably. After another thorough examination, his gaze settled upon a particular item, Super Soldier Serum, a modified version akin to that of Captain America, featuring a flawless success rate. Upon application, it would elevate physical attributes to the pinnacle of human capability within a week. To master the techniques swirling in his mind, one must at least attain the level of a quasi-warrior, which necessitates a punching power exceeding 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second. Unlike the body altered by the RR virus in that realm, achieving such prowess through personal training in this world seemed no more than a fanciful dream. Yet, this Super Soldier Serum could directly enable him to reach that threshold. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Super Soldier Serum, consuming 1,000 points. As the system's voice resonated, a silver syringe materialized in Sumo's hand. Casting a glance at the still slumbering Wanda beside him, he rose and made his way outside the bedroom. In the gym on the second floor of the villa, Sumo settled into a cross-legged position on the floor, his upper body bare. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the syringe into his arm. As the liquid coursed through his veins, his muscles tensed violently, and a wave of intense pain surged within him. Nevertheless, it remained within tolerable limits. After more than half an hour had elapsed, as the pain began to subside, Suemo finally relaxed his clenched jaw and slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at his exposed torso, he beheld a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. 8 perfectly aligned abdominal muscles adorned his midsection. Approaching the mirror, he gazed at his flawless reflection, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Previously, though he had often engaged in physical training, he could only be described as moderately fit. Now, however, his streamlined musculature was in a league of its own. Moreover, his skin had lightened several shades, and it seemed that even his height, originally around 1.8 meters, had increased by a few centimeters. He felt an almost boundless reservoir of strength coursing through him. System, open the attributes panel. In an instant, a translucent screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Gazing at it, he noted, name, Suemo, age, 20, strength, 600 kilograms, speed, 20 ms, ability, points, 0. Staring at the series of values on the attributes panel, Suemo was left astounded. Truly, the super soldier serum lived up to its reputation, propelling him to such heights immediately upon use. It is essential to understand that this improved serum, in order to enhance safety, does not unleash its full potency all at once. Following the initial injection, which results in a rapid surge of efficacy, it will gradually augment the body's physical capabilities in a gentle manner over the course of a week. One cannot help but wonder to what extent this enhancement will reach after a week. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Sumo's eyes. Nevertheless, it seems likely that, once he fully absorbs the serum's effects, achieving the level of a primary warrior will pose no challenge. At that point, he would be able to commence his training in Gene Primal Energy. Having closed the system panel, Suemo rose and made his way to the gym shower room. The immense pain following the injection of the super soldier serum caused him to sweat profusely, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. As he washed up, his mind began to wander. The method by which the system accrues points hinges on the elimination of villains. In terms of villains, the abundance produced in the land of the free, America, is notably richer. Moreover, he had already inquired with the system. It is not strictly necessary for him to personally slay these antagonists. Indirect actions would also yield points, albeit at a reduced rate. Thus, it became imperative for him to gather a faction of individuals to maximize the speed of point acquisition. He possessed a handful of mercenaries with sufficient loyalty. These mercenaries were all veterans he had amassed over the years, having retired from various special forces. In the marketplace, apart from the super soldier serum, there are numerous methods to elevate individuals to the level of quasi-warriors. Beast meat, for instance, is remarkably inexpensive, with 1 point redeemable for 30 kilograms, ideal for these retired soldiers. However, he must devise a strategy to ensure that once they gain strength, they do not turn against him, although their loyalty is unwavering at present. The emergence of dissent becomes inevitable once their power reaches a certain threshold. Moreover, Suemo discovered an intriguing ability in the system's marketplace, dimensional transport, which allows the opening of a portal to other universes, enabling travel within them. With such an ability, he would no longer need to worry about the origin of his points, as the number of villains across countless multiverses is virtually limitless. He could even establish factions in various universes to assist him in accruing points. Regrettably, acquiring such an ability requires a staggering 100 million points. Amassing such a sum will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 5, Intercepted. After devising his forthcoming plans, Suemo closed his eyes and began sifting through the vast array of techniques within his mind. He intended to select a secret method that would enhance his power output amplitude. Fortunately, these techniques appeared as luminous orbs floating within his consciousness. The information of the techniques would only be perceived by Suemo when he chose to examine them. Otherwise, the overwhelming volume of information would have long since overwhelmed his mind. After several minutes, he selected a technique known as Thunderblade. While referred to as a blade technique, it primarily serves as a technique for enhancing power exertion. The Thunderblade is encompassed within the ninefold Thunderblade. After modifications, it has been divided into 36 layers. With each layer mastered, one can double their exerted force. Upon completing the training, one can unleash an astonishing 36 times their original strength. For instance, if one possesses a strength of 600 kilograms, mastering the first layer would allow them to exert 1,200 kilograms. If all 36 layers are perfected, the output can reach an extraordinary 21,600 kilograms. This illustrates the potency of the technique, which extends beyond mere swordplay and offense. It can amplify the force of any part of the body. Currently without a combat blade, Sumo resorted to training with his hand as a substitute. He devoted an entire night to this endeavor. It proved to be exceedingly challenging. As he gazed at the faint glimmer of dawn breaking through the window, Sumo couldn't help but exclaim. A night of training, and yet he still found himself unable to grasp the first layer of the Thunderblade. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to discouragement. After all, this was a secret technique capable of doubling his power. If it could be mastered in a single night, he would find it hard to believe. Rising to stretch his limbs, he felt invigorated, perhaps due to the super soldier serum, despite having had no sleep. An hour later, in the dining room, a vast table was laden with an array of dishes. Wanda gazed in astonishment at the dozens of breakfast options before her. I had the kitchen prepare a little of everything, not knowing your preferences, Sumo explained as he placed a glass of milk down, noticing the expression on her face. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gratitude shone in Wanda's eyes, but recalling the wildness of the previous night and the lingering discomfort she felt, that sentiment quickly faded. How insincere! With a blank expression, she selected a plate of toast and fried eggs, eating in silence. Sumo, meanwhile, picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, then retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to her. There is $100 million on this card. It will be more appropriate for you to give it to Peter. With that, he turned and made his way outside. Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief at the figure. Such a substantial sum? Together, she and Peter earned barely 2,000 euros a month. This amount was nearly equivalent to their combined earnings over 3,000 years. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge it, Wanda understood that even selling herself wouldn't fetch such a price. Why would someone offer $100 million? Could it be genuine affection? Impossible. She forcefully dispelled that thought from her mind. She was indifferent regarding money, but Peter was different. With this fortune, he could finally lead the life he envisioned. Although Peter was only a few minutes her junior, due to their gender differences, she had always cared for him like an older sister. Typically, Peter listened to her every word. She imagined he would be so thrilled upon receiving the money that he might not sleep a wink. Upon reflecting on this, the resentment she felt about being compelled to marry began to gradually dissipate. After a moment's hesitation, she softly uttered a thank you. Montag, who was making his way towards the door, paused momentarily at her words before continuing on his path. It seemed that Wanda indeed held her family in high regard. This conclusion settled in Sumo's mind as he stepped outside. In a secluded town over 100 kilometers from New York, Sumo halted his vehicle in front of a two-story villa. The mercenaries he had recruited all bore some semblance of a criminal record. Thus, he had strategically placed them in this remote location. There were a total of 9 individuals. Typically, they operated in the Golden Triangle, but due to matters concerning Wanda, they had ventured to America this time. In the backyard, Sumo observed the 9 individuals standing in a row, 7 men and 2 women. Upon hearing Sumo's peculiar request, confusion etched itself across their faces. Yet, out of a sense of discipline, none dared to question him. Boss, their leader, Soren, stepped forward. What level of conflict are you referring to? Sumo cast a commendatory glance in his direction. That is precisely what I am about to elaborate on. The more intense the struggle, the better. Ideally, it should be a fight to the death. Noticing the 9 nodding in agreement, Sumo led them to the rear of his vehicle and opened the trunk. It was neatly filled with black suitcases. In a short span, the suitcases were distributed among the 9. Contained within are your initial funds. $2 million for each of you. Remember, at all costs, within 1 month. At least 1/3 of the scum in Hell's Kitchen must perish. Understood? They affirmed with nods. Sumo waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us depart. The details regarding the gang you are to join and your fabricated identities are all in your suitcases. As they vanished from sight, Sumo sighed. There were still too many constraints in this world. It is important to remember that not only are there the Avengers and the X-Men, but also the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One from Kamartaj. Should matters escalate too drastically, it could easily attract their attention. Otherwise, planting a few mushroom bombs in his little life would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Given his current financial capacity, acquiring a few mushroom bombs was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, such actions could likely expose him to the scrutiny of various factions. For the time being, he would have to bury that thought deep within. With that in mind, Sumo cast his gaze once more towards the dimensional portal within them all. With such an ability, he could traverse to worlds devoid of high-level combatants and sow a few seeds for his little endeavors. Shaking his head at the thought, he drove away. Sumo navigated his vehicle at a leisurely pace. In order to meet with the mercenaries without drawing attention, he had chosen to drive an inconspicuous Ford. Just as he passed through a dense thicket, a police car surged forth from the dense forest, pursuing Su-mo's vehicle with fervor. Ultimately, as Su-mo navigated a road perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, the police car accelerated and abruptly intercepted his path. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly applied the brakes. Despite this, the car veered dangerously close to the mountainside. Chapter 6. Please, don't come any closer. Once the police car came to a halt, two officers emerged and approached Su-mo's window. Upon noticing the Asian descent of the occupant, the middle-aged officer exchanged a glance with his partner, and a hint of arrogance crossed his face. Get out of the car. A glint of coldness flickered in Su-mo's eyes, yet he glanced at the holstered firearms of the officers and offered a disarmingly innocent smile. Of course. Pleased with Su-mo's compliance, the middle-aged officer retrieved a citation from his breast pocket. The speed limit is 80. Do you realize you're exceeding it? Su-mo's expression shifted. In America, speed is typically measured in miles. 80 miles equates to approximately 129 kilometers per hour. Driving at such a speed on this mountain road was absurd, unless one was courting death. The younger officer, having noted Su-mo's reaction, wore a smug grin. Kid, we say you were speeding, so you were speeding. That's final. Indeed. Su-montag replied nonchalantly, nodding. Issuing a citation is your prerogative. He extended his hand, signaling for the officer to hand him the ticket. Engaging in a dispute here would be futile. It was clear they had targeted him due to his heritage. And, judging from his vehicle, they presumed he was not affluent. They were likely seeking to extort him. If he desired retribution, he could devise numerous strategies after departing. Seeing that Su-mo remained calm and collected while requesting the citation, disappointment flickered across the middle-aged officer's face. Nevertheless, Su-mo's acquiescence to the ticket led the two officers to perceive him as an easy target. After exchanging glances, the younger officer spoke up. Kid, things aren't so simple. Be aware that your speed was over 100. According to New York state law, you face 30 days of imprisonment and a $600 fine. However, you can entirely evade that 30-day sentence. Su-mo was left incredulous, a smile of disbelief creeping onto his face. Such brazen conduct. Yet, given their adeptness in this routine, it was evident this was not their first encounter of this nature. If that were the case, then these two could certainly be deemed antagonists. With this thought in mind, he glanced along the road in both directions. It was midday, and the secluded nature of this path meant that vehicles were a rarity, with only the occasional car passing by. Oh, so what must I do? He inquired playfully, his gaze fixed upon the two officers. The middle-aged officer, noticing Su-mo's blatant disregard for the situation, discreetly offered a reminder. For merely $2,000. This incident could be erased from existence. In his estimation, the other party would undoubtedly acquiesce, for no one wishes to face the grim realities of prison life. Surrounded by those who revel in the peculiar pastime of soap collection, a month of incarceration could very well cast a lifelong shadow. Indeed, the reality unfolded as he had envisioned. Su-mo promptly retrieved his wallet from the vehicle and presented the $2,000 to the officer. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from behind them. The trio turned simultaneously to behold a black pickup truck hurtling toward their position. The vehicle approached at an alarming speed, whizzing past them, its wake whipping their garments into a frenzied flutter. As the blaring music from within the truck receded into the distance, the young officer's speed detection device emitted a piercing buzz. They glanced at the device's display, 103. Su-mo regarded the two officers, who stood motionless, with a bemused expression. Was this not a case of speeding, of reckless driving? The young officer scoffed, then pressed a button on the speedometer, resetting the value to 0. What did you say? I didn't see anything. The middle-aged officer snatched the bills from him. Damn it, be smart about this. I call the shots here. With that, the two officers erupted in laughter as they made their way back to the police car. Su-mo, his expression impassive, approached the rear of his vehicle and opened the trunk, revealing a large black case lying flat inside. Upon opening it, he discovered a lightweight sniper rifle. In this land of freedom, firearms are essential for personal security. Nearly every citizen possessing a gun license keeps a weapon in their car for unforeseen circumstances. Su-mo was no exception. In addition to the sniper rifle, he had both a handgun and a rifle stowed away. Swiftly assembling the sniper rifle, Su-mo scanned the road, finding no other vehicles in sight. He assumed a standard shooting posture, cradling the assembled rifle. At that moment, the police car had traveled less than 300 meters away. For someone of his extensive shooting practice, this distance was almost a guaranteed hit. Aiming through the rear window at the young officer behind the wheel, Su-mo decisively squeezed the trigger. A resounding bang echoed, and a crimson and white explosion erupted from the distant police car, which immediately lost control. The road they occupied was a narrow mountain path. flanked on one side by a rocky wall and on the other by a precipice plummeting 70 to 80 meters. After careening out of control, the police vehicle collided with the mountainside and rolled precariously, coming to a halt with nearly half its body dangling over the edge of the cliff, seemingly poised to plummet at any moment. Half a minute later, a vehicle came to a gradual stop beside the police car. The young officer, who had been driving, had been fatally shot by Sue Mo and was beyond the realm of life. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged police officer, having endured a complete 720-degree flip of his vehicle, remained conscious and slowly extricated himself from the wreckage. He had managed to crawl to the center of the road, yet his firearm, once secured to his waist, had vanished, presumably flung to an unknown location. Although he had narrowly escaped peril, his injuries were significant. After traversing a mere 5 meters, it appeared that he had exhausted the last vestiges of his strength. Lying flat on the ground, he closed his eyes and gasped for breath until the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. With great effort, the man opened his eyes to behold Sue Mo, whose smile resembled that of a devil, eliciting a look of sheer terror on his face. "Please, don't come any closer. Chop their shidem, sorry. But parking is prohibited here." The man scrambled away from Sue Mo in a frantic attempt to distance himself. To him, this figure before him was nothing short of a demon. Sue Mo, observing the man's fear, responded with a benign smile. "Officer, why such a frightened expression? I'm merely a good Samaritan." With that, Sue Mo abruptly seized the man's neck, lifting him effortlessly. For someone with nearly a ton of strength, this was a trivial feat. The middle-aged officer, sensing Sue Mo's intentions, pleaded, No, please spare me. I'll return all the money." Trembling, he retrieved the freshly extorted dollars from his pocket. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, tears and snot streamed down his face, mingling with the blood that marred his features, which Sue Mo regarded with disdain. Sue Mo declined the man's offered currency, instead producing a lighter and igniting the bills clutched in the officer's hands. "Since you have such an affinity for dollars, allow me to help you deposit them." After uttering this bewildering remark, Sue Mo closed the car door for him. "I'm sorry, officer, but parking is not allowed here." With that, he raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the vehicle. The already precarious car teetered and plummeted over the cliff's edge. Boom! As the engine roared to life, 2 notification chimes echoed in his mind. 30 points. 40 points. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Any wrongdoing would be classified as villainy by the system. The points accrued from the 2 individuals varied, which could be attributed to the system's assessment of their moral standing. In the Villa's gym, Sue Mo struck a punching bag with a forceful blow, resulting in a resounding explosion as the bag burst under his might. After a week of absorption, the super soldier serum had fully integrated within him. System. Open the attribute panel. Instantly, a familiar screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Sue Mo, age, 20 years, strength, 4,620 kilograms, speed, 68 ms, ability, none, points, 512, 4.5 tons of strength. Although it is an improved version of the super soldier serum, it merely mitigates the serum's inherent dangers, with effects closely resembling those of the original formula. Thus, it can be inferred that Captain America's physical prowess lies within this realm. As for the points accumulated, they certainly include the score from the 2 officers eliminated by Sue Mo. The incident involving the 2 officers did not cause much stir under Sue Mo's suppression. After all, the gifts he bestowed upon the politicians of New York were not intended to be trifled with. Seated cross-legged on the floor of his room, Sue Mo delved into the gene primordial energy cultivation method in his mind, studying it earnestly. In truth, once his strength exceeded 900 kilograms, he could have commenced his cultivation of gene primordial energy. The reason he refrained from doing so at that moment was due to the consideration that a martial artist experiences a significant boost during their initial cultivation of gene primordial energy, with stronger individuals attaining even greater enhancements. However, in that world, without engaging in the cultivation of gene primordial energy, one's strength could at most reach around 1 ton through training. Beyond that threshold, further enhancement becomes exceedingly arduous. Yet, under the influence of the super soldier serum, Sue Mo had directly elevated his strength to that of a high-level warrior. It remained uncertain to what extent this initial cultivation would elevate him. Valios, Generals, and War Gods. From the initial warrior's fist strength of 900 kilograms to the intermediate warrior's fist strength of 2,000 kilograms, each subsequent level doubles the fist strength. The standard for a high-level warrior is a fist strength exceeding 4,000 kilograms and a speed surpassing 60 ms. After a brief moment, Sue Mo exhaled deeply. The contents of the secret text were already etched into his mind. The essence of gene primordial energy cultivation lies in absorbing the ambient energy of a universe to enhance oneself. The first step in cultivation is to attune oneself to this energy. Following the instructions within the text, he assumed a five-pointed position, gradually closing his eyes and earnestly attuning his senses. As time elapsed, he remained motionless, as if pressed by a pause button. Initially, for half an hour, Sumo felt nothing at all. However, he remained unperturbed. According to the scripture, it is exceedingly challenging for beginners to perceive cosmic energy, and many have spent a month in vain pursuit. Thanks to his tranquil mindset, after an hour, he entered a wondrous state where he could sense a unique energy present in the air. He felt it. Sumo's heart surged with excitement. This must be the cosmic energy described in the text. Unfortunately, in his exhilaration, he abruptly withdrew from that extraordinary sensation. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, for the initial experience would pave the way for the next. With heightened concentration, he soon re-entered that remarkable state. Upon realizing this, he felt a stirring within. The energy surrounding his body began to converge towards him, as if drawn by an unseen force, flowing into his being with an increasing velocity. Once energy permeated his body, it dispersed to various regions, absorbed by the parched cells within, akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. A soothing warmth enveloped him, almost lulling Sumo into slumber. Just as he reveled in this serene state, a figure hurried down the corridor outside the gym. It was Wanda, his newlywed. Her face was a portrait of distress. Upon reaching the gym's entrance, she hesitated, caught in a web of indecision, recalling Sumo's earlier instruction that no one was to disturb him while inside. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from knocking and anxiously awaited his emergence. Chapter 8. The Novice Warrior. 2 hours later, Sumo slowly opened his eyes and rose from the floor. As he moved, a series of crackling sounds resonated throughout his body. A transparent panel materialized before him, displaying name, Sumo, age, 20 years, strength, 10, 360 kilograms, speed, 96 ms, ability, none, points, 512. Gazing at the strength and speed metrics, astonishment washed over Sumo's face. His initial training had remarkably doubled his prowess, with strength reaching 10 tons, qualifying him as a novice warrior. Not only had his strength and speed surged, but his entire physique had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Even his perceptive abilities had multiplied several times over. The flow of air and the faintest sounds were now within his awareness. The ticking of the clock on the wall resonated in his ears like a thunderous bell. At that moment, his gaze shifted toward the door. Someone was outside. He swiftly approached and opened the door, revealing Wanda, who had been waiting for over 2 hours. Her complexion pale with worry. A flicker of confusion crossed Sumo's features. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Upon seeing him, Wanda rushed forward, grasping his arms tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Peter is in trouble. Hell's Kitchen. Within a dimly lit private building, Peter sat bound to a chair, bruised and battered. Before him stood a slender black man, obsequiously addressing a figure seated by the window. "Boss, this is the person I mentioned." The bald man, who rose from his chair upon hearing this, revealed himself to be nearly 2 meters tall, with an imposing physique. He scrutinized Peter, bound and helpless. "Have you confirmed his identity?" he inquired, as a diminutive black man hurriedly stepped forward, presenting a report. The towering bald man examined the document with intense focus. A look of astonishment instantly appeared on his face. $100 million? Indeed, my friend, with this sum, we will have gathered the necessary funds we need to submit this year. Fisk, also known as Gene Bing, cast an appreciative glance at his subordinate after hearing those words. "Well done." After praising his subordinate, Gene Bing approached Pietro. "Sir, we merely seek wealth. You surely do not wish for your money to go unspent while your life is forfeit, do you? Go ahead and kill me. But the money is out of the question." Having grasped the situation, Pietro donned an expression of indifference, as if impervious to the boiling water of life. Originally, he had no intention of accepting the funds offered by Wanda, but later considered that wealthy individuals like Sumo rarely remain steadfast. Should Wanda and her companion choose to divorce one day, this could serve as a contingency for her. Throughout, he had not touched a single cent of this money. In the villa, Sumo and Wanda sat in the living room. "Is it possible that he has ventured to a location devoid of signal?" "It cannot be." Wanda's voice trembled with anxiety. Throughout his life, Pietro always informed her in advance if he needed to leave. Such an occurrence was simply unimaginable. He must be fine, right? Seeing the hopeful look in Wanda's eyes, Sumo could only offer a comforting word. "Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to investigate, and we will have news by tomorrow morning at the latest. However, It was evident that his reassurance had little effect. Wanda's distress remained unabated. At that moment, Sumo's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of his secretary, Avril. "Boss, we have news." Half an hour later, a vehicle made its way toward the Clinton district. "Why don't we call the police?" Wanda asked anxiously from the car. "Do you think that if we alert the police, Pietro will survive?" Xu Montakli taught it. According to the mob's usual conduct, if the New York police were to intervene, Pietro would most likely not survive. Moreover, they were dealing with a formidable Jinbing. He did not believe the police possessed the capability to rescue Pietro from such a threat. The car halted 2 blocks away from the Mafia's hideout that he had uncovered. "Wait for me in the car." Sumo gave Wanda a reassuring glance before exiting the vehicle. Upon hearing his words, Wanda's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In the past, they had always relied on themselves in times of trouble. At that moment, she even felt that marrying him was not such a bad idea after all. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, she expressed her concern. "Be careful." She understood that accompanying him would serve no purpose other than to hinder him. Sumo did not turn back, but waved his hand dismissively. Standing at the entrance, he touched a bracelet on his wrist. His confidence in his ability to rescue Pietro and return unscathed was evident. At present, with his capabilities as a novice warrior, the threat posed by ordinary firearms has diminished significantly for him. Utilizing his current neural reaction speed, evading bullets is no longer a formidable challenge. The sole concern lies with those energy-based weapons, as this world is rife with cutting-edge technology, making the emergence of groundbreaking innovations entirely plausible. However, the bracelet adorning his wrist has been specifically designed for such circumstances. It cost him 200 points. This bracelet has the ability to autonomously generate an energy shield upon being attacked. According to the system's assertions, it can withstand even the force of a nuclear explosion for a duration of 2 seconds. The only unfortunate aspect is that this item is a one-time consumable. Soon, Sumo arrived at the front of a multi-story building. The current influence of the Mafia is confined to Hell's Kitchen and has yet to expand to dominate the entirety of America. Their headquarters is merely this modest structure before him. Sumo glanced at the balcony on the 2nd floor, then gracefully leaped, grasping the window ledge and executing a swift maneuver to enter the room. "Oh my god, damn!" Upon reaching the balcony, Sumo beheld a tangle of 7 or 8 figures entwined within the room. "You all dare to have a party without me? Prepare to meet your demise." As the glass door to the balcony swung open, his figure flickered within a room. 50 points. 60 points. After dispatching several members of the gang, Sumo opened the door and ascended the staircase. With his reflexes and speed, the gang members barely had time to react before he eliminated them. Chapter 9. Hell's Kitchen. Jinbing. Sumo's actions proceeded with remarkable ease. Up until he reached the 6th floor, he remained undetected. To be precise, all who had noticed him had already been dealt with. At this moment, Sumo entered the 7th floor. From the last gang member he encountered, he learned that the individuals kidnapped by the Mafia were confined to this very level. Thus, upon entering, Sumo began to inspect each room. Anyone but Pietro shall be knocked out. It was imperative, should any adversary escape, his whereabouts would likely be compromised within mere moments. Upon opening another door, Sumo was taken aback as a short-haired woman clad in a tight suit slid in through the window via zip line. As she landed, she executed a clean roll and stood upright, locking eyes with Sumo just as he opened the door. When he recognized her face, his expression faltered. Black Widow, Natasha, upon spotting Sumo, did not hesitate and charged towards him, evidently mistaking him for a member of the Mafia. Before Sumo could utter a word, a long leg swung toward his face. He swiftly raised his hand to block her kick, exerting a slight force that sent Natasha staggering backward from the impact. Fearing to alert the gang members within the building, Sumo stepped into the room and closed the door. At this juncture, Natasha lunged at him once more. Having learned from her recent experience, she realized that the person before her possessed extraordinary strength, making it impossible for her to resist. In her hands, 2 black sticks had materialized. Unfortunately, Sumo, having attained the rank of a battle general, exhibited a reaction speed and agility that were simply too swift. Before she could comprehend the situation, he had already thrown her onto the bed in the room. "Stop. I am not a member of a gang. Like you, I infiltrated this place." Before she could rise from the bed, Sumo hurriedly clarified. Natasha, springing up from the bed, retracted the sticks in her hands upon hearing his words. She had been puzzled that he did not shout or raise an alarm upon seeing her. Instead, he had closed the door. Initially, she had thought he was confident in handling her, but now she understood otherwise. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" After confirming he was not affiliated with the gang, Natasha gazed at him with a look of intrigue. My friend has been kidnapped by them. I am here to rescue him. Suemo did not conceal his intentions. Though S.H.I.L.D. was not particularly noble, Natasha's sense of justice was quite strong, and in such circumstances, he was likely to become an ally rather than an adversary. It seems the information I received was not erroneous. As she spoke, Natasha produced an identification badge. I am Natasha, affiliated with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, here to investigate the mafia's kidnapping and extortion activities. After introducing himself, Suemo turned and began to walk towards the exit. I advise you to leave quickly. You won't be able to handle the people inside. Before departing, Suemo offered a word of caution. Although Natasha was exceptionally skilled in combat, she would not hold an advantage against someone like Jean, whose physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of human capability. That's none of your concern, Natasha stubbornly retorted before following Suemo out of the room. This floor contained few rooms, and soon, Suemo located Pietro in a corner room. Natasha had vanished. Her whereabouts unknown. At this moment, Pietro was bound, his limbs restrained, and his face bore the marks of bruises. Clearly, he had suffered greatly for refusing to yield the money. So, upon seeing Suemo enter, astonishment spread across Pietro's face. How did you come to be here? Of course, I am here to rescue you. Suemo stepped forward to untie the ropes binding him. Just as he was about to lead Pietro away, his expression faltered. Wait. Thanks to his formidable physique, he discerned the commotion outside with clarity. In the corridor beyond, a group of armed figures burst forth from the staircase, swiftly encircling the room. The door was kicked open from the outside, and the gang members positioned their open fire without hesitation. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a haze of gunpowder smoke. As the assailants reloaded their weapons, a figure suddenly surged forth from the smoke within the room, moving with the swiftness of a phantom, flitting through the corridor in a series of flashes. After coming to a halt, the gang members, each gripping a firearm, fell to the ground, their heads twisted at an astonishing angle. Following closely behind was Pietro, who happened to witness this extraordinary scene. Initially, a look of shock crossed his face, which soon transformed into exhilaration. Wow, that was incredible. Is this what they call kung fu? Enough chatter, come with me. Suemo gestured for him to follow as they descended the stairs. Aware that Pietro was still an ordinary human, susceptible to stray bullets that could claim his life, Suemo resolved to escort him to safety first. The two made their way downstairs, and upon exiting the building, they encountered a robust, bald, middle-aged man waiting outside. Impressive. The man clapped his hands and began to remove his suit jacket. To have survived, my men, you are indeed formidable. However, if you wish to take someone away, you must first seek my consent. Suemo appraised the man, deducing from his distinctive, imposing physique that he was none other than Kingpin, the underground ruler of Hell's Kitchen. You go ahead, I'll handle this one, Suemo instructed, relaying the location of Wanda's vehicle to Pietro. After a moment of hesitation, Pietro nodded and dashed towards the street where the car was parked. From Suemo's swift dispatch of the gunman, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Pietro understood that given Suemo's speed, if he chose to disregard his own safety, none would be able to stop him. Remaining here would only serve as a liability. Nobody leaves without my permission. Kingpin's gaze fell upon Pietro, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. In an instant, he lunged towards Pietro. Despite his massive size, his movements were surprisingly agile. However, compared to Suemo, his speed was lacking. Before he could advance, Suemo was already in his path. You will face me. With that declaration, Suemo delivered a powerful kick, sending Kingpin crashing through the opposite wall, creating a gaping hole 2 meters in diameter. Peering through the opening, it appeared to lead into a bedroom, where a couple entangled in a moment of intimacy scrambled to dress, panic-stricken as they fled the scene. Pietro, having run a few meters away, glanced back at the gaping hole in the wall, his expression one of bewilderment as he muttered, "What? Is this guy some sort of superhero with his underwear worn on the outside?" Chapter 10. Rampage. Move, Suemo urged as he noticed Pietro frozen in place. Unsure if his strike had been lethal, he knew they needed to vacate before the ensuing battle between the two men ensued. All right, with the prompt, Pietro ceased his hesitation and vanished from sight. Inside the building, Kingpin coughed up a mouthful of blood, shock etched across his bloodied face. A recent strike nearly fractured the ribs in his chest. Even if they were not broken, there must be cracks forming. His internal organs seemed to have sustained some damage under the immense force. This was the second time he found himself in such a crushing situation. Aside from that mutant creature, Jean took a deep breath and laboriously withdrew a small syringe from his sleeve. This was a concoction developed in a secret laboratory by his subordinates, capable of fully unleashing the body's potential and enhancing physical attributes by 5 to 6 times. However, the technology was not yet perfected. After its effects wore off, it would cause irreversible harm to the body. He feared that if he survived, he would spend the latter half of his life confined to a wheelchair. He had initially intended to use this as a trump card against the mutant, but now he had no choice but to employ it. Otherwise, he might not even make it through the night. Resolutely, he injected the syringe into the upper part of his thigh. Outside the building, Su-Mo noticed the silence within and stepped forward. Based on their earlier confrontation, he deduced that the opponent's strength did not exceed 2 tons. However, to reach such a level through mere training as an ordinary person was indeed a remarkable feat. Although his opponent was far inferior to him, Su-Mo remained cautious and had no intention of underestimating them. Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted Jean, pinned beneath a pile of debris. Without hesitation, Su-Mo leaped forward and delivered a powerful kick, intent on ending the confrontation there. Just as his right foot was about to strike Jean, a crimson hue spread across Jin's skin, and he suddenly leaped off the ground, evading Su-Mo's blow. Su-Mo was taken aback by Jin's newfound speed, which had multiplied several times. With caution, he retreated from the room, followed closely by Jean. At that moment, Jean appeared somewhat terrifying. His skin had turned a deep crimson, with some areas even splitting open, blood seeping slowly from the wounds. This was dire. Su-Mo quickly realized that Jean must have used some kind of drug that inflicted severe damage upon himself. In this world, where advanced technology was rampant, the existence of such substances was not surprising. Jean emerged without uttering a word, directly charging at Su-Mo. He understood all too well that the drug's effects were time-limited. If he could not resolve the situation before its potency faded, he would inevitably be the one to perish. In an instant, the two figures collided again. This time, it was no longer a one-sided onslaught. They were nearly evenly matched. In fact, Jean, enhanced by the drug, exerted greater strength than Su-Mo. The latter could only rely on a slight edge in speed to keep pace with Jean. In terms of combat experience, Jean had the advantage. After all, less than half a month ago, Su-Mo had still been an ordinary person, and to expect to hold his own against Jean, who had fought his way up, was indeed a fanciful notion. Recognizing that relying solely on his fists would not suffice to subdue his opponent, Su-Mo extended his hand, and a weapon forged from alloy, resembling a Tang Dao, materialized within his grasp. The system possessed an infinitely expansive storage space. However, it could only accommodate items exchanged within the system. This battle blade was indeed a weapon he had acquired through the system, costing him 300 points. It belonged to the Cold Moon series, classified as a 4th-tier weapon, capable of enduring the full force of a junior war general's assault without sustaining damage. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the battle blade in Su-Mo's hand, Jean Bin's eyes revealed a glimmer of trepidation. Su-Mo gripped the sword and advanced, striking fiercely towards his adversary. Just as the blade was poised to graze Jean Bin's skin, Su-Mo felt a surge of resistance. The edge of the sword had been firmly seized by Jean Bin, who was adorned with a pair of gloves crafted from an unknown metallic substance, capable of withstanding the blade's strike, evidently no ordinary alloy. A cruel smile crept across Jean Bin's face. "Now it is my turn," he declared, clenching his right fist and delivering a powerful blow towards Su-Mo. With the sword under his opponent's control, Su-Mo, left with no option, reciprocated with a clenched left fist. Following a resounding crash, Su-Mo observed his trembling left hand, a grave expression settling on his features. Conservatively estimating, he discerned that his opponent's strength had reached approximately 12 to 13 tons. Although Jean Bin's skin was cracking under strain, it appeared he could endure for a considerable duration. Before Su-Mo could catch his breath, Jean Bin's formidable form reappeared before him, and they became ensnared in battle once more. Unlike their previous encounter, the roles had reversed. Jean Bin relentlessly assaulted Su-Mo, who, leveraging his adversary's strength, continuously attempted to create distance and evade the onslaught. Were it not for the necessity of wielding the battle blade, Su-Mo likely would have already succumbed to defeat. This cannot continue. An anxious glimmer flickered in Su-Mo's eyes. He sensed his arms gradually growing numb under the relentless pressure of his opponent's might. If this persisted, he feared he would soon be incapable of withstanding further attacks. With their speeds comparable, escape seemed increasingly arduous. The only viable solution lay in mastering the first level of the Thunderblade technique. Achieving this would double his striking power to 20 tons, while Jean Bin's strength was unlikely to exceed 15 tons. At that moment, two figures sprinted towards them from distance. As they drew nearer, Sumo recognized them as Wanda and Pietro, the sibling duo. Pietro clutched a submachine gun, while Wanda bore a Remington shotgun, her ordinary physical condition evident as she panted from exertion. However, they had no time to catch their breath. They immediately aimed and fired at Jinbin, who had momentarily distanced himself from Sumo. Upon seeing the two, Sumo's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that the firearms posed little threat to him and Kingpin at this juncture. "You came to save me. I cannot abandon you," Pietro explained, bracing himself against the recoil of the gun. Wanda nodded in agreement. The two had been observing the confrontation from a distance, hiding in their vehicle, ready to escape if discovered by Kingpin. However, witnessing Sumo gradually falter, they could no longer remain passive. They seized two guns and rushed to his aid. Choosing their weapons based on the ability to hit their targets, they quickly recognized the efficacy of their decision. Indeed, under the covering fire of the submachine guns and the wide-reaching impact of the shotgun, even Kingpin, though quick to react, was struck several times in an instant. While the damage was not severe, the pain ignited his fury. "You seek death," he roared, charging toward Wanda. Chapter 11, Magneto, Brotherhood. Sumo's expression shifted as he saw Kingpin barreling towards Wanda. "Get back," he shouted, positioning himself in front of her. With a fierce swing of his battle knife, an instinctive understanding of the first level of the Thunderblade technique flooded his mind. A moment of clarity illuminated his thoughts, and a surge of strength coursed through his right hand once more, accelerating the knife's speed by 60%. Kingpin, initially confident in his ability to withstand Sumo, was suddenly struck with fear. No, the battle knife descended with ruthless precision upon Kingpin's neck, slicing through as effortlessly as cutting tofu. His expression froze in disbelief as his head slowly detached from his body, thudding to the ground. Defeated the antagonist. Earned 10,000 points. The system's notification echoed in Sumo's mind. Immersed in the triumph of mastering the first level of the Thunderblade, a spark of exhilaration ignited within him. Truly, he was the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, able to stand against hundreds of minions. "Are you all right?" Wanda inquired as she stepped closer. Upon hearing her voice, Sumo's gaze faltered, his face paling, and he felt his body weaken, leaning back as if to collapse. Noticing this, Wanda hastily reached out to support him. "What is the matter?" As he fell against her, Sumo managed a strained smile, gazing into her worried eyes. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." Although he had activated the system, he remained acutely aware of the chaotic energy residing within Wanda. The unpredictability of its awakening loomed over him. Should it manifest unexpectedly, he could not ascertain how she might react. After all, he had previously threatened her and taken something precious from her. It would be naive to believe she held no resentment towards him. Thus, he recognized this moment as a golden opportunity to enhance their rapport, one he was determined not to squander. As Sumo risked his life to save the two siblings, a flicker of warmth surged within Wanda's heart. "Thank you," she exclaimed, preparing to assist Sumo in the direction of the vehicle. Just then, an explosive sound erupted behind them. A shadowy figure crashed through the window, hurtling from the building and landing heavily on the ground. The trio turned to behold Natasha, who, clutching her back, gradually rose from the earth. "Damn it, my back!" she groaned. Before Sumo and the others could grasp the situation, a man, more robust than Kingpin, emerged from the building, donning a metallic helmet. He glanced at the dismembered Kingpin on the ground, and his furious gaze fell upon Sumo and his companions. "You killed him?" he bellowed. "Damn it, you wretched bastards. You've taken away my payday." Without the money, then the man rambled incessantly. Observing this, Sumo turned to Natasha, gesturing inquiringly. His expression conveyed the question of where she had provoked this lunatic. Natasha shrugged, clearly as bewildered as he was about the origin of this madman. After muttering to himself for a while, the man's attention returned to Sumo and the others. With that, he stomped forcefully on the ground. A tremendous rumble ensued. The earth itself seemed to convulse, rolling toward Sumo and his companions as if it were a living creature. Witnessing the spectacle, Sumo was taken aback. "Run!" he shouted, gripping Wanda and Pietro by the hands as they dashed away. Natasha, noticing the unfolding chaos, swiftly pivoted to escape in another direction. The helmeted man, seemingly not the brightest, chased after Sumo. Although his strength could shake the ground like an earthquake with a mere stomp, his speed appeared to fall short, barely reaching the limits of human capability. Despite the burden of two individuals, Sumo quickly distanced himself from the man, settling into the back seat of a luxury vehicle. Montag exhaled deeply. Judging by the destruction the man had wrought, his strength must have exceeded 50 tons, clearly beyond Su-Mo's current capabilities. A furrow formed on his brow, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. With a low intellect, immense power, and a metallic helmet adorning his head, Su-Mo deduced the identity of this adversary. The only one who fit this description was the Red Hulk, Cain Marko, who had acquired the powers of the malevolent deity, Shumagorath. But how had he come to be in Kingpin's stronghold? Recollecting the words spoken earlier, it was evident that Kingpin served some organization. The Brotherhood of Mutants? This was the only group that came to mind, as the Red Hulk had only been affiliated with a handful of organizations, and this was the most likely candidate to engage in such activities. Regardless of the organization, it was clear that Su-Mo had likely come under their scrutiny. Henceforth, he must swiftly enhance his own strength. Upon this realization, Su-Mo retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Soren's number. With the death of Jean Bing, it was imperative to disseminate the news swiftly and incite chaos among the factions of Hell's Kitchen. Naka Island, a small landmass spanning merely a few square kilometers, lies approximately 300 nautical miles from New York City. It serves as the headquarters for the Brotherhood of Mutants, nestled within a structure on the island's eastern shore. Red Tank observed an elderly man seated at the head of the table, adorned with a metallic helmet, unmistakably the renowned Magneto. Jean Bing is dead. What about the money? Eric displayed indifference towards Jean Bing's demise, viewing him merely as a tool to amass their dollars. At this revelation, Red Tank's expression faltered. I don't know. Eric exhibited no surprise at this response, waving his hand dismissively. To this end, he had even dispatched another mutant to accompany him, as he had lost his powers after being injected with a mutant cure following the events at the Golden Gate Bridge. Without him, every surviving member of the Brotherhood was a target for the government, scurrying like rats in the sewers. It was only after he regained some of his abilities that he managed to regroup them. Eric turned to a young girl in the corner, engrossed in her computer. No problem, give me some time, she replied, flashing a confident smile before her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Chapter 12. The Redemption of the Spiritual Core. In the aftermath of Jean Bing's death and Soren's instigation, Hell's Kitchen plunged into turmoil. Gunfire and sirens echoed incessantly throughout the area. However, the government remained unperturbed, as the casualties were merely members of the local gangs, whom they would rather see eradicated. That morning, in the estate's villa, Su-Mo emerged groggily from his bedroom. In the living room, Wanda, clad in her pajamas, busied herself in the kitchen. Upon hearing the sound behind her, she turned to see Su-Mo stepping out, her face illuminating with a sweet smile. You're awake. Su-Mo approached and embraced her from behind. Why are you cooking today? You could leave this to the staff. But I want to do it myself. She playfully swatted his hand away and shot him a teasing glance. All right, go wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Reluctantly, Su-Mo exited the kitchen and made his way to the bathroom. Ever since he rescued Pietro, their relationship had blossomed remarkably. Wanda seemed to have fully accepted him, especially considering he had risked his life to save Pietro. Gazing at the steamed buns and congee on the table, Su-Mo was taken aback. Did you make this? Of course, Wanda said, adjusting her hair. I heard from the staff that you only enjoy Chinese cuisine, so I decided to try my hand at it. I'm not sure how it will taste, being my first attempt. It looks quite delightful. Su-Mo gazed at the sweet smile of the other party and extolled her virtues. Indeed, if one were to select the most suitable partner from the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly be Wanda. After all, her lifelong aspiration was merely to bear 2 children and lead a tranquil life in a cozy little town. This aligns perfectly with the traditional Chinese ideal of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Most importantly, she exuded an approachable charm. Sitting at the dining table, she took a bite of a steamed bun filled with beef, which surprisingly delighted her palate. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness flickered across Wanda's face. Su-Mo shared a similar sense of helplessness regarding the matter. Regardless of the financial support he provided or the accommodations and employment he arranged, Peter resolutely refused to accept any assistance. After being rescued, he promptly returned the money Su-Mo had given him. According to Peter, he initially accepted the funds out of ignorance of Su-Mo's character, intending to secure a safety net for Wanda. However, after the previous ordeal, he had come to fully trust Su-Mo's integrity, deeming the safety net unnecessary. He believed he could sustain himself without relying on Su-Mo's aid. Su-Mo could only sigh, acknowledging that Peter was indeed a commendable individual, particularly for his dedication to martial arts. He decided to entrust him with the gene origin cultivation method, allowing him to study it, as many terminologies within required gradual comprehension. He also provided a substantial portion of beast meat for Peter to consume, enhancing his physical prowess. Once Peter's strength reached the threshold of a quasi-warrior, he could commence his training. Nevertheless, these were merely contingency plans. Sumo preferred that Wanda and Peter follow their original path, awakening their abilities. With Wanda's chaos magic and Peter's speed, their combined strength would be more than sufficient for self-preservation. In the gym, Sumo reviewed a document in hand. Following the upheaval caused by their group of 9, nearly all gangs had suffered significant losses, with major factions losing at least half their members. While several smaller gangs had been completely eradicated, Hell's Kitchen had entered its safest period in over a decade. He opened the system panel and observed the points tally, 31. 960 points. The death toll among gang members in Hell's Kitchen during this turmoil had reached the thousands. As these fatalities were indirectly attributable to him, a considerable portion of his points had been deducted. In recent days, his points had scarcely increased. However, this amount was already sufficient to considerably enhance his strength. He opened the exchange list in the shop, where a dizzying array of mutant abilities awaited his gaze. Storm. Gain the ability to manipulate weather phenomena. Required points. 30,000. Teleportation. Instantly relocate to any previously visited location. Required points. 30,000. Sand manipulation. Control sand at will, able to transform oneself into sand, granting immunity to a certain degree of physical attacks. Required points for exchange. 30,000 points. Clone. Capable of generating up to 100 clones, which are controlled by the original body. Damage sustained by the original can be transferred to the clones. Required points for exchange. 30,000 points. Overwhelming confidence bestows the ability of extreme self-assurance, where one reigns supreme both in heaven and on earth, though with the side effect of growing sharp thorns. Required points for exchange. 100,000 points. While these abilities are indeed impressive, the powers of mutants stem from the X gene, making them rather susceptible to countermeasures. Even someone as formidable as Magneto can be reduced to an ordinary human upon being struck by a mutant cure. In contrast, powers acquired through rigorous training are markedly different. There is no fear of being countered, and moreover, their potential far exceeds that of mutant abilities. After browsing for a moment, Sumo's gaze shifted. Mental core can be integrated into the mind, allowing the autonomous release of mental energy, promoting the host to the rank of mental master. The mental energy contained within can elevate the host to the pinnacle of a battle god. Required points for exchange. 30,000 points. This is it. In an instant, Sumo made his decision. After deducting 30,000 points, a dark golden sphere materialized in his hand. The sphere, about the size of soybean, appeared almost ethereal. Following the system's instructions, Sumo pressed the sphere to the center of his brow. In an instant, the sphere vanished from his grasp. A sharp pain surged through his mind, and his vision blurred. When Sumo regained his senses, he found himself standing in a vast, white expanse. Not far in front of him, a small black tower, roughly the size of a palm, was slowly rotating. It was the star tower he had acquired earlier. Chapter 13, Mental Master. A Realm of Consciousness? Sumo speculated, recalling how he had witnessed the star tower merge into his brow. He also noticed that the dark golden sphere, which had just disappeared, was now floating above the star tower. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the dark golden sphere began to spin faster, as if stimulated, releasing a thick haze of energy. Mental energy? From the system's explanation, the amount of mental energy released by the mental core is closely tied to one's physical strength. Currently, his warrior level is that of a primary battle general. The strength of his mental master can be at most 2 levels higher than his warrior level. This implies that the mental core can directly release mental energy, elevating his mental master rank to that of a high battle general. Even as he lost consciousness, the energy from the dark golden sphere continued to surge, rapidly enhancing his mental strength. Time passed unmeasured. The release of mental energy from the mental core gradually stabilized. After a slight tremor in his fingers, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Did I faint? Wait, what is this? A look of astonishment crossed his face. The reason was simple. Every movement and sound within 100 meters around him was vividly clear in his mind. In the villa, the diligent maid tidied up, while Wanda tended to the flourishing garden, and even the butterflies dancing among the blossoms were vividly visible to Sumo, allowing him to discern the intricate patterns on their wings. This sensation was truly enchanting, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. A spark of thought ignited within him, and it felt as if an invisible hand had seized the dumbbell. gently lifting it into the air. Was this the manifestation of psychic power? Next, Sumo's gaze swept across the various machines in the gym. Each apparatus he focused on began to levitate, one after another. After half a minute, the gym appeared to be suspended in space with all the equipment, including treadmills and benches, floating effortlessly. At this moment, Sumo still felt an overwhelming sense of control. He commanded, "Open the attribute panel." After returning everything to its rightful place, he silently recited in his mind. Name, Sumo. Age, 20. Strength, 15, 360 kilograms. Speed, 118 ms. Psychic power, 61. 600 kilogram. Ability, none. Points, 1, 960. Initially, his physical strength had surged from 10 tons to 15 tons. This indicated that an enhancement in psychic power would similarly elevate his physical prowess. Sumo had anticipated this outcome, revealing little astonishment upon his face. However, when his gaze fell upon the psychic power section, he was taken aback. 61 tons. The realization of this figure sparked astonishment in his eyes. This was already over 4 times his physical strength. It is noteworthy that the strength standard for a novice battle god was merely 64 tons, and he was now perilously close to that threshold. Taking a deep breath, Sumo's emotions gradually stabilized. Having become a psychic master, he felt confident that if he were to confront the red tank again, he could effortlessly vanquish his opponent. After all, a psychic master had the ability to fly. Although psychic power could not directly affect the physical realm, it could facilitate flight by standing upon weapons. With this thought in mind, Sumo reopened the store, intending to select some weapons. However, after a brief glance, he closed it with a grim expression. The prices were simply exorbitant. With his current points, he could scarcely afford a few of the most basic flying daggers. Given his proximity to the novice battle god level, he required at least 7 series of flying daggers. Each of these daggers cost 500 points, while the more advanced 9 series daggers needed 1,000 points each. With his current total, he could not even purchase 2. At this juncture, his abilities allowed him to control 4 flying daggers simultaneously, provided he maintained precision. Merely this would consume 4,000 points. While lower-tier daggers were not entirely unusable, they would likely sustain damage during his full-powered assaults, rendering them disposable. One could easily imagine the impact of 60 tons of force concentrated upon a single flying dagger. If the material is insufficient, it is likely that even a slight encounter with something of higher hardness would render it useless. Wait. Sumo suddenly recalled something and inquired of the system in his mind. In this world, if vibranium and adamantium were forged into flying knives, what would their classification be? 9. The system's voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed in Sumo's mind. Brotherhood headquarters. A group of individuals pushed a box over 2 meters tall into a circular hall. The hall was filled with mutants. Magneto, Eric, descended from a seat at the front. He brushed his hand across the exterior of the box. Indeed, a young man with blonde hair, who had entered with the box, nodded in agreement. He then pressed a switch on the box, which slowly opened, revealing it to be neatly filled with stacks of US dollars. This amounted to a total of $500 million. Not enough, far from sufficient. Magneto, Eric gazed at the towering pile of cash before him, his expression unyielding as he spoke with a somber tone. We still require a substantial amount of funding to complete our plan. At this point, Eric paused, turning his gaze toward the hacker girl among the crowd. The individual who had killed Kim previously seemed to be a wealthy person as well. The hacker girl nodded in response, tapping on her computer to bring up some data. Nevertheless, the total value of his assets exceeds 100 billion. Upon hearing her words, gasps of astonishment erupted from those around them. Most of these mutants hailed from the lower echelons of society, and such a staggering figure understandably left them in shock. A faint smile appeared on Magneto's face. With the support of that individual, we shall no longer have to worry about financial constraints. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a set of metallic cutlery inexplicably flew from an unseen corner of the room, hovering and slowly rotating above his palm. I believe they would be quite willing to support our cause for mutants. Of course, all of this hinges upon the complete restoration of my abilities. Chapter 14. Black Market Merchant and Sabretooth. African Coast. Salvayantok. In a dismantling yard filled with dilapidated vessels, a helicopter descended slowly. Xu Buntle tightly. Disembarked from the helicopter, casting a puzzled glance at the distant boats from which the sounds of gunfire emanated. Has someone gotten there first? This is precisely where Ultron acquired vibranium. Here, the black market dealer Ulysses possesses vibranium smuggled from Wakanda, making this the easiest place to obtain vibranium at present. In truth, when it comes to weapon manufacturing, adamantium is more suitable than vibranium. Vibranium possesses energy absorption properties, rendering it more appropriate for crafting armor. Conversely, adamantium is indestructible, the finest material for weaponry. For flying knives, adamantium is undoubtedly the superior choice. Regrettably, the formula for the Edelman alloy has vanished along with the Strix acrylabase, making its retrieval a formidable challenge. Consequently, Suemo had no choice but to settle for vibranium instead. With this thought in mind, he moved without hesitation, his figure flickering as he soared towards the vessel. Inside the ship, the diminutive Ulysses, flanked by his guards, cast a wary glance at a middle-aged man in the distance. The man's hands had morphed into two colossal tiger claws, with drops of blood cascading from their tips. On the ground behind him lay two corpses, and the man himself bore several gunshot wounds. However, as time elapsed, the injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, the bullets being forced out of his body, accompanied by the sound of bullets clattering to the floor. Was he a mutant? Observing the spectacle, Ulysses discreetly retreated a few steps, surveying the surrounding gunmen to regain a semblance of security. I believe I have made myself quite clear. If you desire vibranium, you must pay up. The mutant across from him, however, was evidently unwilling to entertain such a notion. His lowered head gradually lifted, revealing a gaze akin to that of a beast fixated on Ulysses. Recognizing the futility of communication, Ulysses swiftly commanded, "Eliminate him." Upon issuing the order, Ulysses turned and retreated. The surrounding gunmen promptly squeezed their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Once the smoke cleared, the mutant's figure had vanished. In a chamber within the lower deck of the vessel, Ulysses clutched a handgun, listening intently to the commotion outside, accompanied by several gunmen. This room concealed all the vibranium he had pilfered from Wakanda over the years, valued in the billions. He could not afford to let such a fortune slip away. When the gunfire outside subsided, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Dead? He gestured to a nearby subordinate, who tightened his grip on his handgun and approached the door to investigate. However, just as he reached the entrance, boom, the door exploded inward. The unfortunate gunman was struck down by the metallic door, blood oozing from his orifices, leaving him on the brink of death. Ulysses, narrowly avoiding the door, peered outside. Standing there was none other than the mutant from before. A volley of gunfire erupted, and Ulysses felt a sudden heat at his throat. The mutant's bloodied claws were now poised against him. The remaining gunmen, clutching their wounds, slowly crumpled to the ground. Vibranium! Hand it over! The mutant bellowed with a feral growl. Ulysses had no doubt that if he failed to relinquish the vibranium, his throat would be severed in an instant. Wait, I'll give it to you. Ulysses hastily pressed a button on the wall behind him, entering a password on the subsequent keyboard. A metallic door gradually slid open, revealing an elevator-like apparatus descending. Inside lay several pieces of vibranium encased in transparent glass containers. A total of 136 kilograms of vibranium was gathered here. Upon witnessing this treasure, the mutant forcefully shoved Ulysses aside. Ulysses hurriedly retreated from the entrance. The mutant, ignoring him, approached to inspect the vibranium before packing it into a bag and striding towards the exit. Just as he reached the threshold, a figure plummeted from above, crashing heavily onto the ground. Observing the scene within the cabin, Suemo exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. A quick glance around the room revealed the weary visage of the mutant, his hands transformed into colossal claws, causing Suemo to pause in astonishment. As the wounds on the man's body healed rapidly, several bullets were expelled from his injuries. A name flickered in Sumo's mind. This appearance, coupled with such formidable regenerative abilities, allowed Suemo to instantly deduce the identity of the mutant. How could he possibly be here? After a fleeting moment of confusion, Suemo quickly reconciled with the reality. In this genuine world, where the Red Tank could collaborate with Kim, the presence of a saber-toothed tiger seemed hardly remarkable. Step aside. The saber-toothed tiger growled in a deep voice, fixating on Suemo, who stood in his path. Noticing the emotionless gaze directed at him, Suemo speculated that the man might be under some form of control. With that thought, he resolved not to waste further words. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The saber-toothed tiger barely registered the movement before a massive black fist the size of a sandbag appeared before him. A tremendous force surged forth, causing the saber-toothed tiger to feel a tingling sensation across his face, and he was launched like a rocket, crashing through several layers of steel before soaring into the air. His formidable physique, combined with an unparalleled regenerative ability that rendered him impervious to firearms, made Victor the saber-toothed tiger nearly invincible compared to an ordinary person. Yet, unfortunately for him, he had encountered Su-Mo. The might of Su-Mo's amplified strength, exceeding 30 tons, and his speed of over 100 meters per second rendered Victor's prowess insignificant. Ulysses, accompanied by a group of armed men, arrived at the doorway just in time to witness this spectacle, his expression momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" Su-Mo disregarded the inquiry, stepping forward to retrieve the bag that the saber-toothed tiger had dropped. Upon opening it and confirming it contained the desired items, a smile graced his face. "Hey, mate, that's mine. Return it to me immediately," Ulysses exclaimed, noticing Su-Mo's actions clearly intended to claim the vibranium. "Return it to you? I seized it by my own merit. Why should I return it?" Su-Montak boldly retorted. Ulysses found himself momentarily speechless in response. "Mate, it seems you do not grasp the situation before you. I suggest you recognize your circumstances and act accordingly." As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the barrels of his subordinates' guns to be aimed squarely at Su-Mo. "If you know what's good for you, quickly put down whatever you have." Upon hearing this, Su-Mo slowly turned around and glanced at the group. Aside from a vibranium, these individuals also held significant value for him. After all, these were all points. Chapter 15, Vibranium Acquired, Secret Base. Just as Su-Mo was contemplating his next move, a resounding crash echoed as the saber-toothed tiger, Victor, leapt into view, charging towards Su-Mo. Get lost. Su-Mo lifted his foot and kicked Victor away, sending him flying like a sack of sand into the adjacent cabin. Yet within mere seconds, Victor re-emerged, still bouncing with vitality. Su-Mo shook his head. The self-healing ability was indeed troublesome, but did he think that this would thwart him? Before he could strike again, Ulysses, who had been overlooked, displayed a furious expression. "You bastard!" With a swift motion of his right hand, he commanded, "Open fire." Following his order, the group of subordinates, momentarily taken aback, stared at the two figures in the distance. Hesitating, the assistant beside him finally whispered, "Boss, which one should we shoot?" In a fit of rage, Ulysses slapped him, exclaiming, "Of course, shoot both. They must all die." With this directive, the gunman no longer hesitated and pulled the triggers without delay. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the cabin was engulfed in smoke. The bullets aimed at Su-Mo all hovered in midair, less than a meter from him. Meanwhile, Victor was suddenly riddled with numerous bloody holes. Enraged, Victor let out a roar, abandoning Su-Mo to pounce upon the gunman. Seeing this, Su-Mo swiftly intercepted Victor. "If you think you can claim my kill, get out of my way." His right fist crashed into Victor's face as 4 flying daggers shot from his back, transforming into fleeting shadows weaving through the cabin, propelled by his telekinetic power. The moment his hand connected with Victor's skin, 2 forces naturally converged from his arm to his fist, amalgamating into a staggering 30 tons of power that erupted upon impact with Victor's face. Boom! Victor's face disintegrated under Su-Mo's hand, and his figure vanished in an instant, disappearing into the distant cabin. On the other side, the flying daggers sliced through the crowd, causing the gunman to fall like wheat before the scythe, a multitude collapsing in mere moments. 80 points. 60 points. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Su-Mo's ears. In less than 10 seconds, all around him lay the fallen, their throats slashed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground a deep crimson. The daggers, untouched by a single drop of blood, levitated beside Su-Mo, crafted from titanium alloy. These daggers were more than sufficient to deal with these ordinary men. Su-Mo then approached the sole survivor present, Ulysses. Ulysses was paralyzed on the ground, overwhelmed by the hellish scene surrounding him. "Demon, you are nothing but a demon. Thank you for the compliment. As a token of my appreciation, I shall send you to reunite with your minions." With that, Su-Mo lunged forward, gripping his opponent's neck with a gentle yet firm pressure. Crack! The villain was slain, and Su-Mo earned 2,000 points. He opened the system panel to check his status. After eliminating all the arms dealers, his points had accumulated to over 6,000. This meant that in less than a minute, he had garnered nearly 5,000 points. Closing the panel, Su-Mo strode towards the saber-toothed tiger that had just been sent flying, although its face had been obliterated by his recent strike. Based on its prior regenerative capabilities, this setback was hardly significant for the creature. Indeed, the cabin was devoid of its presence. It seemed the beast realized it could not gain anything from him and opted to flee. Anticipating this, Su-Mo remained unperturbed as he retrieved the vibranium from the cabin and left. Upon returning to his helicopter, Su-Mo produced a tablet. After a series of operations, a map materialized on the screen, displaying 2 flashing points of light, one red, representing his location, and the other blue, indicating the saber-toothed tiger's position. During their earlier confrontation, Sumo had discreetly affixed a miniature locator to Victor. It was evident that the stronger the opponent he vanquished, the greater the points he would receive. Ordinary individuals yielded only a handful of points, while formidable foes like Jean Bing could be worth hundreds of ordinary lives. The dazed expression of the saber-toothed tiger suggested it was likely under the influence of a mutant with psychic abilities. Such mutants were rare, and those capable of controlling a creature like the saber-toothed tiger were even scarcer. It was clear that anyone capable of such feats could not be a person of virtue. This implied that eliminating the opponent would yield substantial points. Most importantly, with the Star Tower residing in his consciousness, Sumo was almost a nemesis to those with mind-controlling abilities. Soon, he observed the blue dot on his tablet accelerating rapidly, swiftly departing the African continent toward America. Sumo's private jet took off minutes later, pursuing the direction of the blue dot. Hours later, the blue dot halted. Sumo examined its location. It lay within a mountainous region of Florida. To avoid detection by the opponent's aircraft radar, Sumo's private jet had just entered American airspace. However, he did not intend to approach by private jet. It landed at the nearest airport. Half an hour before the plane's descent, Sumo had already disembarked. On the outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains, a plane gradually descended onto a platform situated on a hillside. Moments later, the saber-toothed tiger and a middle-aged man descended from above. They approached a colossal alloy door embedded in the mountain wall, which slowly creaked open. Upon entering, they traversed a lengthy corridor that led to an expansive laboratory. The walls of the laboratory were entirely composed of glass, revealing a series of cramped chambers resembling prison cells. Each chamber contained a uniquely grotesque mutant, all restrained upon metallic operating tables, surrounded almost entirely by figures clad in white coats. The majority of the mutants lay in a comatose state, teetering between life and death. Only a few of the conscious mutants exhibited vacant and numb expressions. After navigating through numerous alloy doors, they found themselves before an elder man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. What? A failure? The old man's face contorted with rage as he glared at the two before him. Incompetence. You cannot even handle such a trivial task. My apologies, Dr. Phil. The middle-aged man murmured in response to the elder's fury, while the saber-toothed tiger stood beside him, seemingly in a daze. Witnessing the tiger's stupefied demeanor only intensified Dr. Phil's wrath. He advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks until he felt the ache in his fists, at which point he gradually ceased, panting heavily as he sank into a nearby seat. You imbeciles! Without equipment forged from adamantium, I cannot transfer the self-healing factors into my body. No, there must be an alternative metal. With that proclamation, he rose and strode towards the laboratory. Chapter 16. The Mutant Research Base. Before Phil could exit the room, a piercing alarm blared throughout the chamber. His expression shifted, and he turned to the surveillance screen mounted on the wall. Instantly, he beheld a figure, tightly wrapped, descending from the summit of the mountain where the base was located. It's him. The middle-aged man, trembling in fear, exclaimed upon recognizing the familiar silhouette on the monitor. Upon hearing this, Phil's initial shock morphed into delight. Are you saying he possesses the vibranium? Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. He was the one who injured the saber-toothed tiger and seized the vibranium. Phil's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Quite audacious, to steal the vibranium and still dare to approach. Realizing the significance of this, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to the saber-toothed tiger. Moments later, he retrieved a pea-sized locator from his pocket, a look of terror dawning upon his face. I'm sorry, doctor, it was my oversight. No. Phil shook his head vehemently. You've done splendidly. With those words, he pressed a button on the wall. Instantly, the blaring alarm reverberated throughout the entire base. Armed soldiers poured out from various rooms, converging towards the entrance of the facility. Outside, Sumo, who had just landed on a mountain peak and was gradually approaching the base entrance, immediately noticed the soldiers rushing out. Have I been discovered? As he observed the rapidly assembling soldiers, Sumo swiftly grasped the situation. Since he had been discovered, he no longer felt the need to engage in a game of hide and seek. With a mere thought, the soldiers who had just dashed out the door suddenly felt an irresistible force emanating from their weapons, which instantaneously flew from their grasp. The firearms then arranged themselves in the air like disciplined soldiers, their barrels aimed squarely at their former owners. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers were filled with dread and without hesitation turned to flee. However, their speed was evidently inadequate. Just as they pivoted, the triggers of the guns seemed to be pulled by an unseen hand. The sound of gunfire echoed in rapid succession. Once the magazines were emptied, The armed forces within the entire base were nearly obliterated. Subsequently, Su-mo stepped into the heart of the base. 4 flying knives emerged from behind him, swirling around his form. The researchers, who had long been aware of the invasion, transformed into combat units, each gripping their firearms pointed towards the entrance. As footsteps drew nearer, Su-mo entered the laboratory. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately beheld, through the transparent glass surrounding the lab, the various mutants being subjected to experiments in the adjoining room. Mutant research on live specimens? Su-mo furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze directed at the distant researchers. Upon seeing Su-mo's entrance, the researchers nearly synchronously squeezed their triggers. Unfortunately, Su-mo was equally swift in his response. His telekinetic power enveloped the group of researchers. At the very moment they pulled the triggers, their pistols seemed to be squeezed by an unseen force, converging towards the center. In an instant, the sound of gun barrels exploding resonated one after another, accompanied by the anguished cries filling the room. Simultaneously, the flying knives that hovered around Su-mo surged towards the fallen individuals. Within less than half a minute, silence enveloped the room. This scene was vividly captured on the surveillance monitor mounted on the wall of Dr. Phil's office. Dr. Phil stood frozen in disbelief. Magneto? Impossible, absolutely impossible. An expression of incredulity crossed his face. Neither his stature nor physique bore resemblance to Magneto. Furthermore, to his knowledge, Magneto seemed to have lost his mutant abilities. While ordinary individuals might be unaware, this matter of Magneto being injected with a mutant antidote was no secret among them. A devil, it must be a devil. At that moment, a middle-aged man remaining in the room collapsed to the ground, emitting a piercing scream. This outcry jolted Dr. Phil back to reality. Silence, he admonished, before turning to the back of the office, retrieving a small suitcase from the corner safe, and hastily making his way towards the rear of the base. The situation was now abundantly clear. If he did not depart soon, escape would become impossible. As he reached the door, he turned to the saber-toothed tiger and issued a command, "Follow me." After speaking, he departed with saber-toothed tiger, exhausting all his efforts. He aimed to procure the self-healing factor within saber-toothed tiger's body, thus he would not abandon him. The middle-aged man, sprawled on the ground, finally regained his senses. He hastily scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "Doctor, take me with you." He rushed after the departing figure. "Get lost." A gunshot rang out, and the middle-aged man collapsed into a pool of blood. At this moment, near the entrance of the base, not a single shadow could be seen. Upon entering the base, Su-mo merely cast a cursory glance around. Could this possibly be a clandestine Hydra base? The various researchers and well-equipped soldiers inside the base led Su-mo to this conclusion. Without hesitation, he swiftly dashed deeper into the facility. After observing the surroundings, Su-mo realized that his previous assumption was evidently incorrect. This was clearly a secret organization dedicated to the research of mutants. His whereabouts had been revealed, and with the destruction of the armed forces within the base, it was highly likely that the person in charge would opt for flight. He must intercept them before they could escape. Within less than half a minute, Su-mo navigated through the corridor to a small platform behind the mountains. At that moment, saber-toothed tiger stood before a zip line extending down toward the foot of the mountain. In the distance, it appeared that someone was descending via the zip line. Noticing saber-toothed tiger, who was also preparing to leave with a hook attached to him, Su-mo focused his mental energy, rendering the zip line immovable despite saber-toothed tiger's attempts to pull away. It was then that saber-toothed tiger noticed Su-mo's presence, let out a roar, and tore off the hook before lunging toward him. Having discovered the enemy's lair, Su-mo had no intention of holding back. Moreover, with the base's master fleeing rapidly, he had no time to linger. Double power, mental energy enhancement. He clenched his fist, clad in metallic gloves, and struck toward his opponent. Mental energy could not affect the physical body. It would simply pass through upon contact. To facilitate the enhancement of his mental energy and flight, he had specially crafted a suit of armor made from metal, with a physical strength of 15 tons, doubling that resulted in 30 tons, combined with 61 tons of mental energy enhancement. At this moment, his right fist unleashed a force nearing 100 tons. Like lightning, his fist hammered into saber-toothed tiger. The latter's body halted, as if the play button had been pressed, suspended in midair. Then, like a punctured balloon, his body exploded instantaneously. 12,000 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. However, he had no time to check. He leaped toward the zip line in pursuit. Chapter 17, Battle Armor, Storage Ring. At the foot of the mountain, Dr. Phil came to a stop on the zip line in a clearing within a dense forest. As soon as the man unfastened the hook on his attire, he heard a sound from the sky behind him, akin to air being sliced apart. Turning to look, he immediately recognized the familiar figure racing towards him. "Damn it!" Dr. Phil exclaimed in exasperation, hastily retreating into a wooden house situated in the clearing. Moments later, an SUV roared out from within, performing a swift drift before speeding away in the opposite direction of Sumo. At the wheel, Dr. Phil glanced into the rearview mirror and saw the rapidly approaching figure. In a fit of anxiety, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Yet, it was evident that no matter how superior the vehicle's performance, it could never rival a flying unit in such terrain. At that moment, Sumo was less than 50 meters away from him. Dr. Phil retrieved a handgun from the vehicle, extending his left hand out the window to shoot at Sumo in the sky. Alas, the bullets posed no threat to Sumo, who effortlessly evaded them. Distracted, Dr. Phil failed to notice a fallen tree obstructing the road ahead. By the time he spotted it and attempted to swerve, it was too late. With a jolt, the vehicle, traveling at nearly 150 kilometers per hour, crashed into the tree, launching it into the air. After a series of flips, the SUV careened into the dense woods beside the road, ultimately resting against a large tree. Dr. Phil shook his head vigorously, trying to clear the dizziness from his mind. At that moment, Sumo caught up, hovering slowly in front of the vehicle. Sumo observed the bloodied Dr. Phil in the driver's seat, a slight smirk forming on his lips. "Sir, this is hardly an ideal parking location." With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the SUV tumbling from the tree. "No!" The doctor cried out in terror, feeling the sensation of weightlessness. At that height, roughly 7 to 8 meters above the ground, a miscalculated landing could spell disaster for him. However, just before impact, an unseen force gently cushioned the vehicle. Sumo used telekinesis to guide the SUV down to the ground. He moved forward, yanking the mangled door off before dragging Dr. Phil from the driver's seat and tossing him onto the ground beside him. "Shall you begin your self-introduction now? Or would you prefer to endure some torment first?" Montag in Kvilet. I'll tell you. Overwhelmed by the series of harrowing events, Dr. Phil hastily began to introduce himself. Through his narration, Sumo discerned the man's identity. He was Phil Andrew, a former researcher under Strick, who had narrowly escaped the cataclysm at Lake Acklai due to his absence from the base. In the years that followed, he had secretly developed a technique capable of transferring the healing factors from within a saber-toothed tiger. Afterward, he successfully captured the saber-toothed tiger and utilized the remaining control potions in his possession to dominate the creature. His aim was to transfer the opponent's healing factors into his own body. This transfer technique necessitated the use of adamantium alloy. While he possessed the formula for the alloy, he lacked one crucial material, vibranium. Following extensive inquiries, he finally discovered its presence on Ulysses. Thus, the preceding events unfolded. Do you have the formula for adamantium alloy? Indeed. Moreover, I have gathered all the other metals required for synthesizing it in the previous laboratory. With vibranium, I can directly create the adamantium alloy, the other party hastily explained, evidently hoping to demonstrate his worth in a bid to save his own life. A smirk appeared on Sumo's lips. Although he misjudged the situation and did not encounter the expected telepathic mutant to gain points, acquiring the adamantium alloy formula was not a futile endeavor. He promptly dialed Avril's number, instructing her to transport the vibranium left on the private jet. He then lifted Phil and soared towards the previous laboratory location. The following day, an aircraft slowly ascended from the Appalachian Mountains, swiftly vanishing into the sky. Moments later, a violent explosion echoed from the same spot. Inside the cabin, Sumo surveyed the complete set of battle armor crafted from adamantium alloy and vibranium. Unlike Tony's suit, this ensemble, entirely forged for vibranium, was more aptly referred to as armor. The suit was a sleek, dark hue, devoid of any electronic components. Given his telekinetic abilities, he had no need for powered assistance systems. The primary functions of this armor were protection and facilitating his telekinetic control. 16 blades, fashioned from adamantium alloy, were strategically positioned along the legs and arms of the armor. In addition to the flying knives, he had also forged a close combat sword, similarly made from adamantium alloy, with a specially designed sheath affixed to the back of the armor. Opening the system marketplace, he noted that after a series of battles, his points had reached 27,000. He began searching for storage equipment within the marketplace. Soon, a list materialized before him. Storage ring, F grade, contains 1,000 cubic meters of space. Required points for exchange, 3,000 points. Storage ring, E grade, contains 1,000,000 cubic meters of space. Required points for exchange, 20,000 points. Storage ring, SS grade, contains 1 million cubic kilometers of space. Required points for exchange, 300,000 points. Domain master world, D grade, refined from a domain master's microcosm. With a space diameter of 100,000 kilometers, capable of storing living beings. Required points for exchange, 1 million points. Divine Kingdom Crystal, D grade, formed from the essence of an ordinary immortal after death, with an internal space of 1 million kilometers in diameter. Required points for exchange, 10 million points. The various storage items in the list made Su Mo's eyes glimmer with desire, to speak nothing of other aspects. Merely the D-grade Realm Lord world could encompass the entirety of Earth, considering Earth's diameter is just over 10,000 kilometers. However, the points required for subsequent exchanges soon tempered Su Mo's enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he opted to redeem an F-grade storage ring. With his limited points, it was wiser to invest in enhancing his strength. Moreover, items exchanged through the system could be stored within the system space, and the 1,000 cubic meters of storage was already sufficient for his needs. The space, measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, could accommodate over 100 ordinary family cars. Congratulations, host! You have acquired an F-grade storage ring, consuming 3,000 points. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, an unremarkable ring materialized in his hand. The ring was simply a circular band, its material indiscernible. After adorning his finger with the ring, he directed his mental energy towards it. Upon contact, he instantly sensed a cubic space of 10 meters in each dimension, which could morph shape at his will. Excellent. Xu Montag nodded in satisfaction. With a gentle wave towards the armor nearby, it was effortlessly transferred into the storage ring. A hint of perplexity crossed Su Mo's face upon encountering the FBI. His previous interactions with the agency were limited to warnings during movie openings. This was his first encounter with a real agent. Minutes later, in the meeting room, Su Mo found himself seated across from a tall woman. Clad in a black bodysuit that accentuated her graceful figure, her hair was neatly tied back, and her striking blue eyes held a glimmer of curiosity as they regarded him. Hello, I am Maria Hill, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Prior to her arrival, she had anticipated Su Mo to be a towering figure, with arms as thick as tree trunks, especially given her familiarity with the formidable Jing Bing's profile. However, she was taken aback to find him a man of balanced physique and fair skin. After their handshake, a flicker of recognition crossed Su Mo's eyes. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her. Only upon hearing her name did he realize she was Agent Hill, second only to Director Nick Fury in the ranks of S.H.I.L.D. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Clearly, Isha Aki had learned of his elimination of Jing Bing through Black Widow Natasha. He surmised their intent to persuade him to join their ranks. As anticipated, her initial words confirmed his suspicion. Mr. Su, I have come on behalf of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics to invite you to join us, Hill stated earnestly, handing him the documents in her possession. Su Mo took the materials from the other party's hands, casually glanced through them, and then tossed them onto the table before him. With a light chuckle, he turned his gaze to Hill, pondering the absurdity of risking one's life to battle nefarious individuals while living a life of affluence. Ms. Hill, I do not believe this is a wise proposition. Hill displayed no surprise at Su Mo's refusal. She understood that if their positions were reversed, she too would be unwilling to join such an organization. Smiling, she retrieved a tablet from her bag and opened a video before handing it to Su Mo. I believe after watching this, you may reconsider your stance. Su Mo's expression shifted as he accepted the tablet and began to watch intently. The video depicted a grand hall filled with a diverse array of mutants, seemingly engaged in discussion. From the angle of the footage, it appeared to be clandestinely recorded by one of the mutants. At the upper end of the hall sat an elderly man adorned with a metallic helmet. Magneto, the Brotherhood. In an instant, Su Mo surmised that the footage showcased an internal meeting of the Brotherhood, discussing how to recruit him into their ranks, primarily motivated by his vast wealth. After viewing the video, Su Mo's countenance darkened. He was not particularly surprised to learn of the organization behind Jing Bing and Red Tank. He had suspected as much beforehand. However, he was perplexed as to why they were so desperately in need of substantial funding. Were they plotting something grand? Initially, he had no intention of involving himself. He believed the X-Men would naturally intervene against any mischief. Yet, since they had reckoned with him, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Fortunately, he had received prior intelligence. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly fallen into their trap. How about joining us? We can assist you in handling these individuals. Agent Hill continued to persuade him. More likely, it would be you helping yourselves. Xu Montag retorted. The mutant schemes would not escape the attention of S.H.I.L.D., as their very foundation was established to counter such anti-human organizations. The facade of assistance was merely a pretext for them to utilize him against the mutants. Despite Sumo's insight into her true intentions, Agent Hill maintained a serious expression as she regarded him. Regardless, they do indeed pose a threat to your safety. Do they not? Sumo contemplated for a moment before meeting Hill's gaze. Indeed, you have a valid point. However, it is with great regret that I must decline any affiliation with your organization. Yet, I am open to collaboration. Oh, what form might this collaboration take? Hill asked, momentarily taken aback. This time, I can join forces with you to confront these mutants. As a token of gratitude for the intelligence you provide, I shall assist you in resolving some troublesome matters. Of course, should our collaboration prove fruitful, we may engage in such exchanges in the future. For every piece of intelligence you provide, I am willing to assist you once. Through this incident, Sumo has come to recognize the significance of information. Sumo has come to recognize the significance of intelligence. Were it not for the timely intervention of Hill, he might have suffered a hidden loss. While S.H.I.L.D. has nearly devolved into a shadow of its former self, it is undeniable that aside from the potentially false information regarding Hydra, its network of intelligence concerning various factions remains robust. Moreover, this arrangement poses no detriment to his interests. The individual's S.H.I.L.D. He himself must deal with these individuals to accrue points. Thus, not only can he address these threats with assistance, but he also need not concern himself with the aftermath, achieving a dual benefit. Upon hearing this, Hill shook her head. This matter requires the approval of our director. Of course, Xu Montag nodded, allowing Hill to exit the room with her phone in hand. In less than 10 minutes, she returned. A pleasurable collaboration. From now on. In less than 10 minutes, she returned. Our collaboration will be fruitful. I shall serve as your sole point of contact, aside from myself and the director. By the way, someone will soon deliver documents regarding the Brotherhood of Mutants. After bidding Hill farewell, Sumo sat in contemplation. He was now under the Brotherhood's scrutiny. Given their intention to act against him, he would not remain passive. Although the formidable power displayed by the old man in the cinematic universe could move nuclear submarines weighing thousands of tons, the outcome of a real confrontation remained uncertain. After all, his telekinesis could manipulate nearly any object, and his physical prowess far surpassed theirs. Moreover, he possessed a formidable weapon against them. With this in mind, Sumo ascended to the study on the top floor of the villa. Approaching the bookshelf, he pressed a hidden button concealed behind a book. Causing the shelf to gradually slide aside, revealing a room of approximately 30 square meters behind it. Stepping into the room, he found the walls adorned with an array of firearms. Desert Eagles, M500 revolvers, AK-47s, Remington shotguns, and Barrett sniper rifles, each a testament to Sumo's years of collection. He stored the weapons within a spatial ring. Once finished, he approached a half-height, low-temperature freezer positioned at the back of the room. Opening the freezer revealed not only several specially designed firearms, but also meticulously arranged square magazines. He casually retrieved one and opened it, discovering not bullets, but numerous tiny syringes. Chapter 19. Administering the millennia-old Willow Heart. He extracted a syringe containing a pale yellow liquid. Previously, as an ordinary individual, he had to prepare some contingency measures against mutants. This substance, in conjunction with his psychic abilities, was a natural counter to mutants. He transferred the thousands of syringes from the freezer into his dimensional ring. He had already experimented with the watch. The time within the storage ring was in a state of suspension, alleviating any concerns of deterioration. With this item in hand, he feared no mutant. Just as he finished organizing these belongings, a sound of a door opening echoed from outside. "Darling, what are you doing?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sumo's gaze shifted. It seemed that this was not Wanda's voice. After all, although their relationship had significantly improved, she had never addressed him in such a manner until now. Exiting the weapons storage room, he was greeted by the sight of a tall figure standing before the desk, beaming a smile at him. "Wait, how did you get here?" Recognizing the person's face, Sumo rubbed his eyes, astonished. Before him stood none other than his former girlfriend, Anne Hathaway. Observing the expression on Sumo's face, and chuckled softly and stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Why can't I be here?" "No." Before he could finish, and leaned in closer. "Don't be like that. My lady is downstairs. Isn't that even more thrilling?" Half an hour later, the two descended to find the three of them seated at the dining table. I heard some FBI agents were looking for you. What happened? Wanda inquired casually after sipping her soup. Oh, it's nothing, just some routine questioning regarding Peter, Su-Imo replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of discussing matters concerning S.H.E.E.L.D. She was merely an ordinary person now. It was best to keep her out of such affairs. Pausing briefly, Su-Imo glanced at both women, feigning indifference as he asked, You too. You must know the employees of your company, right? Wanda asked curiously. Of course I do. I meant, how did you two come to be together? And it seems your relationship is quite amicable. Just moments ago upstairs, he had been sidetracked by, and before he could inquire. It was only then that he voiced his lingering doubts. Oh, and I met at the company. Wanda glanced up at him. Is that so? Su-Imo nodded. He was taken aback to discover that they had become friends. He could hardly believe that there was no ulterior motive on Anne's part. Nevertheless, it was too late to discuss it now. At that moment, a silky touch brushed against his leg beneath the table. Looking up, he saw and winking at him. This little enchantress. After a thrilling, intense lunch, Wanda escorted him out throughout the afternoon and persistently prodded him, seemingly stirring up trouble. Had she awakened some peculiar trait? He forcefully banished that thought from his mind. Although the Brotherhood's target was his assets, and they were unlikely to act against Wanda and the others, Su-Imo felt compelled to remain vigilant against such possibilities. Observing Wanda's perplexed expression, he took the time to elucidate the matters concerning the Brotherhood. I apologize. It is entirely our fault that we have found ourselves in such a predicament. A hint of remorse flashed across Wanda's face. It's nothing. Haven't you already compensated me? A teasing glimmer appeared in Su-Mo's smile. Although he had not initially captured her heart, he had, nonetheless, won her over physically, demonstrating that winning one's affection could indeed unlock unique experiences. At this, Wanda's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I will go tidy up upstairs. Su-Imo watched as the crimson vehicle disappeared from view, letting out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he made his way to the gym on the top floor, which he had cleared of all equipment, transforming it into his practice space. To thoroughly resolve the issues with the Brotherhood, he needed to enhance his strength expeditiously. After redeeming a storage ring, he still had over 20,000 points remaining. Opening the marketplace list, he searched for items to bolster his power, examining each one meticulously. Heart-shaped grass. Consuming it gradually improves one's physical attributes. Points required for redemption, 300. Dragon blood. Crafted from the heart's blood of a royal dragon beast. It enhances physical attributes by 24 times. Effective for apprentices. Points required for redemption, 5,000. Millennial willow heart. The spirit of the flora, containing immense life energy. Consuming it significantly enhances physical prowess and cellular vitality, recovering bodily strength. Points required for redemption, 18,000. Azure Wave Essence. Consuming it greatly amplifies mental prowess. Points required for redemption, 100,000. Crimson Flame Fruit. Consuming it significantly enhances physical attributes. Points required for redemption, 100,000. There was an overwhelming array of treasures to choose from, leaving Su-Imo somewhat dazzled. However, a glance at his points revealed limited options. After a moment as contemplation, Su-Imo settled on the ground. A green crystalline object over a meter long floating before him. Was this the Millennial Willow Heart? He scrutinized the crystal carefully. Its exterior was exceptionally hard, with a green liquid swirling within. Su-Imo reviewed the usage instructions, which indicated that he needed to shatter the hard shell to consume the liquid inside. Taking an adamantium knife, he deftly carved a small incision into the crystal's exterior. As the liquid began to seep from the crack, he wasted no time, bringing the crystal to his lips and allowing the viscous, jelly-like green substance to flow into his mouth. A fragrant essence of flora enveloped his senses. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, he felt a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body as his physical attributes gradually began to elevate. Simultaneously, the dark golden sphere in his mind began to spin with increased velocity, emanating waves of pure mental energy. This energy was continuously absorbed by his brain, enhancing his psychic prowess. The two forms of energy coexisted harmoniously within him, rapidly augmenting his strength. As his power surged, Su-Imo sensed the unique energy gradually permeating his body. Upon absorbing this energy, he experienced a profound sense of vitality coursing through him. Was this what they referred to as life energy? With the infusion of this force, a warm sensation enveloped him. In this comforting embrace, his strength escalated at an astonishing rate, an exhilarating experience indeed. Chapter 20. The Pinnacle of the War God, the Pursued White Empress. The entire process lasted for over 2 hours. As the acceleration came to a halt, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a layer of dark brown impurities clung to his skin surface. He accessed his attributes panel. Name, Sumo. Age, 20. Strength, 93, 560 kilograms. Speed, 386 ms. Mental force, 387, 600 kilograms. Special ability, none. Points, 6, 160. Excitement gleamed in Sumo's eyes. With a physical output of 93 tons and a mental force of 387 tons, he had achieved an astounding increase of over six-fold compared to before. Furthermore, the Millennium Willow Heart possessed a significant benefit. It enhanced his body's recovery capabilities. With this thought, he retrieved a flying dagger and lightly grazed it across his arm. The sound of the dull blade slicing through flesh echoed, leaving a faint white mark where the Edmund alloy dagger had passed. Upon witnessing this, Sumo paused astonished. Despite understanding that his physical enhancements were comprehensive, he had not anticipated such a formidable level of defense. It was important to note that even with a gentle stroke, this was based on his strength exceeding 90 tons. Even with a conscious effort to restrain his power, it still amounted to several hundred kilograms. One could only imagine that even steel would be cleaved like tofu under such force, yet only a delicate white mark remained on his skin. Judging by this level of defense, it seemed that even a sniper rifle would be unable to inflict any harm upon him. Calming his exhilaration, Sumo gradually increased the force applied to the dagger. It was only after exerting nearly 2 tons of power that he managed to carve a slender crimson line upon his skin. However, before blood could even begin to flow from the wound, the skin on either side rapidly closed in response to his gaze. Such recovery. Sumo's eyes widened. The healing speed surpassed that of the saber-toothed tiger he had previously witnessed. This was extraordinarily remarkable. It could be said that the Millennium Willow Heart had augmented his combat capabilities by several magnitudes. Moments later, a figure shot out of the villa at an extraordinary speed. Sumo's current flying velocity exceeded Mach 2. At approximately 700 meters per second, his speed was around 2,500 kilometers per hour. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived in a mountainous region of New Jersey, over 100 kilometers from the villa. Just half a minute after Sumo took off in the headquarters of Shield. In Nick Fury's office, Coulson hurriedly entered. "Director, we have a major crisis." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression shifted dramatically. The last time he had heard such words was when Tony had battled Ironmonger in the skies over New York. Coulson handed him a tablet, stating, "An unidentified flying object has been detected moving at high speed over New York." Nick Fury examined the data on the tablet. Mach 2. Is it Tony Stark? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the idea as he had just received news that Tony was at his oceanfront villa. Ever since Tony's identity as Iron Man was exposed, he had become a focal point of SHIELDS surveillance, with his location monitored almost around the clock. This was precisely why Coulson had immediately recognized that the flying figure was not Tony. Nick Fury swiped the tablet, scrutinizing the flight path of the unidentified object. Wait, this location, could it be him? The object's starting position was alarmingly close to Sumo's villa by the Hudson River. He was nearly certain that this unidentified flying object was likely connected to Sumo. However, he had no intention of disclosing any information regarding Sumo. Over the years, he had sensed that SHIELD had been infiltrated by certain factions, and keeping some information confidential would serve him well. It could potentially become a trump card for his own survival. Delete this incident from the records. Let us treat it as if it never occurred. Nick Fury mused as he gazed at the closed door, silently reflecting. It seemed he needed to reassess the strength of this individual. Floating before a rocky cliff in the mountains, Sumo donned his armor, preparing to test the extent of his power. After taking a deep breath, he clenched his right fist and struck the cliff with tremendous force. With double the exertion combined with approximately half of his telekinetic energy, he unleashed nearly 400 tons of force upon the rock. A resounding explosion échoued. Boom! A vast web-like crack radiated from the center of his fist on the rock face, startling countless birds in the dense forest below. Satisfied, he nodded. His physical strength now far surpassed that of both Hulk and Spider-Man. After all, even Spider-Man's most renowned feat of halting a moving train required merely over 50 tons of strength. Just as he was about to experiment with telekinetic manipulation of flying blades, he sensed a subtle disturbance in the cyclone surrounding the Star Tower in his mind. Concurrently, gunfire erupted from the distant woods. Montag paused. This was the first time the Star Tower had exhibited any fluctuation since he acquired it. However, after a moment's wait, no further anomalies occurred. Exhaling deeply, he realized that, given his current strength, he was still far from being able to activate the Star Tower. Turning his gaze into the distance, he discerned the source of the gunfire, emanating from a dense thicket a full kilometer away. The trees obscured his view, rendering the situation indistinct. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly moved, stealthily advancing towards that direction. Moments later, Su-mo concealed himself amidst the lush foliage of a tree, peering into a nearby clearing. A group of towering robots, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall, encircled a woman clad in white, her golden hair cascading around her. She appeared gravely injured, her right hand pressed against her left shoulder, a significant bloodstain marking her attire. Raising her eyes to the encroaching robots, a flicker of fury ignited within her gaze. In an instant, her skin transformed into a dazzling diamond-like brilliance. As she surged toward Su-mo's original position, the White Queen, Su-mo, hidden among the trees, displayed a look of astonishment at the unfolding scene. This ability was exceedingly unique. To his knowledge, only the White Queen possessed such a power of diamond transformation in this world. The robots surrounding her were likely the infamous Sentinel robots. Connecting the earlier fluctuations from the Star Tower, Su-mo quickly deduced the situation. Besides her diamond transformation, the White Queen, much like Professor X, possessed telepathic abilities. The disturbances from the Star Tower were likely a consequence of her attempting to reach out to him. After all, the commotion he had caused was considerable, making her detection perfectly reasonable. As for her intention, Su-mo speculated she might be seeking assistance or attempting to control individuals in this vicinity to aid her against the Sentinel robots. However, her charge towards Su-mo was thwarted by the robots. After a moment of movement, their outer layer morphed into diamond-like skin, mirroring that of the White Queen. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Su-mo was taken aback. It was no wonder that mutants had been driven to desperation by these Sentinel robots. Such an ability was exceedingly formidable, capable of effortlessly replicating the powers of various mutants. Almost any mutant would find themselves countered by a corresponding ability. The White Queen maneuvered amidst the robots. Unable to break free, hidden among the trees, Su-mo observed the scene below. To save or not to save? Without a trace of hesitation, he made his choice. The White Queen possessed alpha-level mutant abilities, making her an ideal ally for building a formidable faction. With her capabilities, he could rest assured against the potential betrayal of his subordinates. While the telepathic ability in the marketplace required merely 30,000 points for exchange, Su-mo had inquired with the system, discovering that such abilities would be in a nascent state upon acquisition. This meant that after exchanging for such a power, one would be at the initial stage and require time to master it. With that time at his disposal, he preferred to hone the secret arts of the illusionist lineage of his psychic discipline. After all, that would prove far more potent than mere telepathy. Chapter 21. The White Queen's Allegiance. After making her decision, Su-mo no longer hesitated. Given the circumstances on the battlefield, the White Queen was in imminent danger of succumbing to the assaults of the Sentinel robots. Despite her body being fortified by a diamond-like defense, it was still insufficient to withstand the strikes of machines that were many times larger than herself. After yet another collision, the White Queen was unable to endure the impact and was sent flying backward by the immense force. At the same time, two Sentinel robots behind her transformed their right arms into colossal conical weapons, thrusting them toward her. In midair, the White Queen became acutely aware of her precarious situation. However, after a series of collisions with the robots, her body was completely numbed, rendering her incapable of controlling her flight. It was over. At that moment, despair flickered through her mind. Her most formidable power, which rivaled Professor X's telepathy, was rendered utterly ineffective against these robots. Moreover, the replication of her Diamond Heart abilities left her with no chance of overcoming the machines. Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes. Yet, after what felt like 5 or 6 seconds without any sensation of pain, she slowly opened her eyes to behold a figure clad in black armor, standing beside her. The robot's arm, which had been poised to strike, was firmly grasped by this individual, rendering the machine powerless despite its efforts. With a decisive motion, Su-mo tightened his grip around the conical weapon, causing two diamond-formed Sentinel robots to collide violently, shattering into a cascade of fragments. In a matter of moments, Su-mo's figure flickered across the battlefield, and within half a minute, nearly a dozen Sentinel robots lay in ruins. Witnessing this spectacle, the White Queen's eyes sparkled with hope. The very machines that had cornered her were now rendered as helpless as children in the hands of her savior. Relief washed over her, and as her diamond-like skin returned to normal, her body suddenly sank. It was only then that she realized she had been floating in midair. Upon regaining her form, she crashed heavily to the ground. The movement aggravated her shoulder wound, eliciting a low groan of pain. After dispatching the robots, Su-Mo turned to see the White Queen, who was wincing in pain. He removed his helmet, not having intended for things to unfold this way. While he had no trouble using his mental prowess to manipulate her diamond form, once she reverted to her normal state, he could no longer support her. His energy simply passed through her. The White Queen gazed at Su-Mo in astonishment, unable to fathom that someone so youthful, barely in his 20s, could so effortlessly vanquish the Sentinel robots. Struggling to sit up from the ground, she looked at Su-Mo and spoke earnestly. "Thank you. Gratitude cannot merely be expressed in words. Can you help me stand?" After speaking, Su-Mo watched as the other party struggled to lift herself with her arms. Yet twice she failed. Su-Mo sighed, stepped forward, and picked up the White Queen from the ground, his form shifting as he soared into the distance. Brooklyn, New York. In a seaside villa under Su-Mo's name, a muffled groan escaped the White Queen's lips as the bullet lodged in her shoulder, ejected from the wound, tearing her clothing as it exited. Su-Mo opened the medicine cabinet, retrieving supplies and bandages. "I think this is unnecessary," the White Queen remarked, removing her top until she was left with only her undergarments. "Isn't this more convenient?" Su-Mo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her for a few moments before shrugging his shoulders. "As long as you are pleased." Observing Su-Mo's expression, a smile flickered across the White Queen's face. After bandaging her wound, Su-Mo sat down across from her. The White Queen reclined languidly on the sofa, tilting her head to scrutinize Su-Mo. "You seem to recognize me?" As a mutant with telepathic abilities, she possessed a keen insight into micro-expressions, surpassing that of seasoned psychologists. Although she could not discern his thoughts, she concluded from his gaze that he must indeed be familiar with her. A bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses flew from the nearby cabinet. He caught them and poured a drink for both. "It matters not. The reason I saved you is merely that you hold some utility for me, plain and simple." The White Queen remained unfazed by his words. As a former high-ranking member of the Hellfire Club, she understood that no one would take such risks without reason. Her worth was what had prompted him to act. After applying the medicine, the pain in her shoulder had subsided. She stood from the sofa and approached Su-Mo useful. Her hand gently caressed his face, a sultry smile gracing her lips. "Is it the kind of usefulness I am thinking of?" Half an hour later, after instructing the White Queen to recuperate in the villa, Su-Mo ascended into the air. The White Queen stood by the window, watching Su-Mo vanish into the sky. Earlier, in the jungle, her telepathic abilities had failed to detect his presence. After 2 more attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Unlike Professor X, whose presence she could sense but whose psychic defenses barred her entry, Su-Mo's aura was entirely imperceptible. In comparison, his abilities were far more terrifying than those of Professor X. Furthermore, based on their recent interaction, he not only possessed extraordinary physical strength, but also the power of mental manipulation. Among all the mutants she had encountered, none seemed more formidable than him. This realization was precisely why she chose to submit. Several years ago, the White Queen, Emma, became the target of a mutant research company led by Bolivar Trask. After a few encounters, she realized that it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with their Sentinel robots, prompting her to retreat into seclusion, evading the relentless pursuit of these machines. This led to the earlier scene in the jungle. Su-Mo understood that the primary reason the adversary could easily track her down was the immense pressure exerted by the Sentinel robots. Without her own sanctuary, it wouldn't be long before Emma became a subject within the mutant research laboratory, undoubtedly as a specimen for their experiments. Chapter 22, Sarah Town, Vampires. New York State. On a rural road leading to the town, Su-Mo sat at ease in the passenger seat of a nondescript Ford sedan, slowly closing the documents in his hands. "You seem utterly unfazed?" Hill, the driver, inquired with a hint of perplexity, glancing at Su-Mo, who remained composed. Heaven knows how shocked she was after reading the contents of the dossier, which detailed the existence of legendary vampires. Smiling, Su-Mo turned to Hill and reassured her. "Believe me, among the foes you will encounter in the future, the terror of this creature does not even rank in the top 10. The documents in his possession contained accounts of vampires. Their presence here was, of course, Su-Mo fulfilling his promise to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. For the past 6 months, tourists had begun to mysteriously vanish from a small town in New York State, with the number of missing persons now exceeding 100. S.H.I.L.D. had dispatched numerous agents to investigate, yet all ended up disappearing, much like the tourists themselves. Even a level 8 agent sent last week lost contact under similar circumstances. In desperation, Nick Fury could only resort to the one opportunity Sue Mo had agreed to offer. Upon receiving the news, Sue Mo set out with Hill. It should be noted that the agents lost here had not left entirely empty-handed. One agent, before vanishing, sent out a final message containing just 3 words: vampires. Sue Mo was acutely aware that vampires in the Marvel Universe could hardly be deemed formidable. Not only did they fear sunlight and silver, but their combat prowess was only marginally superior to that of ordinary humans. Even an average person wielding a silver blade could likely slay a few unarmed vampires in a desperate struggle. In a world teeming with superheroes, such combat capability could scarcely be considered anything more than fodder. Given Sue Mo's current strength, he suspected that merely standing still would render him impervious to their bites. They would struggle in vain to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. In fact, these vampires represented a bountiful opportunity for points. If he could locate their lair and conduct a thorough cleansing, he might reap considerable rewards. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a lodge in a place called Saratown, located in the northeastern part of New York State. Due to its nostalgic castles and hundreds of ancient structures, this place has become a renowned tourist destination, with a gradual increase in visitors over the years. It has evolved into a prosperous town with nearly several 100,000 residents. Sue Mo stepped down from the vehicle, removed his sunglasses, and gazed at the distant conical castles and the time-worn buildings in the castle area, a faint smile gracing his lips. The scenery was quite pleasant. It truly was an ideal locale for tourism. Hill exited the car and, with some effort, retrieved 2 slender cases from the trunk. Casting a glance at Sue Mo, she spoke with exasperation. "Did you genuinely think we were here for leisure?" Despite being a highly trained Level 9 operative, she felt a twinge of unease in the presence of the legendary vampires, unable to maintain the same relaxed demeanor as Sue Mo responded with a reassuring glance. He then surveyed the somewhat dilapidated inn before them. Has her budget dwindled to this extent? While it may not be necessary to stay in a 5-star hotel, this is rather lackluster. Sue Mo pushed open the door, which was peeling and somewhat shabby, and turned to look at Hill, who was still holding the 2 cases. "Perhaps you should consider finding a new owner. I could offer double the salary." Although Hill was merely an ordinary person, her capabilities in management and logistics were exceptional, earning her respect from her subordinates. "All right, if you have that in mind, I will reach out to you at the first opportunity." Sue Mo took no offense at the dismissive words. The 2 approached the front desk. "Owner, we would like a room." Moments latte. They carried their belongings into a room on the 2nd floor. Several SHIELD agents had mysteriously vanished from this location, indicating that the opposition was exceedingly vigilant. Naturally, they could not reveal their true identities. Instead, they disguised themselves as a couple on vacation. They had only booked a single room. Hill placed the 2 cases on the bed, inputting a password on the keypad atop the case. A hissing sound of decompressing air followed as the case slowly opened. Sue Mo peered inside, instantly discerning that the contents were likely weapons intended to combat vampires. While uncertain of their efficacy, weapons invariably instilled a sense of security. After speaking, Hill handed one of the cases to Sue Mo. Upon receiving it, Sue Mo examined the array of weapons inside. The first was a silver long knife, seemingly crafted from a silver-infused alloy. He lightly swung it, and a corner of the wooden headboard smoothly fell away, revealing an impeccably smooth cut. One must admit that SHIELD possessed some impressive weaponry. With a subtle motion, the long knife vanished from his grasp as he continued to inspect the case. Hill, witnessing this, widened her eyes in astonishment. She then approached Sue Mo, grasped his right hand, which had just held the knife, and glanced around in search of its whereabouts, but found no trace of the blade. Unbelieving, he rubbed his eyes. Could it be that I am imagining things? Where is it? Sumo's right hand moved gently. Suddenly, a long knife appeared in his grasp, only to vanish once more. You may interpret this as a peculiar ability. Upon witnessing Sue Mo's display again, Hill finally regained her composure. "My goodness, this is astonishing. Are you perhaps a mutant?" You might say so." Sue Mo, uninterested in further explanation, casually replied. His gaze once again fell upon the chest before him. In addition to the long knife, the chest contained 3 other items: a specially crafted handgun that fired silver bullets, accompanied by 100 rounds, several grenades emanating a faint purple glow, and a spray that resembled sunscreen. The handgun and bullets were unremarkable, and he stored them away with ease. The grenades were easily surmised to be special devices capable of emitting ultraviolet rays. However, he found the last item, resembling a sunscreen spray, perplexing. Turning to Hill beside him, He inquired, "What is this?" Now composed, Hill quickly explained, "This is a skincare spray infused with silver elements. They say that spraying it on oneself will render vampires utterly uninterested in you. So, how does this differ from garlic water?" Hill paused upon hearing this, contemplating before responding. The only distinction may be that after applying this, ordinary people will not perceive you as an anomaly. Chapter 23, The Castle, Traces of Vampires. Having entrusted all the equipment to Sue Mo, Hill set off to search for the traces left by the previous agents, leaving Sue Mo alone in the inn. After all, the investigation was the responsibility of the agents, while Sue Mo merely provided muscle. Once she departed, Sue Mo, with nothing to occupy him, ventured out of the inn and strolled through the town. It was early May, the height of the tourist season. The streets were bustling with tourists bearing backpacks. It appeared the government had suppressed the reports of missing persons. Otherwise, after receiving news of numerous disappearances, it would be impossible for so many tourists to remain. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized that if there were no hidden hands at play, the government would likely not choose to conceal such information. After all, it involved hundreds of people. Silencing their families alone would be a formidable task. Why would the government engage in such a thankless endeavor? This suggested the possibility of high-ranking officials being involved. Indeed, for those officials, the allure of immortality was undeniably tempting. Despite the drawback of being unable to live in sunlight, when faced with the choice between death and mere inability to bask in the light, no one would concern themselves with such a trivial flaw. Sue Mo wandered aimlessly through the town like an ordinary tourist. Several hours later, as dusk began to descend, he found himself in the vicinity of ancient architectural complexes. This area was vast, almost occupying nearly half the area of the entire town. Several ancient castles, situated at the heart of a historical architectural complex, belong to private domains and are not open to the public. Sue Mo had just stepped onto a path leading to one of the castles when he was intercepted. Observing the situation, he chose not to insist and simply turned away. Once he had moved beyond the guard's line of sight, a suit of armor unexpectedly enveloped him, shrouding his entire form. With a swift motion, he soared towards the castle. If there were any structures in this town most readily associated with vampires, it would undoubtedly be these ancient castles. After all, from the films he had watched, vampires were depicted as residing within such fortifications. However, reality seemed to disappoint him. After inspecting several castles, he encountered nothing but a few maintenance staff, devoid of the pale-faced vampires he had envisioned. With nightfall fully descended, he found it impossible to ascertain whether these individuals were indeed vampires based solely on appearance. He had no choice but to test each one individually. The method was straightforward. He sprayed a vial of liquid laced with silver particles, which had been entrusted to him by Hill, onto them. If there were vampires present, they would undoubtedly react. Yet the outcome was evident. These individuals were merely ordinary people. As he approached the castle situated at the very center, a scream erupted from a room on the upper floor. "Something's happening." Sumo's expression brightened with hope. In an instant, he floated outside the window of the room from which the cry had emanated. Peering inside, he saw a young girl bound to a chair. Before her stood an elderly man, his hair peppered with gray. At that moment, the old man was tugging at the girl's clothing, with her garments nearly torn away. Only a white lace undergarment remained. Had he witnessed such a scene in a film, Sumo would likely have cursed the hero who failed to intervene at this critical juncture. Yet, in reality, he opted to take action. A handgun filled with silver bullets materialized in his hand, aimed directly at the elderly man within the room. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With a resounding shot, a bloody hole appeared in the old man's head, and he slowly collapsed to the floor, eliminating the antagonist. 80 points. Not a vampire. Sumo let out a disappointed sigh as he watched the blood flow from the wound. With a swift motion, he entered the room through the open window. Extending his hand, he deftly waved it, sending a throwing knife to sever the ropes binding the girl. In the process, the blade inadvertently brushed against her skin, yet she appeared oblivious to it. "It seems I was overly sensitive," Sumo mused inwardly. "Put your clothes on. I will escort you out," he declared as he rose to stand before the window, gazing at the view beyond. Since he had encountered no vampires, he resolved to depart swiftly. As the bound girl beheld the flying knife, a flicker of unusual light danced in her eyes. Upon hearing that her captor intended to release her, she did not hastily don her attire, but approached Sumo instead. "Are you a mutant?" Sumo coldly inquired, regarding the girl who stood before him. "This seems to have little to do with you." Noticing Sumo's lack of denial, the girl grasped his arm with both hands, her voice urgent. "Please, save my sister. I will agree to any terms if you can rescue her. However, Su-mo remained unmoved. I can take you to the police station. You should seek their assistance in this matter. He dismissed the notion of performing heroic deeds, asserting that such responsibilities lay with law enforcement. The act of saving someone in passing was inconsequential to him, and he had no interest in becoming a superhero. Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she heard Su-mo's refusal. I have already contacted the police, but they have done nothing, instead using my plight as leverage. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless form of an elder nearby. This man was the police chief. Su-mo was taken aback by her revelation. Indeed, this is a free country. The chief's actions are quite remarkable. Not only do criminals face consequences, but even those who report crimes are not spared. Who took your sister? He probed further. They were not human, but rather monsters resembling vampires. Su-mo's expression shifted at her words. You mean to say she was abducted by vampires? The girl's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she hastily wiped her tears away. I cannot confirm if they're truly vampires, but they look strikingly similar to those depicted in films. Half an hour later, as Su-mo noticed Hill's puzzled gaze directed at the girl behind him, he offered a brief explanation before leading the way upstairs. Once inside the room, Hill produced a compact device and scanned the area, ensuring there were no listening devices before she spoke. What is this? Su-mo recounted the events that had transpired. Where was your sister taken by these monsters? Hill had directed her question towards the girl. In a bar called the Irish. The girl replied. The Irish bar? Is that located in the eastern part of the town? Hill's inquiry caught the girl off guard, but she quickly nodded in affirmation. Observing Su-mo's quizzical expression, Hill elaborated, earlier today, I discovered some information left by agents on the street. These individuals went missing in this area. Wait, Su-montag interjected, bewildert. Do you agents not communicate via messages or phone calls? Must you rely on such primitive means of information transfer? Hill shrugged. I am uncertain myself. The fact remains that the agents lost contact shortly after arriving here, with only one agent having sent a message related to vampires. Chapter 24. The Vampire Emerges. The Irish Bar. On a street located in the eastern region of a small town, a myriad of neon lights adorned both sides. Women, dressed provocatively, sat beneath the glowing signs, eagerly awaiting the arrival of customers. Occasionally, someone would approach to inquire about prices, only to pull the women into the rooms at the rear. Su-mo strolled along, intrigued by the sights surrounding him. What are you interested? Hill teased, observing his wandering gaze. Does your S-H-I-E-L-D reimburse for such interests? For a moment, Hill found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she understood that both were merely jesting. A billionaire tycoon could hardly be drawn to such ordinary fare. Soon, the pair arrived at the entrance of an Irish pub. From the outside, the establishment appeared somewhat dilapidated, but upon entering, one discovered a hidden world within. The entire pub was situated underground. Inside, a considerable crowd filled the space. What now? Su-montag questioned, surveying the bustling venue where over 100 patrons mingled under dim lighting, making it impossible to distinguish between vampires and ordinary people. Ah, Hill stammered, momentarily at a loss. We can't just ask each one individually. Noticing her expression, Su-mo sighed. Never mind. Let me take care of this. With that, he plunged his hand into his pocket, producing a spherical object, the ultraviolet grenade from earlier. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on the grenade and hurled it toward the center of the pub. Close your eyes, he commanded Hill, turning away from the grenade's trajectory. Hill's face turned to shock at Su-mo's actions. In such a dim setting, even an ordinary person would likely be blinded for weeks by the blast. Wait, she exclaimed, but by the time her warning escaped, the grenade had already been launched. Without a moment's hesitation, Hill mirrored Su-mo's actions. Turning around, she closed her eyes. Boom! A sound, not overly violent, resonated from the grenade's direction, followed by a blinding flash erupting from the point of explosion. Instantly, the murky pub was illuminated as brightly as day. Ah! Cries erupted from all corners. Kill the antagonist, 160 points. Kill the antagonist, 210 points. A flurry of notifications appeared in Su-mo's mind. The points earned from slaying vampires were indeed bountiful. His eyes glimmered with excitement. Under certain circumstances, these vampires were even easier to dispatch than ordinary humans, yet the points awarded were several times greater. When Hill opened her eyes, she beheld the scene. Nearly everyone in the pub lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their eyes and wailing in agony. Su-mo shrugged at Hill's gaze. Do you have a better method? He inquired. Though the collateral damage is rather extensive, Hill replied, speechless. Perhaps they might even thank me for this. Through the power of his mind, the scene around him vividly materialized in his thoughts. Amidst the explosion of the grenade, A dozen vampires concealed within the crowd were reduced to mere ashes. Only 2 vampires, stationed at a distant corridor, managed to evade disaster by swiftly retreating into the shadows. Nevertheless, they too bore the scars of ultraviolet burns. At that moment, one of the unscathed vampires assisted the other, as they fled deeper into the corridor. After listening to Su Mo's explanation, a hint of resignation appeared on Hill's face. He shook his head and pursued the retreating figure. In the corridor, the 2 vampires with scorched skin emitted cries of agony as they fled, the burnt areas of their flesh emitting wisps of smoke. To mend their wounds, they required an ample supply of fresh blood. Although the Grand Hall was teeming with vibrant humans, they were not foolish. The presence of ultraviolet grenades, designed specifically to hunt vampires, indicated that they were the intended targets. Should they dare to re-enter the hall, they would likely meet the same fate as their fallen comrades, reduced to ashes before they could replenish their strength. As they ran, the trio heard the calm, yet relentless footfalls approaching from behind. The sounds grew increasingly nearer, until at the corridor's end, Su Mo's silhouette emerged. Observing Su Mo's rapid approach, the uninjured vampire pushed the other 2 forward. "Hurry, I'll hold him off." With that, the woman turned to face Su Mo, revealing her sharp fangs and unleashing a furious roar. "Come on, boy. I shall drain every drop of blood from your body." With that, she lunged at Su Mo. Just as she leaped before him, he gently waved his right hand. The female vampire screamed in agony, crashing to the ground before Su Mo, her arms and legs contorted into an unimaginable shape. Though she lay on the ground, she defiantly opened her mouth wide, snarling at Su Mo. "By that logic, you must be quite the she." As he spoke, Su Mo produced a pistol loaded with silver bullets, thrusting it into the vampire's gaping mouth. Watching her limbs gradually regain their normal form, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunfire, the female vampire was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air, eliminating the antagonist. Points earned, 180. Su Mo holstered his pistol. "You certainly have a talent. My pistol could only withstand 3 seconds. After dispatching her, he continued his pursuit of the other 2 vampires. From the recent confrontation, it was clear his assumptions were correct. These vampires were indeed a pitiful lot. He had employed less than 1% of his strength, and they were already unable to withstand his might. Upon hearing the screams and gunfire echoing from behind, the faces of the 2 injured vampires grew even more pallid with terror. Simultaneously, the sound of footsteps reverberated once more through the corridor. The noise felt as though it were crushing their very hearts, nearly depriving them of breath. After all, the vampire who had just thwarted their adversary could barely last half a minute before being vanquished. Together, their strength seemed only marginally superior to that of their opponent. In a state of panic, disregarding their wounds, the 2 of them exerted every ounce of their energy to sprint to the end of the corridor, hastily entering the elevator. Their hands frantically pressed the close button. As they observed the elevator doors slowly closing, they simultaneously exhaled in relief. Just as the last sliver of space between the doors vanished and the elevator was about to commence its ascent, the open button suddenly illuminated. The closing doors reopened. Ward! Their hearts, which had momentarily plummeted, soared once more. They hurriedly pressed the close button again. As the doors gradually shut, the open button lit up once more. Damn it! The 2 found themselves teetering on the brink of despair. If I manage to escape, I shall hunt down the installer of this elevator and tear him to pieces. You may not have that opportunity. Su Mo's ghostly figure appeared outside the elevator doors. Chapter 25, The Trap. Su Mo stepped into the elevator. The instinct for survival drove the 2 vampires to muster their courage and charge at him. However, after a mere few punches, they quickly came to terms with reality and subdued themselves. Hoisting one vampire off the ground, Su Mo demanded, "Tell me, where's your lair?" "You." Puffed. Su Mo withdrew his blade from the vampire's chest, watching as the creature disintegrated into ashes before his gaze. He then seized the other one. "I'll tell you. Our base is located beneath this bar." Before Su Mo could respond, the vampire hastily spoke up. He then pressed a series of buttons on the elevator panel in a rhythmic manner, revealing a hidden compartment from which a button marked B2 slid out. Just then, Hill also arrived from behind. The words spoken by the vampire reached her ears. "It seems I've arrived a bit late." "No, you arrived just in time." With that, Su Mo plunged his knife into the vampire's chest. After pressing the newly revealed button in the elevator, a sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness engulfed them as the elevator descended for a full half-minute. This confirmed their suspicion that the so-called negative second floor was at least 100 meters below the first level. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, a dimly lit room greeted them. Within the expansive hall, Measuring several hundred square meters, stood hundreds of shadowy figures. Among them were several young girls bound and restrained. Their wrists were slashed, and crimson streams of blood flowed from the wounds. It appeared to be a gruesome gathering, as the surrounding vampires took turns approaching the girls. A few of the girls, having lost too much blood, had already succumbed. Hill gazed at the unsettling scene before her, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Strangely, perhaps due to the secluded nature of this place, the individuals present remained oblivious to the entrance of the two. It was not until half a minute later that two vampires near the elevator noticed the pair emerging. Upon seeing them, the eyes of the male and female vampires simultaneously sparkled with intensity, and they lunged towards the two. Observing this scene, Agent Hill could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly withdrew his pistol from his pocket and discharged 2 shots, eliminating the 2 vampires. The remaining vampires in the hall froze momentarily, turning their gazes toward the duo. Upon witnessing Agent Hill wielding a firearm, the vampires reacted with fury, letting out a roar as they charged forth. Yushi, stunned by the dramatic turn of events, instinctively shielded Hill behind him. He surveyed the enraged figures rushing towards them, thinking, a wretched lot. Your nefarious deeds shall be exposed. With that, an ultraviolet grenade materialized in his hand, which he hurled without hesitation. Moments later, a blinding radiance flooded the entire space, reaching an exposure level of 1,000. In an instant, the vampires were incinerated to ashes by the searing light. When the brightness subsided, nearly all the vampires had vanished, leaving only a few quick-witted ones who had managed to hide behind the supporting pillars, thus narrowly escaping their fate. Hill exhaled deeply. After this mission, I believe I could benefit from some psychological therapy. Or perhaps you need an outlet for your emotions. Yushi retorted, handing over a silver blade to Hill. Grasping the weapon, Hill charged towards the surviving vampires. Although these creatures had survived, the intense light had already scorched their skin, rendering them practically defenseless against Hill. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining vampires were reduced to ashes. Yushi was the first to proceed towards the corridor opposite the hall. Upon reaching the end, he encountered yet another elevator, which was fortified with impressive security. With no survivors left, he drew his battle knife, crafted from adamantium, and effortlessly dismantled the elevator door in a few swift strikes. Wait here. I shall descend to assess the situation, he instructed before leaping into the dark abyss of the elevator shaft. He landed gently atop the elevator, creating an opening beneath his feet to descend into the cabin. Exiting the elevator, he found himself in a corridor less than 10 meters long, culminating in a metallic door. As he approached, the door automatically opened, revealing a dimly lit hall. A circle of pallid vampires encircled a sacrificial altar at the center, where a girl of around 17 or 18 was bound. The girl's appearance was strikingly similar to that of the maiden he had previously rescued from the castle. In an instant, Yushi deduced that this must be the sister of the girl he had saved. Observing the vampires surrounding her, it appeared they were engaged in some arcane ritual. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushi switched to his specially designed handgun and raised it, unleashing a flurry of precise shots. Although the intentions of the adversary remain unclear, it is indisputable that, as an enemy, one must mindlessly thwart their endeavors. However, it is evident that these vampires possess a certain stature within their kind, their prowess far surpassing that of the ordinary vampires outside. With agile leaps, they deftly evaded the silver bullets that were fired towards them. Subsequently, the group of vampires bared their sharp fangs and charged towards Su-Emo. Yet he remained unfazed. Extending his right hand, he lightly traced a line in the air, redirecting the bullets that had missed their targets into a graceful arc, now aimed back at them with at least double the velocity. The unsuspecting vampires were instantly pierced by the bullets, disintegrating into ash. As Su-Emo prepared to step onto the high platform, his gaze halted abruptly. A flying dagger shot from his hand, severing the ropes binding the girl, who then tumbled away from the elevated position. The unconscious girl, stirred by the commotion, gradually regained her senses, gazing bewilderedly at Su-Emo. "Who are you?" she asked. Noting that she appeared relatively unharmed, Su-Emo set her down. "I have come to rescue you on behalf of your sister." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion washed over her face. "Sister? My parents only have one daughter. How could I have a sister?" Sumo's expression momentarily faltered, then shifted with alarm. "This is bad," he exclaimed as he prepared to whisk her away. Yet it seemed too late. The surrounding walls were suddenly enveloped by a wave of dark energy. A woman, strikingly similar to the girl, descended gracefully from above. "It is too late to leave now." Chapter 26, The Dark Witch Agatha. As the woman descended, her appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. By the time she landed a short distance before them, She had morphed into a middle-aged woman, clad in a black robe, appearing to be in her 50s. "Who are you?" Sumo inquired warily, sensing that she was a witch, precisely the enigmatic opponents he wished to avoid. The woman, observing Sumo's expression, broke into a faint smile. "Me? I have lived for so long that I can scarcely recall my original name. Let me think. Ah, I remember now. You may call me Agatha." Agatha. Xumostimianoa shifted dramatically. He was no stranger to Agatha, a figure renowned as one of the most formidable dark sorceresses in the Marvel Universe, who had once sought to seize Wanda's chaotic power. Although her attempt ultimately failed, it did not diminish her prowess in dark magic. "Are the missing townsfolk the result of your doing?" he demanded. "Certainly not, to be precise. It was the work of those despicable vampires," Agatha replied, shaking her head. "My sole objective is this little girl. However, she has become obsolete to me now, for there exists a more suitable candidate." With that declaration, Agatha's gaze fell upon Sumo, and without any forewarning, she unleashed her attack. A sphere of dark energy shot forth from her hand, hurtling towards Sumo. In a swift motion, Sumo evaded to the side, simultaneously releasing several flying daggers from his person. In that fleeting instant, a violet portal materialized in his path of movement. Sumo had no time to evade and was engulfed by the portal. Unexpectedly, the portal led him merely a few meters away to the very center of the altar. "This is bad." Sumo's expression shifted, and he immediately soared towards the edge of the altar. However, Agatha, having anticipated his move, conjured a transparent energy barrier that enveloped both him and the altar. Sumo, with all his might, struck the barrier with his fist. After a violent tremor, a web-like crack appeared on the surface of the barrier. Yet the fissure was mended in an instant. Witnessing this, Agatha's countenance transformed from surprise to delight. Indeed, this body not only boasts longevity, but possesses a formidable physique that rivals even the Hulk. By seizing this body, she need not worry about aging for the next several centuries, and it would compensate for the inherent frailty of a wizard's body. "Excellent, excellent." Haha, Agatha's laughter echoed maniacally. Upon hearing her words, Sumo quickly grasped the implications. Nevertheless, lifespan cannot be altered significantly. Even a powerful supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, must draw strength from the dark dimension to extend her life. Agatha, as a sorceress, is no exception. From her dialogue, it was evident that she could not achieve the same longevity as Ancient One through drawing power from the dark dimension. Instead, she had resorted to another method to prolong her existence. That method is the art of possession. "Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that you, a woman, wish to possess me, a man?" Agatha's laughter ceased abruptly. "Fear not. Once my soul enters your body, I will reshape your form to resemble mine." Damn it. A woman desires to inhabit a man's body. It is utterly preposterous. The most intolerable aspect is that she wishes to transform his body into her own likeness. At this juncture, Agatha commenced the possession ritual. The altar beneath Sumo was illuminated by deep purple patterns, while Agatha slowly levitated above the altar, uttering a series of arcane incantations. Witnessing this, Sumo no longer held back. Previously, he had merely cracked the shield through sheer physical strength. Now, empowered by telekinesis, shattering the barrier would prove a trivial task. Thus, he clad his arm in armor. Sumo ascended into the sky, delivering a colossal punch, imbued with hundreds of tons of force, directly upon the apex of the barrier. The sound of a bubble bursting resonated through the air. The barrier could not withstand even half a second before dissipating into violet energy. With unwavering determination, Sumo charged towards Agatha, who was suspended in the air. Clearly taken aback by the unfolding scene, Agatha's face betrayed a flicker of terror as she instinctively attempted to evade to the side. However, her speed paled in comparison to Sumo's. In an instant, Sumo's fist was poised to strike Agatha. At the critical moment, a deep purple energy emanated from Agatha, forming a protective shield around her. Yet, the shield shattered almost instantaneously under the weight of her despairing gaze. Sumo's fist collided with her without any obstruction. "No!" With a piercing scream, Agatha's frail body erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. Before Sumo could gather his thoughts, a dark phantom surged forth from the blood mist, piercing directly into his brow. In the space where Agatha had once stood, a tome radiating with black energy floated gently, evidently the dark divine book under Agatha's command. Within mere seconds, the dark divine book transformed into a stream of light, following Agatha into Sumo's brow. The instant Agatha's soul infiltrated Sumo's body, his eyes glazed over, and he lost control, plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, given his current physical prowess, even a fall from a height of several meters, or even hundreds, would inflict minimal harm upon him. As Agatha's corporeal form disintegrated, the dark energy enveloping the entire hall gradually dissipated. He'll burst through the doors, rushing inside. Upon seeing Su-Mo lying on the ground, he'll hurry to assist him. The girl, who had been hiding nearby, also rushed forward to help. After checking for Su-Mo's breath, he'll turn to the girl, who recounted the events that had transpired in the hall. Upon hearing this, Hill's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, the witch has usurped a body. From the girl's narration, she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. What to do? Even in the face of the most ruthless bandits, Hill had maintained her composure. But now her demeanor faltered. She had no experience to draw upon when confronting such enigmatic entities. Chapter 27. The God of the Underworld, Zysorn. You may have destroyed my corporeal form, but that will not suffice to. Agatha's soul surged into Su-Mo's consciousness with a hint of triumphant exclamation. However, upon witnessing the Star Tower, seemingly existing in another realm at the heart of his consciousness, her voice trailed off. The aura emanating from the Star Tower sent shivers down her spine. Cautiously, she scrutinized the Star Tower as well as Su-Mo, who stood beneath it. You have indeed surprised me, young man. I did not anticipate such a treasure residing within you. With that, Agatha waved her hand lightly, summoning the Dark Divine Book into her palm. Yet it was all in vain. Nothing could withstand my power. With the Dark Scripture in her grasp, Agatha regained her confidence. Su-Mo cast a glance at the pure black tome in her hands, radiating dark energy. He understood that this was merely a replica of the Dark Scripture, though its contents were nearly identical to the original. At times, excessive pride can be a double-edged sword. I hope you remain so unyielding. Upon finishing her words, a wave of pure dark energy emanated from the Dark Scripture, manifesting into numerous tendrils that coiled towards Su-Mo. She regarded him with a gaze filled with pity. Surrender your soul willingly. Agatha was acutely aware of the Dark Scripture's formidable power. It not only chronicled all the dark magic created by Zysorn, but, through the passage of time and her extensive interactions with numerous dark sorcerers, had transformed into an extraordinary artifact. Empowered by the Dark Scripture, her casting speed and the potency of her dark magic could potentially double. At the moment the Dark Scripture released its dark energy, the stellar tower hovering above Su-Mo stirred as if awakened. The swirling vortex of its ninth layer trembled slightly. A strange wave of energy seemed to emanate from another realm, sweeping toward Agatha and the Dark Scripture. The tendrils extending from the Dark Scripture vanished, as if annihilated upon contact with this energy. Agatha's expression shifted at this sight. With a flourish of her hands, more dark energy overflowed from the tome, forming tendrils to counter the energy released by the vortex. Yet, these tendrils could not impede the energy's advance in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the energy reached Agatha. No! With a wretched cry, Agatha's soul, like those tendrils, vanished from Su-Mo's consciousness. Once the energy passed, only the Dark Scripture remained, gently floating in place. Seeing the Dark Scripture left behind, Su-Mo's eyes brightened. He was not surprised that the stellar tower could obliterate her. After all, it was at least a divine weapon. How could it possibly fail to overpower a mere witch? Stepping forward, he reached out, intending to claim the Dark Scripture. While the devouring system possessed formidable combat prowess, it struggled against magical foes in its early stages. Gaining control of the Dark Scripture would undoubtedly compensate for that shortcoming. It was, after all, a counterpart to the Trinity Book of the Vishandi, representing the pinnacle of magic within this realm. However, just as Su-Mo was about to touch the Dark Scripture, the stellar tower at the core of his consciousness quivered. The Dark Scripture, as if summoned by an unseen force, transformed into a streak of luminous energy and vanished into the stellar tower. At the moment the Dark Scripture merged with the tower, in a certain dark dimension, the colossal and boundless figure of the god of the underworld, Zysorn, abruptly opened his eyes. My power! In that instant, he felt the strength within him being rapidly siphoned away. The speed was so swift that in the span of merely 2 breaths, a tenth of his internal power had already been siphoned away. Upon careful reflection, he pondered whether a devotee was harnessing his strength through dark sorcery. As the god of the underworld and the progenitor of dark magic, all who wield such sorcery must draw upon his power to succeed in their incantations. Yet, as a consequence, those who utilize his energy would gradually find themselves eroded by it, ultimately leading to their souls being entirely consumed. The soul, after all, is the very essence from which their power evolves. No, Zysorn swiftly dismissed this possibility. even if millions of the most formidable dark sorcerers were to cast their spells simultaneously. The rate of energy depletion could not reach such a level. There was no time for contemplation. Zysorn hurriedly cast a spell, intending to sever the leakage of his power. Given the current rate of energy extraction, he would not last half a minute before being completely drained. The thought of dying due to the siphoning of his energy by a devotee would surely render him a laughingstock in the realm of demons. In an instant, Zysorn's expression shifted dramatically. No, this cannot be. He let out a frenzied roar. He had just discovered that no matter how he attempted to sever the connection with the unknown force, the outflow of his dark energy remained unchanged. This unprecedented occurrence caused Zysorn's mind to momentarily falter. The dark magic he had created was meant to be drawn upon at his discretion. Yet what was this situation? Even without his consent, the energy was pouring forth uncontrollably. This was not borrowing, this was thievery. Zysorn howled in rage. However, as one of the four ancient gods, he quickly regained his composure. The immediate priority was to secure his own life. With this thought, he enveloped his massive form, composed of dark energy, within a vast purple magic circle. The endless dark energy around him surged like a tide into his being, replenishing the energy he had lost. He was situated in the underworld, a realm he had forged over countless years, teeming with dark energy ripe for absorption. As the energy flooded in wildly, he managed to stabilize the outflow within a tenuous balance. Once the situation was momentarily secured, Zysorn took the opportunity to reach out to the myriad realms. Cursed wretch, do not let me find you, or I shall ensure your soul is scorched in the fires of hell for 1,000,000 years. After an indeterminate passage of time, he triumphantly declared, "Found you." His voice resonated with excitement as his consciousness descended into the world inhabited by Sumo. With his capabilities, he could effortlessly possess any being within this realm. Upon possession, he would unleash merely 1% of his strength. Yet, he did not believe that even in this state, he could contend with the entity that was forcibly siphoning his energy. Wanda Mountain, the Temple of Darkness. From the intricately adorned rock walls, tendrils of dark energy seeped forth, ultimately coalescing in midair into a tome of ebony hue, the original Dark Scriptures. Simultaneously, a dark portal gradually unfurled within the cavern. Under the control of Zysorn, the Dark Scriptures flickered and vanished into the opened portal ahead. Chapter 28. 2 volumes of Dark Scriptures. In the subterranean realm of the bar, Sumo slowly regained consciousness. After the replica of the Dark Scriptures was absorbed by the Celestial Tower, he endeavored through various means to retrieve it, yet to no avail. Reluctantly, he had to concede defeat, for, strictly speaking, Agatha was also extinguished by the Celestial Tower, rendering it as spoils of their conquest. Upon noticing Sumo awake, both Hill and the young girl recoiled in alarm, stepping back to create distance. Hill, in particular, drew her firearm, aiming it unwaveringly at Sumo. "Who are you?" The witch's essence had already infiltrated Sumo's being, leaving them uncertain whether the figure before them was indeed Sumo or the successfully possessed witch. Rest assured, the witch has been utterly annihilated. Though he felt a twinge of melancholy at the Dark Scriptures slipping from his grasp, he remained composed. "How can you prove that you are truly yourself?" Hill did not relent, her gun still trained on him despite the simplicity of his assertion. Faced with such a peculiar inquiry, Sumo pondered for a moment before surrendering to fate, shrugging his shoulders. "All right, how would you like me to prove it?" Hill found herself momentarily stumped by the question. After a brief contemplation, she posed her inquiry. "What color was my attire when we first met?" As she spoke, perhaps due to the exertion of movement, she casually removed her outer coat, revealing a fitted tank top beneath that showcased her impressive physique unabashedly. Sumo couldn't help but steal a few glances, albeit with a gaze of admiration. His developed mental acuity endowed him with a memory retention far superior to that of an ordinary person, nearly reaching the point of perfect recall. "Black." Hill nodded in affirmation. "For now, I shall take your word for it." With that, she turned and made her way toward the exit. Given the urgency, we should depart swiftly before the other vampires arrive. Sumo observed her retreating silhouette and followed closely behind. "Is it truly so hasty? You accept my word so readily?" He had anticipated a lengthy justification, yet Hill's verification was surprisingly straightforward. She cast a sidelong glance at him. "Just now, your gaze inadvertently lingered on my chest 6 times. I hardly believe a witch would take an interest in my physique." Upon hearing this, Sumo was taken aback, inwardly marveling at her astuteness. Such a tactic, truly a professional agent. "However, I believe, Ms. Hill, that you may be somewhat impulsive. Perhaps further validation is warranted?" At that moment, the bar was devoid of patrons. and as they prepared to depart, a portal slowly manifested in the nearby air. The dark tome, manipulated by Zysorn, flashed and entered Sumo's forehead. Here again, Sumo could only emit a sigh of exasperation before closing his eyes and fainting once more. Fortunately, Hill reacted swiftly, supporting him as he collapsed. The rescued young woman assisted Hill in placing Sumo onto a nearby chair. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Hill, pondering if he had opened a bookstore in his mind. Hill, somewhat helpless, acknowledged that within this brief interval, a witch in 2 tomes had already infiltrated Sumo's consciousness. Perhaps, within the sea of consciousness, upon the Dark Tome's entry, it showed no signs of pause, swiftly racing towards the position of the Star Tower. As the distance diminished, Zysorn could increasingly sense the surge of his own power directed toward that location. The closer he approached the Star Tower, the more immense it appeared to him, while the gap between them seemed to widen ominously. Damn it, what on earth is this? Feeling his control over the Dark Tome diminish before the Star Tower, Zysorn realized that should he persist, he might never reach the tower's position. Gritting his teeth, he comprehended that his opponent's strength surpassed his own. Continuing further could lead to the obliteration of this fragment of his consciousness. Noticing the other party's intent to escape, the Star Tower finally exhibited change. A beam of light shot forth from its pinnacle, illuminating the Dark Tome. No, as if snow were melting, the consciousness of Zysorn clinging to it was instantaneously erased. The authentic Dark Tome transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the Star Tower once again. Witnessing this scene, Sumo was inwardly astonished. From the ancient appearance of the Dark Tome, it was easy to deduce that it was indeed the genuine article. Was the god of the underworld so petty? Had he pursued someone over a mere counterfeit? Yet, what of Agatha, who had read for over a century? Unable to fathom the crucial element, Sumo chose to disregard it and approached the Star Tower directly. Come on, brother, let's negotiate. There are 2 nearly identical tomes. Can you spare me one? Even a counterfeit will suffice. I'm not picky. However, the Star Tower remained indifferent. Standing before the structure, Sumo attempted to communicate, reasoning that as a recognized treasure, it ought to grant its master some consideration. Yet, it became evident that either his influence was insufficient or the Star Tower possessed no intelligence at all. After a lengthy and futile discourse, the tower showed not the slightest reaction. With no choice left, Sumo retreated. In Kamar Taj, within an ancient hall, at the center of a circular dais, hung the most powerful artifact of the Supreme Sanctum, the Eye of Agamotto. At the moment Zysorn stirred the Dark Tome, the Eye of Agamotto gradually opened, radiating a surge of magical energy outward from its core. This was bad. Old Wong, who stood nearby, suddenly changed his expression. Before he could signal, a portal opened, and the figure of the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, emerged. With a gentle wave of her hand, the Eye of Agamotto automatically encircled her neck, as she formed a seal with her fingers, transmitting a surge of information into her mind. Moments latte. Ancient One slowly opened her eyes. Anxiously waiting beside her, Old Wong approached. The Emperor of the Vishanti had sensed the presence of the god of the underworld in this world and used the Eye of Agamotto to alert us. The god of the underworld? At the mention of this name, a flicker of emotion crossed Old Wong's eyes. One of the 4 ancient gods, Zysorn, who is exponentially more powerful than Dormammu. Precisely. Ancient One nodded. Unfortunately, the sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before the entity vanished from Earth, leaving us uncertain whether it departed or concealed itself. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the mural depicting the Sanctum Sanctorum on the temple wall. It seems that chaos will soon ensue across the globe. Chapter 29, The Secret Art of Illusions. In the underworld. Damn it, you scoundrel. You thief. The entire world trembled with Zysorn's roar. It was no wonder he was enraged. Attempting to confront the entity with the dark grimoire, he had not anticipated losing a portion of his consciousness in the process. This inflicted significant damage upon his essence as well. Furthermore, his connection with the dark grimoire had been irrevocably severed. It took half an hour for the underworld to gradually settle. It was not that Zysorn had calmed. Rather, the gravitational pull within him had doubled. His rate of energy absorption paled in comparison to that of his adversary. If this continued, he would soon be drained completely. From their recent encounter, it was evident that the dark grimoire, under his control, had exhibited little to no resistance in the hands of the opponent. Even though only a fraction of his consciousness was attached to it, one could surmise that had he been in the adversary's position, the outcome would not have been so decisively clean. This indicated that the opponent's power was undeniably superior. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly be futile. Striking back would only amount to offering himself as a sacrifice. In light of the current circumstances, he could only muster all his strength to frantically siphon energy from the underworld. Although his internal reserves were similarly dwindling, he estimated that this strategy could sustain him for several months. He could only pray that the adversary would cease their relentless drain before he was completely depleted. When Sumo awoke, he found himself relocated to an exterior vehicle. "You are awake," the girl, who had been rescued, exclaimed with evident joy. Sumo surveyed his surroundings and realized they were the only two occupants in the car. "Where's Hill?" "Over there." The girl pointed in a particular direction. Following her gaze, Sumo noticed that the bar was now encircled by police vehicles, with Hill engaged in conversation with the leading officer. The girl appeared to be particularly intrigued by Sumo. In a certain sense, this could be deemed a hero saving a damsel in distress. Through the introduction of the other party, Sumo learned her name, Gemma Simmons. Having grown up in New York, she is currently pursuing a PhD in chemistry at the State University of New York. This trip to Saratown was intended for leisure, yet she found herself embroiled in such circumstances. "May I contact you in the future?" Simmons asked eagerly. Upon seeing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, Sumo felt reluctant to decline and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they exchanged phone numbers. Of course, at that moment, Hill entered the car, stating that 2 rooms would suffice for the night. Sumo ignored the teasing remark and inquired, "What about the remaining stragglers?" Hill shook her head in response. "At present, there seems to be no effective solution. It is unlikely we can completely eradicate these vampires. But after this incident, they should become more cautious." Sumo nodded in agreement. The number of vampires in this world is immense. Complete eradication is virtually impossible. As long as a few are left, it won't be long before they proliferate again like zombies. However, he seemed to recall that the Book of Darkness contained a spell capable of annihilating all vampires at once. After all, if his memory served him correctly, the origin of vampires was indeed linked to the Book of Darkness. This was also the reason Agatha could manipulate them. Unfortunately, the Book of Darkness had been seized by the Star Tower. Otherwise, if he were to master it, he could potentially eliminate all vampires at once and gain a substantial amount of points. Opening the shop, he checked the price of the Book of Darkness, 50 million points. While accumulating such a sum in a short time is utterly impossible, Hill parked the car outside the inn and then, seemingly from nowhere, produced a confidentiality agreement. Handing it to Simmons. "Sign this. You must not disclose any details regarding these events." Simmons received the confidentiality agreement but did not rush to open it. Instead, she asked, "I'm curious about your organization. Are there any requirements for joining? Am I eligible? You wish to join us?" Hill appeared taken aback by the question. "Indeed. In 2 months, I will obtain my Ph.D. in chemical physics," Simmons quickly explained. Hill's expression shifted upon hearing this. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., beyond agents who belong to combat units, various researchers and logistical personnel are also essential. Simmons, with her Ph.D. in chemistry, is indeed a rare talent for S.H.I.E.L.D. After contemplating for a moment, Hill inquired, "Is that truly possible?" Upon hearing this, Simmons stole a glance at Sumo and then, filled with excitement, jumped up. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she was still seated in the car. With a thud, she promptly ducked down, clutching her head. After a night of rest, early the next morning, the 3 departed from the small town. In Brooklyn, New York, the White Queen languidly reclined on a chaise longue by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor. Sumo entered the room and jestingly remarked. Upon hearing his voice, the White Queen turned her head. Indeed, aside from slight tedium, there was nothing particularly amiss. "It appears I shall be of service." "Certainly." Sumo nodded and stepped forward. "However, prior to that, your abilities require further enhancement." With a wave of his hand, several sheets of paper materialized, which he then handed to the White Queen. The pages contained a method he had selected from the depths of his mind, specifically designed for the cultivation of mental prowess, illusionary magic. This secret technique belonged to the lineage of mentalists and illusionists. It included methods for honing mental strength through divine forging, the creation of illusions via entering dreams, and the cultivation of soul seals. The soul seal, as the foundation of the illusionist lineage, was also the cornerstone of their formidable power, enabling the subjugation of all beings. Any creature possessing intelligence could be enslaved by a soul seal. In Sumo's view, the White Queen's telepathic abilities bore a resemblance to those of an illusionist, and her talent could be considered exceptional. There was no reason she could not cultivate these secret arts. Of course, the content recorded was only half of the complete text. However, it was sufficient for Emma, the White Queen, to engage in prolonged practice. Emma, puzzled, accepted the sheets from Sumo. She did not believe that mere words on a few pages could significantly enhance her strength. After casually glancing through them, her eyes brightened, and her demeanor gradually became serious. As she absorbed more of the content, her breathing quickened, and a flush of excitement graced her cheeks. My goodness, this is astonishing. Is everything recorded here truly authentic? After perusing the material, the White Queen gazed at Su-mo with shining eyes. Of course, I have no intention of deceiving you with something that can only be verified through experimentation. Oh my! The excited White Queen appeared somewhat incoherent. Subsequently, she draped her hands around Su-mo's neck, her eyes sparkling with delight. My dear, there are aspects of this content I find somewhat perplexing. May we retreat to a room for further discussion? Su-mo glanced at the nearby floor-to-ceiling window and replied, I believe this setting is quite agreeable. Chapter 30. The Codex of Deities and Demons. Amplification of Thought Power. After Su-mo's generous importation, Emma eagerly entered the room to practice this secret technique. Su-montak, on the other hand, made his way to another villa located less than 2 kilometers away, where Wanda and Pietro resided. The decision to place the White Queen nearby was also motivated by the need to protect Wanda and Pietro. With Emma's telepathic abilities, she could keep a vigilant watch over everything occurring in that vicinity. As he stepped into the villa, he observed Pietro performing frog jumps while hoisting a barbell on the grass outside. After nearly a month of rigorous training and the nourishing benefits of beastly meat, Pietro's strength has now surpassed 800 kilograms, drawing him tantalizingly close to the threshold of a martial artist. With a barbell weighing over 200 pounds hoisted effortlessly, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, upon catching sight of Su-mo entering, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He cast the barbell aside and embraced Su-mo heartily. Su-montak chuckled, patting Pietro's shoulder. At this moment, excitement illuminated Pietro's face. It was utterly astonishing. His strength had reached an astounding level. Do you have any idea how strong I am now? Over 800, almost 900 pounds. My running speed is approaching 20 meters per second. If I were to participate in the Olympics, I would secure gold medals with ease. Observing Pietro's exuberance, Su-montak smiled gently. It was no wonder that after awakening his rapid prowess, he aspired to compete in the Olympics. This ambition seemed deeply ingrained in him. Calm down a bit, Pietro. You should understand that according to the training methods I provided, you aren't even at the entry level yet. Upon hearing Su-mo's counsel, Pietro gradually regained his composure. By the way, Wanda is in the backyard, he pointed out. Su-montak nodded in acknowledgement. Continue, he urged, making his way towards the rear of the villa. As he entered the backyard, he found Wanda engrossed in pruning the flowers with a small pair of scissors. She was so focused that she didn't even notice him until he wrapped his arms around her waist, causing her to startle. The scissors nearly slipped, but she quickly realized it was Su-mo behind her. Letting out a relieved sigh, she lowered the scissors. If you do that again, I can't guarantee the scissors won't end up piercing someone. Su-mo remained unfazed. Even if the scissors were to fall, they could hardly harm him. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a bouquet of roses materialized in his grasp. Whoa, Wanda exclaimed, taking the sudden bouquet with a delighted smile. Is this magic? Of course, Su-mo shamelessly admitted, then proceeded to tidy her slightly disheveled hair. Wanda smiled at this, saying, Not at all. I actually find this life quite pleasant. Tending to flowers each day, without the worry of making a living, is infinitely better than our previous life in Sokovia. Rest assured, this situation won't last much longer. In the fitness room of the estate, Su-mo first opened his attribute list. Name, Su-mo, age, 20, strength, 103, 560 kilograms, speed, 390 ms, mental power, 408, 600 kilograms, special abilities, none, points, 34, 160. After vanquishing several hundred vampires, his points had risen once more to over 30,000. However, he had no immediate plans to exchange these points. Reusing the essence of nature can significantly enhance one's strength. Yet it is confined to the pinnacle of a war god's prowess, making any ascension to planetary status utterly impossible. Furthermore, it is ill-advised to excessively employ the essence of nature for strength augmentation in a short span. Instead, amassing sufficient points to directly exchange for treasures that facilitate breakthroughs is far more prudent. Numerous such treasures abound: the wood spirit essence, scarlet flame fruit, glimmering grass, and heavenly thunder liquid. Any one of these can elevate a warrior's capabilities to planetary level, with the most affordable wood spirit essence requiring merely over 50,000 points. With only around 20,000 points left to gather, it is anticipated that this will be achieved in no time. Given the decision to refrain from exchanging treasures for now, the only avenue left to enhance strength lies in amplifying the force exertion. Currently, Suemo has cultivated the Thunderblade to the 3rd tier, yielding a force amplification of 3, enabling him to exert double his original strength. His mental energy amplification has reached 6, allowing him to simultaneously manipulate 6 flying knives, each maintaining its maximum potential. In comparison, the enhancement of mental energy proves somewhat easier. For this, he has selected a secret technique known as the Codex of Gods and Demons. The Codex comprises 99 intricate illustrations, each depicting a complex, three-dimensional image of a deity or demon. With a mere thought, the 7th illustration manifests in his mind. Progressively, these illustrations grow more intricate. The 7th features a humanoid entity adorned with wings, its entire form intricately woven from strands of mental energy. After a moment of contemplative observation, Suemo releases his mental energy, transforming it into golden filaments that weave and intertwine in the air before him. In a brief period, half of the deity's form emerges in the void. However, as the strands multiply, Suemo begins to feel the strain. Alas, at a certain moment, he can no longer sustain the complex web of strands. An ethereal image composed of mental energy dissipates with a resonant sound. Xumontak exhale softly, taking a moment to rest before recommencing his intricate sketching in the air. The hallmark of successful cultivation lies in the ability to render the complete form of the deity within 1 minute. The passage of time in training is often monotonous. After nearly a month, he has boosted his mental energy amplification to 12. This continual expenditure of mental energy constitutes a form of cultivation in itself, steadily enhancing its strength. His mental energy now reaches an astounding 432 tons, and under the simultaneous control of 12 daggers, the cumulative impact can surpass 5,000 tons. It is time to decisively eliminate the threat posed by Old Juan. Standing on the balcony of the villa, Sumo's form flickers and vanishes into the sky. Chapter 31, Magneto and Mystique. Nacre Island, situated approximately 300 nautical miles northeast of New York, is a remote isle with the nearest landmass over 80 nautical miles away. This isolation results in a sparse permanent population. The solitary town's population barely reaches a few thousand. On the far side of the town, by the sea, stand buildings whose exteriors are encrusted with moss. This place was once a private prison, abandoned over a decade ago. Since rumors of hauntings emerged from the prison a few years back, the island's inhabitants have generally refrained from venturing near this forsaken site. At this moment, within a watchtower of the prison, stand a mutant with pale blue eyes. His gaze sweeps across the distant sea, and when he focuses on a particular direction, his expression falters for a brief moment. The reason is simple. In the direction he observes, a yacht is slowly making its way towards them. However, the man pays little heed. Although the island is situated in a remote maritime region, yachts piloted by the affluent occasionally venture here. In such cases, a mere show of force is often sufficient to send these life-preserving billionaires fleeing. With this thought in mind, the man picks up the walkie-talkie. "Mike, a yacht is approaching us. Let us give them a taste of our might." On the shore, in a small wooden cabin, a young man with dark skin hears the transmission, and a glimmer of excitement spreads across his face. Setting down the walkie-talkie, he steps out of the cabin, gazing at a small white emerging on the ocean's surface. With a slight smile, he takes a running leap into the water. As he enters the sea, the currents bend to his will, propelling him swiftly towards the yacht. Aboard the yacht, Suemo and the White Queen sit beneath the shade of the deck, each holding a glass of champagne. "It seems a little fish is swimming towards us," the White Queen exclaims with a smile, taking a sip of her drink while her gaze drifts to a specific spot beneath the surface. "Do you mind if I experiment with my newly acquired abilities on him?" "Feel free," Suemo replies, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The most significant aspect is that she has finally condensed her first soul seal. This implies that by implanting this seal into the opponent's consciousness, she can attain a permanent servant, incapable of breaking free from its control, even if their power surpasses hers by 100-fold. Regrettably, the process of condensing a soul seal is no trivial feat otherwise. It would not have taken an entire month to succeed. This accomplishment is particularly notable, given her inherent mental control abilities. This soul seal is, of course, prepared for Magneto. This is why he has waited patiently for over a month. After all, when facing Magneto, the number of flying knives he can control makes little difference. Even decades ago, Magneto could effortlessly manipulate submarines weighing thousands of tons. Once Magneto is prepared, even if he can control 100 flying knives, their impact would likely be minimal. Primarily, his telekinesis serves the purpose of surprise. Utilizing the soul seal for control is the strategy Su-Mo has devised after careful consideration to confront Magneto effectively. The adversary dares to scheme against him, and naturally, Su-Mo will not easily let them off the hook. Rather than eliminating them, the method of enslavement aligns more closely with Su-Mo's interests. The White Queen, granted permission by Su-Mo, momentarily glimmered with a silvery light in her eyes. In less than half a minute, a tremendous splash erupted from the water beside the yacht. A man named Mike leaped forth, landing with a thud on the deck like a lifeless fish. Once they gained control of Magneto, this individual could be deemed one of their subordinates. Potentially useful in the future, the White Queen elucidated. As the one responsible for the execution, she was acutely aware of Su-Mo's plan. Currently, there are a total of 138 mutants on the island, the majority being of level 3 or below, with only 4 possessing notable combat prowess. Magneto, the Red Tank, the Fireman, and the Bone Spike Man. The White Queen, Emma, conveyed the information gleaned from Mike's mind. Bone Spike Man? Su-Mo was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with the first 3, yet this last one, Bone Spike Man, was a name he had not encountered before. The Bone Spike Man possesses the ability to continuously generate bony spikes from his wrists, which can be used for throwing or as close-range weapons. The White Queen explained with a smile. Su-Mo's expression shifted to one of realization. He seemed to have some recollection. However, this ability was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person wielding a firearm. Considering that this figure ranks among the Brotherhood's elite, one could only imagine the extent of the Brotherhood's decline. At that moment, a mutant stationed in the lookout tower observed the yacht nearing the shore, and the fact that Mike, who was supposed to intercept, was unreachable, sparked an unsettling realization. Hurriedly, they dashed towards the main building. Yet after just 2 steps, their vision blurred, and they fainted. On the top floor of the prison, Magneto, adorned with a helmet, stood before a special cell. Raven, I admit my previous mistakes. I only implore you to relinquish your hatred and join us again in our struggle for the future of mutants. Within the cell before Eric was a pale-skinned woman with short hair. She sat on the bed, her gaze devoid of emotion as it wandered outside. I do not wish to be cast aside mercilessly once again when I am of no use. Eric, upon hearing this, hurriedly attempted to clarify. Raven, listen, that was never my intention. Without your abilities, staying with us would only endanger you. However, Raven, confined within the cell, clearly did not believe his words. Her face contorting into a mocking expression. Oh really? Then I must have truly misjudged you. Raven eyes silence. Seeing him attempt to shamelessly argue, Raven unleashed a furious shout. Gradually, her expression cooled, her gaze icy as it fixed on Eric outside the door. Kill me. Otherwise, one day, I shall twist your head from your shoulders. As she spoke, her skin shifted, transforming into that of a middle-aged man. Your mother met her demise at my hands. Do you not desire vengeance for her? Eric gazed at Raven, who had transformed into the visage of Black King, incessantly mocking him. He stifled the fury swelling within him. Raven, there shall come a day when you comprehend that all my actions are for the perpetuation of mutants. With that, Eric swept away, his cloak trailing behind him. In the confines of her cell, Mystique reverted to her true form, her gaze icy as she regarded Magneto vanishing down the corridor. Just as she descended, the figure of Firestorm approached. Eric, it has been quite some time. Chapter 32. You know nothing of power. By the shore, Magneto observed the yacht drawing near, his expression a tapestry of uncertainty. The other mutants stood a distance of 10 meters behind him. It is worth noting that he had previously approached the White Queen multiple times, seeking her allegiance to his Brotherhood. After all, the only thing his Brotherhood lacked was a telepath like her. Should she join, many of his aspirations would be effortlessly realized. Yet, on each occasion, she had unequivocally declined his overtures. Now, as the White Queen approached of her own volition, he did not presume it was due to her acceptance of his prior requests. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns regarding her intentions toward them. Despite not fully regaining his abilities, he felt secure with the fraction of power he had recovered. With Black King's helmet, which could negate psychic attacks, he was untroubled by the White Queen's mental prowess. Even if she were to dominate all the mutants present, he remained confident in his ability to contend with the situation. After all, among the remaining, the most formidable was Red Tank, who, like him, was immune to her psychic influence. The advantage lies with me. Soon, the yacht docked at the shore. To his astonishment, 2 individuals disembarked. Leading the way was a young man, with the White Queen following closely behind him. Who is this? Seeing the young figure, Su-Mo, Eric cast a puzzled glance at the White Queen, who remained silent and offered no introduction. Standing before them, Su-Mo smiled lightly. Mr. Eric, I have heard of your financial straits and thought it prudent to offer my support, hence my visit. Investment requires that investors observe both the project and its potential returns. At Sumo's words, the expressions of those accompanying Magneto shifted simultaneously. However, the countenance of Magneto remained unchanged. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Sumo. Young man. Do not presume that with Emma's backing, you can flaunt your bravado before me. Sumo responded with a gentle smile. Oh, so in Mr. Eric's eyes, is this considered bravado? Then what would this be? As he finished speaking, Sumo's right foot lashed out with lightning speed. Magneto scarcely had time to react before a sudden pain surged through his abdomen. A tremendous force propelled him backward, toppling several individuals behind him, before he collided violently with a nearby coconut palm. After rebounding from the impact, he collapsed onto the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Seeking death. Observing Sumo's decisive action, the red tank, standing nearby, immediately lunged toward him. Initially poised to intervene, the fire wielder, Alidus, extinguished the flames in his hands and dashed toward Magneto instead, alarmed by the unfolding scene. Sumo regarded the charging red tank, raising his right hand as a layer of vibranium armor enveloped his arm, slowly forming into a clenched fist. Diamond Eyes, he called out to Emma as he pivoted, preparing to strike with a threefold amplification of his strength. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the shoulder of the oncoming red tank. The force of 300 tons erupted instantaneously, shredding the red tank's body into countless fragments of flesh. Meanwhile, after being assisted upright by the fire wielder, Magneto, with little time to wipe the blood from his mouth, hastily distanced himself from his opponent. He was uncertain whether this was truly Alidus or a pawn of the White Queen. If the latter were to seize the moment and remove his helmet, he would undoubtedly become a mere plaything for the White Queen. Alidus, witnessing Eric's movements, froze momentarily. I apologize, Alidus. I must be cautious, for I have already been manipulated by the White Queen without your knowledge. A grimace crossed Alidus's face. I understand. Just as their words faded, a metallic helmet clattered to the ground at their feet, accompanied by a deafening noise. Only then did they turn their gaze toward Sumo, where a horrific scene unfolded within a radius of several dozen meters, drenched in blood. Their expressions shifted drastically. A chorus of terrified cries erupted from the crowd of mutants, as they found themselves directly in Sumo's line of sight. The remnants of the red tank's flesh clung to their bodies, a grotesque sight, despite each of them bearing the weight of several human lives. They had never encountered such brutality before. No, he is a devil. A female mutant screamed, her mind fracturing as she fled, triggering a chain reaction of panic. Cries of despair surged forth as over a third of the mutants, overwhelmed by the shocking spectacle, broke down and scrambled to escape. Watching the mutants flee in terror, Magneto's expression gradually cooled. You must retreat. I will handle the situation, he instructed Alidus, wiping the blood from his lips as he began to rise. To spare my life will be the most foolish decision you ever make, Magneto declared coldly, now hovering in the air. He then extended his hands outward, and the magnetic field around him began to shift dramatically under his influence. In mere seconds, a formidable magnetic field enveloped him, ensuring his own safety. His gaze fell upon the White Queen behind Sumo. Emma, though I am unaware of the advantages you have offered, it is not too late for you to abandon your decision to accept him into the Brotherhood. The White Queen smiled and shook her head. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Upon hearing her refusal once more, Magneto's expression turned frosty. It seems you failed to grasp the situation at hand. Once I deal with this boy, you will reconsider. At that moment, Sumo shifted his attention from the system panel. To his astonishment, merely defeating the red tank had garnered him over 20,000 points. He was now only about 3,000 points away from redeeming the Wood Spirit. It appears you believe victory is assured. Sumo looked up at Magneto hovering in the sky, a slight smile gracing his lips. Magneto regarded Sumo with indifference. The strength of the body is ultimately limited. Only the ability to manipulate the forces of nature is true power. You know nothing of my capabilities. As his words faded, countless metallic objects within a kilometer began to levitate under the influence of his magnetic field. Now, allow me to illustrate the disparity between us. Chapter 33. The Scene with Magneto. At the moment Magneto unleashed his power, a piercing alarm echoed through SHILD headquarters. Nick Fury hurried to the operations command room. Can someone tell me what is happening? Coulson gently shook his tablet, and the image on its screen transitioned to the enormous monitor in the command room. The scene displayed was that of Knack Island. Director, it seems Magneto is in conflict with someone. Zoom in on the footage. Fury commanded, and the image drew closer. However, The island was now entirely enveloped by a potent magnetic field under Magneto's control. Aside from the hazy silhouette of Magneto soaring through the sky, the specifics of the situation remained obscured. Director, although the clash is occurring on the eastern side of Knack Island, if this continues, it may threaten the residents of Knacktown. What are we waiting for? Contact Professor X immediately. He understood all too well that relying on these ordinary agents of S.H.I.L.D. to confront a powerful mutant like Magneto would be exceedingly challenging, unless they deployed some large-scale destructive weaponry. But using such means could escalate the situation beyond control. With this in mind, his urgency to assemble a special emergency task force intensified. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. In a classroom, Professor X, seated in his wheelchair and instructing the children, suddenly paused. Slowly, he turned his head towards the door. Just as he suspected, moments later, Beast Hank burst through the door. Professor, there's been an incident. Minutes later, a fighter jet ascended slowly from the academy. Inside the aircraft, a frustrated voice exclaimed, "Damn it. It seems the antidote developed by the government through Jimmy's research is rather unreliable." The tempestuous storm, Aurora, voiced her grievances while piloting the aircraft. Jimmy, the boy capable of nullifying the powers of surrounding mutants, remained at the Xavier Institute after being rescued. Seated in the cockpit was Wolverine, Logan, a cigar clenched between his teeth. I'd always suggested that I should have crushed that brat's heart back then. Having been born in 1832, it was hardly surprising for him to address Magneto in such a manner. Moreover, after several encounters, his body laced with adamantium had rendered him almost completely at the mercy of Magneto's abilities, leaving him with no favorable feelings towards the latter. Enough, Logan. Now is not the time for such discussions. Professor X interjected gravely. What we need to focus on is how to thwart our adversary. Beast Hank adjusted his glasses and, after a moment's hesitation, retrieved a plastic handgun from his backpack. Should we give him another shot? Logan shifted uncomfortably, distancing himself from the weapon. To him, it was nearly as lethal as poison. A single bullet could very well claim his life. How do you still possess such a thing? Hank exclaimed, hands raised in exasperation. I saved it from the last battle. I thought it might come in handy one day. On the island of Krakoa, Suemo gazed at the swirling metal around him, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Indeed, the title of Master of Magnetism was well-deserved. Even before regaining his full powers, he had inflicted such widespread chaos. In the sky, Magneto waved his right hand gently, causing countless metal objects to coalesce, soon forming a massive structure. It was conservatively estimated to weigh over 1,000 tons. Magneto, looking down at Suemo, bore a triumphant smile. I wonder if your strength can withstand this blow. Yet Suemo remained unfazed. His decision not to intervene stemmed from his confidence in being able to defeat Magneto. A mutant like Magneto, akin to a sorcerer, wielded formidable control over metal, strong enough that even at a planetary level, it was challenging to completely suppress him. However, he possessed a significant flaw: his physicality and reaction time. Even in his current state, with his speed maximized, Sumo's agility allowed him to evade harm as long as he carried no metallic objects. Furthermore, as long as Magneto remained within the range of his telekinesis, subduing him would be a trivial task. Magneto's helmet was his most effective weapon. Observing the airborne Magneto, Suemo gradually extended his right hand. You celebrate too soon. As he spoke, he gently closed his hand. The moment Magneto perceived Sumo's movement, he sensed impending danger and hastily directed the enormous metal mass toward him. Unfortunately, it was a tad too late. As Sumo's palm clenched, Magneto experienced a sudden and intense pain coursing through his head. The helmet, which severed the connection to psychic abilities, instantaneously transformed into a constricting prison. Damn, how could this be possible? Magneto's expression changed as he clutched the helmet with both hands, desperately attempting to remove it from his head. Yet, it was evidently a futile endeavor. Under Sumo's telekinetic influence, the area around his neck beneath the helmet had constricted to the thickness of his neck itself. The helmet, originally forged by Black King Shaw to guard against Magneto, was devoid of any metallic components. This rendered him incapable of utilizing magnetic forces to control the helmet's constriction. As Suemo intensified his telekinetic pressure, Eric felt as though his skull might explode. Kid, you've won. Let us sit down and talk, he managed to say, suppressing the rage that surged within him as he gazed down at Suemo talk. Suemo had no intention of engaging in dialogue. Instead, he suddenly amplified the telekinetic force on the helmet. To be in such a position while being so thoroughly dominated was unacceptable. He wasn't planning to negotiate. He was merely yielding to the circumstances. Furthermore, throughout Magneto's life, he had never been a man of his word. and Su Mo placed far more trust in reliability of the soul imprint than in promises. With the escalation of telekinetic force, the pain swiftly overwhelmed Magneto's consciousness. Finally, as the helmet constricted to a critical point, Magneto let out a blood-curdling scream and lost consciousness. The magnetic field around him, now devoid of control, erupted into chaos. All the metal that had been airborne plummeted to the ground, including the massive metallic conglomerate under Magneto's dominion. Although Su Mo's telekinetic strength was insufficient to elevate the metal mass, maneuvering it through the air posed no challenge. Guided by his psychic force, the metal block traced a parabolic arc and plunged into the distant sea. Subsequently, with telekinetic control, Su Mo lowered Magneto's body to the feet of White Queen Emma. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the helmet swiftly reverted to its original state and fell away from his head. The remainder is entrusted to you. Chapter 34. The Joining of Mystique. The silvery glimmer in Emma's eyes gradually faded. Of course, nodding, she pointed to a group of mutants, their expressions vacant as they approached slowly. These are the ones you instructed me to filter out. Mutants whose crimes warrant a lifetime in prison. Well done. Xu Montauk pleased it. Then his gaze fell upon the mutants before him. While he dealt with Red Tank and Magneto, Emma had been utilizing her psychic abilities to delve into the memories of these mutants, aiming to identify those who had committed heinous acts. For Su Mo, these mutants, who were barely even at the third level, served only as a means to accumulate points. He felt no burden in exterminating them. Several throwing knives darted through the group of mutants manipulated by Emma with lightning speed. In less than 10 seconds, Su Mo amassed over 20,000 additional points. The White Queen began to invoke the soul imprint. Casting a glance at the unconscious Magneto on the ground, the silvery light in her eyes reignited, becoming unprecedentedly powerful within 2 breaths. After the radiance reached its zenith, a pale blue mark shot forth from her forehead, momentarily flashing before merging into the brow of Magneto below. Moments later, a pattern flickered upon his brow, only to vanish once more. At that instant, the White Queen slowly opened her eyes. Was it successful? Indeed, the White Queen nodded with excitement. The sensation was simply marvelous. She could effortlessly perceive the thoughts of the other and even manipulate any of his decisions. This was entirely different from the previous superficial control. Xu Montauk nodded knowingly. He was well aware that the control previously exerted by the White Queen and Professor X was akin to a temporary usurpation, forcibly commandeering another's body. In contrast, the soul imprint offered a deeper level of control, directly influencing the essence of the individual. Magneto would retain his consciousness, but would obey her commands unconditionally, even to the point of sacrificing himself without hesitation. Now, we must awaken him and depart. With that, Su Mo seized one of Magneto's legs and flung him into the nearby sea. As Magneto plopped into the water, the White Queen softly interjected. I could have awakened him directly. Is that so? It seems unnecessary now. In a brief moment, Magneto's figure emerged from the water, slowly descending nearby. His gaze complex as he regarded the White Queen and Su Mo. At that moment, any animosity he harbored towards them had dissipated entirely. The White Queen glanced at him. Eric, please wait for us on the yacht. Of course, my master, Eric responded, bowing his head, scooping up the helmet from the ground, and making his way toward the yacht. After the soul imprint was cast, the helmet had become utterly redundant. The White Queen's imprint would shield Magneto's mind from any further incursions by other telepaths. This was a secret art honed through countless epochs by formidable beings. Su Mo doubted anyone in this world could unravel it, at least not on Earth. Once Magneto entered the cabin, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the woods ahead of the two. These were mutants selected by the White Queen, still possessing some utility. Among them were the Fireman and Raven, who had previously been confined in a cell. Sensing Raven within the building, Emma regained control of Fireman, instructing him to bring her out. I hope you will keep your promise, Raven said to Emma before leading the way onto the yacht. Su Mo watched this scene in astonishment. Emma quickly explained, Mystique, I believe you've heard her name. Trust me, she will be immensely beneficial to us. Xu Montauk noted. He had certainly heard of her. In his past life, Mystique was renowned as the woman every man desired, without exception. After all, her ability allowed her to transform into anyone's likeness. Those who understood the advantages of her power were well aware. Certainly, the influence of the White Queen is significant. It surely does not pertain to this aspect. Su Mo had previously mentioned to the White Queen his intention to establish an organization dedicated to hunting down malevolent beings. Although she remained indifferent to his motives, she believed that since Su Mo had resolved to pursue this course, her role was merely to execute his wishes. Moreover, Raven's abilities were exceptionally suited for assassination and intelligence gathering. Contemplating this, Su-mo inquired with curiosity, "So, what have you promised her?" The White Queen chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Su-mo's expression shifted momentarily. Indeed, to maintain control over Hellfire for such an extended period, Emma was far from being a merciful individual. With Magneto under the influence of a soul mark, there was no concern of betrayal even with daily torment. Allowing Raven to vent her frustrations posed no significant risk. "Let us depart. Professor X and the others should be arriving shortly." Su-mo glanced at the time and made his way toward the yacht. The White Queen cast a fleeting glance at the island behind her. A spark ignited in her eyes as she erased the remaining memories of the mutants on the island before following Su-mo aboard the yacht. Barely 10 minutes after the yacht set sail, a fighter jet gradually descended onto the island. Soon, the figures of Professor X and his companions emerged from the aircraft. "Goodness!" Iceman Bobby exclaimed, gazing at the dozens of mutant corpses strewn across the clearing. "We have arrived too late." Professor X, after closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, spoke. According to his abilities, even within the confines of the X Academy, this island fell within the range of his psychic awareness. Yet, he had been unable to perceive the consciousness of any individuals on the island throughout the entire ordeal. To put it simply, his previous readings indicated that no human presence existed on this island. However, the situation was evidently otherwise. Clearly, another telepath, akin to him, had interfered with his senses. Now that the individual had departed, he swiftly infiltrated the consciousness of the surviving mutants. However, as he had anticipated, there was not a trace of memory regarding the recent events within their minds. Storm observed the devastation, realizing that Eric must have encountered a formidable adversary. "I wish to know where he is now. I can hardly contain my eagerness to teach him a lesson." Logan, wielding a plastic gun seized from Beast, approached Professor X. "He is not on the island." It was evident to Professor X, given the current state of affairs, that Eric had likely been captured. Chapter 35, Death Island, the Plan. Su-mo paid little heed to Professor X and his companion's speculations. At that moment, he sat aboard the cruise ship, listening to Eric expound upon his vision for establishing a mutant kingdom. The location had already been chosen, a cluster of islands in the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, the actual implementation might not be as straightforward as envisioned. While construction could proceed at a measured pace, it was imperative to first establish a defense force. Thus, he had sought channels from the Bear Nation to procure several mushroom bombs. After listening to the grand plans of the individual before him, Su-mo could not help but admire Magneto's unwavering determination. After a moment of contemplation, Su-mo concluded that while Magneto's ideas might be somewhat naive and unlikely to materialize, establishing the organization's headquarters on Archipelago was indeed a commendable choice. Furthermore, the islands had already been acquired by Eric through some means. Located 1,000 nautical miles off the eastern coast of America, they were known as the Death Islands. These islands lay along the route from America and the land of Maple to Europe, and due to the dense reefs nearby, a natural shipwreck zone had formed. Hence the ominous name. The main island of the archipelago spanned over 2,000 square kilometers, ample space for a variety of constructions. Aboard the yacht, Su-mo and his companions sailed directly eastward. After several hours, they arrived at the vicinity of the Death Islands. Under Magneto's control, the yacht smoothly docked at the main island. The main island was distinctly oval in shape, adorned with lush vegetation and dense jungles, where several structures made entirely of pure metal had been erected. Clearly, these were the handiwork of Magneto. Upon entering one of the metallic edifices, they were greeted by towering stacks of US dollars. "This is all the capital I've amassed over the past 2 years," Eric stated. After deducting the cost of purchasing the island, a total of $1.6 billion remains. Su-mo and the White Queen displayed little change in expression at this revelation. Setting aside Su-mo's wealth, which surpassed hundreds of billions, even the White Queen, who had previously wielded control over the Hellfire Club, was accustomed to dealing with figures in the tens of billions, rendering this sum unimpressive. Su-mo approached and picked up a bundle of bills. Thanks to Magneto's abilities, the room was well sealed, effectively keeping the outside humidity at bay. With the decision made to establish a stronghold on the island, numerous preparations were in order. The construction on the island was straightforward. Magneto had already surveyed the land prior to purchase and discovered substantial metal reserves beneath the surface. Leveraging his powers, he could easily construct a steel manufacturing base on the island. The remaining challenge was to recruit research and logistics personnel, rather than the hassle of conventional recruitment. It would be far simpler to abduct a group from underground organizations and have the White Queen brainwash them to become the most loyal subordinates. Suemo then turned his gaze toward a girl with twin ponytails standing in the back. While her abilities were not particularly remarkable, her speed was thrice that of an ordinary person. Additionally, she was known online as a notorious hacker, Shadow. Her most notable achievement was infiltrating SHIL DS network and replacing Nick Fury's profile picture with that of a black egg. Surely, I will provide you with the general locations of several underground organizations. Can you ascertain the precise coordinates of their bases? Shirley confidently patted her private aircraft. Absolutely. Suemo nodded in satisfaction before shifting his attention to Mystique, Raven. Record all the information you know about the headquarters of the Sentinel robots. As a strategic base, the island naturally requires an enhancement of its defensive capabilities. The Sentinel robots represent an excellent choice in this regard. These machines serve purposes far beyond merely combating mutants. Each possesses the abilities of several mutants, boasting combat prowess rivaling that of level 4 mutants like Emma. If we can amass a sufficient number, safeguarding this small island would be a trivial matter, and even conquering the entirety of America would not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Raven displayed a hint of concern. I do not believe we can seize the headquarters of the Sentinel robots. It is equipped with an array of weapons specifically designed to counter mutants. Even Emma's psychic abilities would struggle to infiltrate the base. Rest assured, you need not worry about that. I have my methods. All you need to do is compile all the information you possess. Raven, seeing that Suemo was not deceiving her, reluctantly nodded. That is simple. I can deliver it to you by tonight. Nodding, Suemo then turned his gaze to Eric. Your immediate task is to establish the main structure of the base, and afterward, take the others to salvage the sunken ships near the island. He could not fathom what Magneto had been thinking, neglecting to exploit such a vast treasure trove as the island, while relying on a gangster like Gold to amass wealth. It is essential to note that this place is dubbed Death Island due to the countless reefs within a radius of hundreds of nautical miles. This very reason has led to an overwhelming number of shipwrecks in the area, including those from centuries past. These vessels are veritable treasures. Salvaging even a single ship's worth of artifacts or riches would surpass the income of these gangs over several years. As he spoke, Suemo turned his attention to a mutant named John nearby. The salvaging task will primarily fall upon you. John, who had previously been incapacitated by the White Queen and left on the ship, unexpectedly found himself of great utility now. Magneto could only salvage metallic ships and items, while the rest would rely on John's capabilities. Upon hearing this, John eagerly nodded. After learning of Suemo's plans, the mutants were filled with excitement. Unlike Magneto, they simply yearned for a tranquil and undisturbed existence, and the island undoubtedly presented a most suitable haven. Moreover, given Magneto's submission, it was evident that Suemo possessed formidable strength, capable of providing them protection. Naturally, their motivation surged. After arranging everything, Suemo instructed Emma to oversee the overall coordination before making his way to a cliffside on the island. After skillfully carving out a small chamber of several square meters in the rock face with his flying knives, he stepped inside. His points had accumulated sufficiently. It was time to ascend to the planetary level. Chapter 36, Planetary Level Warrior, Spatial Freezing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired with Spirit Essence, costing 52,000 points. As the system's voice faded, a fist-sized white crystal materialized in his hand, accompanied by an unusual fragrance that wafted through the cave. Is this the wood spirit essence? Suemo gazed at the crystal in his hand, radiating a soft white glow, his eyes ignited with fervor. Taking a deep breath, he brought the crystal to his lips. A gentle bite shattered its exterior, and a pure white liquid flowed into his mouth, releasing an explosion of fragrant rice aroma. Before he could savor it, the liquid cascaded down his throat and into his stomach. Once he had consumed the entirety of the liquid within the crystal, a powerful heat surged in his abdomen, radiating throughout his body. In no time, Suemo felt as if he were a boiled shrimp, his skin flushed crimson. Recognizing the intensity of the sensation, he crossed his legs and began to channel the Gene Original Energy Cultivation method. Instantly, the heat within him poured into his muscle cells like a torrent, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds emanating from his body. As his strength surged, the dark golden sphere in his consciousness began to release a substantial amount of spiritual power. This energy quickly dissipated within his mind's ocean, propelling Suemo's spiritual power to unprecedented heights. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, the sphere in his mind shattered with a resounding pop. transforming into countless minute particles that melted away like snow. At that moment, the energy of the spiritual core was entirely absorbed by Sumo, signifying that his mental prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of a war god, reaching 1,000 tons. Although the growth of his mental strength had plateaued, the energy from the wood essence continued to enhance his physical attributes. Dark substances began to exude from his pores, gradually covering his body. After an indeterminate duration, his skin was entirely enveloped in this dark matter, and a rumbling sound resonated within him. As the energy meticulously refined Sumo's physique, the surplus energy converged towards the lower dantian, compressing and coalescing at its center. Upon reaching the apex of compression, a sphere resembling a miniature planet emerged, slowly rotating like a celestial body. With the formation of this sphere, all energy within Sumo was absorbed completely. At this moment, with his eyes closed, he gradually opened them, a silver glint flashing momentarily. Rising from the ground, a series of sounds emanated from his body. He closed his eyes again, focusing inward, and observed the spinning sphere within his dantian. Was this the hallmark of entering planetary status? Suddenly, a gravitational force radiated from the miniature planet, lifting Sumo off the ground. Unlike before, this time he relied not on any mental power. It felt as if an innate instinct allowed him to manipulate the gravitational and magnetic fields within a certain radius using the miniature planet. With this newfound ability, he soared through the skies with the grace of a fish gliding through water. Moreover, upon reaching planet-level status, he found himself capable of existing without the need for breath, enabling him to traverse the cosmos with unparalleled freedom. This ability is indeed one of the hallmark traits of a planet-level being, liberating him entirely from the constraints of a celestial body. System, open the attributes panel. In an instant, a familiar screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Sumo, age, 20 years, strength, 1,320 tons, speed, 1,300 ms, mental power, 1,000 tons, special ability, space freezing, points, 34,420. Firstly, his physical strength had surged exponentially, increasing from a little over 100 tons to over 1,000 tons. This formidable power rendered him nearly invincible on Earth. With a mere flick of his fist, he could effortlessly obliterate a building exceeding 30 stories. His speed surpassed Mach 4, even without the enhancement of mental power. If propelled by mental energy, it could likely exceed Mach 5. One must not underestimate this Mach, for as speed increases, so too does the difficulty of enhancement, given that air resistance escalates exponentially. As expected, his mental power remained at the pinnacle of a war god. To transcend this limit, he would require a unique technique to recondense his mental energy. However, this was merely a matter of time. He believed that it would not be long before he too would ascend to the ranks of a planet-level mental master. What astonished Sumo the most was the emergence of this extraordinary ability. Although martial artists similarly absorbed cosmic energy, the attributes of the energy they absorbed varied due to their physical constitutions. This disparity resulted in a plethora of distinct abilities upon breaking through to planet-level status. The properties of energy are manifold, and even within the same attribute, the awakened abilities differ dramatically. The ability of space freezing was evidently associated with spatial attributes. However, it seemed that such a property was not documented in the records of his techniques. After contemplating for a moment, Sumo could only attribute this anomaly to the discrepancies between worlds. The absence of spatial abilities in his previous realm did not imply that they were unattainable in this one. Determined, Sumo resolved to experiment with his newfound ability. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable control over the surrounding space. With a thought, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Within a radius of 100 meters, it appeared as though time had come to a standstill. Even the air ceased to flow. The previously audible sounds of the ocean and distant birdsong vanished into silence. Stepping out of the cave, Sumo's gaze sharpened. Within his line of sight, the surroundings seemed to have detached from the world. The seabirds soaring above and the ocean waters within the vicinity appeared frozen, utterly motionless. In Alva, Montag exclaimed, "This is astonishing, truly remarkable." At that moment, he began to comprehend the true essence of his ability, the power to render the surrounding space in a state of absolute stillness. Unless endowed with the ability to tear through the fabric of space, it is nearly impossible to move a muscle within this realm. Only he possesses the freedom to navigate. Of course, Sumo can also expend energy to reinforce the frozen space. The magnitude of this fortification increases in tandem with his growing prowess. This ability bears resemblance to the power of temporal stasis. However, the distinction lies in the fact that while individuals trapped within this spatial domain remain immobile, they retain their capacity for thought. At that moment, Sumo felt a profound emptiness within him. He hastily dispelled this ability, corresponding to its formidable strength. This power demands a tremendous expenditure of energy, enveloping an area of approximately 100 meters. He estimated he could sustain it for only a brief span of a dozen seconds. Exhaling deeply, Sumo was suddenly assailed by a sharp, acrid scent invading his nostrils. Observing the impurities expelled from his body, he leaped into the ocean. Chapter 37, Star Tower, Star Maiden. After soaking in the seawater for half an hour, Sumo finally cleansed the grime from his body. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a massive shark swimming towards him from a distance. It was not unusual to encounter sharks in this untamed marine expanse. Though the shark moved with astonishing speed, to Sumo, it appeared to glide in slow motion. Sensing the energy within him gradually replenishing, Sumo flicked his fingers lightly. A small energy sphere, the size of a mung bean, shot forth from his hand, vanishing almost instantaneously into the shark's body. Upon reaching planetary level, unlike the apprentice stage, where he could only engage in physical combat, he was now capable of projecting his internal energy to launch attacks. Upon entering the shark, the energy sphere detonated with a tremendous explosion, reducing the creature to mere fragments. At that moment, Sumo abruptly sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the star tower within his consciousness. Before he could react, his form flickered and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a grand hall brimming with technological sophistication. The hall, expansive enough to accommodate a football field, was a regular pentagon, each wall adorned with a colossal metallic door. At the center stood an open control console. Could this be the interior of the star tower? Sumo quickly deduced his location. Suddenly, countless beams of light coalesced in midair, ultimately forming the figure of a young girl. With a delicate oval face framed by flowing silver hair, she donned a fitted leather outfit that accentuated her silhouette. Her slender waist and long legs comprising nearly 60% of her stature, an enchanting figure seemingly plucked from the pages of a comic. Her flawless form appeared as though meticulously measured to perfection. Once her figure solidified, the girl gracefully descended and approached Sumo, circling him with a radiant smile as she inquired, "So, how do you find my body?" Before Sumo could respond, the young girl noticed Sumo's gaze and spoke again. "It seems you are quite satisfied." Upon finishing her sentence, a melodious laugh, akin to the sound of silver bells, escaped her lips. "You humans are truly amusing." Your hearts race merely at the sight of a countenance. It was only then that Sumo found an opportunity to speak. "You are." The girl suddenly realized her oversight. "I forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Xing-Ji, an intelligent life form of the mechanical race, serving as the spirit of the Star Tower, unlocking a fraction of the Star Tower's capabilities." Upon hearing this, Sumo's eyes sparkled with interest. "Master, please follow me," Xing-Ji said. Xing-Ji turned and walked in a certain direction. This location is at the pinnacle of the Star Tower, serving as the control hub, equipped with various auxiliary training rooms. As she spoke, Xing-Ji stopped in front of a door, pushed it open, and entered. Without hesitation, Sumo followed. Thinking that as the master of the Star Tower, he should not encounter any danger within. It felt as though he had stepped into a corridor suspended amidst the cosmos. This led to the simulated combat chamber, where one could engage in battles against various opponents, where one can freely choose to combat various opponents. Of course, all battles occur in a virtual space, eliminating any concerns of harm. "Master, you may wish to try this later. It will greatly enhance your combat experience." After saying this, she continued to guide Sumo into the next room. "This is the lounge." One room after another, she introduced them. Finally, Xing-Ji brought Sumo to the last room. "This is the cultivation chamber. You can only withstand up to 10 times the acceleration." Sumo's heart stirred upon hearing this. "So, as my strength increases, the time acceleration within can also be enhanced?" Sumo felt a surge of excitement. "So, as my strength increases, the rate of time acceleration within can also be enhanced." "That is certainly the case." Xing-Ji nodded with certainty. "The acceleration within can reach up to 10 million times." Hearing this, exhilaration sparkled in Sumo's eyes. Despite having reached the planetary level in just over 2 months, the later stages of cultivation are not particularly swift, often requiring decades or even centuries to comprehend the laws. With the time-accelerated cultivation chamber, it undoubtedly allows for a significant enhancement in his training speed. At that moment, Xing-Ji suddenly clapped her hands. They found themselves on a vast platform. The platform appeared to be suspended in the boundless cosmos, and as they looked around, they saw countless orbs resembling stars scattered across the expanse. Noticing Su Mo's gaze fixed on those orbs, Xing-Ji explained, "This is a secret realm within the Star Tower. Throughout the entire tower, there are innumerable such secret realms, and the ones you see are the sealed celestial bodies. With your current strength, you are not yet able to manipulate them." Su Mo nodded in understanding. According to the system's description, each of these sealed celestial bodies has attained the level of a treasured artifact. Given the current planetary level prowess I possess, it is beyond doubt that even the most basic of treasured artifacts would require a complete siphoning of my essence to activate. Under the guidance of the Star Maiden, the two of them approached the very center of the platform. At the heart of the platform stood an altar. The pages were no longer composed of mere paper. They seemed to be entirely formed from a gathering of black energy. The two pillars were a ceaseless influx of dark energy flowing into the tomes. "What is this?" Upon witnessing the spectacle, Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. They seemed to be entirely formed from a confluence of black energy. The two pillars were a continuous influx of dark energy cascading into the tomes. "What is this?" Witnessing the spectacle, Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. The Star Maiden chuckled softly. "Upon sensing these tomes, I discerned a significant issue. While the magic inscribed within holds considerable utility for the master at present, it harbors substantial risks." Su Mo was acutely aware of this. After all, nearly all who practice with the dark scriptures find their minds eroded by dark energy. At this juncture, a knowing smile graced the Star Maiden's face. To simplify, the magic requires the user to borrow the opponent's magical power, intertwined with a personal agenda, an insidious energy that invades the caster's psyche. Therefore, with the master's best interests at heart, I contemplated assisting in directly borrowing enough magical energy for millennia of spell casting, purging the special energy from this power, and storing it within these tomes. Henceforth, when the master employs magic, it will merely be a matter of drawing from the tome's power, devoid of any peril. Chapter 38, Zisoan, the Ultimate Power Bank. Upon hearing the Star Maiden's account, Su Mo's expression brightened. Initially, he had presumed the Star Maiden to be a mere intelligent being akin to Babata. Yet it was evident that her nature was far more complex. It was clear that the god of the underworld, Zisoan, was no fool. How could he remain oblivious to the Star Maiden borrowing his power? At present, only two scenarios seemed plausible. Firstly, the magical energy borrowed was trivial to Zisoan. Hence, he has not severed the flow of energy. However, observing the vast torrent of magical energy extending outward, resembling a galaxy, this possibility seems unlikely. If such power were inconsequential to him, he could easily upheave the court of life and assume control himself. Hence, the second possibility emerged. Zisoan sensed this phenomenon, but was utterly powerless to prevent it. Su Mo was nearly certain that this was the reality. After all, an unknown entity had manipulated the true dark scriptures to strike, yet was similarly vanquished within his mind. At that moment, he had been somewhat perplexed. However, in retrospect, it was evident that Zisoan was struggling in vain. With this thought, Su Mo's gaze ignited with fervor as he regarded the Star Maiden beside him. Noticing Su Mo's intense scrutiny, the Star Maiden feigned a bashful demeanor. "Master, what is it that you desire?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Mo ultimately refrained from uttering that particular word. However, observing the teasing expression of Xing-Ji, he understood that her demeanor was quite deliberate. Su Mo cleared his throat, attempting to mask the embarrassment that had crept upon his visage. "What I meant to inquire is the level of your prowess," he articulated. Upon hearing this, Xing-Ji's laughter gradually subsided. "In truth, my strength is of little consequence to my master, as I am unable to leave the Star Tower to assist him. At most, I can aid him in controlling the Star Tower to confront those intruding enemies within the sea of consciousness. What my master needs to know is that no one in this world can enter his sea of consciousness and subsequently depart. Is that so remarkable? Once I have complete command over the Star Tower, will I not be invincible?" It took Su Mo a full minute to calm the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. At that moment, Xing-Ji had already ascended to the altar ahead. She reached out and retrieved a tome from atop it, leaving another behind to continue absorbing dark energy. "The magical energy contained within should suffice for my master for quite some time. Once it is depleted, I can simply replace it with the other." Su Mo accepted the dark tome, his heart once again astonished by Xing-Ji's capabilities. To utilize one of the four ancient gods, Zisoan, as a mere source of energy is indeed unparalleled. Now, After absorbing a vast amount of dark energy, the two tomes of dark magic appeared nearly indistinguishable. After such extensive energy immersion, even the most ordinary paper could transform into a potent artifact. After handing the dark tome to Su Mo, Xing-Ji waved her hand lightly. A droplet of blood seeped from Su Mo's fingertip, glimmering momentarily before vanishing into the dark tome. The tome emitted a fierce black glow, which then shot like lightning into Su Mo's third eye. This is how it should be. From now on, this book will not only serve as the source of your magical power, but will also significantly enhance your casting speed and the potency of your spells. In the underworld, the once mighty form of Zisoan now dwindled to less than half its original size. After Xing-Ji retrieved a dark tome, Zisoan, who had felt a sense of despair, was nearly moved to tears of joy. The absorption had slowed. He realized that, based on previous rates, he might have only a month left before being completely drained. A being comparable to the 5 great deities of the multiverse found himself cornered. Fortunately, the absorption rate had diminished significantly, allowing him to absorb energy at a pace much faster than that at which it was being drawn from him. Zisoan, filled with excitement, lost track of time before regaining his composure. With all his might, he summoned his magical power, and the dark energy within the underworld coalesced into a massive vortex, converging towards his location. Meanwhile, Su Mo had emerged from the Star Tower. Although the entire Dark Tome had transformed into an ethereal state, the inscriptions detailing the spells remained intact. As he opened the Dark Tome, a series of peculiar symbols materialized before Su Mo's eyes. Gazing at the symbols for a moment, they suddenly leapt from the pages of the book, transforming in mid-air into streams of information that surged directly into Su Mo's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the contents recorded within the tome. The magic inscribed on the first page was none other than the portal spell. After a brief contemplation, Su Mo exhaled deeply as he opened his eyes. If his memory served him correctly, it had taken the exceptionally gifted Dr. Strange a considerable amount of time to master this spell. He pondered his own magical aptitude with uncertainty. Revisiting the knowledge that now resided in his mind, Su Mo resolved to attempt the spell. He deftly formed a seal with his left hand while his right hand traced a gentle arc in the air. A portal, crackling with black sparks, slowly unfurled before him. Witnessing this spectacle, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Mo's eyes. To his astonishment, he had successfully cast the spell on his very first attempt. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident to him. Generally speaking, the ability of a mage or sorcerer to wield magic is profoundly linked to their mental acuity. The stronger the mental prowess, the greater the magical talent. Su Mo, at this moment, was a peak-level mentalist, a veritable god of war, with mental strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person by 1,000-fold. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he could successfully cast magic on his first try. As the portal gradually widened, the scene on the other side became vividly apparent to Su Mo. It appeared to open into a steam-filled bathroom. Through the hazy mist, a sleek silhouette emerged, showcasing delicate, fair skin and an alluring charm enveloped in the steam, eliciting awe from anyone fortunate enough to behold it. Su Mo, taken aback, quickly attempted to cast the spell again to close the portal. If the woman were to notice him, he would undoubtedly be labeled a pervert. However, perhaps due to his inexperience with casting, the portal, rather than closing, expanded at an accelerated rate, almost instantaneously widening enough for a person to pass through. The woman, engaged in her bath, seemed to sense the unusual occurrence behind her. After all, the size of the portal, coupled with the stark temperature difference, had created a noticeable flow of air. Feeling the coolness behind her, she slowly turned to face Su Mo, realizing the gravity of the situation. Su Mo understood that it was too late to shut it down. Do you believe me if I say it was intentional? He thought desperately. The woman, upon seeing the bizarre portal and Su Mo standing behind it, displayed a look of terror, accompanied by a shriek that sent her scuttling into the corner of the bathroom. It wasn't that she refused to exit. The portal was positioned right at the entrance, effectively blocking her escape route. The woman found herself trapped with no way to flee. Chapter 39, Hydra Base. Listening to her piercing screams, Su Mo felt a sense of paralysis. Fortunately, as the portal began to lose the support of Su Mo's energy, it gradually started to close. As he gazed at the gradually closing portal, Su Mo finally exhaled deeply. In New York, in the bathroom, Sky was still in shock as she stared at the closing space door. She reached for a garment hanging nearby and draped it over herself, concealing her astonishing curves. Cautiously, she stepped forward and brushed her fingers against the threshold of the door, her face reflecting an expression of disbelief. How marvelous! Could that have been magic? In the cave on the island, Su-Mo wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. His initial intention had been to open a portal leading to the villa where Wanda and the others resided, but it seemed that something had gone awry. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, he waved his hand, and the dark grimoire reappeared before him. He began to diligently study the records pertaining to space doors. After several thorough readings, Su-Mo took a deep breath and waved his right hand once more. With a flicker of sparks akin to the previous occurrence, a portal opened before him once again. This time, the other side of the portal revealed a familiar scene, the bedroom of the seaside villa. A smile of triumph graced Su-Mo's face. Success. As the portal expanded to a height suitable for an average person, he stepped through. On the other side, he found himself in the bedroom of the villa, where he opened the door just in time to see Wanda entering. Startled by the suddenly opened door and the figure of Su-Mo behind it, Wanda paused, her expression one of confusion as she tilted her head to glance into the room. Wait, when I just left, there was no one here. How did you get in? Su-Mo responded with a gentle smile. At his words, Wanda's cheeks flushed. With a gasp, she was swept into Su-Mo's arms in a princess carry, and the door closed and locked itself behind them. Having spent the majority of her days in the gym downstairs, after 2 or 3 hours, Wanda leaned against Su-Mo, her face still flushed. So, what you mean is we can go out freely from now on? Of course, he replied. Initially, it was for your safety that you were placed in this secluded location. Now that the crisis has passed, you are free to shop and explore at your leisure. Though she relished this isolated lifestyle, Wanda found it increasingly dull over time. A moment later, she bit her lip, hesitating before speaking. Darling, I want to go to college. Su-Mo gently caressed her smooth back. What has prompted this sudden desire? Despite my fondness for this life, it feels like I'm wasting time. I want to take the opportunity to learn something now. What do you think? Having both been orphans, Wanda and Pietro had given up their education after high school to survive. I absolutely support you. Do you have a particular university in mind? I will make the arrangements. Su-Mo had no objections. After much contemplation, he concluded that relying on the Mind Stone to aid her awakening seemed more dependable. However, it would be another 3 or 4 years before Loki brought the Mind Stone to Earth. Really? Thank you. Upon hearing Su-Mo's unwavering support for her thoughts, Wanda excitedly pecked at his cheek. Your reward is rather perfunctory, isn't it? She quipped. What would you prefer then? Shall we continue? No. The Island of Death. Su-Mo and the White Queen stood atop the highest peak of the island, holding a towering cylindrical metallic device. This apparatus is not significantly larger than the one on the ship. Does it truly encompass such an extensive range? The White Queen inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded the metallic contraption. Certainly, Xu-Montauk nodded affirmatively. The device in his possession was indeed an optical cloaking device, capable of generating illusions within a specific radius. Once the operations commenced on the island, satellite surveillance could easily capture the activities. To this end, Su-Mo had exchanged over 10,000 points from the system for this instrument. Carefully placing the device upon the ground, he pressed the activation button. Instantly, a drill emerged from the base of the cylindrical apparatus, forcefully embedding itself into the rock below. Subsequently, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the top of the device, ascending hundreds of meters into the sky before dispersing outward. Moments later, the island, along with the vast surrounding sea, was enveloped in a transparent membrane of light. The membrane flickered and then vanished entirely. However, from an external viewpoint, one would find that all traces of people and structures on the island had disappeared. Despite appearing as though they had not slept for a night, their spirits were remarkably high. The first Hydra base has been located, she exclaimed, showcasing the screen of her computer to the two. The display revealed a series of divided surveillance feeds. From these images, it was evident that the base was perched atop a snow-capped mountain, exuding an air of antiquity. Su-Mo immediately recognized it as the Hydra facility where Wanda and Pietro had awakened their abilities. Sherry then tapped a few keys on her keyboard, transitioning the screen to a map marked with a red dot, unmistakably indicating the location of the base, Sokovia, situated in Eastern Europe. Emma, it seems a journey to Eastern Europe is in order. At your service. Emma replied with a nod. After a moment's hesitation, Su-Mo waved his hand gently, and a portal opened nearby. He stepped through first, with the White Queen following curiously, her gaze fixed on the portal crackling with black sparks. Upon exiting, they found themselves on a small island measuring less than a square kilometer. The White Queen's eyes lit up as she regarded Su-Mo. The more she interacted with him, the more she discovered that he was akin to a treasure trove, continually revealing astonishing abilities. Not to mention the illusionary arts he had imparted to her. which had doubled her overall strength in a short span. His own array of capabilities was equally impressive, his formidable physique coupled with telekinetic prowess, along with an immunity to her mental abilities. Now, he had unveiled this enigmatic teleportation skill as well. The enigmatic man invariably captivates the interest of women, and even a formidable figure like the White Queen is no exception. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the current setting, she might have already ensnared him entirely. Chapter 40. The Perceptive Baron Tesseract. Bring Eric over here. At this moment, she finally noticed that in the distant sky, Magneto Eric was floating beneath him. A colossal vessel comparable to a luxury cruise ship was gradually emerging. Clearly, they had commenced their operations according to Sumo's plan. In Sumo's perspectiva, the White Queen alone was sufficient to completely subdue the Hydra base. After all, it appeared that there were no formidable combatants within the Hydra base. Only a few conventional weapons and a collection of ordinary individuals. However, Sumo's intention was not merely to obliterate the base, but to possess it entirely, encompassing not only the researchers and soldiers, but also the various equipment contained within. Although Sumo was capable of managing all these matters himself, why exert effort when subordinates could be employed for the task? After all, that is the very purpose of having subordinates. Eastern Europe, Sokovia. The Hydra base located on a mountain. In the woods at the mountainside, a portal slowly opened. The three emerged through the portal. Looking up at the ancient structure atop the mountain, Sumo turned to Emma. The rest is entrusted to you. Of course. The White Queen nodded, stepping forward, her eyes shimmering with a silvery light. In less than 10 seconds, a subtle smile graced Emma's lips. Found you. Prior to their departure, Sumo had informed her that the head of the base was a man named Strack. Controlling him would facilitate their mastery over the Hydra base. The room in the southeast corner of the top floor. No sooner had the White Queen's words echoed than another portal materialized before the trio. Upon crossing through it, they found themselves in the room Emma had described. The chamber resembled an office, where a middle-aged man with short hair stood vacantly before a desk. Sumo approached and seated himself in the chair behind the desk, signaling to the White Queen. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the three, the man's expression shifted. He stealthily retreated a few steps, warily observing them. Who are you, and why are you in my office? Simultaneously, he discreetly reached behind him. Grasping a hard object in his hand, his resolve firm. With swift precision, he drew his gun, aimed, and fired. The entire sequence of actions transpired in less than a second, as Baron Tesseract was certain that even the most formidable mercenaries could not surpass his speed. He was confident that his opponents would be unable to react in such a brief span of time. Indeed, his assumptions proved accurate. The three individuals made no attempt to evade, allowing the bullets to pierce through their foreheads. Baron Tesseract gazed at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a round of applause resonated within the room. Suddenly, the scene before him dissolved like bubbles, and the deceased trio reappeared in their original positions. The source of the applause was a young man seated nearby. Witnessing this spectacle, beads of cold sweat trickled down Tesseract's forehead. How could this be? His worldview suffered a profound upheaval. Sumo observed the disbelief etched on his face and smiled faintly. It must be said that employing Emma's abilities against these ordinary individuals was akin to a dimensional strike. Even before mastering the illusionary demon's secret art, Emma could effortlessly toy with them, let alone now. Given a year or two for her development, even Professor X would struggle to see through her illusions. In comparison to Emma, who practiced the illusionary demon's secret art, one might liken the disparity to that between a barefoot doctor and a PhD graduate from a reputable medical institution. It was not that Professor X lacked talent. Rather, it was the chasm in their realms of understanding. One relied entirely on self-exploration, while the other drew upon the accumulated wisdom of countless predecessors over millennia. There was no basis for comparison between the two. Are you perplexed by the fact that we have seemingly died and come back to life? Sumo continued. You still have bullets in your gun. You may attempt to shoot us again, and perhaps this time you will truly succeed. Hearing Sumo's words, Tesseract gradually regained his composure. As a high-ranking member of the Hydra organization, he was not entirely ignorant of individuals possessing supernatural abilities. Given their calm demeanor, he was certain that firing again would yield no different outcome and might even provoke them further. Realizing this, Tesseract casually discarded his firearm. Since you did not eliminate me at the first opportunity, I must still possess some value to you. Now, tell me, what do you wish for me to do? Upon hearing his words, Sumo nodded with satisfaction. Truly, he was dealing with a highly intelligent individual capable of discerning the intricacies of even the Mind Stone. His decisiveness in handling the situation was indeed impressive, quickly recognizing his circumstances and making the most advantageous choice for himself. Quite simply, I require you and the entire base to work for me from now on. Very well. Without a trace of hesitation, Teslac assented. Sumo was well aware that he could not fully trust the sincerity of Teslac's submission, but it mattered little. With Emma by his side, any ulterior motives on Teslac's part would be immediately revealed. Moreover, Emma's abilities held another significant function, subtly influencing the thoughts of others. This power differed from soul imprinting. It could quietly alter a specific notion within someone's mind, such as their loyalty to the organization. Just as in the manipulative tactics of pyramid schemes, through prolonged psychological interventions, one can unwittingly indoctrinate others. The Hellfire organization owes much of its formidable growth to this variability. Under the influence of Emma's powers, these individuals will soon transform into fervent adherents of the organization. Subsequently, under the command of Teslac, the entire Hydra base sprang into action. A plethora of weaponry, armored vehicles, and aircraft were swiftly transported through spatial gates to Death Island. Throughout this process, Sumo was profoundly enlightened. As one of the oldest organizations in this world, the Hydra base boasted an impressive foundation. They possessed no fewer than 7 or 8 self-developed aircraft and an innumerable array of tanks and armored vehicles, alongside a complete production line capable of manufacturing such armaments. It can be asserted that, with sufficient funding, they could amass troops within a short span, sufficient to instigate a war. The relocation endeavor persisted throughout the day, and by the time night fell, the Hydra base was rendered devoid of all but a single, historically significant building. The expedience of this operation could largely be attributed to Magneto, without his ability to effortlessly transport those several tons of machinery. The process would have stretched over several days. As the spatial gate closed, a thunderous explosion resonated at the base, reducing the remaining structure to mere rubble. Chapter 41. All promoted to intermediate warriors, the successful plundering of the Hydra base yielded immense rewards. Setting aside the weaponry and equipment, the acquisition of over a dozen research personnel and nearly 500 soldiers was noteworthy. Among the spoils were several groundbreaking technologies, with the most valuable being a form of energy shield technology. The researchers had already dismantled the device from the Hydra base and installed it on the island, enveloping Death Island in a protective shield. According to Baron Teslac, even missiles would find it impossible to breach this defense. With the assimilation of the Hydra base, the island's development began to progress steadily. Soren and his 8 companions, having followed Sumo from the outset, arrived on the island at his behest. Thanks to the substantial improvement in their physiques from consuming the flesh of formidable beasts, they had all reached the threshold of warrior status, each boasting a punch force exceeding 900 kilograms. Sumo intended to formally elevate them to warriors and appoint them as instructors to train the Hydra soldiers on the island. His vision was straightforward: to select the most talented soldiers, train them, and establish an assassination organization dedicated to hunting down nefarious figures, thereby aiding him in amassing points. Nearly anyone who had committed wrongdoing would be classified as part of the villainous cohort. Consequently, it was likely that after eliminating such individuals, he would garner points, varying only by the quantity accrued per kill. Ascending to the level of general would merely be a matter of time. The remaining soldiers, whose talents were somewhat lacking, formed a special operations team dedicated to eradicating those malevolent organizations. Despite their challenges in reaching higher levels of proficiency, the enhancement from beast flesh made it relatively simple for them to attain the level of novice martial artists. Achieving such a level endowed them with a striking punching power exceeding 900 kilograms, surpassing the so-called elite warriors outside. When several of them joined forces, they could effortlessly obliterate an armed squad of several hundred. In a cleared area on the eastern side of the island, Soren and his 9 companions sat cross-legged on the ground. Do you all understand now? Sumo turned to the row of 9 individuals. It must be said that it took him a considerable amount of time to ensure these muscle-bound individuals fully comprehended the gene original energy cultivation method. This was primarily due to their struggle to grasp theories akin to traditional Chinese medicine's meridian and acupoint concepts. Seeing them all nod in agreement, Sumo finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let us commence our training in the manner I have taught you. With Sumo's command, all 9 focused their minds, slowly closed their eyes, and entered a meditative state. Sumo estimated that they would not easily sense the cosmic energy in the short term, so they settled down to prepare for their cultivation. Currently, his martial prowess had reached the planetary level, while his mental mastery remained at the pinnacle of a war god. To ascend to the rank of planetary-level mental master, he needed to solidify a star core within his sea of consciousness. His task now was to continuously refine his mental strength. After half an hour, he identified a secret technique specifically designed for honing mental prowess, the divine forging technique. As the divine forging technique activated, the mental force within Su Mo's sea of consciousness surged vigorously, and a mysterious totem emerged within, with strands of mental energy continuously passing through it. Each time the mental force traversed the totem, it became increasingly refined. However, this appeared to be a lengthy process. After several hours, the refined mental energy amounted to less than 1% of the total. Nevertheless, Su Mo remained patient. At this rate, fully refining his mental force would merely require 1 to 2 months. As the dawn of the following day approached, changes gradually manifested among the 9 seated individuals. A short-haired woman in her 30s, sitting at the edge, suddenly stirred. Su Mo, who was diligently honing his mental strength at the forefront, seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. In his line of sight, wisps of cosmic energy began to converge toward the short-haired woman's body, and the velocity of this gathering was increasing. Vanessa? He had not anticipated that the first among the 9 to perceive the cosmic energy would be one of the 2 women present. Nonetheless, this was not particularly surprising. The aptitude for cultivation and the speed of sensing energy were not inherently correlated. Rather, the crucial factor was the quantity of energy one could absorb daily. It appeared that Vanessa's awakening had triggered a chain reaction. In the subsequent half-hour, 4 individuals simultaneously sensed the cosmic energy and commenced their inaugural absorption of this energy to enhance their physical prowess. By the end of an hour, all had begun to draw upon the cosmic energy. Su Mo found no surprise in this. These individuals, previously mercenaries, had essentially emerged from the depths of death, possessing a perception far superior to the average person. At this moment, Vanessa, the earliest to begin her absorption, gradually completed her first intake of cosmic energy and slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she sprang to her feet, her face illuminated with excitement. Su Mo gestured for silence and pointed towards the river, indicating that she should cleanse herself first. It was then that Vanessa realized her body was covered in a layer of dark impurities, prompting her to dash towards the river. Soon after, others began to awaken and made their way to the riverbank. Ultimately, only Soren remained, continuing to absorb the cosmic energy. He was the second to start this process and had been absorbing energy longer than anyone else, indicating that he possessed the highest innate talent among them. After another half hour, Soren finally regained consciousness. "Boss," he greeted upon waking, standing in place awaiting Su Mo's instructions. Su Mo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Excellent. Go wash up first, then regroup here." An hour later, everyone had finished their cleansing and stood once more in the designated area. At this point, 2 additional instruments had appeared, a force gauge and a speedometer. These were recently exchanged by Su Mo from the system, and their technological complexity was rather modest, costing him a total of 200 points. Following Su Mo's directive, they began testing in the order of their awakening. Eagerly, Vanessa stepped up first, delivering a powerful punch to the target. A resounding crash echoed as the target was propelled over 2 meters backward. Glancing at the display screen, she saw the reading, 1,520 kilograms. Chapter 42, Simulation Combat Room. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers upon seeing the number on the screen. A look of disbelief spread across Vanessa's face. My God, just a day prior, her strength barely surpassed 900 kilograms. She never dreamed that overnight, her power would nearly double. It was simply astounding. Her mouth fell open in astonishment. While washing earlier, she had speculated that her strength would experience a significant increase, given the noticeable transformation in her movements. Yet she never anticipated such an exaggerated improvement. It is well known that as one progresses, enhancing strength becomes increasingly challenging. The 9 of them had consumed beast flesh, and within just over a month, their strength had exceeded 800 kilograms. However, in the following month, their strength had only increased by a little over 100 kilograms. In their view, even this was enough to defy the heavens. Within a mere span of 2 months, strength had surged from a meager 200 kilograms to an astonishing near ton. This achievement transcended the limits of human capability. Even during their previous mercenary careers, they had never encountered a being whose physique could attain such extraordinary levels. To their astonishment, today brought forth yet another monumental surprise. Strength had escalated to an impressive 1.5 tons, enabling them to lift a car with bare hands. Moreover, according to Su Mo's recent account, this was merely the beginning. By cultivating this technique, their their powers could potentially grow without bounds in the future. Standing quietly to the side, Su-mo merely nodded in acknowledgement. Let us test the speed. He indicated towards the speed testing apparatus. Vanessa nodded in response. After a brief run-up, she darted past the speed sensor. 38 ms. Quite commendable, Su-mo remarked, nodding in approval. As a woman of petite stature, Vanessa excelled in speed, nearing the threshold of a mid-level warrior. The team leader, Soren, diligently recorded the results on a sheet of paper. Next up, Harry. The excited Harry stepped forward eagerly. 1,650 kilogram, 34 ms. In the ensuing moments, everyone underwent testing. Most of the participants exhibited strength around 1,600 kilograms, with only Soren reaching an impressive 1,960 kilograms, just a step away from becoming a mid-level warrior. It was likely that within a few days, he would ascend to that rank. On the other side of the island, what? Appointing new instructors for intensive training of soldiers? I vehemently opposed this, Colonel Harry declared stubbornly, glaring at Strack across from him. Colonel, your duty is to execute orders. Strack warned sternly. Do not create trouble for me, or you shall not escape the consequences. With that, he turned and departed from the temporary encampment of the soldiers. Though he shared similar sentiments with Strack, he recognized that his words held no weight in the current context. As he watched Strack leave, Colonel Harry's expression darkened. In recent days, Baron Strack had ordered the relocation of the base to this island, subsequently confiscating all the soldiers' weapons. Now it seemed he intended to appoint new instructors as well. Each of these actions instilled in him a growing sense of crisis, as if his authority as commander overseeing the base's soldiers was on the verge of being undermined. Yet, he lacked the courage to defy the orders. He silently resolved that when he encountered those so-called instructors, he would ensure they understood who was truly the most suitable leader for the team. After all, he had once been an instructor for the United States Marine Corps, confident that his prowess in training soldiers and combat skills was unparalleled. Within the Star Tower, Su-mo stood outside the door of the simulated combat chamber. He opened the door and stepped inside, where he found a series of devices resembling space capsules. Without a moment's hesitation, he reclined into one of the capsules. As the hatch sealed shut, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself standing in an expanse of void. A mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated in his ears. Please select your opponent and combat environment. No sooner had the words faded than a selection panel materialized before him. He could choose between a psychic and a martial artist. Su-mo first opted for a planet-level first-tier martial artist, selecting a vast prairie as the battleground. Upon pressing the confirmation button, he was prompted, please select your weapon. After choosing a somewhat hefty battle knife, a flicker of light occurred. The surrounding starry scene began to transform at an astonishing pace, quickly morphing into an endless grassy plain. Gazing at the azure sky, feeling the authentic touch of the grass beneath his feet, and experiencing the gentle breeze on his face, he plucked a blade of grass from the ground, inhaling the refreshing scent of vegetation. How remarkably real. Xumontak Mavidet. Despite knowing that this was merely a virtual realm, its authenticity was astonishing. What difference was there from the real world? At that moment, the figure of a middle-aged man gradually coalesced not far from him. Initially, the man's eyes were vacant. However, as the sound signaling the commencement of battle echoed in Sumo's ears, the man's gaze instantly sharpened, and with a swift motion, he charged towards Su-mo. Wielding his battle knife, Su-mo tightened his grip on his own knife and met the oncoming assault. In an instant, their forms collided. After a tremendous crash, Sumo's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelled backward at an accelerated speed. His form skimmed the ground, carving a long trench in the grass. Once he regained his footing, he stood tall, rubbing his already sore right arm while observing the figure in the air. The opponents, simulated by the system, barring any special conditions, possessed strength at the pinnacle of their current level, like the planet-level first-tier martial artist before him, whose power reached 2,000 tons. In sheer strength alone, he was nearly double Sumo's own. Initially, Su-mo, bolstered by his psychic abilities, felt undaunted. However, this tier of martial artist exhibited an average power amplitude of around 5 times, while Sumo's was merely 3 times. Even with the enhancement of his psychic energy on his weapon, he could only muster about half of his opponent's strength. It is important to note that the amplitude of psychic energy refers to the number of weapons one can simultaneously control, each achieving maximum potential, rather than amplifying the power of a single weapon. For instance, if a person's strength is 1 ton, they can exert 1 ton of force with both hands, but they cannot deliver 2 tons of power in a single punch. The same principle applies to psychic energy. Telekinesis at a staggering 1,000 tons, with an amplitude reaching 12, enables Su-mo to simultaneously manipulate 12 weapons, each harnessing a force of 1,000 tons. However, when operating a single weapon, he can exert a maximum of only 1,000 tons of power. Of course, telekinetic weapons imbued with special cryptic inscriptions are an exception. Their existence serves a significant purpose. Had it not been for Sumo's quick reflexes and his ability to freeze space, he would have likely met his demise in an instant. After all, possessing double the strength does not equate to double the combat prowess. Against an opponent like this, one could face hundreds of warriors of his caliber without breaking a sweat. Chapter 43, Dream Walking Technique. Just as Sumo rose from the ground, the warrior across from him reappeared. The opponent's battle blade sliced through the air, aiming for Sumo's neck with blinding speed. It was alarmingly fast. Just before the blade struck, Sumo activated his space-freezing ability. In an instant, the nearby warrior seemed suspended in time, frozen mid-action. The opponent felt an inescapable constraint from the surrounding space, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Sensing the violent energy surging within his foe, Sumo's expression shifted, and he swiftly vanished from his position. With a resounding boom, the warrior unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Fortunately, Sumo had already distanced himself by several hundred meters. Although his speed was commendable, the energy from the opponent's self-detonation traveled even faster. It was only through the reactivation of his space-freezing ability that he managed to mitigate the explosive force. Exhaling deeply, a hint of trepidation crossed Sumo's face. One must commend the seasoned warriors from that world. Their combat experience was nothing short of formidable. In contrast, Sumo was but a novice, having engaged in far too few battles, making their skills seem worlds apart. Without his innate abilities, he would have likely been annihilated instantaneously. Even after evading the initial attack, the opponent showed no hesitation, launching another assault with relentless fervor. Ultimately, realizing his inevitable demise under Sumo's innate prowess, the adversary resorted to self-detonation. The ruthlessness of such a decision left Sumo astounded. Encountering such a battle maniac in reality, with his current combat experience, he feared even a slight advantage in strength might not suffice to secure victory. Choosing an opponent of comparable strength, Sumo resolved not to employ his space-freezing ability this time. His aim was to hone his combat experience. Relying on such a seemingly invincible ability would render the exercise futile. Once selected, Sumo's figure reappeared on the vast grassland. Moments later, he found himself reborn amidst the stars, a grimace of pain etched on his face. In pursuit of authenticity, he set his pain threshold to a staggering 100%. The moment his body was cleaved in two, the agony nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Once more, after a brief respite of 2 minutes, Sumo re-entered the fray. For the entirety of the subsequent day, he found himself ensnared in an unending cycle of combat, death, and rebirth. He progressed from initially enduring merely half a minute to later achieving 1 and then 2 minutes. By the conclusion of his day of training, he had remarkably sustained himself under the onslaught of his adversary for a full 10 minutes. The door to the simulated combat chamber creaked open, and Sumo emerged, rubbing his somewhat numb temples. The intense concentration required throughout the day had imbued his countenance with a hint of fatigue. He turned and entered the training room. However, the concentration of energy was not necessarily better the higher it was. A density that was too high would proportionally increase the difficulty of control and absorption. Adjusting the flow of time to 10-fold and the energy concentration to 100-fold, Sumo stepped into the training chamber. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing merely a bed and a table. He settled cross-legged upon the bed, initiating the Jin Yuan energy cultivation technique, slowly absorbing energy while alleviating the mental exhaustion wrought by intense combat. In the ensuing days, Sumo adhered to a routine of continuous practice. He engaged in combat within the battle chamber to augment his practical experience, and upon becoming weary, he retreated to the training room to cultivate Jin Yuan energy and the art of divine forging. Whenever time permitted, he delved into the study of the dark grimoire. As his understanding of the magic within the grimoire deepened, Sumo discovered a spell suited to his current situation, the dream-walking technique. This was the very spell that Wanda had once relied upon to traverse the multiverse. The spell was akin to possession, allowing him to cast a spell that transported his consciousness to his parallel self in another universe, without inflicting any harm upon that counterpart. Upon his departure, the individual possessed in the parallel world would revert back to their normal state. The distinction between this and dimensional teleportation was akin to that of soul possession versus physical possession. However, the exchange for dimensional teleportation required a staggering 100 million points. until he amassed sufficient points. Utilizing this spell would similarly enable him to harvest points from other parallel worlds. Nonetheless, the dreamwalking technique was distinct from portal magic. Even within the voluminous records of spells in the Dark Grimoire, it was categorized among the elite. In due course, those under his command would assist him in accruing points in this world, while he ventured into parallel realms to reap rewards, thus significantly accelerating his growth and strength. He was confident that before Thanos' arrival, he would evolve to a level capable of utterly overpowering his foe. Days later, in New York, Tony resided in his hillside villa. "Hey, buddy, it seems marriage truly is a grave. I haven't heard a single juicy tidbit about you lately." Tony poured Suemo a glass of whiskey and then plopped down onto the sofa opposite him. Previously, the two had been regulars in the tabloids. Yet it appeared they had both evaded recent headlines. Since embarking on a romantic journey with Pepper, Tony has become considerably more restrained. "Well, I don't suppose you have come to challenge me in a contest of who embodies the ideal man." Tony waved his hand dismissively. "Naturally, I am here to propose a transaction." Suemo raised his glass and took a sip. "Oh, due elaborati." Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey, feigning an attentive demeanor. "I require a suit of iron armor. Undoubtedly, given Sumo's current prowess, the armor would serve him little purpose, as his vibranium suit was far more suited to his needs. This armor was intended as a gift for Wanda. Pietro had begun his training, and with his newfound status as a novice warrior, he was capable of self-defense. Yet before her awakening, Wanda was merely an ordinary human. Tony's armor would be an excellent choice. Are you jesting? Even though we are best friends. I made it clear during my last press conference that my suit and I are one. To relinquish it to another is akin to betraying myself. Do you truly believe I would betray myself? Tony shook his head and outright refused. Suemo had anticipated this response, a knowing smile dancing on his lips. "Tony, let's not speak in absolutes. Trust me, you will reconsider." Tony chuckled. "I am a man of my word. When I say no, it remains no. Is that so?" Suemo replied with a smirk, glancing at the large magnet on Tony's chest. "That magnet on your chest, if I'm not mistaken, is designed to attract the shrapnel in your bloodstream?" "What?" At this revelation, Tony sprang upright from the sofa, oblivious to the whiskey that splashed onto him. Chapter 44. What color of armor do you prefer? Tony had never disclosed the mechanism that attracted the shrapnel within his body to anyone, the sole confidant being Pepper, who would never divulge such information to Suemo. How, then, did Suemo come by this knowledge? Tony's eyes widened as he scanned the room. "Good heavens. Have you secretly installed listening devices or cameras in my quarters? Such behavior is unbecoming of a good citizen. Jarvis, please check for any surveillance devices connected to the internet in the villa." "Of course, sir." Within a minute, Jarvis's electronic voice resonated in the room again. "Sir, currently there are no surveillance devices detected in the villa." Seated on the sofa, Suemo observed Tony's flustered demeanor, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. "Rest assured, I harbor no perverse inclinations. I am not the slightest bit interested in your activities within these walls. My knowledge of the shrapnel is derived from a rather unique ability." As he spoke, Suemo waved his right hand lightly. The cutlery from the kitchen, propelled by his telekinetic force, soared toward them, coming to a halt in midair, gently rotating. This was the rationale he had meticulously crafted. The reason for creating the illusion of being able to manipulate only metal was to retain a semblance of a trump card. Thus, even if the truth were to be revealed, drawing from the precedent of Magneto, people would unhesitatingly accept the notion that he could only control metal. This could very well save his life in an unforeseen moment. Good heavens! Upon witnessing this scene, Tony's expression became even more exaggerated than before. "A mutant? Magneto? Are you Eric's illegitimate son?" "Tony, mind your words. I cannot assure you that the utensils will not find their way into your mouth at any moment." Suemo shot a disapproving glance at him. "I apologize. I was simply too exhilarated." After a while, Tony managed to calm his racing heart. Upon discovering the fragments lodged in his bloodstream, he had certainly contemplated how to extricate them. Conventional medical practices at present offered no feasible solutions. Regarding unconventional methods, his first thought was a Magneto. The vivid image of Magneto controlling the Golden Gate Bridge from 2 years prior was etched in the minds of every American. It was well known that he possessed the ability to manipulate metal, which should enable him to easily extract the fragments from Tony's blood. Unfortunately, that event marked the zenith of Magneto's prowess. Subsequently, he was injected with mutant serum, reducing him to an ordinary old man. He had sought out other mutants with similar abilities privately, but to no avail. Despite taking certain precautions, the toxins would inevitably inflict irreversible damage within 3 years if left unaddressed. Sumo's abilities rekindled a spark of hope within him. After a mere 10 seconds of contemplation, Tony exhaled deeply. All right, you win. What color of armor do you prefer? He eagerly ushered Sumo to the medical room on the second floor of the villa. With Sumo's insistence, Tony agreed not only to craft a suit of armor for him, but also pledged to provide him with a new set each time the armor was updated. Sumo glanced at the 7 or 8 doctors surrounding them. I believe you need not make such a grand affair. I have no intention of revealing my secret. Upon hearing this, Tony understood. Due to Magneto's reckless antics, the general populace harbored some aversion towards mutants. He could empathize with Sumo's desire to keep his identity concealed. Lying on the operating table, Tony waved away the doctors. Licking his lips, which had dried from anxiety, he asked, "Are you sure we can manage this without a hospital?" However, Sumo insisted that any room would suffice, leading them to the medical room. Observing Tony's nervous demeanor, he sought to offer some reassurance. "Rest assured, I would never jest about this matter. Your demise is inconsequential, but the absence of someone to craft my armor is unacceptable. Even for the sake of my armor, I will not allow you to come to harm." Tony curled his lip and gave Sumo a thumbs up. "You truly possess a talent for offering comfort." Once the room was left with just the two of them, Sumo commenced his work. He first manipulated the fragments to flow into a minuscule blood vessel on his arm, then secured tourniquets on both sides. With a mere thought, several tiny fragments shot forth. The entire process took less than a minute. When Sumo finally placed the fragments into Tony's hand, Tony remained in a state of utter bewilderment. "Consider this a keepsake." Sumo opened the door, revealing a group of private physicians waiting outside. They may now enter to assist with the bleeding. Upon finishing his sentence, his expression shifted abruptly as he focused on a familiar figure among the doctors, a playful smile gracing his face. Tony gazed at the fragments in his hand, still wearing an expression of disbelief. Is this truly the conclusion? He touched the area over his chest, where the usual oppressive sensation had completely vanished. As the doctors flooded into the room, Sumo turned and departed. In the medical room, Tony shouted at the crowd of doctors, who were staring at him in confusion. "Hurry and bandage me." Upon noticing the tiny wound on Tony's arm, one doctor swiftly approached, opened a medical kit, and began to disinfect the area. Meanwhile, another doctor, standing nearby, examined the wound revealed after the blood was wiped away. "Mr. Tony, you must have that wound bandaged promptly." Upon hearing the tone of the doctor, Tony's expression changed as he scrutinized the fragments in his hand. "What do you mean? Is it serious?" The other physicians cast puzzled glances in his direction. After all, it appeared to be merely a minor wound. Despite having struck a vein, the location and the amount of bleeding suggested it was merely a superficial small vein. Especially with the tourniquet in place, it hardly constituted a severe injury. "You misunderstand. The wound is not serious." The nearby doctor wore a slight smile. "What I meant to convey is that if we do not bandage it quickly, the wound will begin to heal." Upon hearing the unmistakable teasing in the doctor's words, Tony felt a surge of embarrassment and irritation. "Which hospital do you belong to? I will file a complaint against you." "Of course, that is your prerogative." The doctor who finished bandaging him handed Tony a business card. "I am currently a surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital. You may call me Strange." With that, Strange turned and walked outside. As a somewhat renowned surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital, he had, under the director's strict orders, canceled an important surgical operation to attend to this case, only to find that even an intern could have easily managed such a simple bandaging task. These individuals were truly squandering medical resources. Chapter 45. The establishment of the Special Operations Team. On Death Island, after several days, Zoro and the others had thoroughly adapted to their newfound powers. That morning, under Emma's guidance, the 9 of them arrived at the camp where over 500 soldiers were stationed. At that moment, the camp had already constructed one wooden hut after another. As a soldier, wilderness survival is considered a fundamental skill. However, this situation hardly qualifies as such, given that the camp is equipped with various construction machinery. With the sound of a whistle, all soldiers soon formed an orderly line in a vast open area at the center of the camp. In front of the camp stood a wooden platform elevated half a meter above the ground. Noticing that the soldiers had gathered below, Emma ascended the platform. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what benefits come with joining the Special Operations Team?" asked a soldier from the front row, raising his hand. "Certainly." Emma nodded. "Upon joining the Special Operations Team, not only will your salary double, but you will also receive a mysterious gift. As for what the gift entails, that will only be revealed once you qualify." Upon hearing this, a wave of hushed whispers surged through the ranks of soldiers. The individuals who chose to enlist in such a private army were not driven by lofty ideals, but rather by the allure of wealth. The prospect of a salary increase to double its current amount was enough to stir their excitement. Colonel Harry, standing to the side, felt a heaviness in his heart as he observed the soldiers' eager expressions. He understood all too well that such a reward was irresistible to any soldier. After all, these men were mercenaries, driven solely by the promise of American dollars. If loyalty were to be measured, it was to the currency itself, which held more sway than even their commanding officer. Moreover, with the establishment of the Special Operations Team, Harry wondered what his position would be within the original unit. After pondering for a moment, he stepped forward. I am curious as to who will be appointed as the commander of this Special Operations Team. At his words, Emma cast a sidelong glance at Harry, fully comprehending his implication. The Special Operations Team, organized and trained by Mr. Soren, would naturally have him as its instructor. Upon hearing this, Harry's expression darkened. He believed that, based on both experience and capability, he was the most suitable candidate to lead the Special Operations Team, as he was already the commander of this unit. Since their arrival on the island, although they had not redistributed their weapons, their freedom had not been curtailed either. Over the past few days, he had explored the island, noting that aside from the base personnel, there were hardly any outsiders. To him, these recruits seemed to be merely new additions brought in by Baron Strack. Unaware of Mr. Soren's prior affiliations, Harry inquired, "Might I ask if Mr. Soren ever served in any military unit?" Soren, with a light chuckle, stepped out from the line of 9. "I have not served in any military. I was merely a mercenary." Relieved by Soren's revelation, Harry confidently declared, "In that case, I believe I am the more appropriate choice for the position of overall commander." Emma, uninterested in wasting further time, turned her attention to Soren. "It is entrusted to you." With that, she pivoted and departed. Although Harry might possess superior training skills compared to Soren, the matter had been settled. However, the Special Forces will primarily engage in solo assassinations or small-team collaborative operations in the future. In this regard, Soren, as a mercenary, undoubtedly possesses far superior skills compared to Harry, who hails from a military background. When it comes to individual combat capabilities, the two are simply not on the same scale. This so-called Colonel Harry, in their hands, would likely be no different from a mere toy. The more she delved into her studies, the more she recognized the formidable power of this secret technique, and her reverence for Sue M.O. grew stronger. The remaining Harry, upon seeing Emma leave without a glance, displayed an expression of rage on his face, feeling utterly disdained. Soren, observing the fury etched on his features, decided to address the situation. "We are all aware of your thoughts. Don't say I haven't given you a chance." Harlina stepped forward. As his words hung in the air, a somewhat petite woman emerged from behind him. "If you can withstand Harlina's assault for half a minute, I shall gladly hand over the position of commander." Upon hearing Soren's declaration, the fury in Harry's eyes seemed ready to erupt. It was a tremendous affront to him, a former instructor of the esteemed U.S. Marine Corps. "You damned bastard, I will stuff your head up your own rear." With that, an enraged Harry lunged at Soren like a cheetah. To Soren, Harry's pride in his speed appeared as if it were unfolding in slow motion, allowing him to observe the taut muscles in Harry's arms and the quivering of his facial muscles as he ran. Seeing that Harry was oblivious to the situation, Soren felt no need to show him leniency. He swiftly raised his right leg and delivered a light kick. Harry barely glimpsed a phantom flash before an overwhelming force struck him in the abdomen, sending him uncontrollably flying backward. After soaring several meters, he crashed violently against a tree. It was only then that he felt a piercing pain radiating from his abdomen, causing his body to contort in agony. The murmurs among the soldiers below fell silent in an instant, not because of their former commander being beaten, but rather because they viewed Harry as nothing more than a corporate leader in the workplace. When a leader is bested, do employees rally in solidarity? Hardly. It would be more surprising if they didn't celebrate. Their astonishment stemmed from witnessing, for the first time, someone being kicked several meters away in reality. Soren took note of the soldiers' expressions and decided to uplift their morale. He turned and approached a coconut tree, roughly the size of a bowl. With a swift motion, he struck his right foot against it, producing a deep sound as the tree snapped about a meter from the ground. As they watched the coconut tree slowly topple, the soldiers' expressions grew even more animated. "I know you're all curious about the special rewards after joining the Special Forces. I can tell you that this reward is directly related to enhancing your own strength. Once obtained, everyone will have the chance to reach my level or even surpass it." After hearing Soren's words, the soldiers gazed fervently at Sauron, their faces alight with ambition. What soldier does not yearn for immense power? Observing the fervor in their eyes, Sauron nodded in acknowledgement. "Henceforth, you shall be divided into 8 squads." Chapter 46. One cannot simultaneously possess a Lamborghini and a sense of inferiority. Within the training chamber of the Star Tower, Sumo sat cross-legged, his figure levitating in the air. Before him, a tome of inky blackness radiated dark energy. As Sumo slowly opened his eyes, he sensed he was still a fraction short of his goal. With a sigh, he reflected on the inherent complexities of a magic capable of traversing the multiverse, understanding the high standards it demanded. In an instant, Sumo materialized within a two-story villa situated on the southern shore of Death Island. Upon his return, he did not linger. A portal of space gradually opened beside him, and he stepped through it, arriving at the entrance of Tony's villa. Last night, Tony had informed him that the armor had been completed. Ms. Potts, long time no see. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Sumo was greeted by the familiar face of Pepper Potts, who had been waiting for him. Their previous encounter had not afforded him the pleasure of her company. Indeed, it has been quite a while. As the second largest shareholder of the company, not visiting for a month makes our meetings rather scarce. Pepper's words flowed with a hint of exasperation. With both major shareholders, Tony, preoccupied with his inventions, and Sumo, often absent, the weight of the company's affairs rested heavily on her shoulders. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude, for my collaboration with the current boss has been rather amicable. I am not yet prepared to consider a change in leadership. With a bright smile, Pepper led Sumo upstairs. Do not hesitate to reach out if you find this position overwhelming. It just so happens that Avril has also expressed feeling a bit overwhelmed. Oh, poor Avril. It seems her circumstances mirror mine. You capitalists are indeed a wretched lot. As they spoke, they entered a room filled with an array of equipment. Hey, Pepper. Discussing our shortcomings in my presence seems rather inappropriate. Tony's figure emerged from behind a table cluttered with parts. However, Pepper paid no heed to his complaints. You two converse. I shall fetch some coffee. She chuckled lightly, turning towards the coffee machine. To speak ill of me in front of my face is truly excessive. Tony grumbled, watching Pepper's retreating figure. Very well, next time I shall arrange a private discussion with her. Observing the smirk on Sumo's face, Tony conceded. All right, since we are dating, please maintain some distance from Pepper. Although aware that Tony's words were laced with jest, he felt a sense of vulnerability in Sumo's presence, believing he held no advantage. Upon hearing the acknowledgement, Sumo smiled and patted Tony's shoulder. Rest assured, I have no interest in Pepper. Now, let us hasten to see my armor. With Sumo's reassurance, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he led him inside, he murmured softly, it would be best this way. Moments latte. Tony guided Sumo to a glass display case taller than a person. He pointed to a deep blue suit of armor within the case, stating, this armor has been modified into a portable version based on the Mark IV, just as you suggested. Take a look. As he spoke, the glass of the display opened, and Tony pressed a spot on the armor, causing it to contract and ultimately transform into a briefcase-sized case. Although some performance had been sacrificed, the entire suit now weighed no more than 30 kilograms. Tony introduced it with an air of confidence. It seems rather impressive, Sumo remarked as he examined the armor in the display. Subsequently, Tony elaborated on the various functions and weaponry of the suit. After listening to the introduction, a satisfied smile spread across Sumo's face. Once Wanda donned it, she would be more than capable of self-defense. At the very least, with the suit's top speed of 3 Mach, few adversaries would be able to pursue her successfully. Thank you. I am quite pleased with the armor. In a villa situated in Brooklyn, Wanda and Pietro were busy packing. Ever since Wanda expressed her desire to attend school, Sumo had promptly made arrangements. With less than a week remaining until the university semester commenced, they needed to move closer to campus. As Sumo parked the car outside the villa and stepped into the courtyard, Pietro's voice of complaint echoed from within. Wanda, you know I have absolutely no interest in school. All right, Pietro, you've repeated that for nearly a month now. Our ride is about to arrive, and you wouldn't be telling me you're having second thoughts, would you? Wanda replied, sealing the last box and gazing earnestly at Pietro. Given that Pietro and Wanda were of the same age, Sumo had consulted Wanda before arranging for him to attend a school as well. However, Pietro clearly showed some reluctance towards university life. No, of course not. I'm just a bit anxious about the impending university experience. Yes, that's right, anxious. Pietro attempted to clarify. Upon hearing this, Sumo entered with a smile and reassured him, don't worry, Pietro. I believe you will soon come to love university life. As Sumo walked in, both of them brightened at his presence. Wanda even leaped into his embrace. Darling, I thought you had forgotten about today. After several months of acquaintance, he had successfully earned the endearing title of darling from Wanda, and their relationship was rapidly blossoming. Sumo chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Such an important matter. How could I possibly forget? So are you all packed? Wanda nodded, pointing to a mountain of boxes accumulating in the living room. Of course, everything is ready. Sue Mo surveyed the numerous storage boxes scattered across the floor. Haven't I already mentioned? You can always buy things anew once we arrive. There's no need to bring everything along. Indeed, women across all nations exhibit no differences in this regard. Every time they venture out, it seems as though they wish to transport their entire household with them. After all, these items are deemed essential, and once they arrive at their destination, purchasing additional items would only squander time. Thus, it is more prudent to bring them along. With a resigned nod, Sue Mo acquiesced. The three departed from the villa, where the moving company's vehicle, arranged by Avril, was conveniently parked outside. Wanda promptly directed the movers to begin loading the living room's contents onto the truck. Meanwhile, Sue Mo led Pietro, who carried only a shoulder bag, to a Lamborghini parked nearby, casually tossing the car keys to Pietro, who stood there mesmerized by the vehicle. Sue Mo said, "Give it a try. See if it meets your approval." Instinctively catching the keys, Pietro's gaze fell upon the bull emblem, and realization gradually dawned upon him, his breath quickening in excitement. "Wait, are you saying this car is a gift for me?" "Of course," Sue Mo affirmed with a nod. From their previous interactions, it was evident that Pietro, following his awakening abilities, displayed a significant shift in character. His upbringing as an orphan had instilled in him a lingering sense of timidity and inferiority. Although his training had begun to improve this aspect of his personality, he still lacked confidence at this moment. The intention behind gifting the car was to bolster his self-esteem. After all, one cannot simultaneously possess a Lamborghini and harbor feelings of inadequacy. However, this was Pietro's first encounter with a sports car. Sue Mo had long since grown weary of such vehicles, now favoring more comfortable and secure business cars. For a young man like Pietro, who had seldom experienced luxury cars, the allure of a sports car could undoubtedly ignite a surge of adrenaline. Excitedly, he approached the vehicle, examining it with wide-eyed wonder. "This is simply magnificent." However, he quickly tempered his enthusiasm. "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Sue Mo, anticipating this reaction, opened the car door and gently pushed Pietro inside. "Rest assured, this car is merely on loan to you. Besides, it is one I no longer use, left to gather dust in the garage. Consider it a repurposing of sorts. Or would you prefer a different model?" As he spoke, Sue Mo retrieved his phone and opened his photo gallery. "Take a look and see which one you fancy. There are dozens more in the garage." During his fervent obsession with sports cars, Sue Mo had amassed quite a collection, most of which he had only driven once or twice, with some never even taken for a spin. Although Wanda had decisively guided Pietro toward attending college, he independently chose his institution. Wishing to break free from Wanda's oversight, he opted not to attend the same university. While Wanda enrolled at Pennsylvania State University, he selected Boston University. The two universities lay in opposite directions, each approximately 3 to 4 hours' drive from New York. After considering Sue Mo's words, Pietro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to refuse. "All right, I really like this one." Indeed, it is primarily due to his profound affection for this vehicle. The admission letter from the school and the details of the residence are nestled within the glove compartment. After conveying her instructions, Wanda emerged from the villa. Upon seeing Pietro starting the engine, a hint of a warning smile graced her face. "I shall visit you after the holidays." Upon hearing this, Pietro's expression shifted. Ever since he resolved to pursue his studies, he had been living in a state of torment. After graduating from high school, both had opted to leave school and enter the workforce, and he had nearly forgotten 90% of what he once learned. In order to avoid feeling utterly lost upon entering university, he understood that Wanda's intention to visit was, in truth, to assess his academic progress. "Listen, Wanda, there is absolutely no need for that. I can take care of myself. That's it, goodbye." With that, Pietro ignited the engine, and after a thunderous roar, the vehicle vanished from their sight. As she watched him fade away, Wanda turned to Sue Mo. "Am I perhaps being a tad too strict with him?" Naturally, Sue Mo supported Wanda in their dynamic. Both were not overly concerned about Pietro's safety. Over a month ago, he had already demonstrated the ability to lift over a ton unaided. When it came to speed, he had broken world sprinting records. Given his current strength, he posed no threat to anyone's safety. After bidding farewell to Pietro, they proceeded to load the remaining items from the villa into the vehicle. Soon, they were driving a crimson Ferrari, heading towards Pennsylvania. 4 hours later, they entered an elegantly designed villa community. This expansive area was less than a 10-minute drive from the state university Wanda was set to attend. Shortly, they halted before a 2-story villa. The house, entirely white, boasted a yard exceeding 100 square meters, adorned with vibrant flowers. The duo exited the vehicle. What do you think? If this doesn't meet your satisfaction, there are several more nearby that we can explore, thanks to the indelible traits ingrained in the Chinese heritage. Sumo's parents had been avid real estate investors during their lifetimes. Although their estate was now but a fraction of its former glory, they ranked among the wealthiest in America. Coupled with the current downturn in the real estate market, his parents had acquired properties in major cities across the country. This villa was one of those purchases. Wanda, her eyes sparkling, shook her head. No need. This place is lovely, just the embodiment of my dream home. With that, she stepped into the yard. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 20s emerging from within. The woman, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, possessed long golden hair and a fair complexion that complemented her slightly voluptuous figure, exuding an irresistible aura of allure that stirred the instincts of men. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, she wore only a pure cotton short-sleeved t-shirt, paired with denim shorts that radiated a youthful vitality. Casting a glance outside the villa, her gaze momentarily lingered on the red Ferrari before settling on Sue Mo. Are you the owner of the house, Sue? Hello, I am Sonia Simonson, the individual previously responsible for managing the villa. You may call me Sonia. After introducing herself, she approached Sue Mo and shook his hand. Your secretary, Ms. Averill, informed me over the phone that you would be arriving shortly. Sumo's parents owned numerous properties, and without regular maintenance, these wooden structures were prone to decay. Moreover, under American law, if a house remained unattended for an extended period, it could be occupied by vagrants, leading to disputes over ownership after a certain duration. Therefore, his parents employed a local individual to oversee each property. The remuneration for this role was modest, yet it allowed the caretaker temporary residence within the villa. Clearly, Sonia was in such a position. Follow me, please. Sonia beckoned the two of them into the villa. Observing the tidy living room, Sue Mo silently approved. It seemed the villa had been well maintained. Seizing the opportunity, while Sue Mo ascended the stairs to inspect the rooms, Sonia hesitated before pulling Wanda aside. Actually, I've yet to find a suitable place to live, so... She began, her face flushing with embarrassment. Of course, I understand this request may be excessive. If necessary, I can compensate. At this point, Sonia suddenly realized, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. Initially, she had approached this suggestion with a sense of trepidation, believing it might be too much to ask, especially since she had been informed a month prior and had ample time to find accommodations. However, the house she had arranged for just yesterday fell through when the owner changed their mind, leaving her with no choice but to try her luck. What? Are you implying that you agree? Wanda smiled and nodded. Absolutely. Not only for these few days, but you can stay here indefinitely. My husband won't be remaining here, and soon it will just be me in this villa, so I would actually prefer your company. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Sonia quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. However, should you consult your husband for his opinion? Although Wanda had already consented, she wished to avoid any potential discord between them. Rest assured, my husband will not oppose it. Despite her reassurances, Wanda ascended the stairs to relay the situation to Sue Mo. I have no objections. Sue Montag replied nonchalantly. The individuals entrusted with the guardianship of the residence have been meticulously vetted by the company. Otherwise, encountering a rogue would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. Generally speaking, these guardians possess commendable character, which is the primary reason Sue Mo acquiesced to the arrangement. Had they been strangers, he would have promptly declined. Wanda, in her delight, rewarded Sue Mo with a playful gesture. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Sue Mo, in turn, embraced her waist, feeling it necessary to engage in a conversation with her. While kindness is indeed a virtue, excessive benevolence can often invite misfortune. My dear, while being helpful is admirable. I hope you will consult me on such matters in the future. The decision to retain Sonia was made with confidence, due to the comprehensive information the company had on her. However, residing with a stranger could pose significant peril, as they might harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing Sue Mo's words, Wanda recognized her own recklessness and promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. I won't do this again. She fully comprehended that Sue Mo's concerns were rooted in her safety. Observing her despondent demeanor, Sue Mo gently ruffled her hair. All right, just be mindful next time. Come, I shall take you to see something wonderful. After exchanging pleasantries with Sonia, the two exited the villa. After instructing the moving company to transfer all the items into the residence, Sue Mo drove his Ferrari with Wanda toward a nearby lake. As indicated on the map, half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in a secluded area by the water's edge. Turning off the engine, Sue Mo extended his right hand, revealing a red box. Take a look, he said as he handed the box to her. Wanda's face lit up with a smile. What is this so mysterious? As she opened the box, a dazzling diamond ring emerged. Wow, Wanda gasped, her expression brimming with surprise. What day is it today that you would give me a ring? She swiftly replaced her original wedding ring. Without hesitation, she grasped Sumo's right hand, pricking her finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. Wait, is this some sort of sorcery from Huaxia? She questioned, bewildered by Sumo's peculiar actions. Of course not. Sumo glanced at her, bemused by her imagination. As the blood fell onto the ring, it absorbed the crimson drop as if it were alive. Wanda's face reflected disbelief at the spectacle. Yet, before she could voice her inquiries, she sensed an immense space manifesting around them, due to her unawakened state. Wanda's mental energy could not extend outward. To utilize the storage ring, she had to resort to this blood-dripping method. What is this? In an instant, a blue suitcase appeared in Wanda's hands. With a mere thought, it vanished once more. Oh my, it is simply astonishing. Next, Wanda indulged herself in delightful play. Eventually, she placed her hand upon the car, and in the blink of an eye, the vehicle vanished, causing the two individuals seated inside to abruptly land on the ground. The Ferrari seats were notably low, barely half a meter above the earth, and Sumo remained still, allowing their bodies to collapse onto the soft grass below. Sorry, Wanda hurriedly apologized. Sumo waved his hand dismissively. So what do you think? He shook the ring on his left hand. Of course. As long as it is a gift from you, I adore it. Cleverly, she refrained from inquiring about the origin of the ring, yet she comprehended its value profoundly. After a moment of hesitation, her face flushed crimson as she rose onto her toes and whispered a few words in Sumo's ear. The words she uttered ignited a spark of anger within Sumo. However, in terms of efficiency, he fell short compared to Kunzi. Responding in kind to her ire would likely mean spending the night here together. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of their visit today. He instructed Wanda to retrieve the combat armor, which could transform into a box. Directing her to press a button located in the center of the box with her right index finger, they waited. In mere seconds, a feminine voice resonated from within the box. Master's identity has been bound. Do you wish to activate the combat armor? After acquiring the armor, Sumo exchanged points for a control system akin to Jarvis within a shopping mall. This rudimentary system, barely qualifying as semi-intelligent, could be obtained for merely 300 points. With Wanda's command, the armor swiftly disassembled and, in less than 5 seconds, adorned Wanda's form. Enveloped entirely within the armor, Wanda emitted a chorus of exclamations. It took several minutes of Sumo's soothing words before she settled down. In the following moments, Wanda began practicing controlling the armor to soar through the skies, guided by the control system. Initially, she either crashed into trees or plunged into the lake. Fortunately, the armor provided full body protection, sparing her from any harm. It was not until 2 hours later that she gradually mastered the art of flight. After circling the skies a few times, Wanda finally descended before Sumo. As the helmet retracted, it revealed her flushed face, radiating excitement. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wanda, still yearning for more, deactivated the armor, which transformed back into a suitcase. Now tucked away within her storage ring. Whenever you find the time, you can frequently come here to practice. That way, should any danger arise, you will be able to protect yourself. Wanda, tuchit, embraced zum Montag. Thank you, she exclaimed, a mysterious smile gracing her face. The previously vanished car reappeared beside them, and she opened the door, playfully pushing Sumo inside. Chapter 49, The Ascension of the Mentalist, Anne's Disappearance. In the Star Tower's training room, Sumo sat cross-legged in meditation, eyes closed. Within his sea of consciousness, the final vestige of spiritual energy was being refined ever more meticulously through the workings of the divine refinement technique. As all mental energies coalesced into completion, a tremendous tremor emanated from the sea of consciousness. An immense quantity of mental energy converged toward the very center of this realm. The highly concentrated, mist-like energy gradually transformed into a liquid form. In a brief moment, a tiny water sphere began to form within the sea of consciousness. At the instant the water sphere took shape, an intense suction arose, drawing in mental energy and creating a gigantic vortex within the sea. The size of the water sphere expanded as more and more mental energy flowed into it. After more than half an hour, the mental energy in the sea had been nearly entirely absorbed by the sphere. Sumo understood that what remained was the most crucial step in becoming a planetary-level mentalist: to compress the water sphere to an extreme degree, forming a solid, star-like core. Condense, Sumo silently chanted within his mind, then directed the mental energy forming the water sphere to swiftly contract toward the center. Despite being in liquid form, This mental energy still belonged to Su-Mo under his control. The volume of the water sphere diminished drastically in a remarkably short time, reducing to less than 1% of its original size. Not enough. Su-Mo gritted his teeth. The current level of compression was still insufficient to solidify it. Taking a breath, he summoned all his strength to exert further pressure on the miniature water sphere. The outcome hinged on this decisive moment. Boom! It seemed that at a certain instant, the critical threshold was reached, and the water sphere rapidly solidified, transforming into a sky-blue, multifaceted crystal. Once the crystal was fully solidified, an endless surge of energy erupted from within, causing the consciousness space to expand at an astonishing rate, multiplying in size hundreds of times within mere seconds. At that moment, it felt as though Su-Mo's soul had undergone a leap in existence. His mind became exceptionally clear as he slowly opened his eyes. The jubilant voice of Xing-Ji resonated within the training chamber. "Congratulations, Master, on your ascension to planetary-level mentalist." As her words fell, countless ribbons and confetti filled the training room, vanishing upon touching the ground. Witnessing this spectacle conjured by Xing-Ji, Su-Mo was left speechless. "Who taught you this?" "Online. ISNT this how celebrations are conducted in your world?" She replied. "Oh, and there's more." Immediately, bottles of champagne materialized in the training chamber, accompanied by a series of popping sounds as the room became drenched. "Stop!" Su-Mo swiftly appeared outside the training room, casting a disapproving glance at Xing-Ji, who stood across from him. "Next time, refrain from these chaotic antics." "Of course, Master. Master must be tired from training. Allow me to massage your shoulders." With that, Xing-Ji approached Su-Mo from behind, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently kneading them. Simultaneously, her body pressed against his back. Feeling her extraordinary talent, Su-Mo found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He had previously attempted to retaliate, but each time she chose to escape at the critical moment. In simple terms, Xing-Ji was adept at igniting flames, but not at extinguishing them. After being repeatedly provoked to the point of frustration, Su-Mo could only attempt to avoid the other party. He decided to leave. Sensing that Xing-Ji was about to engage in her usual antics, Su-Mo decisively chose to exit the Star Tower. Upon pressing the answer button, Avril's voice resonated from the other end. "Boss, something has happened to Annie." Hearing this, Su-Mo's expression changed abruptly. Among the girlfriends he had dated over the years, Annie was the one with whom he had spent the most time. They had started their relationship when she was still a student. However, Annie was well aware of Su-Mo's nature and knew he was not one to cling to a single tree, and at that time, her dream was to become an actress. Thus, their relationship flourished, one motivated by greed for wealth, the other by desire. After several years, it would be impossible to claim that there were no feelings between them. Avril understood this as well, which is why, despite knowing Su-Mo was married to Wanda, she still reached out to him. Upon hearing the news of Annie's predicament, Su-Mo could not remain indifferent. From Avril, he learned that Annie had mysteriously disappeared a few days prior while filming. Her parents had already reported her missing, yet there had been no news of her since. After a moment of hesitation, Su-Mo retrieved a number from his phone and dialed it. Moments later, the voice of Agent Hill came through. "Su, it seems you are in trouble. I need to know about Annie." Su-Mo, true to his character, was reluctant to engage too deeply with S.H.I.L.D. However, there was no alternative. If anyone knew everything that transpired within the United States, it would undoubtedly be them. Su-Mo had also contemplated how to establish an intelligence network. The most suitable method would be to acquire an intelligent entity within the system. Not to mention, even a semi-intelligent entity defined by the system would surpass J.A.R.V.I.S. by several tiers. With such a resource, the entire Earth's network would become his own private garden. Unfortunately, even a semi-intelligent entity required a staggering 60,000 points for redemption, which he currently lacked. Of course, the Star Tower's Xing-Ji could likely accomplish this with greater ease. However, given his current strength, he was unable to manipulate the Star Tower and Xing-Ji, as the spirit of the Star Tower could not leave her own consciousness. For now, he had no choice but to seek assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. After hanging up, Hill promptly made her way to Nick Fury's office. Since witnessing Su-Mo's capabilities last time, his standing in Nick Fury's mind had risen several notches. He had specifically instructed Hill to report any information regarding Su-Mo at all times. After hearing Hill's report, Nick Fury's expression revealed little surprise. He casually handed a document to Hill. "This contains the information you need." Hill's expression shifted as she took the document and glanced at it. "You already knew he would call?" Indeed, Nick Fury's face bore an enigmatic expression. In the morning, I received a report regarding the incident involving Annie and have already dispatched Natasha to ensure her protection. This presents a splendid opportunity for fostering goodwill with her. Chapter 50, The Mutant Annie. A few minutes later, Sumo's phone buzzed with information sent by Hill. After perusing the contents, Sumo waved his hand, and a portal slowly manifested beside him. He gazed in astonishment at his own hands. Upon casting magic, he realized that after ascending to the planetary level as a psychic, although the total volume of his psychic energy had not increased significantly, its quality had multiplied several times over. The execution of magic felt considerably easier than before. He opened his attributes panel. Nama, Xu Montak. Age, 20. Strength, 1, 425, 320 kilograms. Speed, 1, 360 ms. Psyche, 1, 260, 000 kg. Special ability, Space Freezing. Points, 23, 420. Level, planetary level, first stage. The enhancement of his psychic energy was roughly around 20%. He pondered whether he could successfully perform the dream walking technique now. However, this was not the time for such considerations. Rescuing Annie was his foremost priority. With that thought, he stepped into the portal before him. Florida, Palm Bay. Inside a dilapidated motel by a crumbling street, two figures stood by the window, surveying the scene outside. Once they confirmed that their pursuers had not followed, they settled onto the bed within the room. The two individuals were none other than the missing Annie and Natasha. A seasoned agent of Shuttle. What were those things, and why were they trying to kill me? Annie asked, her voice trembling as she looked at Natasha. Natasha reloaded her firearm and secured it back into the holster on her thigh. Those are called Sentinel robots, specifically designed to capture mutants. Upon hearing this, Annie's expression froze in shock. Haven't humans established peace with mutants? Why is this happening? Do you truly believe those politicians? Natasha replied casually, wiping a wound on her face. Fine. Annie sighed, extending her right hand. The moisture in the air rapidly converged toward her fingertips, forming a large crystal of ice in mere moments. The marvel of her mutant ability was astounding. The reason for her disappearance stemmed from the sudden awakening of her ice-manipulating powers a few days prior, which she could not yet control, prompting her to hide away. During those days, everything she touched would shatter into icy fragments, preventing her from even contacting her family. Fortunately, her abilities were not weak, and at a crucial moment, this self-proclaimed SHIELD agent had come to her rescue. Natasha reclined on the bed, offering a word of counsel. Just as she finished speaking, her expression shifted dramatically. She rose and approached the door, peering through the crack to glimpse the world outside. The motel was situated by the seaside, with a fence enclosing the backyard, and the beach lay less than 100 meters away. At this moment on the beach, 3 Sentinel robots, each towering over 5 meters, slowly descended from the sky. This is bad. We need to move. Natasha urgently approached the window and flung it open. Follow me. With that, she leaped out of the window. Their room was situated on the second floor, merely 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Upon hearing her, Annie hastened to the window as well. Thanks to her experience in action films, she landed gracefully on the ground. Once on solid ground, the two did not linger, but immediately jumped into a car parked by the street. The vehicle accelerated swiftly, heading towards the intersection. The robots behind the hotel emitted a warning signal. Mutant detected. Instantly, 3 figures soared into the air once more, utilizing their mutant detection devices. The Sentinel robots swiftly captured Annie's silhouette within 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Natasha steered the vehicle along a coastal road in the opposite direction. The 3 Sentinel robots, showing no regard for pedestrians, sped forward, landing squarely in front of the car, their arms crashing down heavily on the engine hood. The vehicle nearly took flight. The sudden deceleration nearly sent the 2 occupants hurtling through the windows, but thankfully, the seatbelts served their purpose. Moments later, both women emerged from the car, rubbing the spots where the seatbelts had pressed against them. Damn it, I thought I was going to be choked to death. Natasha greeted the Sentinel robots with a sarcastic remark. However, the robots paid her no heed, their focus entirely on Annie as they advanced toward her. Run! Natasha shouted to Annie, drawing specialized pistols from her thighs and firing at the robots. The bullet struck the robots, but merely ricocheted off, inflicting no harm. Nevertheless, her actions did manage to divert the attention of the Sentinel robots. Come over here, you fools. She understood all too well that the 2 of them alone were no match for the Sentinel robots. Her only hope was to buy time until help arrived. Observing the 2 fleeing in opposite directions, the 3 Sentinel robots decided to split up. One pursued Natasha, while the other 2 charged after Annie. After all, Capturing mutants was their primary objective. Annie glanced back at the two Sentinel robots closing in on her and swiftly turned to run toward the seaside. The reason they had chosen to rest in a seaside hotel was due to Annie's abilities. While she could freeze moisture in the air, she required sufficient humidity to do so. In the inland regions, she risked depleting the nearby moisture with a single use of her powers. The seaside, however, was undeniably her domain, greatly enhancing her combat efficacy. Having run less than 50 meters, the robots were already within 5 meters of her. Noticing this, a glint of icy blue flashed in Annie's eyes. The surrounding moisture swiftly coalesced upon the robot, transforming it into two exquisite ice sculptures in less than 2 seconds. However, before Annie could catch her breath, fine cracks began to emerge on the surface of the ice figures. Observing this, Annie did not hesitate. She activated her powers once more, draining the moisture within a 100-meter radius. The thickness of ice encasing the two Sentinel robots had reached nearly 1 meter. Nevertheless, Annie remained vigilant, suppressing the fatigue coursing through her body as she fled into the distance. Meanwhile, Natasha, while escaping, occasionally fired shots behind her to divert the enemy's ire. Unlike Annie, she often chose narrow alleyways, although the Sentinel robots wreaked havoc on the buildings lining the streets, causing pedestrians to scatter in fright. This strategy momentarily hindered the pursuer's ability to capture her. However, as Natasha emerged from a narrow path, her expression froze at the sight of 3 Sentinel robots reappearing before her. Could it be? Chapter 51. You will regret this. Just as Natasha contemplated retreating, she spotted the pursuing robot emerging from a side entrance. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. Ms. Natasha, due to your obstruction of the Sentinel Special Operations activities, we are now authorized to apprehend you. A male voice emanated from the robot positioned at the forefront. Ignoring the robot's declaration, Natasha charged directly towards the Sentinel behind her. Although the Sentinel robots were produced by the TRIS group, they were effectively controlled by the government's Sentinel Special Operations, an agency on par with SHIELD. In theory, both organizations belonged to the government's special authority sectors. Upon drawing near, Natasha executed a slide, deftly slipping between the robot's legs. In the process, she affixed a circular device to the Sentinel's body. A crackling sound erupted as the device emitted a surge of electricity. The Sentinel robot convulsed violently before crashing to the ground. The 3 remaining robots, witnessing this, ceased to hold back. A needle-like projectile shot from the center robot, striking Natasha almost instantaneously, with a fine wire connecting it to the robot's appendage. Natasha felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, followed by a surge of electricity coursing through her body. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, Annie emerged from a nearby street, swiftly removing the device embedded in Natasha and helping her to flee. On the other side, the Sentinel robot, encased in ice, attempted to break free through sheer force. However, its surface began to glow a deep red, releasing intense heat, which quickly melted the ice encasing it. At this stage, the Sentinel robots had not yet reached their later invincible form, capable of effortlessly replicating the abilities of others upon contact. Each Sentinel robot possesses a singular, immutable ability. Following the initial discovery of Annie's ice-based powers, the Sentinels dispatched by Trask Industries were all equipped with fire-based capabilities. After a few managed to extricate themselves, they swiftly pursued the direction in which Annie had fled. Moments later, 5 Sentinel robots cornered the pair in a dead-end alley, observing the obstructed path ahead. A look of anxiety spread across Annie's face. This is dire. Natasha's once-numb body began to regain its agility, drawing forth 2 extendable batons. She charged toward the robots behind them. All her advanced weaponry had been depleted, and the recently deployed pulse bomb was her last resort. Swinging her batons, she rained down blows upon the robots. However, the metallic constructs remained unscathed. It appears my combat skills are ineffective against them. I am counting on you. Upon hearing this, Annie anxiously shook her head. No, I exerted myself too much earlier and cannot use my abilities for now. At this, Natasha retracted her batons. Then, we can only hope that your ex-boyfriend and the director possess the capability to rescue us from the Sentinel Special Operations. She understood that Nick Fury had sent her to protect Annie primarily to recruit SHIELD resources. However, there might also be an interest in recruiting Annie herself, as she had proven her strength following her awakening. Seeing the two with no avenue for escape, a group of soldiers emerged from behind the Sentinel robots, led by a middle-aged man. Ms. Annie, please accompany us, he stated, disregarding Natasha's presence. Certainly, but may I inquire what crime I have committed? Do you possess an arrest warrant? Annie responded with a calm demeanor, fully aware that they likely had no such warrant. Her words were merely a tactic to buy time. The man, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of disdain on his face. Such matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is that you are invaluable to our research. Without waiting for a response, he gestured lightly to the soldiers behind him. Observing this, the soldiers produced a mutant power suppression collar, preparing to place it on Annie. Wait, Natasha intervened. The man's expression shifted to one of impatience. Ms. Natasha, you have repeatedly obstructed our operations. Out of respect for your director, we can overlook this, but I trust you will not overstep. Natasha, unfazed, smiled nonchalantly. I merely wish to remind you that Ms. Annie's boyfriend is no ordinary individual. Should you provoke him, you may soon find yourselves regretting your choices. Following the incident involving Magneto, Shuttle had naturally begun investigating his whereabouts, turning their gaze toward the Isle of the Dead. In light of the conflict between Mo and Magneto, as well as the fact that Magneto was taken away, it can be easily inferred that Mo has subdued Magneto and relocated him to Death Island. Upon reaching this conclusion, Nick Fury's assessment of Sumo's abilities escalated significantly, placing him among the most untouchable entities. After all, the destructive potential unleashed by mutants like Magneto, when driven to madness, is nearly equivalent to that of a nuclear bomb. As long as these individuals refrain from causing trouble, Shuttle will not provoke them lightly. Of course, Mo intentionally allowed this information to be known. In response to the recent events, Shutle's first instinct was to protect Annie. Upon hearing Natasha's warning, a scoff escaped the man's lips. Regret? It is unlikely that anyone could make us in the Sentinel Special Operations regret our actions. Just as he finished speaking, a portal gradually opened before him, and Mo emerged from within. Seeing him, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a surprised glance at the slowly closing portal, I thought you had abandoned your little girlfriend. Meanwhile, Annie leaped into his embrace. Chapter 52. This must all be a lie. It was not until half a minute later that Annie reluctantly detached herself from Sumo's arms, her eyes glistening with tears. It's all right, Mo reassured her, noticing her expression. He realized that he seldom saw her in such a state. She was always adorned with a smile, appearing carefree. After all, with Mo as her boyfriend, she had encountered little adversity in the entertainment industry. It seemed this incident had truly frightened her. Only then did Annie notice Mo's unusual arrival. Wait, how did you get here? I think I saw a sparking hole. Are you a mutant too? Consider it a form of magic. Exclaim. Magic? You're a wizard, and you've never told me this in all these years. A hint of disappointment crossed Annie's face. Actually, Mo then glanced at the group of soldiers and several Sentinel robots across from him. He had originally intended to reach planetary-level telepath before confronting them, but unexpectedly, they had come to him first. Upon witnessing Mo's peculiar entrance, those soldiers, including their leader, felt a pang of unease. However, seeing the 5 Sentinel robots standing behind him, the man's confidence surged once more. They were not unfamiliar with mutants possessing such abilities. There had previously been a mutant test subject in the base with similar powers, codenamed Red Devil. Moreover, the abilities of the individual before them seemed to pale in comparison to those of the Red Devil, whose powers could be unleashed instantaneously, lifting opponents into the air before they even had time to react. In contrast, the abilities exhibited by Mo appeared to have a significant delay. Scoundrel, we are fighting for the future of humanity, and creatures like you should not exist. The defiant demeanor of the opponent prompted Mo to forego further dialogue. With a subtle wave of his right hand, a colossal portal materialized beneath the soldiers' feet. Before they could react, they plummeted into the abyss. On the other side of the portal, thousands of meters above, soldiers clad in camouflage descended like paratroopers in freefall. The sole distinction was that these soldiers bore no parachutes. Only 5 Sentinel robots activated their propulsion devices, hovering in place. Notably, the middle-aged man at the forefront was similarly supported by one of the Sentinel robots, thus escaping disaster. The man gazed at the descending soldiers and commanded the Sentinel robot behind him, "Save them." The remaining 4 robots, upon receiving the order, attempted to ascend towards the sky. However, it was evident that Mo had no intention of granting them this opportunity. A planetary-level mental force enveloped the robots, and within moments, they all ceased functioning. The remnants of the Sentinel robots that had previously assaulted the White Queen had been entrusted to a group of researchers under Baron Strack. Although they had yet to replicate them, they had thoroughly analyzed the construction of these Sentinel robots. Sumo was acutely aware of the location of the control center within these machines. By obliterating this control center, he could render them mere heaps of scrap metal. The lifeless robots gradually floated before Sumo, who then stored them within his storage ring. With a new control center, these robots could become his loyal guardians. The middle-aged man, cradled by the robot, helplessly watched Sumo's actions, unable to intervene. Once the robot vanished, he fell to the ground, jolted awake by intense pain. Illusion? Yes, this must be your illusion. I won't be deceived. Sentinels, attack. With that, the man cleverly closed his eyes. As long as he remained unaffected, the Sentinel robots would surely vanquish the opponent, for they bore no fear of mental abilities. Witnessing this scene, Sumo and his companions couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Who would have thought he would unravel the ruse so effortlessly? Stepping forward, Sumo delivered a resounding slap to the man's face, causing several teeth to fly. How's that feel? Not painful at all, is it? He followed up with several vicious stomps to the man's groin, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This is an illusion. It isn't real. The man howled, clutching his groin and spewing blood. At that moment, the soldiers who had fallen from the sky finally made contact with the ground, the sound of their landing echoing like thunder. Sumo's gaze shifted to the distant sky, where a swarm of figures, no larger than flies, appeared on the horizon. Moments later, they soared towards the group. In a striking display, a multitude of Sentinel robots, numbering around 17 or 18, stood before them. At the forefront, a young man clad in a white lab coat sat atop one of these mechanical sentinels. As he descended to the ground, he hurriedly approached and assisted a middle-aged man to his feet. "Captain Wayne, how are you?" The young man observed the incredulous expression on Wayne's face as he beheld both the youth and the reinforcements in the form of Sentinel robots. How could this be? It was only at this moment that the realization dawned upon him that the events that had transpired were not mere figments of his imagination. Fixating on the pools of blood on the ground, Wayne shot a venomous glare at Sumo. Kill him. Eliminate him. Before the Sentinel robots could react, Sumo had already taken the initiative. In a seamless motion, he destroyed the control center of these machines, subsequently absorbing them into his spatial ring. With a smile, he turned to Wayne and declared, "In the illusion I have created, how could you possibly harm me?" Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wayne appeared to have lost his sanity. "This is an illusion. No, this is not real." Captain Wayne, a once rational individual, was driven to madness by Sumo's relentless manipulation. The young man named Lyle's expression shifted dramatically. How he entered an illusion? He was acutely aware of the combat capabilities of the Sentinel robots, and the scene before him was indeed absurdly implausible. Even Natasha and Annie, who stood behind Sumo, felt uncertain about the nature of their reality, whether it was genuine or illusory. Natasha gazed at Sumo's silhouette in the distance, finding herself unable to discern his true nature. No wonder Nick Fury had gone to great lengths to recruit him. With such unpredictable abilities, any adversary would be driven to the brink of despair. Chapter 53. The Sentinel Special Operations Office sinking beneath the sea. Noticing Wayne's collapse, Sumo lost interest in further tormenting him. A colossal spatial portal materialized beneath them, causing everyone to plummet downward. The abrupt sensation of weightlessness startled Annie and Natasha, but in an instant, Sumo caught each of them in his embrace as they fell through the portal. Upon their emergence, they found themselves hovering over an island. "What is this place?" Natasha exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the structures on the island below, mere feet away from Sumo. Indeed, this was the headquarters of the Sentinel Special Operations Office, nestled on a small island of less than 1 square kilometer adjacent to Manhattan. The entire island was under the jurisdiction of the Special Operations Office. What were your intentions? However, Annie had become completely attached to him, and despite his efforts to extricate her, her melancholic expression lingered. Wayne and Lyle, unfortunately, were not as fortunate. They experienced a free fall, crashing directly into the top level of the island's main building. This structure served as the office for the Sentinel Special Operations Office, and the top floor housed an expansive conference room. The conference room was filled with high-ranking officials from the Special Operations Department, and on one wall, a massive screen displayed information concerning Annie. The discussion was evidently centered around the apprehension of this mutant. Suddenly, 2 figures crashed into the meeting room, startling everyone present. As the dust settled, the attendees cautiously emerged from their hiding places, only to discover that the 2 forms on the ground were indeed the dispatched agents. Disaster. The faces of all present turned pale as they beheld the fallen agents. It seemed I had arrived just in time. "Everyone is here?" A familiar voice echoed in their ears. It was only then that they noticed a figure standing by the window, having appeared without anyone's notice. On the periphery of the small island, Natasha and Annie witnessed the main building, a towering structure at the center of the island, tremble violently before it began to levitate into the air, accelerating rapidly skyward. In a matter of moments, the edifice had diminished to a mere black dot in their view. Within the top-level conference room, the attendees felt the building ascending and their expressions turned to one of horror. The structure had now ascended thousands of meters into the atmosphere, where the air had grown exceedingly thin. Moments later, a middle-aged man, seemingly the highest authority among them, steadied himself against the table and rose. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired, fully aware that the chaos was orchestrated by the young Chinese man before him. "To utterly dismantle your organization," came the reply. "No, you cannot do this. We are a government-affiliated department. Your actions will make you a national criminal," the leading man warned, his tone a mix of fury and fear. "Is that so? That is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to embark on an exhilarating journey." As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, the ascending building gradually halted, only to commence a free fall towards the ground. To ensure sufficient velocity, Su Mo applied an additional downward force. In less than 10 seconds, the structure's descent speed had reached over 100 meters per second. The intense sensation of weightlessness forced everyone inside to cling tightly to the ceiling, their mouths erupting with piercing screams. They could never have imagined that, in their middle age, they would experience such a thrilling extreme sport. Several older individuals succumbed to shock under the overwhelming speed. "Enjoy yourselves," Su Mo exclaimed, casting a benevolent smile at the occupants clinging to the ceiling before vanishing from sight. On the island, witnessing the rapidly descending building, the remaining staff in the other structures were thrown into a panic, hastily driving towards the bridge that connected them to the mainland. Natasha and Annie, who were dumbfounded by the scene, suddenly felt a tight grip around their waists. Su Mo had appeared behind them without their notice, swiftly lifting them and passing through a portal. When the three reappeared, they found themselves atop a towering skyscraper. The two gazed at the familiar island in the distance, instantly realizing that the trio was currently in Manhattan, gazing across the sea at the Isle. Above the island, the sky bore witness to the rapid descent of a structure, its speed nearly reaching that of sound. In the blink of an eye, the building plummeted violently onto the island. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud erupted from the site of impact. In Sumo's mind, a series of notifications echoed. Defeated the antagonist, earned 142 points. Defeated the antagonist, earned 156 points. The prompts continued for a full 3 to 4 minutes before finally ceasing. Minutes later, as the dust settled, Natasha exclaimed in shock at the sight of the island, which had been shattered and was slowly sinking under the immense force. At SHIELD's headquarters in the director's office, Nick Fury leisurely sipped his coffee while observing the sinking island on the monitor before him. "Director, won't our inaction provoke the displeasure of the Department of Defense?" Coulson, standing beside him, wore a concerned expression. "Of course, they will be displeased. After all, the Sentinel program is backed by them," Nick Fury replied, revealing a row of pristine white teeth against his dark complexion. "But that's of no concern to me. The White House has made it clear that mutants and ordinary humans possess the same rights. It is these individuals who tarnish the government's reputation. Otherwise, we at SHIELD wouldn't lack a single formidable asset." It was evident that Nick Fury opposed the establishment of the Sentinel Special Operations. He understood that the abilities awakened by mutants varied widely, with many possessing formidable combat prowess. If these individuals were integrated into SHIELD, the organization would undoubtedly strengthen, enabling a more adept handling of supernatural cases. However, due to the existence of the Sentinel Special Operations, mutants harbored significant distrust towards government entities. To this day, SHIELD could not recruit even one powerful mutant. Nick Fury felt somewhat helpless about this situation. He believed that the mutants' actions were justifiable if he were in their position. He too would be reluctant to expose his identity to government institutions after hearing of the Sentinel Special Operations deeds. This led SHIELD to collaborate with the X-Men when faced with particularly challenging dilemmas. On the rooftop of Manhattan, Su Mo turned to Natasha, who was watching the slowly silencing island. "Although this is in accordance with the director's orders, I must thank you. Without your intervention, and would have faced considerable hardship this time." Upon finishing, Su Mo extended his right hand, producing a small booklet. "Consider this a token of gratitude. However, this token is solely for you. Remember to burn it after reading." Without further ado, he thrust the booklet into Natasha's hands and then, embracing and stepped through a portal. Chapter 54. New Skills Unlocked. Natasha gazed at the two disappearing before her eyes. She picked up the small booklet and glanced at it. The two Chinese characters Les Doll on the cover were unfamiliar to her. Upon opening the book, she was relieved to find that the content was entirely in English. After casually scanning a few pages, Natasha's eyes widened in astonishment. The text detailed only the first 5 levels of the Les Doll technique, which promised to enhance one's strength 5-fold upon mastery. Additionally, this practice was said to bolster physical conditioning, albeit at a much slower rate compared to consuming the flesh of fierce beasts. Nevertheless, Natasha was unable to contain her excitement. Her various combat skills had reached a level of near perfection, with her only shortcoming being her physical attributes. If she could amplify her physical prowess 10-fold, she had no doubt about the exaggerated claims within the booklet. She had just witnessed the enigmatic abilities of Su Mo, and it was evident he would not waste his time deceiving her with such trinkets. With this thought in mind, Natasha treasured the booklet, tucking it into her chest as she made her way downstairs. Su Mo and Annie emerged through a spatial portal, appearing atop a towering building. He had chosen to gift the Les Doll manual as a token of gratitude, as it was particularly suitable for her. The primary reason was that it incurred no cost. He could print as many copies as he desired. He only provided her with the 10 levels because that was all that was recorded in the storage ring, and he had replicated over 100 copies. Under the influence of the White Queen's mental prowess, Soren and the others had been completely brainwashed, ready to follow Su Mo's commands without hesitation, even to the point of self-sacrifice. By equipping them with the manual, their enhanced abilities would significantly expedite his accumulation of points. Annie stood before a row of imposing English letters. Tris Group. This was the company responsible for manufacturing those robots. She possessed some knowledge regarding the history of mutants and sentinel robots. Indeed, Xu Montauk nodded. Having initiated action, he would leave no room for mercy. Meanwhile, within the building below, a deafening alarm echoed throughout the premises. The Tris Group was equipped with devices capable of detecting mutants. Should any mutant enter within 100 meters of the building, the devices would react. Standing atop the building, Su Mo and Annie heard the blaring alarms. Yet Su Mo remained unperturbed, descending calmly. In an instant, the surveillance equipment within the entire building was obliterated. As they stepped onto the top floor, a group of armed soldiers burst forth from around the corner. Upon spotting Su Mo and Annie, the commanding officer aimed a device resembling a compass at them, which emitted a rapid beeping sound. Confirming their identities as the invading mutants, the soldiers trained their weapons on the pair. "Get down and cover your heads," the officer barked. Yet Su Mo remained unfazed, continuing to approach them. Observing the situation, the soldiers exhibited no hesitation, simultaneously pulling the triggers of their weapons. Following the cacophony of gunfire, they were horrified to witness the bullets suspended in midair. "Disperse!" The officer bellowed in terror, swiftly retreating into an adjacent room. Despite the soldiers' quick reactions, they were woefully slow compared to the bullets. After a chorus of anguished cries, only the leading officer remained alive, not due to the enemy's swiftness, but because Su Mo had deliberately spared him. Before the officer could revel in his fortune, Su Mo appeared before him. "Where's your mental shielding device?" To thwart intrusions by those with telepathic abilities, the Tris Group had established a mental shielding apparatus within the building. For mutants possessing mental capabilities, their powers would be suppressed within this vicinity. "I don't." The officer's words were abruptly cut short as he felt a searing pain in his shoulder. His severed right arm fell to the ground, a glimmering throwing knife materializing in the air beside Su Mo, pristine and untainted by blood. The man screamed in agony. Su Mo regarded him with an expression of calm. "I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. I will tell you, I will," the officer exclaimed in a frantic tone. Moments later, Su Mo and his companion vanished from the room, leaving behind a colossal ice sculpture. In just a few days, Annie's worldview had undergone a profound transformation. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she harbored no fondness for those who persecuted mutants. During her first act of killing, she felt no fear. Instead, a subtle thrill coursed through her. On the building's sublevel, Su Mo gazed at the towering apparatus, standing 6 to 7 meters high, guarded by 2 sentinel robots. Upon the sudden appearance of the 2 individuals in the room, the sentinel robots emitted an electronic, synthesized voice. "Identity card information not detected." Before the words could fully escape, the red light in the robot's eyes extinguished. Su Mo glanced at the device, which instantaneously coalesced into a massive metallic sphere. With the failure of the mental shielding device, a spatial portal opened nearby. On the other side, Emma bathing, looked towards Sumo at the portal with a hint of exasperation. Calmly, she retrieved a towel from the side and wrapped it around herself. Boss, could you please give a call next time there is something urgent? Sumo felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words. I apologize. I didn't anticipate you would be showering at noon. Women do not adhere to a schedule when it comes to bathing. Meanwhile, Annie's gaze flitted between the two, her womanly intuition and their composed demeanor suggesting an intriguing dynamic. Moments later, as Emma emerged from the portal, donned in fresh attire, Annie assertively wrapped her arms around Sumo's. Emma's eyes swept over the arch of Annie's neck, a smirk playing on her lips, seemingly unfazed. Subsequently, a glimmer of silver flashed in Emma's eyes as her mental prowess swept wildly around her. The tryst group, she murmured softly before turning to Sumo and inquiring. What must we do, boss? Take all the technical personnel and documents away. It's quite simple. Emma nodded in agreement. Inside the building, the researchers momentarily froze, exchanging glances before methodically organizing the materials in their hands. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the tryst group stood in a daze, while those inconsequential staff akin to cleaners exited under Emma's command. Hours later, with the closing of the spatial portal, a deafening roar erupted from the base of the tryst tower as it began to collapse slowly. Back on Death Island, after making a phone call to her family, Annie nestled sweetly in Sumo's embrace. Darling, thank you. In her eyes, Sumo had obliterated both organizations solely for her sake, filling her heart with immense gratitude. Sumo wrapped his arm around her soft waist. You know, what I seek is not merely verbal gratitude. Upon hearing this, a unique smile danced across Annie's face. Would you care to experience a refreshingly cool sensation? Chapter 55. Dreamwalking the Parallel Universe. Issa aki e la de. What? Suited this? Nick Fury exclaimed, astonished, rising from his seat as his gaze fixed intently on Natasha. Of course, I was right there. Natasha nodded. From the moment Sumo brought her to the island, she understood that he intended to showcase this to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, she did not conceal the matter from the director. Stop joking, Natasha. This is no laughing matter. Agent Hill, standing nearby with her hands on her hips, clicked a few times on the screen before her expression one of disbelief. You sent a signal half an hour before the incident, and it was still in Florida. How could it possibly arrive at the Sentinel Special Operations Center in New York in mere minutes? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Sue merely gestured in front of him, and a passage appeared before us. As she spoke, Natasha mimicked Sumo's motion with her hand. I understand this sounds somewhat fantastical, but it is indeed the truth. As she continued, Natasha felt her words lacked persuasiveness. I believe you. I once came across a secret dossier that mentioned such magic. Indeed, Natasha's face lit up with excitement. At that time, the source claimed it was a form of magic. It seems I've made yet another correct choice. In her single dormitory assigned by S.H.L.D., she retrieved the booklet detailing the Thunderblade from her pocket and began to study it earnestly. The more she researched, the more her face radiated excitement. After more than half an hour, she made her way to the training room on the lower floor of the dormitory. Her rigorous training in martial arts had granted her nearly perfect control over her body. Approaching the punching bag she typically used for practice, she slowly clenched her right fist and struck the bag with great force. No, that's not right. In the fleeting moment of her punch, she realized that her technique was flawed. After retracting her fist, she continued to experiment, following her instincts. 3 hours later, after delivering hundreds of punches, Natasha felt on the verge of giving up. In a fit of frustration, she unleashed a careless strike towards the punching bag, subconsciously applying the methods from her manual. The dual forces converged almost instantaneously. Boom! The punching bag before her shattered under the tremendous force. Natasha gazed at her hands in disbelief. She had truly mastered it. Elated, she took out her phone, eager to express her gratitude to Sumo, but then realized she did not possess his contact information. Resolving silently, she vowed to thank him in person in a few days. Recalling Sumo's earlier instructions, she recited the contents of the booklet before promptly destroying it. On Death Island, Sumo sat in the training chamber of the Star Tower. The previous day, he had taken the lives of several individuals, but they were merely ordinary people, and the total points he acquired did not exceed 50,000. Such points were insignificant for him now. However, having broken through to the planetary-level mental practitioner, he sensed that the dream-walking technique should now be successfully executable. As the dark grimoire materialized before him, it slowly turned to the page of the dream-walking technique. Sumo closed his eyes. The technique, which had troubled him for a long time, was executed with remarkable ease. The instant the spell was completed, he felt his soul detach from his body. The dark grimoire, transformed into a stream of black light and entered his soul's third eye, forming a magical sigil at its center. Subsequently, his soul was drawn into a vortex. When he awoke, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar realm. Gazing ahead, the breathtaking scenery compelled him to gasp in awe. Ultimately, a singular beam of light had splintered into countless threads. These threads varied in thickness, resembling branches sprouting from a colossal tree, gradually spreading outward. From the accounts in the Dark Grimoire, Su-Mo learned that each thread represented a parallel world, with the thickness of the threads indicating the strength of the extraordinary powers within those worlds. The friliest threads signified worlds devoid of extraordinary forces. Looking towards the thread that represented his own world, he noticed it was robust, akin to the trunk of a tree. It appeared that his world was the pinnacle of combat prowess among these parallel realms. Zu Montagszeit in Contemplation. According to the records of the dreamwalking technique, touching those threads would allow entry into the corresponding parallel world. In those parallel worlds, his alternate self, perfectly aligned with his soul, would naturally serve as the ideal vessel. For his first application of the dreamwalking technique, Su-Mo decided to select a world devoid of extraordinary beings to hone his skills. In this moment, his ephemeral form soared towards a slender, fragile line. As he approached this line, he felt a gentle pull, not overpowering, yet he sensed he could easily break free at any moment. Nevertheless, he chose not to resist this allure, instead surrendering himself to this world. A wave of dizziness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, Su-Mo found himself reclined in a room. Beside him lay a blonde with cascading waves. The peculiar scent in the air and the crumpled tissues scattered on the floor indicated that a fierce struggle had recently unfolded here. At that moment, the blonde rose from the bed, nonchalantly revealing her figure before Su-Mo. I must make haste. Jim has invited me to the movies tonight. Who is Jim? Zu Montag mom ulet instinctively. This dreamwalking technique resembled a bird usurping a nest, not absorbing the other's soul. Thus, it was unsurprising that he possessed no memories of this body. However, judging by the name, it appeared to belong to a man, accompanying another man to the cinema. Yet, since the blonde had mentioned it directly in his presence, there should be no issues between them, right? Upon hearing his question, a fleeting, enigmatic smile flickered in the blonde's drowsy eyes. Jim is, of course, my boyfriend. What? Su-Mo's expression transformed into a myriad of questions. But he quickly comprehended the situation, internally marveling at how his parallel self still retained the legacy of the illustrious Wei Wu. Observing Su-Mo's astonished demeanor, she retorted, "Stop pretending. I said I want to break up with him, but you disagreed." At this revelation, Su-Mo's pupils dilated in shock. Good grief. Chapter 56, The Zombie World. A few minutes later, Su-Mo watched the blonde stagger away, feeling rather bemused. Sitting on the bed, he attuned himself to his own capabilities. During his recent exertion, he had already discerned that in this world, his body was notably more robust than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, his endurance could not possibly exceed an hour. Yet, that was the extent of it. His mental prowess remained accessible, albeit constrained by his physical strength, currently enabling him to exhibit the power of a mid-level warrior. Should he attempt to exert more, his body might not withstand the strain for long before collapsing. The dark magic, however, was unaffected. After all, it was a matter of leveraging power. As long as his soul remained sufficiently potent, its application would incur no detriment. It seemed that, following the use of dreamwalking, his greatest asset would be dark magic. Su-Mo arrived at this conclusion. Of course, under the nourishment of his mental strength, his physical resilience was gradually augmenting. At the current pace, if he were to remain in this world for a year, this body could ascend to the pinnacle of a war god. However, he did not believe he would linger in this ordinary realm for that long. He retrieved his phone from the nearby dresser and glanced at the time. September 6, 2008. The passage of time in this world is not significantly different from that of the original realm. Rising from his seat, Su-Mo approached the computer, which was playing a short film, and began to search for news online, eager to familiarize himself with this unfamiliar world. A few minutes later, he closed the webpage. Indeed, this was merely an ordinary world, devoid of Iron Man and the Star Corporation. Everything seemed to mirror the trajectory of his previous existence. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks resonated from the door. Su-Mo donned his clothes, perplexed, and made his way to the door, opening it to reveal a somewhat portly young Caucasian man standing outside. The stranger, around the same age as Su-Mo, approximately 20, sported short hair and a freckled face etched with anxiety. "Su, come with me." Without waiting for a response, the stout man grasped Su-Mo's arm and hurried him toward a pickup truck parked at the yard's entrance. "Wait, you must tell me where we are going." Su-mo subtly extricated himself from the man's grasp. Although he did not recognize the individual, his demeanor suggested a familiarity, likely indicating they were friends. There is no time for explanations. Just get in the car. Su-mo hesitated, but did not resist. Setting aside the possibility of the man being a foe, he reasoned that, with his own abilities in a world devoid of supernatural forces, he had little to fear. Observing his surroundings, he surmised that his residence was situated in a suburban area, and the road in front of his home was typically devoid of traffic. Yet, in the brief span of a few minutes, he had witnessed dozens of cars speeding past them. What on earth is happening? His puzzled gaze shifted to the stout man. The rapid vehicles seemed to provide the latter with a sense of security. Once he gathered his thoughts, the stout man began to elucidate the rabies virus. The city is overrun with those infected. They bite anyone in sight, and even the police are powerless to stop them. I've heard through the grapevine that the entire city of Boston has succumbed. Rabies virus? Su-mo's heart skipped a beat. Are they zombies? Zombies? The stout man furrowed his brow in confusion. What are zombies? Just then, a staggering figure ambled down from one of the vehicles. Could it truly be a zombie? Su-mo pondered, his heart racing at the sight of the figure's gait. As the vehicle drew nearer, he realized he may have overthought the situation. The staggering individual was none other than the blonde girl who had left his home not long ago. Her current state was a consequence of his own actions. No wonder she had appeared somewhat familiar from a distance. As the vehicle approached, the blonde girl spotted the stout man and Su-mo in the car and hurriedly waved to them. Seeing her, the stout man maneuvered the vehicle to a stop beside her. Su-mo and the stout man exited the car, and the blonde girl rushed forward, embracing Su-mo's arm. Eager to explain, I was not speeding. It was he who crashed into me. However, the other party seemed to have fainted during the collision, leaving me unable to open the car door to rescue him. A hint of fear flickered across her face. Su-mo disregarded the individual and instead fixed his gaze upon the interior of the car. Although the glass obscured my view through sheer mental acuity, the scene inside the vehicle vividly materialized in his mind. The blonde girl should truly be grateful she hadn't opened the door. Inside the driver's seat, a middle-aged man with a grotesque visage was convulsing violently. His gaze was fixed on this side, and low, guttural growls escaped his lips. Indeed, a zombie. Instead of feeling alarmed, Su-mo felt a surge of excitement. For someone who could fly, zombies posed no threat whatsoever. If slaying a zombie could yield points, then accumulating them would be exceedingly simple. With this thought in mind, Su-mo eagerly set out to test his hypothesis. With a mere thought, a screw detached from a vehicle and, propelled by immense energy, shot into the creature's skull. Striking the forehead of a zombie was nearly a matter of common knowledge. As the zombie's convulsions subsided, a notification sound echoed in Su-mo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have killed a villain and gained 1 point. Is there truly a point system? A look of surprise illuminated Su-mo's face. Though it was just a single point, how many zombies could there be in a world ravaged by a viral outbreak? Conservatively estimating, there must be at least 20 to 30 billion. If he could eliminate all these zombies. Of course, such thoughts were purely speculative. Given his current strength, the time required to cleanse the entire world of zombies was unfathomable. Nevertheless, even if he could eradicate just 1% of them, that would still amount to several million points. Contemplating this, a grin spread across Su-mo's lips, more difficult to suppress than a smirk. The blonde girl noticed the upward curve of his mouth and anxiously jabbed his arm. Stop smiling and help save him. Excuse me, what is your name again? Upon hearing this, the blonde girl was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Her chest heaved with indignation. You scoundrel, I am still in this form. And you dare ask my name? Chapter 57. The Forbidden Arts of Dark Magic, Necromancy. Noticing the escalating tension, Harry, the stout companion, hurriedly intervened. Eliza, please don't act this way. Su is merely joking. Clearly, he was acquainted with both Eliza and Su-mo. After hearing this, Eliza refrained from retorting but continued to glare at Su-mo in fury. Listen to me. The most pressing issue is to leave this place. The city is exceedingly perilous. Harry urged. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of sounds echoed from down the street. The noises resembled a series of horrifying roars. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of shadowy figures emerged into the trio's line of sight. As Harry beheld the figures at the end of the road, his expression shifted dramatically. The running posture was all too familiar to him. It resembled those monsters infected by the rabies virus. The two individuals at the forefront were swiftly overwhelmed and knocked to the ground by the pursuing zombies. The remaining horde charged toward the trio with alarming speed. We must flee, he exclaimed urgently, dashing toward the driver's cabin. The blonde-haired girl, Eliza, stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the distant scene. Sumo, however, fixated on the running zombies. Unlike those he had previously seen in films, this group moved with extraordinary speed, akin to world-class sprinters. Under such conditions, relying solely on his legs offered little hope of escaping their grasp. At that moment, Eliza snapped back to reality, ignoring the driver of the crashed vehicle. She hurried toward the pickup truck, not forgetting to pull Sumo, who remained rooted in place, surprised that she would think of him at such a time. Sumo gave her a gentle push. Eliza was suddenly propelled into an open portal behind her. When she regained her senses, she found herself seated in the back of the pickup truck. "You two leave first," Sumo declared, casually striding toward the throng of zombies. Harry, who had started the vehicle, was taken aback by this audacious act. "Sue, are you insane?" he shouted, his head protruding from the car window. However, seeing Sumo continue onward without hesitation compelled Harry to slam his hand on the steering wheel, gritting his teeth as he prepared to reverse the vehicle to intercept Sumo. Before he could press the gas pedal, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. Sumo raised his hand and waved gently. From a nearby villa, all the nails from the wooden fence detached and gathered before him, a multitude of over 100. With a flick of his fingers, the iron nails soared toward the distant zombies. Considering the nails' material, Sumo directed them to pierce through the zombies' nostrils and eyes, obliterating their brains before shooting back out. Within a mere 5 seconds, hundreds of zombies collapsed on the road. Harry, seated in the vehicle, stared in disbelief. What the hell? The display of power profoundly shook his worldview. He exited the car, rushing to Sumo's side, eyes wide as he beheld the sea of fallen corpses. Just now in his excitement, he pointed at Sumo and then toward the ground littered with bodies. Sumo turned to him. "This is not a suitable place for conversation." "Oh, right." Harry realized the urgency of their situation. His earlier shout might have attracted more of these creatures. It was best to vacate the area immediately. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle sped away. In the ensuing moments, as Harry drove, his gaze frequently darted to Sumo in the passenger seat, while Sumo fell into deep contemplation. In just a few fleeting moments, over 800 points had been accrued. Logically, the pace at which points were obtained was not slow. However, given his current physical condition, he was unable to sustain the use of his psychic powers for an extended duration, unless he expended points to exchange for certain treasures that could enhance his physical prowess. He would not only squander his points, but also find the endeavor of eliminating zombies to be both time-consuming and laborious. Suddenly, Sumo had a revelation. The dark tome shot forth from his brow, flipping frantically before him, ultimately landing on the final few pages. Among these pages was recorded a branch of dark magic known as necromancy. Necromancy was arguably the most sinister branch of black magic in the main universe. With the guardianship of the Ancient One and the Vishani, the casting of necromancy was easily detectable by them, leading to immense trouble. This was also the reason why such magic had never appeared in the main world. Even Sumo had only skimmed through it previously to avoid attracting unwanted attention. However, this world was different. It was merely an ordinary realm, devoid of the Ancient One and not considered the domain of the Vishani. The use of necromancy here posed no issues. Before long, the dark tome landed on a page adorned with a hexagram. This was it. An excited smile spread across Sumo's face. The spell documented on the page was called Necromantic Catastrophe. It allowed the arrangement of a massive magical circle within a specified range. Upon activation, this circle could transform all living beings or corpses within that area into undead entities. He could easily set up a magical formation that encompassed the entire city, converting all the zombies within into an army of the undead. At that point, the immortal undead army could effortlessly cleanse the world of zombies on his behalf. However, establishing this formation required specific materials, which needed to be placed at the 5 corners of the city to assist the main array. Next, he would need to gather the necessary materials for the formation. Stowing away the magical tome, Sumo lifted his gaze to the 2 individuals in the vehicle who were staring intently at him. Upon witnessing the mysterious book vanish from before Sumo, Harry finally mustered the courage to speak. "Is that magic?" "Indeed," Sumo nodded. There was no need to conceal this from them. Judging by Harry's previous actions, it was evident he was a steadfast companion. Not to mention the risks he took to come to his home to rescue him, and his unwavering determination to drive to save him when Sumo sought to confront the zombies. These 2 instances alone were enough to confirm that he was a trustworthy friend. The same could be said for Eliza. Despite their merely casual acquaintance, still had the thought to pull him along during her escape. Only then did Sumo notice Eliza in the back seat, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at him. "What is it?" he asked. "Do you think I am suitable material for learning magic?" "No, you are a muggle." Sumo promptly rejected her notion without hesitation. "If I were truly entrust myself to the other party, it might lead to her downfall. Lacking the dark grimoire and needing to borrow magical power, she would soon become a mere puppet of Zysorn." No, wait. It suddenly dawned on him that if Zysorn could lend magical power, perhaps he could also lend the power of the dark grimoire. After all, with Zysorn as an inexhaustible power source, the origin of the magic would not be an issue. In that case, those who borrowed the power would surely yield a portion of the points from the vanquished villains to him. After all, he had contributed as well. No, he must find a way to attempt this. Sumo resolved quietly within himself. Chapter 58. It's all right. I'll be more cautious in my next life. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Eliza's face fell with disappointment. Ignoring her, Sumo turned to Harry, who was driving the vehicle. "Where are you planning to go?" Judging by the route he was taking, it was clear he had a destination in mind. The sky would darken in no more than an hour. Sumo intended to find a place to rest while gathering the materials needed for auxiliary formations. "To the seaside," Harry exclaimed, tapping a few times on the vehicle screen and pointing to a location on the map. Based on previous information, the safest place at present was indeed at sea. "My yacht, which I purchased earlier, is anchored at that very spot. Once we board the yacht, we should be temporarily safe." Sumo nodded in agreement. To be able to afford a yacht, it seemed his friend was indeed from a wealthy family. According to the map, they were merely 10 minutes away from that location. And, conveniently, there was a large supermarket along the way, ideal for collecting some provisions. This body was still that of an ordinary person. After traversing here, he had endured 2 battles, leading to significant physical exhaustion, and a strong pang of hunger gnawed at his stomach. Without Sumo needing to remind him, Harry parked the vehicle right at the entrance of the supermarket, evidently sharing the same thought. At that moment, chaos reigned outside the supermarket. A throng of people rushed out, each pushing a cart filled with goods. "Wait for us in the car," Sumo instructed Eliza before he and Harry dashed into the supermarket. Inside, the shelf had been knocked askew by the frantic shoppers, with items strewn across the floor. Fortunately, the supermarket was quite spacious, and despite the frenzy, there remained a considerable amount of goods on the shelves. The two of them each grabbed a shopping cart at the entrance, joining the frenzied $0 shopping spree. A few minutes later, they emerged, each pushing a cart brimming with food. However, Harry's expression shifted as he glanced at the parking area. Something's wrong. Without needing him to point it out, Sumo had already noticed the scene unfolding in the distance. A man, pushing a cart and brandishing a firearm, aimed at the car window and pulled the trigger. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the bullet did not shatter the window as anticipated. The firearm in the man's hand exploded with a deafening roar, severing several of his fingers. He let out a horrific scream, clutching his right hand, slowly collapsing to the ground. This was, of course, the handiwork of Sumo. In an instant, 2 individuals approached. Sumo kicked the man aside with a swift motion. The 2 of them hastily emptied the contents of the cart into the bed of the pickup truck, including the vehicle that the fallen man had been pushing. Fortunately, the truck's rear compartment was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the vast array of food. The man on the ground, witnessing this, still attempted to resist. Harry produced a handgun from his belongings and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. It was evident that it was his first experience with taking a life. After firing, his breath quickened and his hands trembled slightly. However, after taking a few deep breaths, he soon managed to suppress the tension that accompanied his initial act of violence. Once inside the vehicle, Elisa, seated in the back, looked at Sumo with an excited glint in her eyes. "Was it you just now?" Upon receiving Sumo's confirmation, her admiration for the sorcerer deepened considerably. "It's truly remarkable." Before long, the vehicle arrived at a yacht harbor by the seaside, following the path etched in his memory. Harry soon halted beside a pristine white luxury yacht. Observing the other vehicle parked next to the yacht and the fleeting figures within, Sumo remarked, "It appears someone has arrived before us and has claimed your yacht for themselves." Harry, however, remained unfazed. "Rest assured, this yacht is equipped with the most advanced anti-theft system. Without the key in my possession, they cannot so much as budge it." With that, he retrieved another handgun from the car's glove compartment and handed it to Sumo. Though magic was immensely powerful, this firearm might prove useful. Sumo accepted the gun without hesitation. The 3 of them disembarked from the vehicle. Those inside the cabin had evidently noticed the commotion. A man leaned out from the yacht, declaring, "Listen up, this is our territory. I suggest you leave promptly." Simultaneously, several ominous gun muzzles emerged from the yacht's windows, clearly demonstrating their might in an attempt to intimidate. Upon hearing this, Harry shouted back, "Listen, I'm the rightful owner of this yacht. You brigands need to vacate immediately." At his words, a stir arose from within the opposing yacht. The man who had spoken earlier reappeared. "How do you prove that this yacht belongs to you?" Without wasting words, Harry pressed a button on the key fob. The 3 glass panels on the yacht's deck retracted beneath the surface, revealing the interior. Upon witnessing this, the man's eyes lit up. Almost instantaneously, the gun muzzles that had protruded from the cabin unleashed a volley of fire. The adversaries had opened fire on them. Su-Imo sighed at the sight. The bullets hung suspended in midair. "I just told you, there is no need to show mercy when dealing with such individuals." After speaking, he gently waved his right hand, causing all the firearms from the yacht to soar into his grasp. With the weapon in hand, Su-Imo pointed towards the hiding spots of the individuals across from him. "Come out." Su-Imo and his companions, guns drawn, slowly approached the yacht. "Disembark." Upon hearing Su-Mo's command, a collective sigh of relief escaped the hearts of these individuals. Realizing this, they felt a twinge of contempt. Even in such dire straits, they still retained a semblance of mercy. Elisa, observing Su-Imo allowing the adversaries to leave the yacht, hurried to his side and whispered urgently, "We cannot let them go. They just attempted to kill us." However, her words were overheard by the leading man, who quickly turned and waved his hands in a flustered manner. "No, we meant no harm. It was merely an accident when the glass window suddenly slid down, causing our hands to tremble and inadvertently pull the trigger." A gentle smile graced Su-Imo's face. "It's quite all right. Just be more careful in your next life." With that, he pulled the trigger of his firearm, unleashing a torrent of bullets that transformed the distant figures into mere sieves. His intention in allowing them to disembark was not out of mercy, but rather to avoid staining the yacht, as they would be residing on it that night. The stench of blood would undoubtedly be rather unpleasant. Chapter 59, Voldvatset. The group transferred all supplies from the vehicle onto the yacht. Moments later, the yacht gradually departed from the harbor. That night, within one of the yacht's bedrooms, Su-Imo was diligently searching on his computer. The materials needed for crafting auxiliary magic arrays were not numerous, primarily consisting of mithril. This substance was relatively straightforward, merely silver transformed through a special arcane method. However, to inscribe an array capable of enveloping an entire city, an immense quantity would be required, several hundred tons of silver. If the amount were scarce, it would be manageable. But such a vast quantity necessitated the plundering of several large silver storage facilities. Clearly, locating the precise addresses of these warehouses online was futile. He needed to find an expert in this domain. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Subsequently, Elisa entered, locking the door behind her. "Darling, do you require special services?" "How special?" Su-Imo tucked away the note in his hand, assessing her attire. She had somehow procured an angelic cosplay outfit reminiscent of an ex-girlfriend of Old Ma, and upon entering, she spun around before Su-Imo. "An angelic free upgrade service. I can assist you, great mage, in enhancing your magic wand, directly upgrading it to purple equipment." The following morning, Su-Imo awoke to a series of knocks. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the still sleeping Elisa before rising to open the door. Outside stood Harry, sporting a pair of dark circles beneath his eyes. Just now, a transmission was received over the radio, announcing a location claimed to be the official fleet's base, calling upon various vessels nearby to join the fleet. "What do you mean?" Su-Imo inquired, gazing at the speaker. "I shall not go." Su-Imo nodded in agreement with the other's thoughts. With the supplies aboard their vessel, they could sustain themselves for at least a month. Moreover, if desired, Su-Imo could fill the entire ship with provisions. There was no necessity to join the opposing fleet. In such an apocalyptic environment, it remained uncertain who truly controlled these fleets. A rash approach could very well place them in peril. Although Su-Imo possessed the capability to confront them, there was no need to seek trouble. Nonetheless, Su-Imo intended to investigate the ship. Based on the events of yesterday, the zombie virus appeared to have just erupted. Naturally, the official institutions would possess the most accurate understanding of the situation across various nations and cities. It was plausible that there were still cities not entirely overrun by the undead. Should such cities exist, one could trace the location of the silver vaults from the silver shops. However, if all else failed, he would have to resort to the most tedious method, visiting each silver shop to gradually collect what he needed. 200 nautical miles from New York, a vast fleet, or perhaps more aptly termed a flotilla, drifted upon the ocean. At the heart of the flotilla lay an aircraft carrier, surrounded by several cruisers and destroyers, with the remainder being various civilian vessels and yachts. Within the aircraft carrier, in the quarters of the fleet commander, a short-haired Caucasian man in his 40s was savoring his breakfast. Despite the apocalypse having descended, Kevin, the commander of the carrier fleet, found his quality of life unscathed. As he savored a perfectly cooked prime steak, the explosion of flavor danced upon his palate. Upon opening his eyes, he found a short-haired Asian man standing before him. Kevin's expression shifted abruptly. "Who are you, and how did you enter?" he exclaimed, instinctively reaching to call for soldiers. "Shoo!" Sumo placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Simultaneously, a dark flash flickered in Kevin's eyes, rendering his expression momentarily vacant. Soul captivation. A minor spell recorded in the Book of Darkness. Sumo calmly seated himself beside him. What is the current situation across various nations? Where did the virus originate? And how did it spread? Moments later, Sumo exhaled deeply and stood up. From Kevin's account, it was revealed that the military was also unaware of the virus's origins or its mode of transmission. Since yesterday afternoon, nearly half of all cities worldwide, including Sumo's Boston, had succumbed to the outbreak. Furthermore, this morning, even in the cities that had not yet fallen, the presence of zombies had begun to manifest. Based on these developments, by noon today, nearly all cities had become a haven for zombies. Upon receiving this news, Sumo hesitated not a moment and stepped directly into the spatial portal. New York, a secluded street. Sumo emerged from the portal. At the end of the street lay the renowned Fifth Avenue. Prior to his arrival, Sumo had perused the internet, discovering that this street housed the largest silver jewelry store in all of New York. As he exited the portal, the chilling cries of despair echoed from Fifth Avenue. Without delay, Sumo hurried to the intersection. The street was now congested with vehicles, where countless zombies chased and tore at the drivers who had emerged from their cars. He turned without hesitation, sprinting to the right. The silver jewelry store was approximately 100 meters ahead. However, after only a few strides, he was spotted by several nearby zombies. With a guttural roar, they lunged towards him. Observing the impending danger, Sumo waved his right hand lightly. Countless steel spikes manifested around him, whirling rapidly. Before the zombies could close the distance, they were impaled by the spikes, collapsing slowly to the ground. Not far away, a family of 4, rushing in panic, caught sight of the spinning spikes and wore expressions of astonishment. Recognizing that Sumo was quite safe, the man, accompanied by his wife and child, ran towards him. "Please save us. My daughter has asthma. I would give anything to escape." Sumo had no intention of acknowledging them. Yet after a fleeting glance at their faces, he found himself momentarily stunned. The family bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar, especially the man with medium-length hair, whose features bore an uncanny similarity to Brad Pitt. In that instant, a flash of realization struck Sumo's zombies, aircraft carriers, Pitt, a daughter with asthma. The title of a movie surfaced in his mind, World War Z. Chapter 60, The Fall of New York. After more than 20 years, the memories of this film had nearly faded. He recalled only that the protagonist's family was eventually taken aboard an aircraft carrier, dispatched to various locations in search of a solution to the zombie virus. Ultimately, the protagonist discovered that zombies would not attack those afflicted with various ailments. Thus, a vaccine that mimicked symptoms was developed, allowing ordinary people to remain immune to zombie attacks. Yet, it mattered little to him whether he recalled the plot or not. Seeing the family of the protagonist standing before him, Sumo hesitated momentarily before speaking. "It is safe to follow me, but whether you can keep up is entirely up to you." With that, he paid them no further mind and, taking a running leap, entered the nearby silver jewelry store. The store was in utter chaos. Several zombies were hunched over a female clerk, tearing at her, and it was evident that the clerk would not survive. His mental force surged forth like a tide, extending in all directions. With his current psychic energy, he could only envelop a radius of 50 meters around him. Although the silver shop was not small, it was evidently within the confines of his mental influence. In an instant, Sumo discovered 2 women dressed in work attire in a nearby restroom. One of them stood out distinctly from the rest, and it was apparent that she was the shop owner. With a gentle wave of his hand, several steel nails pierced the zombie's forehead and, subsequently, all the silver ornaments in the shop, including those stored in the small back room, flew toward Sumo. With another delicate gesture, he stored them within the storage ring on his finger. Uncertain whether he would find a secure place for the silver, he deemed it prudent to gather everything now that he was in the shop. This ring was exchanged earlier that morning, identical in size to his previous one, yet boasting a generous capacity of 1,000 cubic units. Given the density of silver, the volume of a ton is less than 0.01 cubic meters, making this storage ring more than sufficient to accommodate several hundred tons. The Rain family, trailing behind Sumo, stood in awe at the spectacle before them. It was utterly remarkable. Where did those items go? His wife and daughter gasped in astonishment. Rain gestured for silence. As a federal investigator, he had already surmised that these creatures possessed remarkably acute hearing, easily drawn by the slightest sound. Although these monsters seemed no more formidable than ants in the hands of the extraordinary Asian youth, they relied on each other for survival. They could not afford to burn one another. Sumo paid no mind to the others trailing behind him and approached the restroom door directly. The door opened automatically. Upon seeing the door swing open, the two women inside shrieked while shielding their heads. Silence. Sumonta commanded. The pair, initially startled, soon realized that the figure entering was not one of those monsters. Sighing in relief, they looked upon Sumo standing in the doorway. Sumo's gaze fell upon the Asian woman with a ponytail among them. She stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, her complexion luminous as if radiating light. "Are you the owner of this shop?" he inquired. The woman, visibly confused, nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Then she recollected herself and introduced, "Hello, my name is Jean Min Hee. From South Korea?" Sumo expressed mild surprise. However, it was evident that this was not an appropriate place for conversation. "Follow me," he instructed, turning towards the wall behind him. As he did so, a spatial portal slowly opened on the wall. Jean Min Hee gasped at the sight, but quickly covered her mouth. Through the portal, a glimpse of what appeared to be a forest could be seen. Cautiously, she stepped forward, extending her finger towards the portal to confirm its reality before finally crossing the threshold. Once she had successfully passed through, the remaining members of the Rain family and another female shop assistant followed suit. After everyone had transitioned, the portal gradually closed. Sumo then turned his attention to the others, excluding Jinmin. For the moment, this place remains secure. Whether you all can survive from here is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Ryan hurriedly stepped forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, his phone rang. After exchanging an apologetic glance, he stepped aside to answer the call. Sumo turned to Jean Minshi and, getting straight to the point, inquired, "Do you know where I can find a substantial amount of silver?" "Silver? Of course I know. My family is in the silver jewelry business." Facing the person who had rescued her from despair, she held nothing back. However, she added, "Could you first explain what those creatures that rushed into the store were? And what that circle you just opened was?" In response, Sumo recounted the grim reality of a world now overrun by a zombie apocalypse. "What? No way." The incredulity was palpable not only on Jean Minshi's face, but also on that of another shop assistant and Ryan's wife. "Believe it or not," Sumontak remarked nonchalantly. Seeing this, the others hastily pulled out their phones. Given that the outbreak of the zombie virus had only just begun, the network and signals had yet to be disrupted. They each dialed out. Only one shop assistant managed to connect her call, but before she could revel in her success, the sounds of roaring and gnawing from the other end transformed her expression into one of horror. No, the assistant's face turned ashen. It was evident that the voice on the other end belonged to a very close friend of hers. Witnessing this, Jean Minshi's expression shifted dramatically as she felt the gravity of the situation. He was right. A friend of mine who works at the White House has just confirmed this. With that, he turned his gaze towards Sumo. "My friend will send a helicopter tonight to take us to the aircraft carrier. That is the only safe place we can rely on. Would you like to join us?" "No, thank you." Sumo decisively declined the offer. She then turned back to the anxious Jean Minshi, who was frantically dialing. "Where is the silver stored?" "It's in Newark. There's a silver jewelry company there that supplies nearly a third of the American silver jewelry market." Despite her inner turmoil, she answered Sumo's question without hesitation, further providing an address. As she stared at her phone, which remained unresponsive, a look of despair crossed her face. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and hope flickered in her eyes as she looked at Sumo. "Could you take me away?" Chapter 61. The Devil's Pact, The Magical Bond. Jean Minshi's father had passed away when she was young, and her mother had succumbed to illness a few years ago. Her only remaining family was her sister, who was currently studying at a university in South Korea. After dialing numerous times, she realized her sister's phone was perpetually unreachable. In her heart, she clung to a singular belief. Despite having witnessed the terrifying nature of those monsters, she felt her sister's chances of survival were slim. Yet, she refused to give up. Even if she were to become a zombie, she would still seek to meet her sister. To depend on another is, for her, the most prudent choice. She is acutely aware of her allure, and her experiences throughout her life indicate that she possesses a certain magnetism for men. However, she did not anticipate that Sumo would shake his head in response. "I saved your life. You shall reveal to me the location of the vault, and we shall be even." Upon uttering these words, a portal to another realm materialized beside him, and he prepared to step through. Observing Sumo's indifference, Jean Minshi hastily interjected. As long as you help me survive, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Upon hearing this, the couple, Rin, displayed no surprise. In their view, making such a choice to survive was entirely justifiable. Suemo paused, contemplating, and then scrutinized her intently. Are you truly prepared to give everything, including your soul? Jean Minshi, sensing the gravity of Sumo's earnest gaze, hesitated for a moment before resolutely nodding. Indeed, I have witnessed the myriad wonders you possess, and I do not doubt your sincerity. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. The dark sigil on his forehead emitted a series of gray luminescences. Subsequently, a contract forged from light appeared before Jean Minshi. If you consent, then sign this contract. Simply touch it with your body and silently affirm your agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean Minshi reached out to touch the contract before her. Instantly, a beam of light erupted from her forehead, merging with the contract, which then transformed into a stream of light that penetrated the dark tome of souls within Suemo. He closed his eyes, absorbing the sensation. He felt an undeniable power to extract her very soul. In essence, her fate now lay firmly within his grasp. This so-called demonic contract was indeed remarkable. Just yesterday, he had pondered how to cultivate subordinates and lend out his magical prowess. The spells contained within the dark tome required prior communion with the underworld, akin to seeking permission to borrow magical power. Most practitioners of magic employed this method, including the Ancient One, who borrowed strength with the approval of the Vishanti. Beyond this method, there existed another, akin to the demons like Mephisto, who forged contracts to bestow power upon humans. Fortuitously, the Dark Tome possessed such a means of covenant. Initially, he had approached this with a sense of experimentation, never anticipating success. In truth, he was drawing upon the energy of the Dark Tome. With practice, she would soon be able to wield dark magic with proficiency. The moment she touched the demonic contract, Jean Minshi grasped its essence. Surprisingly, an exhilarated smile graced her face. Is this truly real? Will I be able to become like you? After all, if one were to consider the situation from another's perspective, she could hardly believe that anyone would risk their life to rescue a woman in such perilous circumstances. It was a matter of taking one step at a time. To her astonishment, the contract she had been prompted to sign was remarkably extraordinary. Judging by its contents, she would be granted the opportunity to practice magic in the future. While she reveled in this newfound joy, a voice whispered in her ear, "Follow me." Suemo instructed Jean Minshi before stepping through the portal. Having successfully entered into a contract, it was only fitting to regard the other party as an ally. As for the remaining individuals, they were of no concern to him. He was no saint, and merely extricating them would be a generous act on his part. The reason for his contract with Jean Minshi stemmed from a deeper intention. Despite the presence of a legion of undead, cleansing this world of its zombies would not be an endeavor completed swiftly. He could not remain in this realm indefinitely. Thus, a trustworthy individual was required to command the undead army here, and Jean Minshi, now bound by contract, was perfectly suited for the role. Upon hearing his command, Jean Minshi hastily followed Suemo through the portal. As the portal gradually vanished from view, expressions of envy flickered in the eyes of Ryan and the others. Such a method of transportation would surely allow one to thrive even amidst the monstrous chaos of this apocalyptic world. In a warehouse located in the suburbs of Newark, Suemo and Jean Minshi emerged from the portal. Although this was her second encounter with such a phenomenon, a glimmer of curiosity crossed Jean Minshi's face as she contemplated reaching out to touch the sparks surrounding the portal. If you wish to avoid a fate of becoming disabled, I suggest you suppress that insatiable curiosity. Sumo's voice resonated before her, surveying her somewhat familiar surroundings. She was astonished to realize that they stood outside the factory of the silver jewelry company she had previously visited on several occasions. What a marvel, she exclaimed. She wondered if the portal could directly transport them to South Korea. Observing Suemo making his way toward the factory, she quickly followed suit. Inside the factory, aside from pools of blood, not a single zombie could be found. However, as they ventured deeper into the premises, the unmistakable sounds of distant, anguished groans echoed from within one of the factory buildings. Turning a corner, the entrance to the building came into view, its doors firmly shut. Without hesitation, Suemo used his telekinetic powers to open the door. Peering inside, they beheld a scene filled with the undead. Within the doorway, a female zombie clad in blue overalls was hunched over a corpse, tearing into it with ferocity. The body was already mangled beyond recognition. Upon hearing the footsteps nearby, the female zombie turned her head. Suemo glanced at her, and if one were to overlook the blood smeared across her face, she could indeed be considered beautiful. The beautiful zombie, heedless of her appearance, lunged at Su Mo with her gaping maw. Chapter 62. The Summoning of the Undead. In a warehouse situated at a distance from the factory, two burly African-American men observed Su Mo as he opened the factory's large door. John's expression shifted dramatically. Shit, that damn bastard. After much effort to lure the zombies into the factory, now he is going to let them out. Jim sneered coldly. What a pity for that woman. His gaze lewdly lingered on Jean Minshi, who trailed behind Su Mo. Although the distance rendered her features indistinguishable, her figure and fair skin stirred a sense of eagerness within him. They were currently hiding in the warehouse, and while they had ample supplies, it was just the two of them, two men, unsure of how long they would remain concealed. The monotony was palpable. The presence of a woman would undoubtedly enhance their amusement. But alas, it was too late. Given the quantity of zombies within the factory, their chances of survival were non-existent. Inside the factory, Jean Minshi, standing behind Su Mo, paled as she beheld the advancing zombies. Though she believed Su Mo could handle them, an instinctual fear gripped her. Su Mo remained composed, effortlessly waving his hand. A steel nail shot swiftly into the forehead of the female zombie, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jean Minshi failed to notice the flying nail. All she saw was Su Mo's gesture, after which the female zombie fell silent. The commotion quickly drew all the zombies in the factory towards them. The factory was vast, covering several thousand square meters, with rows of machinery meticulously arranged within. In the gaps between these machines, the area teemed with blood-soaked zombies, conservatively estimated to number in the thousands. Su Mo displayed no surprise. Prior to opening the large door, he had gleaned the conditions inside through his telekinetic abilities. Observing the swarm of zombies converging upon him, countless steel nails materialized before him, swiftly launching towards the horde. In less than a minute, not a single zombie remained standing within the factory. Jean Minshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Her lips parted in disbelief. Ignoring her reaction, Su Mo approached a machine at the far end. Come out. Moments later, a crack appeared in the machine's exterior, revealing an eye peering out, which then retreated as the shell opened, allowing a figure, coated in oil, to emerge. The gap was exceedingly narrow. Had the man not been slender, he might have struggled to escape. Are you an employee here? Su Mo inquired, observing the man who was surveying his surroundings with astonishment. The man, still reeling from the earlier chaos, nodded in acknowledgement. Having just moments ago stealthily assessed the factory, where the zombies had been lively, relentlessly pounding against the machine's shell. Had it not been for the sturdy shell, he might have already succumbed to becoming fodder for the zombies. However, within mere minutes, these undead creatures had been entirely vanquished. Clearly, all of them had perished at the hands of the two individuals before him. Take me to the warehouse where the silver materials are stored. This facility was dedicated to the production of silver goods, and the man working here surely knew the location of the material storage. Very well. The man nodded without further ado. He understood that, in the presence of someone capable of dispatching so many zombies in an instant, he had no right to refuse. Moreover, given that this person had essentially saved his life, he would not deny such a trivial request, even if there were no threats involved. You two wait for me outside the factory, Su Mo instructed the two individuals. As they stepped out, Su Mo moved to the center of the factory. The dark tome materialized before him, and his body began to levitate slowly. Waves of dark energy surged forth from the tome, transforming into a grayish-white hue upon emergence, and then spreading towards the corpses of the zombies lying on the ground. The gray energy, upon contact with the bodies, permeated them instantaneously. As more energy seeped in, the corpses began to undergo a gradual transformation. The flesh and blood of the zombies transformed into energy, which was then infused into the bones of the cadavers. As time elapsed, the flesh of the corpse nearest to Su Mo had entirely vanished, revealing the stark white bones within. At this moment, the bones gleamed with a translucent radiance, resembling exquisite jade. Not only had the skeletal form increased in size by 1/3, but they also bore an array of bone weapons, knives, guns, shields, and even bows. Simultaneously, the gray energy began to coalesce and compress within the skulls of the skeletons, until at a certain moment, the densely compressed, dark energy collapsed, rapidly contracting inward. Once it had reached its utmost limit, a flicker of crimson flame ignited in its place. The skeletons lying on the ground sprang to life, using hands and feet to clamber up. Necromancy. This was one of the dark magics recorded within the Dark Tome. By casting this spell, various undead beings could be summoned to fight on one's behalf. In contrast to the calamity of the undead, this magic could only be executed on corpses that were unequivocally lifeless, but the advantage lay in the absence of the need for auxiliary magic circles. There are two methods to perform this magic. One involves directly summoning undead creatures from the Netherworld's realm of the dead. The other, as in Sumo's case, is to cast it directly upon the corpse. Compared to the former, the latter is relatively easier to execute, and since the undead beings are created by the caster, there are no issues of loyalty. However, compared to the undead from the Netherworld, these newly conjured beings often possess slightly weaker combat capabilities. The two individuals standing at the doorway watched in horror as the astonishing scene unfolded within. Moving skeletons, an entity that had previously only existed in films, was now vividly manifesting before their eyes, proving to be far more fantastical than the zombies themselves. After all, zombies can be attributed to a certain virus, which can be explained through science. But how does one explain this phenomenon scientifically? They certainly do not believe that a virus could animate a mere skeleton. Such a notion defies all logic. As the two were engulfed in their chilling thoughts, a voice resonated from short distance away. "Hey, Belle, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Turning to the source of the voice, they discovered two men standing several dozen meters away, each wielding a fire axe. It was none other than John and Jim, who had been hiding in the warehouse. Upon seeing them, Belle's face flushed with anger. "You two scoundrels, how dare you show yourselves before me?" In a fit of rage, he charged towards them. However, reality proved to be harsh. Given his slender physique and the 2-against-1 scenario, especially with the adversaries armed, it took less than 10 seconds for Belle to be brought down to the ground. Jim stood over the bloodied Belle, taunting, "It seems you are eager to meet your deceased father." Chapter 63, The Skeleton Cavalry. From their position, they could not see the happenings within the factory. Initially, they were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two men outside the warehouse, fully aware of the zombie count within. There was no conceivable way for them to escape safely from inside, until John proposed a theory. Could it be that all those zombies had perished? They reasoned that these zombies might be the result of a virus akin to rabies, whereby the host could swiftly succumb to death shortly after infection. The more they pondered, the more they became convinced of this hypothesis. Once assured, their gaze fell upon the fair and beautiful Jean Minhee. Under normal circumstances, a woman of such beauty would be out of reach for ordinary workers like them. However, the situation had changed. While they were not entirely informed about the outside world, they were aware of certain facts. At the very least, this city was now overrun with such infected creatures. Not to mention the collapse of social order, where no one cared about these matters anymore. Even if the virus had only erupted in this city, the military would soon return to restore order. Once they had dealt with their adversaries and disposed of them, they could easily shift the blame onto these monsters, ensuring they would face no repercussions. In their minds, they would remain unscathed. With these thoughts in mind, they bolted out of the warehouse. Meanwhile, Belle lay on the ground, a flicker of defiance still in his eyes. "You two rogues, I led the zombies here for you. Why did you have to kill my father?" Upon hearing this, Jim's face twisted into a mocking grin. "What use is that old fool? He only consumes our limited supplies. Moreover, knowing that you were forced to perish within the factory by our hands, your deceased father must loathe us profoundly. Had we not remained vigilant, that old wretch would have likely plunged a knife into each of us from behind. You wretched scoundrels." Upon hearing this, the fury in Belle's eyes nearly erupted. Indignant rage, John chuckled lightly, raising the fire axe in his hand. "Go accompany your deceased father." With that, he aimed to strike Belle with the axe. "Stop." At that moment, Jean Minhee, who had followed closely behind, grasped the situation. It was evident that these two had threatened Belle with his father's life, compelling him to lure all the zombies inside the factory, after which they had still managed to kill old Belle. After shouting, she connected with Sumo in the factory through their demonic pact and began to retreat slowly. Utilizing the powers of their contract, she could convey messages between them. She would not be foolish enough to charge recklessly. Given the disparity in size and strength between the two parties, it would be akin to delivering herself as a gift. Upon hearing her shout, a lewd smile crept across Jim's face. "Rest assured, you won't escape." With that, he began to chase after her. Inside the factory, Sumo was at a critical juncture in his incantation. Among the thousands of skeleton soldiers summoned, half of them disassembled, transforming into a heap of bones that, under a certain force, began to levitate and reassemble. Moments later, the outline of a skeletal cavalryman emerged. At this moment, receiving Jean Minhee's message, Sumo's heart stirred. The flames within the skulls of the dozens of skeletons near the entrance blazed intensely. Subsequently, these skeletons, armed with swords and bows, began to march toward the door. Of the nearly 500 skeleton soldiers, only 36 were ultimately formed into cavalry. Judging by their current configuration, the skeletal cavalry stood a towering 3 meters high. Wielding bone swords over 2 meters long, they exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The souls of the disassembled skeletons were gradually merging as well. Outside, since Jean Minchi had maintained a safe distance from the adversaries from the outset, it was evidently impossible for Jim to close the gap in an instant. However, he remained unfazed. Judging by their running speeds, it would not be long before he would catch up. Just then, a group of armed skeleton soldiers emerged from the factory door. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of excitement appeared on Jean Minchi's face. In stark contrast, Jim's expression shifted dramatically. He came to a sudden halt, gazing with uncertainty at the skeletons advancing toward Jean Minchi. What in the world is that? After a brief moment of hesitation, he promptly turned and fled toward the warehouse. Although he was unsure what manner of creature this was, it was clear that it could not possibly become a friend. In the distance, John, who was poised to finish off Belle, also took note of the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing the skeletal figures, he was utterly astonished, his soul seemingly escaping to the heavens. In a fit of panic, he discarded the fire axe he had been wielding and turned to flee towards the warehouse. As the skeletal warriors emerged, they immediately positioned themselves protectively around Jean Minchi. Gradually, she regained her composure, recovering from the initial shock of encountering these entities. With a sense of curiosity, she even prodded the arm of one of the skeletal soldiers with her finger. However, the skeleton remained unresponsive, which emboldened her. Noticing that the two assailants had fled in fright, she hastily rushed towards Belle, who lay sprawled on the ground. The surrounding skeletal soldiers followed closely behind, ensuring her safety at the center of their formation. As she approached, Belle slowly began to rise from the ground. He appeared disheveled, covered in dirt, with bruises marring his face and several streams of blood trickling down from his head, rendering his visage somewhat ghastly. "Are you all right?" he asked, wiping the blood from his face, his voice low and gravelly. "I'm fine," she replied, though the hatred simmering in her eyes was unmistakable. He retrieved the fire axe that John had discarded, his expression calm as he headed towards the warehouse. Yet, after a couple of steps, he halted. The warehouse containing the silver bricks is located at the southeast corner of the compound. With your abilities, the lock should pose no challenge. After speaking, he cast a glance at the surrounding skeletons and resumed his journey towards the distant warehouse. Jean Minchi observed the resolute determination in his eyes, clearly understanding that he was prepared to confront those two men at any cost. As she watched him depart, her expression shifted. However, upon noticing the skeletal warriors around her, an idea struck her, and she attempted to issue a command to the nearest skeleton. "Crouch down." Chapter 64. Can the skeleton soldiers evolve? Upon hearing her command, the skeletal soldier immediately crouched to the ground. Jean Minchi's face lit up with a hint of surprise. "Is it truly possible? All of you crouch down." The dozen or so skeletal soldiers complied, uniformly lowering themselves. Seeing this, Jean Minchi called out to the retreating Belle, "Wait." She then led the group of skeletons in pursuit. Not only did Belle harbor intense resentment towards those two scoundrels, but she too felt an overwhelming loathing for them, especially since one of them had attempted to harm her. Soon, under the protection of the skeletal warriors, Jean Minchi arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. The two individuals, secretly observing the outside through a crack in the door, simultaneously paled upon seeing the skeletal soldiers encircling Jean Minchi. A foreboding feeling washed over them, as it became evident that the appearance of these skeletal beings was closely linked to this woman. However, they found solace in the fact that the warehouse contained only finished silverware, devoid of windows, and the entrance was reinforced with metal, boasting a thickness exceeding 150 millimeters, sufficiently sturdy. It seemed unlikely that even a standard rocket launcher could penetrate such defenses, let alone the bony blades wielded by the skeletal soldiers. Jean Minchi lightly tapped on the metallic door, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. The sound suggested that the door was quite thick, making it a formidable challenge to open. However, having arrived at this juncture, they felt compelled to attempt it. She turned to a nearby skeletal warrior, commanding, "Break it down." At her words, the skeletal soldier advanced, raising its bony blade and delivering a powerful strike against the metal door. A resounding crash echoed, yet only a small groove, a mere 2 or 3 centimeters deep, marred the surface of the door. The intense recoil sent the skeletal warrior staggering back a couple steps. Observing this spectacle from within the storage room, the two onlookers exhaled a sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Although they recognized the door's formidable strength, the presence of such legendary creatures had left them in a state of apprehension. Now, it seemed that concern could be cast aside. Initially filled with hope at the sight of the skeletal warriors, Bell's expression shifted as he shouted, "You two imbeciles, come out." He stepped forward, his fire axe swinging wildly at the door. However, aside from numbing his hands, his efforts proved futile. The two inside, witnessing his struggle, exchanged smug chuckles. "Save your breath. You won't breach this door from the outside." Jean Minshi, hearing their laughter, felt a surge of frustration, yet remained unperturbed. Once Su Mo emerged, entering would be a simple task, especially considering the considerable amount of silver within. It was unlikely Su Mo would abandon it. What went unnoticed, however, was that after being knocked back, the skeletal warrior hesitated for a moment before advancing once more. This time, it refrained from striking directly. Instead, it lifted its bone blade, the fiery essence within its skull flaring to life. A flicker of flame erupted from its hollow eye sockets, igniting the bone blade in an intense blaze. Only then did they notice the unusual transformation of the skeletal soldier. Without a moment's hesitation, it plunged the flaming blade into the door. Like a knife through butter, the bone blade easily penetrated the metallic barrier. The two individuals in the storage room, witnessing the sudden thrust of the blade, felt their hearts race anew. Before their astonished eyes, the bone blade danced along the door, carving out an oval shape taller than a man. In shock at this sight, the pair turned to flee deeper into the storage room. Yet, barely had they taken 2 steps when a deafening crash resounded. A sizable chunk of metal, severed from the door, hurtled inward, toppling Jim to the ground. Outside, the skeletal warrior lowered its foot slowly, and with a sizzling sound, the searing metal scorched its back. Jim let out a piercing scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Outside, Jean Minshi and Belle watched in astonishment as the skeletal warrior discarded its charred blade and gradually retreated, both faces reflecting their shock. They had not anticipated that the skeletal soldier possessed such a formidable ability. However, Jean Minshi quickly regained her composure. She gestured towards the skeletal soldiers behind her, commanding them to seize the 2 individuals within. A group of towering skeletal warriors, each over 2 meters tall, bowed their heads and entered through the gaping opening. Moments later, Jean Minshi and Belle stepped inside. John and Jim had been effortlessly lifted by 2 skeletal soldiers as if they were mere chicks. The unconscious Jim was jolted awake amidst the commotion. Upon seeing the skeletal soldiers surrounding them, as well as the entrance of Belle and Jean Minshi, terror etched itself upon their faces. "Please let us go, madam. I apologize." Jim shouted towards Jean Minshi. Apologize? If apologies were of any consequence, what need would there be for the police? She was disinclined to engage in further conversation with the 2 men and turned to Belle. "I leave them in your capable hands." She understood that Belle harbored a greater desire to exact personal retribution upon the 2. Upon hearing this, Belle expressed her gratitude and advanced towards the captives. Jean Minshi turned and exited the premises. The ensuing scene would be rather gruesome. Having just entered this post-apocalyptic world, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such sights. Moments later, piercing screams echoed from within the warehouse, a cacophony that persisted for a full 10 minutes. Once the commotion subsided, Jean Minshi re-entered. On the warehouse floor lay 2 large pools of blood, and at the center of the crimson stains lay Jim and John, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition. "Dispose of these remnants," Jean Minshi commanded. The remaining skeletal soldiers remained still, save for one who had incinerated a bone knife, stepping forward to insert its left hand into one of the corpses. A flicker of soul fire flowed into its palm, and under the searing heat of the soul fire, the flesh of the corpse began to dissolve rapidly. Eventually, even the bones succumbed, transforming into liquid as they were absorbed by the skeletal soldier. With the entire body vanished, a bone knife reappeared in the skeletal soldier's right hand. It proceeded to repeat the process with the other corpse. After absorbing both bodies, the skeletal soldier's form expanded yet again, its bones becoming even more robust than before. Can these beings truly evolve? Jean Minshi observed in astonishment. However, she chose not to dwell on it. She waved her hand towards the skeletal soldiers, instructing them to collect any silverware within the warehouse. To ensure comprehension, she demonstrated her command personally. Instantly, the warehouse erupted into a flurry of activity. Chapter 65. Cavalry transforms into infantry. Within the factory, the assembly of the undead cavalry had reached its final moments. As the last fusion of soul fire entered the skull of the undead knight, a tangible black mist spread across its surface, ultimately transforming into a solid black armor that enveloped its entire form, including the undead steed. Sumo's body slowly descended from the skies. Observing the more than 30 undead knights and nearly 500 skeletal soldiers, he nodded in satisfaction. The intricate art of inscribing magic circles demands an unwavering dedication. With the protection of the undead legion, he need not fear interruptions from the encroaching zombies during his intricate work. At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped him. While casting spells imposes no physical demands, the dense concentration of necromantic energy in such situations inevitably assaults his body. This is, after all, a characteristic of necromancy. Otherwise, necromancers would not resemble malevolent phantoms. Fortunately, his formidable mental fortitude mitigated the impact, and after a brief struggle against the dissipating necromantic energy, he swiftly regained his composure. He leaped forward, unceremoniously dismounting a skeletal knight from its steed, claiming the mount for himself. These undead knights were creations of his own making, entirely under his command, as the necromantic energy coursing through them was bestowed by Su-Emo himself. With but a thought, he could reduce them to mere piles of bones. Thus, with a mere flick of his foot, he rendered his opponent immobile and separated it from its warhorse. Otherwise, with his strength, even a broken leg would leave the knight unmoved. The fallen knight, now regaining control of its body, stood up in bewilderment, only to find Su-Emo as the one responsible for its dismount. The cavalry had become infantry. Yet, the undead knight could not grasp a fundamental truth. Infantry is always more favored than cavalry. Mounted on a formidable warhorse, approximately 2 meters tall, Su-Emo led the charge towards Jean Minshi and her companions. Before they reached the warehouse, the two women emerged, drawn by the commotion of the cavalry, whose thundering gallop sent tremors through the ground. As Jean Minshi beheld the phalanx of undead knights resembling a fortress wall, a wave of pressure washed over her. However, upon spotting Su-Emo seated atop the central undead steed, she exhaled in relief. Su-Emo seemed to recognize the inconvenience of parading such a multitude of undead creatures. Thus, with a flicker of the dark tome inscribed upon his forehead, the legion vanished instantaneously, absorbed into a specially designated space within the tome that housed the undead. Upon completing the summoning, he discovered that this remarkable artifact had spontaneously created a compartment, as the undead dissipated before their eyes. Both Jean Minshi and Jack felt a surge of lightness. Moments prior, they had been under immense pressure from the presence of the undead, particularly the imposing knights. As if a great weight pressed upon their chests, Su-Emo's mental energy swept through the warehouse, landing upon a towering mound of silver trinkets in the center. Well done, he commended, stepping into the warehouse. With a gentle wave of his hand, he gathered the amassed silver ornaments. Though they appeared substantial, their weight was likely only a little over 100 tons. As Jean Minshi and her companion entered, their eyes widened at the sight of the now-vanished silver treasures. Under Jack's guidance, Su-Emo swiftly arrived at the storeroom located at the back of the factory, where the raw materials were kept. After effortlessly unlocking the door, the three entered. A glance around revealed meticulously arranged stacks of specially crafted boxes, constructed from metal, each adorned with a network structure featuring coin-sized holes on every side. Through these small apertures, one could glimpse the contents: silver ingots, each measuring nearly 40 centimeters in length, marked with a weight of 15 kilograms. A rough estimation indicated that the room housed over 1,000 tons of silver ingots, more than sufficient for Su-Emo's array setup. After collecting the silver ingots, Su-Emo turned to Jack beside him. My objective has been achieved. Given your cooperation, I shall escort you a little further. A portal opened beneath Jack's feet, and before he could react, he fell in with a startled exclamation. Los Angeles, the second most populous city in the United States, has become one of the cities most plagued by zombies since the apocalypse. Given the same parameters, Su-Emo deemed it most fitting to choose this city. Rife with the undead. Logically, New York, with its larger population, will be the prime candidate for setting up the array. However, considering geographical factors, Su-Emo dismissed that option. Although New York boasts the highest population, its irregular shape complicates the task of enveloping a circular array. This, however, was a secondary concern. The primary issue was the abundance of water bodies within New York, which would lead to significant spatial waste. Su-Emo was planning to utilize the portal to transport a greater number of zombies into the array, thus Los Angeles, with its predominantly terrestrial landscape and near-circular configuration, emerged as the most suitable choice. In the southwestern part of Los Angeles, at Kenmari Park, Su-Emo and Jean Minshi emerged from the portal. What did you throw him? Jean Minshi asked, puzzled. To a deserted island in the Pacific, abundant in resources, ideal for wilderness survival. Upon hearing this, Jean Minshi was somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, at this time, The safest havens were indeed those uninhabited islands. Of course, Sumo had no intention of leaving the other party to start from scratch. He had provided a bone knife. With such a weapon, he should manage quite well on the island, albeit the solitude might be a drawback. At worst, he could send a companion later. As the two conversed, dozens of wandering zombies, attracted by the scent of the living, surged towards them with menacing growls. And a gray vortex materialized before him. With a resounding roar, a cadre of undead knights surged forth, scattering in all directions and swiftly obliterating the surrounding zombies. The undead exhibited no inclination to resist these skeletal beings. Even with a trace of flesh hanging from their bones, the zombies showed no interest in the mere skeletons, which were composed solely of white bone. Following closely behind, nearly 500 various types of skeletal warriors surged forth. Sumo gestured to the surroundings. Clear the area. Upon receiving Sumo's command, the skeletal warriors and undead knights began to sweep in all directions. This was the first location Sumo selected on the map to establish an auxiliary magic array. Given the scale that enveloped the entirety of Los Angeles, each auxiliary array had a diameter no less than 300 meters. To inscribe the array with mithril within this range, it was imperative that the ground be devoid of any obstructions. Under Sumo's directive, these undead beings commenced a frenzied demolition effort. The entire park was stripped bare of any obstacles, including trees. Sumo observed the chaotic sweep of the undead creatures, raised his right hand, and reached into an adjacent spatial portal. Upon emerging, he held a tome approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick. The dark symbol of the divine text on his forehead flickered, and a surge of black energy enveloped the book, transforming its exterior. The original contents were entirely erased, replaced by a series of magical incantations and methods of release. Moments later, energy permeated into the book's depths, and its appearance began to resemble that of the dark divine tome. He casually tossed the book to Jean Minchi. This contains a portion of dark magic. Try practicing it. Oh, and if you have questions, ponder them yourself and refrain from disturbing me. With that, disregarding her reaction, Sumo settled himself on a nearby patch of ground, intent on transmuting these silver bricks into mithril through arcane means. Upon hearing his words, Jean Minchi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She hurriedly caught the book he had thrown and eagerly opened it. Upon glancing at the first page, she saw the spell titled Spatial Teleportation, and her face lit up with delight. Jean Minchi excitedly murmured to herself. Realizing this, she quickly composed herself and began to study earnestly. Meanwhile, Sumo waved his hand lightly, and a plethora of silver ornaments materialized on the ground before him. A violet flame shot forth from his hand, hovering in the air. Under the influence of his telekinesis, the silver ornaments gradually floated into the violet flame. The entire day passed as Sumo tirelessly repeated the process of refining mithril. As dusk approached around 6 o'clock, he stored the last portion of liquid mithril into his spatial ring, exhaling a sigh of relief. The prolonged repetition had rendered him somewhat weary. Turning to glance at Jean Minchi not far away, he noticed she seemed engrossed in her fervent magical practice. From Sumo's perspective, Jean Minchi, with her back to him, appeared as a welding maiden, with flashes of light constantly dancing before her. Occasionally, violet sparks resembling embers shot forth, and she muttered to herself intermittently. Sumo did not disturb the other party, but instead turned to survey his surroundings. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the area had been thoroughly cleared by the undead creatures. Fortunately, this location was in the suburbs, where there were not many zombies. The few that remained had already been lured over by the commotion. The debris that had been cleared from the park was piled by these undead at the perimeter, forming a natural barrier. At that moment, the undead were dispersed within the confines of this barrier, vigilantly guarding against any approaching zombies. One notable advantage of these undead beings was their lack of need for rest. Success! An excited, low growl emanated from behind him. Sumo turned to look. Jean Minchi was nearly bouncing with exhilaration, and before her, a portal was slowly opening. Observing this, Sumo hurried over, pulling Jean Minchi away from the vicinity of the portal. Simultaneously, a dozen undead knights stationed outside rushed towards them at his command. With his experience, he understood well that opening a portal without proficiency could lead to discrepancies. Heaven knows where this portal might lead. If it opened directly into a horde of zombies, Jean Minchi, positioned so close, could easily become the first sacrifice of his magic. Fortunately, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. As the portal widened to a height suitable for a person, both could discern the scene on the other side. It appeared to be a classroom. From the inscriptions on the classroom walls, it was evidently within a school in South Korea. Momins latte. Jean Minchi excitedly pointed to a specific spot on the wall and exclaimed, Suwon campus of Seoul University. That's my sister's school. She was about to dash through the portal when she suddenly felt a painful constriction, prompting her to regain her senses. Although she had learned to spell, her combat prowess was still comparable to that of an ordinary person. If she wished to rescue her sister, she would need to rely on Su Mo realizing this. She hurriedly conveyed her sister's situation and cautiously requested, may I borrow a few of those skeleton soldiers, just for one night? Understanding the terrifying nature of zombies, she knew that the longer they delayed, the slimmer her sister's chances of survival would become. Xu Montak nodded. Yes, but under certain conditions. I will agree to any conditions. Jean Minchi's face displayed unwavering determination. With that, Su Mo waved his hand, and 50 skeleton soldiers rushed over to their side. They stood ready behind the two. Subsequently, 3 of the undead knights guarding them stepped forward, with one dismounting from his steed. Ultimately, Jean Minchi found herself seated atop a skeletal warhorse, accompanied by 2 undead knights and 50 skeleton soldiers as they entered the portal. Given that she could successfully cast the portal spell in less than a day, it was evident that her talent for magic cultivation was commendable. Moreover, this opportunity could serve to further hone her abilities, as she would need to lead these undead legions to cleanse the area of zombies after his departure. If such trivial matters cannot be managed, how then can one control the restless spirits? Observing the slowly closing portal, Eliza lay languidly on the bed. Upon seeing Su Mo emerge from the portal, she instantly sprang up with excitement, approaching him with a curious gaze directed at the portal's gradual closure. Is this also? Xu Montak numbly nodded. After a day of relentless activity, his physical condition was nearing its limits. Noting this, Eliza approached with a cheerful demeanor. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 67, Prohibition of Self-Entertainment. The following morning, Su Mo stepped out of the room, supporting his waist. He finally comprehended that his counterpart in this world was reluctant to allow Eliza to part ways with her boyfriend, beyond merely indulging in his peculiar little quirks. This was evidently another motive. This woman truly possesses a certain charm. As a friend, occasional interactions were manageable, but to consider her as a girlfriend would likely prove overwhelming for someone of his original physique within a year. Upon reaching the deck of the yacht, Harry was lost in thought, gazing at the surrounding waters. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to see Su Mo approaching. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Who exactly are you? As the original's closest friend, he had quickly discerned that the person before him was not his familiar companion. Su Mo's expression remained unchanged at the question. He was not surprised to be recognized. Indeed, he had not made an effort to conceal his identity. Who I am is inconsequential, but you should understand that I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Upon Su Mo's lack of denial, a hint of melancholy crossed Harry's face. The willingness to risk his life to rescue Su Mo demonstrated how deeply he valued their friendship. Could you do me a favor? Harry hesitated before speaking. Could you take me to a deserted island? From Su Mo's ability to appear and disappear silently, he surmised that such a feat was within his capabilities. The yacht's fuel would only allow for a few more 100 nautical miles, and to his knowledge, there were no suitable islands nearby. Of course, Xu Montak nodded. At this juncture, residing on an uninhabited island was indeed the safest option. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a portal gradually opened beside them. On the other side, Belle, wielding a white bone knife to chop wood, turned at the sound. Upon seeing Su Mo, a smile graced her face. Hi, she greeted. It was evident that she seemed quite content with her life on the island. Half an hour later, the portal slowly closed. From Harry, Su Mo had learned that his parents had passed away a year prior, leaving him without any relatives in this world, which explained his desire to live on an island. Su Mo had ensured that all useful supplies on the ship were preserved for them. The provisions alone would suffice for their consumption over several months. Perhaps they would not even deplete them before the zombies were eradicated. After sending Harry away, he found himself in a quandary regarding Alyssa on the ship. Abandoning her was clearly inappropriate. Such heartlessness was not in Su Mo's nature. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to forge a demonic contract. Remaining here could prove beneficial. The sound of the door opening roused Alyssa, who beheld Su Mo standing at the threshold. She posed alluringly on the bed. Darling, shall we engage in some morning exercises? Su Mo rubbed his forehead, noting that she appeared far from a mere magical material. She resembled a succubus more than anything else. Sit up. I have something important to discuss. He then recounted the details of the demonic contract to her. The initial signing of the contract rests with you. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Alyssa's face. Yes, of course. Hurry, darling. I can hardly wait. As the demonic contract embedded itself into Sumo's brow, the pact became official. After a brief interval, Alyssa surveyed herself with confusion. Is that all? What more do you desire? At least a disrobing or something. Sumo, speechless, tossed her a tome detailing dark magic. Take your time to study it. I must be off. With that, he opened a spatial portal and departed. Watching Sumo's receding figure, Alyssa remained unfazed and promptly began to peruse the book in her hands. Upon encountering the skill of spatial teleportation, she licked her lips. Wow, what a delightful self-indulgence. At Kamali Park, the undead, having stood vigil throughout the night, showed no signs of fatigue and continued to execute Sumo's commands with precision. The dark grimoire materialized before him. He swiftly turned to the page depicting the auxiliary formation required for the undead cataclysm. Gazing at the intricate lines, Sumo first sketched an enlarged outline on the ground. Then, manipulating the liquid mithril he had previously refined, he began to trace along these contours. To successfully render the formation, not a single error could occur. For the entirety of the morning, Sumo devoted himself to meticulously crafting the array. As noon approached, the final stroke seamlessly integrated with the previous lines. In that instant, the auxiliary formation was completed. A surge of violet light began to flow along the formation's patterns, illuminating the entire array before the brilliance faded into obscurity. A smile graced Sumo's face, signifying that the formation had been thoroughly realized. Given the current pace, completing all formations would require at least 3 to 4 days. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sumo decided to rest and simultaneously check on Jean Minchi's situation. Closing his eyes, he immediately sensed 2 points of light within his consciousness. This is yet another function of the demonic contract, allowing one to observe the surroundings of the other party at any given moment. It is abundantly clear that these 2 luminous points represent Kim Min-hee and Alicia, with whom he has forged a pact. Attempting to connect with the more distant of the 2 points, a vivid image materializes in his mind. In the vicinity of Nambang, over 100 kilometers west of Suwon City, Kim Min-hee is astride a skeletal steed towering over 2 meters in height, accompanied by 50 skeletal soldiers. At this moment, the size of these skeletal warriors has nearly increased by 1/3, their bones now gleaming like white jade, radiating a crystalline luminescence. She maneuvers the skeletal horse with utmost caution, striving to suppress any sound. After arriving here last night, she deftly commanded these skeletal soldiers to eradicate every zombie within the university. Fortunately, the university is situated outside the urban area of Suwon City, thus avoiding attracting a horde of zombies due to noise. Upon completing the cleanup, she meticulously searched through the corpses of the zombies, relieved to find no trace of her sister, Jenny. Subsequently, she scoured the surroundings of the university. From a bloodstain left by a vehicle that had dashed out from the campus, she deduced that someone had fled westward after the outbreak of the zombie virus. Traveling in that direction for 2 to 3 hours would lead one to the seaside. She surmised that these individuals likely intended to escape to the ocean. With no sign of Jenny nearby, she could only hope that her sister had departed with them in the vehicle. Having no time to rest, she pursued this lead. Thankfully, there exists a singular road that circumvents the urban area and leads to the coast, alleviating concerns of straying off course. However, even now, with less than 30 kilometers remaining to the seaside, there remains no indication of the vehicle's whereabouts, causing her heart to flutter with unease. At this moment, in the outskirts of Tianan City, approximately 10 kilometers from the coast, a bus is broken down at the roadside. A man of diminutive height yet remarkably robust stature stands before the deflated rear tire, delivering a swift kick to it. Damn it! Of all times for the vehicle to fail. Just then, several university students clad in uniforms disembark from the bus. Professor Key, what's the situation? The vehicle is inoperative. We will have to walk the remaining distance, he replies, furrowing his brow as he checks his phone. We are less than 10 kilometers from the coast. We must board a vessel to ensure our safety. The students resonate with this sentiment, fully aware of the zombies' acute hearing and sense of smell. Even the slightest noise could draw their attention. Last night, while resting on the bus, none could find solace in sleep, their hearts perpetually anxious about the possibility of being pursued by zombies following their scent. Thankfully, they managed to survive the night unscathed. If one were to exist in such a state of perpetual tension throughout the day, it is likely that they would succumb to a breakdown before any zombies had the chance to devour them. At that moment, a male student in the crowd observed the look of concern on a nearby female student's face. Licio, do not worry. I shall protect you. Upon hearing this, Licio glanced at the boy's frail, grasshopper-like physique, and rolled her eyes in exasperation. You should focus on safeguarding yourself first. Furthermore, please call me Jean Lixiu from now on. Zhao Dongshu, with a grim expression, cast a dark look at Lixiu in the vehicle, a flicker of barely perceptible malice crossing his gaze. He had been pursuing her for 2.5 years, yet she had never once regarded him with interest. You wretched girl, you have forced my hand. A sinister thought crossed his mind. Just then, Jija descended from the vehicle, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and grab what you need. No one will share their hard-earned food with you. On their journey here, they had passed a gas station. After dispatching the few zombies that lingered nearby, they had gathered an abundance of food and water from the station's supermarket, nearly filling the vehicle to capacity. However, it was evident that they could not carry it all, and each had to rely on their own strength to take what they could manage. Upon hearing Jija's words, Zhao Dongshu quickly donned a smile and nodded eagerly. All right, teacher Jija. He then turned and hurried towards the vehicle door. Yet, once out of Jija's sight, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. To execute his plan, he first needed to eliminate this troublesome individual. Among the group, only he and Jija were men. Without the latter, he could act with impunity. However, devising a method to remove Jija from the equation was imperative, especially since he had witnessed the man single-handedly dispatch 3 zombies. Minutes later, 7 or 8 students trailed behind Jija as they made their way toward the seaside. The 10-kilometer journey was not far in itself, yet walking would require nearly 2 hours, particularly with each individual burdened by heavy bags of food. After just over half an hour, the students found themselves panting and exhausted. Zhao Dongshu, having long neglected physical exercise, could barely catch his breath. At that moment, a glimpse of a small town appeared in the distance. There's a vehicle over there, a girl exclaimed. The group followed her gaze. The car door was ajar, but it was too far away to discern the interior. The girl continued, Jija. After a moment's hesitation, Jija replied, No, that location is too close to the town. If zombies were to suddenly emerge from within, none of us would escape. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Indeed, with less than 2 hours remaining until they reached the shore, there was no need to take such a risk. With this understanding, they pressed onward, determination etched on their faces as they continued their trek toward the sea. Only Zhao Dongshu, who intentionally lagged behind, shifted his gaze and gradually slowed his pace. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he discreetly detached himself from the group and made his way toward the vehicle parked outside the town. A few minutes later, he arrived beside the car. Peering inside, a smile crept onto his face. No zombies were in sight, and the car keys were prominently inserted in the ignition. Without hesitation, Zhao Dongshu placed his backpack on the vehicle and attempted to start it. Given that only a day had passed since the apocalypse began, the car surprisingly roared to life. He turned the vehicle around, not driving away immediately, but taking a deep breath before pressing the horn with determination. The sound echoed through the quiet town, igniting a frenzy among the undead. Within moments, the air was filled with the unmistakable cacophony of their growls, and in less than 10 seconds, zombies began to appear at the far end of the road, sprinting toward the car. The horde grew in number as they advanced. Once the distance was deemed sufficient, Zhao Dongshu drove the car toward the group. At the instant the horn blared, the weary travelers halted their trudging steps, turning their attention toward the source of the sound. In this tranquil atmosphere, the noise was remarkably pronounced. It was only then that a girl screamed, Teacher Jija, Zhao Dongshu is gone. Upon hearing this, Jija's expression shifted. Not good. He instantly realized that Zhao Dongshu must have gone to start the vehicle, and the sound of the horn confirmed his suspicion. You all hurry on, I'll check it out. After issuing his command, he intended to investigate from a distance, as he certainly did not wish to abandon anyone if an opportunity arose. However, before he could move, he spotted the pickup truck at the end of the road, with the pursuing horde close behind. The truck swiftly caught up to the group, coming to a halt beside Lixiu. Quickly get in. Zhao Dongshu feigned an anxious expression. Jija shot him a fierce glare. I'll deal with you later. With that, he rushed toward the girls, assisting them into the back of the truck. Once everyone had climbed aboard, Jija prepared to follow suit. At that moment, the zombies were still a good 60 or 70 meters away, leaving ample time. Yet, Zhao Dongshu, who had been watching in the rearview mirror, denied him that opportunity. He pressed the accelerator fiercely, and the vehicle emitted an enraged roar as it surged forward, knocking Jija to the ground in the process. Bastard! Jija yelled in fury from the ground. It was evident that Zhao Dongshu had deliberately put his life at risk. Rising to his feet, he frantically chased after the vehicle. Chapter 69. The Devious Zhao Dongshu. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lixiu glared at Zhao Dongshu with palpable anger. What are you doing? Teacher Zha hasn't gotten in yet. Is that so? My apologies for not noticing. Zhao Dongshu's face broke into a brazen grin. Upon witnessing his expression, Li Xiu immediately grasped the situation. You did that on purpose? Her face displayed an incredulous look. It is worth noting that their escape from the school, including Zhao Dongshu's involvement, was solely thanks to Teacher Zha. Yet she never anticipated that he could be so malevolent as to harm the very person who saved her life. In the rear of the vehicle, it was evident that Zha could not catch up to the rapidly speeding car. Soon, it vanished from his sight. Damn it, Zha cursed under his breath, discarding his backpack and sprinting at full speed. As he glanced back, observing the growing distance between himself and the pursuing zombies, he found no joy in the separation. Though the gap had widened, he knew he could not maintain this pace for long, while the zombies could persist in their pursuit until death. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that along the open road, there was a solitary willow tree standing about 100 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the tree. Upon reaching its base, he agilely climbed up the trunk to the treetop. Before long, the zombies had caught up, swarming and attempting to ascend the tree. However, it appeared that within mere minutes, their sheer numbers would allow them to reach his height. Zha found himself at a loss. His strength had nearly depleted, and if he continued to run, it would not be long before the zombies would overtake him, leaving him with no chance of survival. As he gazed down at the encroaching horde, a flicker of despair crossed his face. At that moment, in the distance, a group of white figures approached. They halted about 100 meters from the tree. Leading them was Jin Taishi, mounted on a skeletal horse. Jin Taishi observed the scene before her, where a man squatted atop the tree like a gorilla, occasionally using a stick to push the zombies attempting to climb closer. The sight was somewhat humorous. It was clear that he would soon be unable to withstand their onslaught. With a gentle wave of her hand, the skeletal soldiers surged toward the horde of zombies. Like a hot knife through butter, within a matter of minutes, they felled the hundreds of zombies that had gathered beneath the tree. Squatting atop the tree, Zha's expression shifted upon catching sight of the skeletons. What on earth is this? He thought. Not only could the dead move, but now even skeletal figures wielded weapons. Yet upon noticing Jin Taishi, who sat majestically atop her horse, it became apparent that these skeletons were under someone's control. A sense of relief washed over him. Humans were certainly preferable to these incommunicable monsters. Moments later, Jin Taishi approached the base of the grand tree, looking up at Zha, who perched atop the treetop. Did you escape from the university? She asked directly, her face adorned with a hint of hope. On her way here, she had spotted the broken-down bus. The distance to the bus station was not particularly far, which led her to entertain such speculation. Upon hearing this, Kijik's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly descended from the tree with a flurry of limbs. Indeed, I am a professor from Seoul University. And you are? He inquired. Among those who escaped with you, is there a girl named Li Xiu? Kim Tae-hee promptly questioned, adding, I am Li Xiu's sister. Understanding dawned on Kijik, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He recounted the events that had transpired earlier, then pointed in a particular direction. That scoundrel took them away from this path. Upon hearing the news of Li Xiu's safety, Kim Tae-hee exhaled in relief. However, from the tone of the conversation, it was evident that that rascal, Zhao Dongshu, had no good intentions. Without hesitation, she gestured to another knight of the undead nearby. The undead knight advanced and effortlessly lifted Kijik from the ground, placing him behind it. Under Kim Tae-hee's guidance, they swiftly pursued the direction of the vehicle. At the seaside, a pickup truck screeched to a halt, coming to rest at the dock's edge. The ground was stained with blood, yet no zombies were in sight. It seemed that for some reason, they had all been drawn away. The group disembarked from the truck. The girl seated in the back of the vehicle began to chastise Zhao Dongshu, who had emerged from the driver's seat. How could you abandon Professor Kijik? One exclaimed. Indeed. There was still time. Another added. I believe he did it on purpose. Listening to their voices, Zhao Dongshu's expression twisted into one of madness. Shut up, he shouted, stepping forward to kick the two loudest girls to the ground. Dare to speak again, and I will throw you off this place. Witnessing his menacing demeanor, the remaining girls fell silent, terror-stricken. Satisfied by the fear he had instilled, Zhao Dongshu turned to confront Li Xiu. However, just as he pivoted, a bloodstained baseball bat came hurtling toward him. With a resounding thud, it struck his head. The impact knocked Zhao Dongshu to the ground, hands clutching his head. Yet, he quickly regained composure, seizing the bat from the next oncoming strike. Grasping the wooden club, Li Xiu stumbled back. You little brat. Zhao Dongshu rose, his expression dark as he glared at Kim Li Xiu. You foul wench, how dare you? Seeing this, Kim Li Xiu turned to flee, perhaps overestimating her own strength. for a powerful swing had not rendered him unconscious. Moreover, the bat she had picked up from the ground was now in his possession. The inherent physical disparity meant that even such a feeble man could easily overpower an ordinary woman. As Zhao Dongshu noticed her attempt to escape, he swung the bat fiercely against her leg. Kim Lixiu cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. The other 5 or 6 girls, witnessing this scene, were seized by fear and scattered in panic. To them, it appeared that Zhao Dongshu had completely lost his mind. Upon witnessing the few individuals fleeing behind, Zhao Dongshu remained unfazed. His primary objective was Jean Lixiu. In comparison, those women with faces resembling flat pancakes held no allure for him whatsoever. Gazing at Jean Lixiu's youthful, yet subtly enchanting visage, he licked his lips. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to be swept away by arrogance. Although no zombies were currently in sight, it was uncertain when a horde might emerge from the shadows. Observing a fishing boat in the distance, he disregarded Jean Lixiu's resistance and pulled her toward the vessel. Chapter 70. The Embarrassing Jean Minxi. Zhao Dongshu had scarcely taken 2 steps when he heard a faint sound of running from afar. Turning his head, he was met with the alarming sight of a group of skeletal figures, their bony frames rushing towards them with alarming speed. Leading the charge were 3 skeletal steeds. At this sight, both Zhao Dongshu and Jean Lixiu's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhao Dongshu hastened his pace, relieved to find that he was not too far from a boat. Within a few breaths, he had reached the vessel, exhaling a sigh of relief. His family, though modestly affluent, had afforded him the opportunity to learn the basics of operating a boat during his holidays. While the fishing boat before him was not identical to those he had practiced with, the principles of navigation remained largely the same. He was confident in his ability to start the engine. In the distance, Gijiak, seated upon a skeletal horse, noted that Zhao Dongshu was making his way toward the cabin, and his expression darkened. This was dire. The distance between them still stretched 300 to 400 meters. Should Zhao Dongshu manage to start the boat, they would likely escape. After all, these skeletons were ill-equipped for aquatic combat. Once submerged, they would quickly sink to the depths. Having narrowly escaped a perilous situation at the hands of Zhao Dongshu, Gijiak's resentment was palpable. The thought of tearing the young man apart filled him with a burning rage at the prospect of his imminent escape. Meanwhile, Jean Minxi, positioned on the skeletal horse, observed the unfolding scene with delight. Although still a considerable distance away, she could discern that the girl in question was indeed her sister, Jean Lixiu. As long as Lixiu was alive, that was the most reassuring news. The fact that she was being taken away by Zhao Dongshu did not concern her in the slightest. Possessing the ability to teleport, she could effortlessly reach the boat and rescue Lixiu. However, there was no need for such complications at present. She waved her arm toward the skeletal army behind her, transmitting a thought. This was a method of precise control over the undead, as recorded in the Tome of Dark Magic, provided the commands were not overly complex. The undead could execute them with accuracy. Of course, this applied to lower-tier undead. Some higher-tier undead possessed intelligence on par with, or even surpassing, that of ordinary humans, thus rendering such intricate commands unnecessary. A running skeletal archer suddenly surged forward, while 2 skeletal warriors ahead of it stacked their arms in preparation. The archer leapt into the air, utilizing the strength of 2 skeleton soldiers to soar to a height of several dozen meters. Upon reaching the apex, the skeletal archer nocked an arrow and shot forth a bone arrow, which transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. In mere moments, it traversed hundreds of meters, piercing through Zhao Dongshu's abdomen and pinning him to the deck. A piercing scream escaped Zhao Dongshu's lips. Nearby, Jean Lixiu seized the opportunity to free herself from her assailant's grasp and hurried into the adjacent cabin. As she gazed at the terrifying creatures drawing nearer, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Unlike Zhao Dongshu, she had no knowledge of navigating a vessel. Her only means of escape lay in plunging into the water. Taking a deep breath, she dashed out of the cabin and towards the side of the ship. However, before she could leap, a familiar voice rang out from afar. Turning her head, she was astonished to see her sister, Jean Minxi, riding at the forefront of the approaching monstrosities atop a skeletal steed. Uni? In no time, Jean Minxi had arrived, dismounting from her skeletal horse and rushing forward to embrace Jean Lixiu. After a brief moment, they parted, and Jean Lixiu gazed at her sister in disbelief. Jean Minxi began to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Jizhou approached the writhing Zhao Dongshu, clenching his fists. You little brat. Now that you're in my grasp, you shall learn the consequences of attempting to harm your teacher. With that, his massive fists rained down relentlessly upon Zhao Dongshu's head. By the time Jean Minxi and her sister arrived, he had already drawn his last breath. Witnessing Zhao Dongxu's wretched state, Jean Lixiu felt no sympathy and kicked him a few more times. "You scoundrel, trying to take advantage of me." Lixiu, seeing her sister's stern expression, Jean Lixiu stuck out her tongue. "Uni, I was wrong. I promised to watch my word from now on." Ever since their parents passed away, it had been her sister who cared for her, instilling both love and fear in her heart. Subsequently, Jean Minxi expressed her gratitude to Jizhe and instructed the skeleton soldiers to scour the nearby supermarket for supplies, which they piled into the ship's hold. After all, without him, her sister might have perished long ago within the confines of the school. As the ship gradually sailed away, Jean Lixiu inquired, "Where do we go next?" Jean Minxi cast a mysterious glance at her. "Just follow your sister." With that, she extended her right hand and gently gestured. A portal slowly opened before them. Eager to showcase this newfound ability, she could hardly contain her excitement in front of Lixiu. Indeed, upon witnessing the spectacle, Lixiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Jean Minxi, noticing her sister's expression, felt a sense of satisfaction bloom within her. Returning in splendor, like a sumptuous garment worn at night, with such a power at her disposal, how could she not revel in it before familiar faces? However, as the portal gradually revealed the scene on the other side, her expression shifted, momentarily taken aback. The spatial portal opened above the boundless ocean. Lixiu naturally observed the scene before her, gazing at her companion in bewilderment. "Sister, will we be fed to the fishes if we go through?" Jean Minxi waved her hand to close the portal, feigning composure as she spoke. "I haven't slept a wink all night searching for you. Perhaps my exhaustion has led to some mistakes. Let's try again." After saying this, she composed herself, took a deep breath, and once more slid her right hand, opening another spatial portal before them. As they gazed at the icy, snow-laden landscape on the other side, along with a few penguins staring at them in astonishment, Lixiu could no longer contain herself, her eyes questioning her sister. "Sister, are you really capable of this?" After 2 consecutive blunders, Jean Minxi found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure, a hint of embarrassment creeping across her face. However, at that moment, another portal opened less than 2 meters from where she had just created one, leading directly to the square where Su Mo was located. "Oh!" Jean Lixiu exclaimed in surprise. Upon witnessing this, Jean Minxi momentarily paused before quickly regaining her composure. This was undoubtedly Su Mo alleviating her awkwardness. She restored her calm demeanor, brushing away the sweat that had formed on her brow from her earlier anxiety. "I merely thought you were feeling warm, so I helped cool you down a bit." With that, she stepped toward the portal first. As she entered, she shivered slightly, clad only in a thin garment. Chapter 71. Is this how spatial transmission works? Su Mo observed Jean Minxi emerging from the portal, a smile gracing his face. Upon noticing his expression, Jean Minxi's face briefly displayed a hint of embarrassment. As Lixiu crossed over, her gaze curiously surveyed the surroundings. She spotted Su Mo rising from the ground, a spark of curiosity lighting her eyes. "Is this the man who bestowed such special abilities upon my sister?" Su Mo, aware of her gaze, turned to look at her. The fearless Jean Lixiu, upon meeting his eyes, quickly lowered her head. After all, this was the legendary demon. Jean Minxi had thoroughly recounted the details of the contract to her. Of course, Su Mo could have prevented her from divulging such information, yet he chose not to. His thoughts were straightforward. Jean Lixiu must also enter into a contract with him. This was a condition he had long considered in relation to borrowing her soul. It was not that he coveted anything from her. Rather, he recognized Jean Lixiu's significance in Jean Minxi's heart, even surpassing her own. This posed a potential instability for Su Mo. After all, if Jean Minxi were ever faced with a conflict between the contract's obligations and her sister's safety, she would undoubtedly choose Jean Lixiu. Eliminating her was unnecessary. Instead, he aimed to keep Jean Lixiu's soul under his control. Thus, Jean Minxi would unconditionally execute his commands. This was a matter of immense significance, involving billions of points. There could be no room for error. Su Mo conveyed his conditions to Jean Minxi through the power of a contract. Upon hearing this, Jean Minxi's expression shifted dramatically. While she could bear the consequences for herself, she was reluctant to have Lixiu enter into such an agreement with the other party. However, after a moment's contemplation, she nodded in acquiescence. It was futile to refuse. Such a rejection would only serve to incite Su Mo's wrath, leading to dire outcomes for both of them. Even if he spared them, she would still be unable to reconcile with the burden in her heart. After all, were it not for Su Mo, neither sister would have survived. Lixiu might even become someone else's plaything, living a fate worse than death. In comparison, Willingly surrendering her soul and being subject to another's control seemed trivial. After pondering this, she turned and pulled Jean Licio aside, intending to persuade her. Is this truly feasible? To her surprise, upon her suggestion, Licio's face lit up with an eager excitement, as if she perceived it as an extraordinary opportunity. No, listen closely. You will need to offer your soul, and thereafter, a mere thought from him could render you in agony. So what? Licio replied with an air of nonchalance. To gain something, one must give something in return. Otherwise, why would he lend you his power? Based on your looks? Do not be absurd. With such abilities, he would hardly concern himself with a woman like you. If he wished, he could possess every woman in the world. What could you possibly do if he were to force you? Hearing this, Jean Minchi suddenly grasped the situation. Her thoughts had lingered in the pre-apocalyptic mindset, and she had not realized that Licio's understanding was far more profound than her own. All right, perhaps I have been rather superficial. Moments latte. They both completed the signing of the same contract. As for the magic, ensure you provide him with a copy of your book. Furthermore, the two of you should first practice the magic of spatial teleportation. Strive to master this spell within a few days, and as for her, let us see how her talent fares. With that, Suemo paid them no further mind and approached the amassed corpses of zombies in the periphery. Summon the undead. He was preparing to set up a magic array at the next location. After several minutes, over 1,000 skeletal soldiers and more than 30 undead knights stood in orderly formation before him. Opening a spatial gate, he led these undead soldiers through. For the next 3 to 4 days, Suemo traversed various parts of the city, until one day, with a flash of light, the final auxiliary magic array was completed. After leaving a host of undead to guard it, Suemo arrived at the Wilshire Center in central Los Angeles, the tallest building in the city. In a hotel room on the top floor, the Jean sisters were temporarily residing. At that moment, both were seated cross-legged on the balcony, practicing spatial teleportation while gazing out at the half-empty sky. This way, even if the other end of the spatial gate was crowded with zombies, they would not need to worry about their safety. Jean Licio and Jean Minchi possessed nearly identical talents, and they successfully performed spatial teleportation on the very first day. The extraordinary talents of a solitary individual may be conceivable, but when 3 individuals possess such abilities, Suemo has concluded that it seemingly bears no relation to innate gifts. He speculates that this may stem from the peculiarities of the contract or the nature of this divergent world. He instructs the two to vacate the building. Subsequently, Suemo soars from the window, levitating beside the rooftop. With a gentle motion of his right hand, an immense portal manifests upon the roof. On the other side of this portal lies a colossal cruise ship. As a third of the spatial gateway opens beneath the water surface, the sea rushes toward this side. The cruise ship, propelled by the influx of water, surges toward the portal. Moments later, the vessel bursts forth from the gateway, crashing onto the rooftop with a tremendous impact. The sheer force embeds the ship's hull into the building's summit, stabilizing it atop the structure. Except for its lower section, the remainder of the vessel extends outward from the building's edge. Additionally, the sloped bottom of the ship renders it nearly impossible for zombies to ascend from the building's exterior to the deck of the cruise ship. Standing on the adjacent rooftop, the two sisters gaze in astonishment at the spectacle. Can the portal truly open this wide? Licio inquires of her sister. It should be able to. Despite their continuous immersion in practice, their mental faculties permit them to open only a portal of 5 or 6 meters in diameter, a stark contrast to the one before them, which exceeds 50 meters. After completing this feat, Suemo instructs the two to approach the edge of the immense yacht's deck. You two continue your practice. Strive to create portals in areas densely populated with zombies. With that, Suemo enters the yacht where Eliza resides. Upon entering the room, he is met with a scene so bizarre that even he, with his peculiar tendencies, finds it difficult to bear. Sensing Suemo's presence, Eliza promptly shuts the portal that had ensnared her in the middle, approaching him like a child caught in mischief. Suemo gazes at her in silent disbelief. He had urged her to diligently practice spatial transportation, and she had complied. However, her method of practice is utterly outrageous. Chapter 72. The Cataclysm of the Undead arrives. Eliza is subsequently flung onto the cruise ship atop the rooftop. Suemo then makes his way to the Department of Defense in the United States. In order to safely utilize undead creatures for the eradication of zombies, he must address a looming threat: nuclear weapons. It is imperative to prevent certain high-ranking individuals from perceiving the undead as a threat and resorting to nuclear arms during the transformation or extermination of zombies. Thus, these nuclear weapons must be dismantled. While numerous cities have experienced network disruptions, satellite communications remain operational. The launch of nuclear weapons relies on the transmission of information through the satellite networks of various nations. Naturally, a significant portion of weapon launch systems is not connected to external networks, necessitating Su-Mo's individual efforts to neutralize them. To aid in this endeavor, he has exchanged for a sophisticated intelligence system akin to Jarvis. Over the course of a single day, Su-Mo traverses the nations armed with nuclear capabilities. As evening descended, Su-Mo stood on the deck of the cruise ship atop the building, glancing at the time on his watch. It was nearly time. No sooner had he spoken than he beheld several white streaks soaring skyward within his line of sight. Upon reaching outer space, these white streaks culminated in a burst of brilliant light. This spectacle unfolded within the territories of nations possessing nuclear weapons. From that moment forth, the existence of nuclear armaments vanished from the entire globe. Su-Mo turned to the three individuals standing behind him. Let us commence. With the utterance of his words, the trio positioned themselves at the edges of the deck, donning the headsets slung around their necks. They gestured, casting their spells, and a spatial portal several meters in diameter gradually materialized. Su-Mo then ascended into the air. With the emergence of the Tome of Darkness, three colossal spatial gateways, each approximately 50 meters in diameter, manifested in the distant sky. Originally capable of conjuring but one portal of such magnitude, Su-Mo, empowered by the Tome of Darkness, had opened three. Moreover, these portals all led to major cities ranked among the world's most populous. As the portals fully opened, Su-Mo pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. A resounding horn blared from the cruise ship. On the other side of the portals, a frenzy erupted as countless zombies from within the entirety of Los Angeles raced frantically toward the buildings. The 9 portals hovering in the air unleashed an uncountable tide of the undead, akin to a deluge from Floodgate. However, as these zombies emerged from the portals suspended in midair, they plummeted directly to the ground below. In no time, the earth transformed into an ocean of the undead. Countless zombies clawed their way up the exterior walls of the skyscraper. Yet, the building's facade, composed entirely of glass, offered no foothold for the zombies to leverage. As the horde grew ever larger, they began to stack around the building. In a brief span, they amassed to a height of over 10 meters. However, this elevation was inconsequential in comparison to the towering structure that exceeded 300 meters. Su-Mo gazed down at the frenzied zombies below, a sense of despair washing over him. These were perhaps the most disheartening zombies for ordinary humanity to face in the entire zombie apocalypse. Their senses heightened, hearing and smell, tirelessly drawn by sound, unyielding and relentless. There were virtually no obstacles capable of hindering their advance, their only apparent flaw being their inability to swim. Within the American Pacific Fleet, Admiral Wells sat gravely in the conference room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Just moments ago, every nuclear weapon within the nation had been launched into space. Initially intended as a final bastion against the zombie horde, for reasons unknown, they had been expelled from the Earth. At that moment, a soldier approached him, whispering a few urgent words in his ear. What? His expression shifted dramatically, and he gestured with his hand. The soldier nodded, returning to a nearby computer to execute a series of commands. Soon, an image was projected onto the large screen at the front of the conference room, drawing the attention of all present. The scene depicted the exterior of the Wilshire Center building. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room as viewers exclaimed in disbelief, "My God, am I seeing this correctly? How on earth did that cruise ship end up on the rooftop? It's absolutely astonishing. And what is that portal?" The incredulity was palpable. Upon hearing the murmurs of surprise, General Wells clapped his hands, bringing an immediate hush to the room. It appeared that several other cities were experiencing similar portals, which, according to intelligence assessments, function akin to teleportation devices, luring all the zombies from various cities to Los Angeles. As he spoke, additional smaller images appeared on the screen, showcasing the portals in the other cities, with countless zombies surging toward them. The focus then shifted closer, revealing a few figures standing atop the building, though their features remained indistinct. "What should we do?" General Wells inquired. After a brief pause, an officer spoke up, proclaiming, "I believe this presents an opportunity for us." With everyone's attention diverted, he continued, "Although we are unaware of their true intentions, it appears to be advantageous for us at this moment. The ship is currently overcrowded, and supplies of food and water are scarce. Notably, one of the cities from which zombies are being drawn seems to be New York. If they're luring zombies from New York, it is evidently an excellent chance for us to gather resources." At this juncture, he took a tactical sip of water. "Moreover, I suggest we refrain from provoking them. We should act as if they do not exist." His words resonated with the attendees, who nodded in agreement, including General Wells. who concurred with this perspective. All right, send a message to all remaining fleets within our territory. No one is to provoke the situation without cause. A similar conference was convened across nations equipped with satellites, and remarkably, the consensus mirrored that of General Wells. The portals persisted for a full day. Sumo observed the countless zombies amassed beneath the ship, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the structural combination of the ship and the building prevented the zombies from ascending. It was nearly time. The zombie population throughout Los Angeles was conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million, nearly 4 to 5 times the original count in the city. Uncertain about whether the necromantic magic akin to the undead cataclysm would yield any points for converting zombies into undead creatures, he decided against further attempts, fearing a substantial loss if it did not count. Regardless, the corpses of the deceased zombies could be reanimated, and an army of over 10 million undead would be ample. As such, forces only grew stronger with each battle. With this thought, Sumo turned and escorted the 3 nearly exhausted individuals beyond the confines of the magical array. In this magical array, there exists no distinction between friend and foe. All living beings are susceptible to the permeation of necromantic energy. The portals he conjured slowly begin to close. Concurrently, his body begins to levitate, ascending to a height of approximately 50 meters above the cruise ship. A series of arcane incantations, incomprehensible in their complexity, are uttered from his lips. The energy inscribed within the dark grimoire before him begins to oscillate violently. With the utterance of the final incantation, a tidal wave of energy erupts forth from the dark tome, a jet of obsidian light piercing the heavens. Simultaneously, 5 magical arrays surrounding the city are activated, each producing a corresponding beam of light. The entire city becomes ensconced in a shroud of grayish-black energy. The calamity of the undead descends. Chapter 73. The Lich, the Return of the End. As the magical array reaches completion, a colossal black barrier forms, delineated by the auxiliary array, enveloping the entire city within its grasp. Subsequently, an inexhaustible torrent of gray energy erupts from the dark grimoire, spreading fervently outward, soon saturating the entire city. Outside the city, 3 women stand in astonishment, gazing at the magnificent spectacle before them. From their vantage point, all that is visible is a murky veil of the barrier, rendering the interior situation indistinguishable. They can only discern a few zombies near the protective shield, whose flesh and blood dissolve like snow upon contact with the gray energy. A hint of concern crosses Jinsei's face. Will he be all right in there? After entering into a contract, they had initially intended to address him as master, but Sumo had declined, prompting them to refer to him as boss instead. After all, calling him master would make them seem rather peculiar, despite the reality being only marginally different. Only Elisa would occasionally use that term. Rest assured, Elisa said with a bewitching smile, patting her own innate talent for reassurance. Upon hearing this, Jinsei's cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Kim In-hee shot her an irritated glance, but chose not to elaborate. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had come to understand Elisa's character. The term perverse scarcely encapsulated even a fraction of it. In comparison to Elisa's recent antics aboard the ship, her current demeanor could be deemed remarkably restrained. Within the barrier, under the pallid energy, the city has fallen into an utter silence. All zombies lie as if utterly deceased, sprawled upon the ground, their flesh and blood entirely evaporated. A glance across the streets reveals mountains of accumulated bones. After each zombie's flesh has completely dissolved, an almost imperceptible thread escapes from the corpse, coalescing in the sky, gradually forming a roiling sphere of gray. The gray energy continues its relentless infiltration into the skeletal remains. This process persisted for over an hour. In the sky at the heart of the city, Sumo feels a growing chill enveloping him, and his expression darkens. He realizes he has somewhat overestimated his mental fortitude. Such immense energy has surpassed his capacity for complete control. Fortunately, with the aid of the dark grimoire, he can roughly grasp the energy's tendencies. However, in the absence of precise control, a portion of the energy has begun to dissipate, gradually eroding his body. This situation is, in fact, unavoidable. Only a mind of considerable strength can mitigate the effects of such an occurrence. Otherwise, it is no wonder that nearly all necromancers resemble dried-up mummies, a consequence of being corroded by necrotic energy. Sumo can only grit his teeth and endure. At this moment, the bones accumulated in the streets seem to have absorbed enough energy. Flashes of soul fire ignite within their skulls. Nearly half of these skeletons slowly rise from the ground, wielding various weapons as they march towards the city's outskirts. The remaining skeletons disintegrate completely, reassembling into more formidable undead creatures. Countless bones converge across various regions, giving rise to death knights, skeletal kings, and bone dragons. The diversity of undead entities is truly vast: specters, liches, and wights. However, these undead beings are transformed from souls, while these zombies are evidently soulless corpses. This leads to the production of primarily skeletal undead. Yet these physical attackers, the skeletal undead, are more than sufficient to deal with the zombies. As time progresses, the gray energy in the air gradually thins, most of it having been absorbed by the skeletons. Various undead creatures have now been fully transformed. The city is now teeming with skeletal soldiers. Near the center, nearly 100,000 death knights gather, alongside over 100 skeletal kings, towering nearly 30 meters high. In the sky, dozens of bone dragons, each exceeding 100 meters in length, flap their membranous wings, continuously circling above. Meanwhile, Sumo's condition appears dire. His body has become emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton draped in a layer of skin, devoid of any sensation, exuding an aura of lifelessness. Only his eyes still glimmer with a faint spark of vitality. Yet he knows the spell has not yet concluded. The remaining energy within the entire magic circle begins to surge wildly towards the swirling gray energy sphere in the sky. As more energy converges, the sphere gradually splits apart, ultimately forming 10 orbs of comparable size to the original. In the instant of their division, the orbs begin to undergo drastic transformations. Before long, they coalesce into humanoid forms. These beings appear to possess no physical substance, but are instead composed entirely of pure energy. At the head, 2 crimson eyes emit a bewitching glow. After the emergence of these 10 figures, they autonomously float towards Sumo, suspended in midair. Master, gazing upon the silhouettes before him, a name of a spectral entity emerged within his mind: Lich. According to the dark scriptures detailing the nature of liches, they can be categorized into 2 distinct types. One type consists of necromancers who, through various means, transform themselves into undead beings. The other type is the one before him: liches born solely from malevolent resentment. Such liches possess a greater affinity for necromantic magic compared to those transformed by necromancers. It is as though they are inherently destined to become necromancers, capable of wielding nearly any form of necromantic spell. With the existence of these liches, one could incessantly cast necromantic summoning spells upon the corpses of zombies, thereby augmenting the ranks of the undead army. As 10 liches were brought into existence, the radiance of the magical array enveloping the entire city gradually dimmed until it ultimately vanished. Sumo's form gently descended from the heavens. In the moment his body made contact with the ground, it disintegrated into fine ashes, dissipating into the ether. Boss. The 3 individuals approached. As his corporeal form faded away, Sumo's soul, emanating a cerulean light, materialized in its stead. He had not anticipated that casting this particular spell would obliterate his physical body. Yet, he was relieved that the spell had been successfully executed. The remaining tasks could be accomplished by the 3 women and the 10 liches. Furthermore, should the need arise, he could return to this realm at any moment. Although his parallel self in this world had perished, he could still utilize the power of the contract to inhabit the body of any of the 3 women, thus descending once more into this domain, albeit in a manner that would usurp their physical forms. While the incongruities of an alien body might impede the full expression of his abilities, with the aid of the undead army, his direct intervention would be unnecessary. He turned to convey instructions to the 3 women before gradually vanishing from sight. Chapter 74. Millions of points, Tier 3 Origin Force Battlesuit. Within the Star Tower, Sumo's body floated, slowly opening his eyes before gently descending to the ground. System. Open the attribute panel. During the recent casting of magic, he had to concentrate fully on manipulating energy, compounded by the fact that he had silenced the notification sound for point acquisition, leaving him uncertain whether the undead he had transformed would yield points. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a transparent attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Sumo. Age: 20 years. Strength: 1,495 tons. Speed: 1,410 ms. Mental power: 1,280 tons. Special ability: Spatial Freezing. Points: 11, 538. 200. Level: Planetary Level 1. Beholding the staggering figure in the points column, Sumo was nearly overcome with exuberance, almost leaping in joy. Over 10 million points. The total of all points he had previously acquired did not even surpass 200,000, barely enough to constitute a fragment of this sum. Now, he had received such an immense bounty in a single instance. A sudden sensation akin to striking it rich enveloped him, and just as he was about to access the marketplace, he sensed the presence of someone entering the chamber beyond the Star Tower. Sumo temporarily abandoned his intention to exchange for items and vanished from the Star Tower. He suddenly appeared in the villa, where he immediately spotted Annie, sitting in the living room with a forlorn expression. Sensing movement behind her, Annie swiftly turned her head. Upon seeing Sumo standing behind the sofa, her face lit up with joy as she leaped up and, after a couple of steps, threw herself into his embrace. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Noticing something amiss with her emotions, Sumo gently stroked her head. "What is wrong? Is something troubling you?" Annie shook her head, breaking free from his embrace to scrutinize his face earnestly. A smile returned to her visage. "Nothing, I just missed you a bit." Upon hearing this, Sumo sighed in relief and smiled. "It's only been a few days. Look how anxious you've become." "Few days?" Annie echoed, puzzled, seeing the expression on her face. Sumo felt a sense of unease creeping in. He glanced up at the clock on the living room wall, reading the date. October 28th, 2008. Had more than 2 months really passed? Sumo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He recalled vividly that Wanda's university had commenced in August, and he had cast the dream walking technique during that same month. His stay in another world had amounted to no more than a week. "How long have I been gone?" Sumo inquired of Annie, still in his arms. 73 days. So, the time ratio between the two worlds is approximately 10 to 1. Sumo mused silently, feeling a sense of relief that he had not lingered excessively in that other realm. "My dear," Annie called, rousing Sumo from his thoughts. "After more than 2 months apart, don't you have anything you wish to do?" Seeing the longing in her eyes, Sumo feigned a look of realization. Adopting a fierce expression, he quipped, "There's more than just the flowers at home that need watering." With that, he was abruptly pushed down onto the sofa. "It feels good to be back in my own body." Rejuvenated, Sumo stepped outside the training room. His combat prowess was unparalleled, unlike that of his counterparts in the other world. According to Captain America, he could match them indefinitely. Just as he was about to enter the training room, Xingji appeared beside him with a cheerful smile. "Master, wouldn't it be a bit boring to be alone in the training room? Would you like a sparring partner? One that can wear customized outfits?" As she spoke, she twirled, her attire changing through various styles. Office lady, lowly, sailor suit, nurse outfit, each more extravagant than the last. Sumo's face darkened. "You should refrain from browsing such frivolous things online in your spare time." With that, he turned and entered the training room. Xingji gazed at the closed door, a look of confusion adorning her face. "But I've seen that many people online seem to enjoy this sort of thing." Upon entering the training chamber, Sumo managed to suppress the turmoil within his heart. Possessing an excessively robust physique was not solely advantageous. It had rendered him incapable of accessing the sage time. After a brief moment, once he regained his composure, Sumo diligently opened the marketplace to explore his options. His primary focus was on items that could enhance his strength. Before achieving immortality, there was no need to invest time in gradually accumulating energy. The abundance of treasures capable of elevating one's planetary-level prowess was astonishing. Sumo conducted a search, and instantly, a plethora of items appeared that could bolster his planetary-level power: Qianlong grass, Qian fruit, and Xingyahanlu. These treasures dazzled Sumo's eyes. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon an item known as the Planetary Nutritional Chamber. Planetary Nutritional Chamber, equipped with a special spiritual liquid. It can elevate a first-tier planetary being to the 9th tier within 1 month. Required points for exchange, 500,000. The prospect of ascending from the 1st to the 9th tier in just a month was the shortest time frame among all the treasures Sumo had encountered. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely made his decision. Purchase. With over 10 million points at his disposal, Sumo was indeed affluent. After redeeming the nutritional chamber, he continued to browse through the marketplace. While the chamber enhanced his physical capabilities, he also needed to elevate his mental prowess to the 9th tier. In the end, Sumo opted for a spiritual liquid called by Bo Sui. This liquid cost 100,000 points per drop, and to ascend from the 1st to the 9th tier, he required a full 10 drops. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 10 drops of Bo Sui, consuming 100,000 points. After redeeming both items, Sumo did not rush to utilize them, but instead continued to explore the system's marketplace. Enhancing combat strength encompassed various aspects. Beyond personal strength, weaponry and equipment were also crucial. Soon, a prompt resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a 3rd-tier original force battlesuit, Feather God armor, consuming 600,000 000 points. The feather god armor, akin to the black god set, could transform its appearance at the whim of its wearer. It was not that he wished to refrain from acquiring a higher-tier battlesuit. Rather, his planetary-level original force could only wield third-tier garments and weapons at most. With a thought, a white, feather-like object measuring over 50 centimeters appeared in Sumo's hand. He squeezed a drop of blood from his finger onto it. In an instant, the large feather transformed into a viscous liquid, adhering to Sumo's form. It then spread across his body's surface. In no time, under Sumo's command, it morphed into a suit that completely enveloped him. Chapter 75. Fair competition? The battle suit shifted its shape in accordance with his thoughts, ultimately transforming into a tailored suit adorning his frame. Much like the Black God set, the Feather God armor could diminish the force of attacks by up to 90%. The sole distinction lay in its greater upper limit. Even assaults from domain lord-level beings could still be mitigated by 90%. The ultimate defense of the Black God set is merely capable of withstanding stellar-level attacks. Having thoroughly acquainted herself with the Feathered God armor, Sumo did not rush to exchange items. He resolved to consider what treasures to redeem only after all the points from the apocalyptic world had been credited. Given the increasingly overwhelming numbers of the undead army, it was likely that within a month he could eradicate all the zombies in that world. Even with the tenfold time disparity between the two realms, it would equate to roughly a year in this world. At Pennsylvania State University, in a certain academic building, Wanda was descending the stairs, clutching several books. Wanda, wait! Just as she was about to reach the bottom, a man hurried down from above. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wanda's face, and she quickened her pace, seemingly ignoring him. Nevertheless, he swiftly caught up and stood in her way. The man was clad in a plaid shirt and denim jeans. After pausing, he retrieved 2 concert tickets from his messenger bag. Wanda, I have 2 tickets to a concert. Would you care to join me this evening? As she looked at the man blocking her path, annoyance flashed in Wanda's eyes. Scott, I have reiterated countless times that you should address me by my surname. We are not on such familiar terms. In America, it is customary to refer to others by their last names, reserving first names for those with whom one shares a close relationship. Furthermore, I am married and deeply love my husband. I have no interest in attending any concert with you. Please refrain from harassing me in the future, or I will have no choice but to involve the authorities. With that, Wanda disregarded his displeased expression, seized a classmate standing nearby, and walked past him toward the stairs. Scott watched her retreating figure, took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal, adorned with a hint of a smile. He then pursued her once more. From the moment he first laid eyes on Wanda stepping out of a red Ferrari, he had resolved to win her over. After all, he believed that his university years were the only time he would encounter a woman so beautiful and affluent. As for her claims of being married, he dismissed them entirely. He had thoroughly investigated and discovered that Wanda was merely a freshman this year. At such a young age, how could a woman so wealthy possibly be tied to matrimony? He considered her statements nothing more than excuses to reject him. He was convinced that with persistence, he would eventually touch her heart. As for the temporary embarrassment he faced, it was inconsequential. Should he ultimately fail to win her over, he would resort to more desperate measures. Downstairs, as Wanda stepped out, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Her face lit up with a joyful smile, and she dashed forward, leaping into the arms of the person before her. The person who had just arrived was, of course, Sumo. My dear, what brings you here? He inquired, extending the flowers in his hand towards her. Regardless of age, any woman receiving flowers experiences a notable uplift in her spirits. This was a lesson Sumo had learned over the years. It's simply because I missed you, he added, gently brushing his hand over her head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wanda pecked Sumo lightly on the cheek. Then, as if struck by a thought, she reached for the girl beside her and brought her closer. Allow me to introduce my dear friend, Sky, she stated, also introducing Sumo to Sky. At that moment, Sumo turned to look at the girl beside them. The instant their eyes met, both of their expressions shifted. Yes, Sky recognized him immediately as the individual who had, through a peculiar portal, spied on her while she was bathing. Indeed, I am Wanda's husband, Sky responded, now fully aware. Though the previous incident might have seemed to favor him, she could tell from his demeanor that it was unintentional. After all, they had never met before. Moreover, who would create a peeping hole large enough for one person? Wanda, noticing Sky's expression, inquired with curiosity. Do you two know each other? No. I merely thought your husband looked somewhat familiar, Sky replied. Wanda, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at Sumo and remarked with a hint of irritation. Indeed, my husband was quite the regular in the Playboy magazines. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Sumo chose not to defend himself, but instead redirected the conversation. All right, Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters. It's getting late. Let us go and grab something to eat. Wanda and Sky nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure rushed up from behind. Scott approached Sue-Mo and Wanda, his expression shifting as he took in the sight of them together with the flowers. "Who is this?" he asked. Wanda, sensing his persistent curiosity, displayed a flicker of anger. "What business is it of yours? Are we acquainted?" With that, she wrapped her arm around Sue-Mo's and prepared to leave. Sue-Mo cast a cold gaze at the man. The events that had transpired upstairs were vividly etched in his mind, and he had initially intended to send someone to deal with the situation. However, he was taken aback by the man's audacity. Turning to Wanda, he said, "Next time you encounter such trouble, please inform me, or you can call Avril. She will assist you in resolving these issues." Wanda quickly responded, "I just thought it unnecessary to trouble you, and I assumed that after I rejected him, he would give up." Sue-Mo reached out to comfort her, then stepped in front of the man. Seeing Sue-Mo approach, the man's face briefly reflected panic, but he quickly regained his composure. "Brother, fair competition," he declared. Sue-Mo could only laugh in disbelief at the man's audacity. He would never allow such an unstable element to remain by Wanda's side. So fond of competition, perhaps he should be given the chance to compete for soap in prison. With that, a flicker of otherworldly purple flashed in Sue-Mo's eyes. Scott across from him was momentarily taken aback, then turned around in a daze and left. Chapter 76, Planetary Level 9. Wanda and her companion watched as the other turned away, both feeling a sense of relief. However, she did not expect Sue-Mo to let him go so easily. After all, based on their previous interactions, he was not someone who was easily approachable. After bidding farewell to Sky, Wanda drove the Ferrari away until the vehicle disappeared from sight. "Have you known Sky for a long time?" she inquired while driving. "No, of course not," Sue-Mo denied. He was not lying. He truly did not recognize Sky, and had it not been for sensing the other's unusual demeanor, he would not have identified the person clad in clothing. Wanda clearly did not fully believe him, but chose not to press further. After dinner, in the room of the villa, Sue-Mo pulled out a palm-sized black glove and handed it to Wanda. "What is this?" Wanda asked, her expression one of confusion as she took it, looking curiously at Sue-Mo drip a drop of blood on it. Upon hearing this, Wanda's eyes brightened. The last time she needed to drip blood was for the storage ring still adorning her finger. Clearly, this was yet another item of similar nature. Without hesitation, she retrieved a dagger from her storage ring and made a gentle incision on her finger. As her brow slightly furrowed, a drop of crimson blood fell onto the black glove, which absorbed it. In an instant, the black glove transformed into liquid, flowing towards her. Before long, a red trench coat materialized around her. "My dear, this is simply marvelous." After spending 2 days accompanying Wanda, Sue-Mo finally took his leave. At the villa's entrance, Sonia watched Sue-Mo depart, rubbing her already darkening eye circles, feeling a sigh of relief escape her lips. After much persuasion from Wanda, she had ultimately decided to stay. It was only later that she learned Wanda was a student at the same university. However, the past 2 nights had been a torment for her. Each night, she struggled to sleep amidst the persistent sounds from next door and with the need to wash bed linens in the morning and attend classes during the day. She was grateful that the visitor had only stayed for 2 days. Otherwise, she feared she would soon reach her breaking point. Noticing Sonia's dark under-eye circles, Wanda's face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry for keeping you from resting well these past 2 days. Sonia hurriedly waved her hand in response. "No, it's your home after all. I'm the one who has disturbed you." After saying this, she glanced at Wanda's face, which had taken on a somewhat rosy hue over the last couple of days, secretly wondering if there was indeed something extraordinary at play. As a pure artisan player, a flicker of curiosity began to blossom within her. Sonia had long concealed a secret. She was, in fact, a mutant with the extraordinary ability to read and alter the memories of others. Inspired by the likes of Magneto and Mystique, she had privately adopted the moniker of Dreamweaver. Yet, as this thought momentarily crossed her mind, she hastily dismissed it. No, Wanda had kindly taken her in. How could she intrude upon her privacy so casually? While she was lost in her musings, Wanda, seated across from her, suddenly gasped as she held up her phone. "Take a look at this." Without waiting for Sonia to respond, she thrust the device in front of her. Sonia glanced at the screen and read the headline. A freshman named Scott from State University had been arrested for bank robbery and was facing a potential 25-year prison sentence. "Is this the person who had been troubling you?" Sonia inquired, her expression one of astonishment. She recalled Wanda mentioning this incident during their casual conversations. And thanks to her remarkable memory, she immediately recognized the name. Wanda nodded in affirmation. Returning to the training chamber, he accelerated time to tenfold and retrieved the nutrient pod. The pod was a sleek, silvery structure, over 3 meters in length, exuding a sense of advanced technology. After studying the manual for some time, Suemo finally comprehended its purpose. Pressing a button on the side of the pod, the door opened. Inside, approximately 50 centimeters deep, was filled with a pale green liquid. This liquid was crucial for him to ascend to planetary level rank 9. Stripping off his clothing, Suemo reclined within. As the door sealed shut, the liquid within the pod seemed to activate, surging into his body. Suemo closed his eyes, embarking on his training with the tome of gods and demons. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the landscape of Death Island had undergone a dramatic transformation. A vast expanse of buildings now occupied the center of the island. However, the population had significantly dwindled. Over a year prior, soldiers who completed their training had ventured across the globe under the leadership of Soren and others, hunting to earn points for Suemo. After more than a year of rigorous training, Soren and his 8 companions had all risen to the rank of battle general, while their soldiers had achieved at least the level of junior warriors. After all, their daily consumption of beast meat had greatly enhanced their capabilities. Even a teacup dog could now overpower a tiger. Now, only a dozen or so mutants, including the White Queen and a handful of researchers, remained on the island, with sentry robots replacing all human guards. In the training chamber of the Star Tower, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. Although merely a year had passed in the outside world, the accelerated time within the Star Tower had allowed him to experience a full 15 to 16 years. In just 2 months, both his mental and physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of planetary level rank 9. The Thunderblade has already reached the 20th level, and the Demon and God Chronicle has ascended to the 40th level. Yet, he remains ensnared at the pinnacle of planetary rank, unable to break through. It is understandable. According to the devouring method, relying solely on external forces for enhancement leads to such a predicament. The transition from the 9th tier of each level to the next is exceedingly arduous. Being trapped for decades is rather commonplace. Upon reaching the stellar level, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one may find themselves incapable of ascending to the cosmic level for a lifetime. The reason Lord Luo can rapidly enhance himself through the nutrient chamber lies in the existence of the Golden Horn Avatar. With the Golden Horn Avatar as the foundation, as long as the inner world of the Golden Horn flourishes, the growth of his human body encounters no bottlenecks. Suemo had anticipated this situation long ago and had already devised a similar countermeasure. After over a year, the zombies of another world have been entirely eradicated. Reflecting on this, Suemo murmured, "System, open the attribute panel." Chapter 77, 6 billion points, Nurturing the Beast God Avatar. As soon as he spoke, the familiar attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Suemo, age, 21, strength, 300,000 tons, speed, 100,000 ms, mental power, 300,000 tons, special ability, space freezing, points, 6003, 538, 200, level, planetary level 9. Gazing at the points column, Sumo's face revealed a look of astonishment. 6 billion points, far exceeding his expectations. According to information obtained from that world, when the zombie virus erupted, the global population was merely around 6 billion. This implies that 6 billion humans were infected and transformed into zombies post-outbreak. Initially, he worried that his points would be insufficient to exchange for the abilities he had set his sights on. However, that concern has now dissipated. With this in mind, he accessed the marketplace, locating the ability he had long coveted. Talent ability, Avatar, disregards any rules to nurture 5 avatars. The nurtured avatars are equivalent in level to the original, and as long as one avatar survives, the others can be swiftly reconstituted. Points required for exchange, 5 billion. This extraordinary talent requires a staggering 5 billion points. These points could almost be exchanged for an ordinary supreme treasure. Yet in Sumo's eyes, this ability far surpasses those mundane treasures. The crux of its power lies in its capacity to disregard any rules, whether flesh, energy, or embodiments of rules. All can be nurtured as avatars. Although the Golden Horn Behemoth possesses a talent for an avatar, it pales in comparison to this capability. Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo exchanged for this ability. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the talent avatar, consuming 5 billion points. In an instant, a peculiar wave enveloped Suemo. Almost immediately, this wave dissipated into nothingness. However, Suemo felt intuitively that he had acquired the ability to cultivate a clone. After completing this exchange, he did not cease his endeavors. Instead, he searched the marketplace for a genetic sample. Time-Space Beast God Genetic Sample. The Time-Space Beast God, one of the innate beast gods, embodies the fusion of the laws of time and space. Required points for exchange, 1 billion. This was a combination he had long envisioned. With this cloning ability, he sought to nurture the Time-Space Beast God, one of the innate beast gods. Upon reaching the stellar level, he would be able to initially comprehend the laws, coupled with the time and space gemstones present in this world. Suemo hesitated not for a moment in choosing the path of merging the two laws of time and space. Although this path was relatively the most arduous, it was also the most potent. What significance would there be in wielding an advantage if one could not attain the zenith of strength? It is worth noting that the Time-Space Beast God is the embodiment of the innate fusion of the laws of time and space. In the primordial universe, it was inherently the sovereign of the cosmos. Though once born from innate abilities, it would be akin to himself, merely at the planetary level. Its affinity for the two laws of time and space would undoubtedly remain unchanged. Moreover, this unique life form in the universe, with its perfect 10,081-fold genetic level, could likely contend with cosmic beings even at the planetary tier, relying solely on its divine form. The reason for prioritizing the exchange for cloning ability was also to facilitate the cultivation of the sacred text that enhances genetic levels. 9 Calamities Secret Classic. It is essential to recognize that the 9 Calamities Secret Classic is a method capable of transcending the genetic level of the Realm Master and is limited to no more than 100 times. The difficulty of cultivation is thus self-evident. Furthermore, each failed attempt results in a catastrophic collapse of the body's genetic structure. Without the cloning secret technique, even possessing hundreds of lives would not suffice to endure the toll. After expending another billion points, Suemo gazed at the mere 3 million points remaining, shaking his head in resignation. A staggering 60 billion points had been nearly consumed in an instant. Yet, all was deemed worthwhile. Observing the emergence of a test tube containing a peculiar liquid in his hand, he realized this was the Beast God genetic sample. Without a trace of hesitation, Suemo extracted the sample and activated his innate ability. In an instant, countless streams of light began to rapidly converge around the liquid. In less than 5 minutes, a colossal cocoon of radiant energy, measuring 2 meters in diameter, had manifested before him. As the cocoon continued to expand, Suemo hastily contemplated summoning Star Princess. However, before he could fully form the thought, she had already appeared by his side. As the spirit of the Star Tower, no movement could escape her notice. She had sensed the activity the moment Suemo began to nurture his clone. Star Princess gazed curiously at the enormous cocoon before her, and in an instant, she discerned its essence. Cultivating a clone? An innate beast god? Even she, whose power level remained unknown, felt a twinge of astonishment. While she had witnessed the usurpation of an innate beast god, this was her first encounter with the cultivation of one through cloning techniques. However, this is not the time for contemplation. The colossal cocoon has expanded to the size of a house, and if we hesitate any longer, it will soon touch the walls of the training room. With a swift gesture, she transformed the surrounding scenery in an instant. The two of them, along with the cocoon, found themselves amidst a vast expanse of starry sky, a space ample enough for its continued growth. Several hours later, the cocoon had expanded to a diameter of over 30 kilometers, only ceasing its growth at that point. Once the expansion was complete, the cocoon stabilized, although radiant streams continued to flow into it. After waiting for half an hour, there were no further changes to the cocoon. It appeared that this gestation process could not be completed in a short span of time. At that moment, the Star Maiden beside her tugged at her. "How did you accomplish this?" she asked, astonished as she gazed at Suemo. "It's a secret," Suemo replied, relishing the opportunity to keep her in the dark. Returning to the training room, Suemo looked at the remaining 3 million points. He decided to expend 3 million points to exchange for a high-grade, third-tier psychic weapon, the Chinji Pan. The Chinji Pan is a nearly 1-meter diameter metal disc, entirely composed of 81 miniature swords assembled together. It possesses 3 distinct forms. The first form, the Rift Sword, requires a psychic amplitude of over 20 to wield. It can amplify psychic power by 5 times based on the amplitude. For instance, with his current psychic power at 300,000 tons and an amplitude of 40, the total impact force could reach 12 million tons, which, when augmented by the Rift Sword, could achieve a staggering 60 million tons. The second form, the Star Shield, necessitates an amplitude of over 35 for cultivation. The final form, Chinji, requires an amplitude of 80. As Suemo was engrossed in studying the Chinji Pan, in the central training hall of Death Island, Raven was casting a malevolent glance at Magneto. At that moment, Magneto, Eric, lay on the ground with a battered visage. As a condition of his joining, Raven would thrash Magneto once a month. Without the use of his powers, Magneto's combat abilities were vastly inferior to Raven's. Just then, as Eric lay gasping on the floor, he noticed a spatial portal slowly opening a short distance away. A man with purple skin stepped through, followed by a woman. The woman donned a purple bodysuit with a red belt, her long black hair tied back. Upon seeing them, Raven halted her poised kick, eyeing the newcomers with suspicion. "Who are you?" she inquired. The man, upon hearing her, broke into a slight smile. "Me? I am here to save you." Chapter 78. The Apocalypse and the Spirit Butterfly. Eric, witnessing this, also rose from the ground. Unlike Raven and the White Queen, who were physically mutated mutants capable of slowing their aging process, he and Professor X had aged like ordinary humans. Even now, he appeared as if he were in his 20s or 30s. Had Raven not held back moments ago, he likely would not have been able to stand. Nonetheless, the mere act of rising consumed him a good 10 seconds. Observing Magneto's demeanor, the man stepped forward, sensing that disappointment awaited them. At that moment, Emma entered from outside. With her current psychic abilities, she sensed their presence the instant they appeared on the island. "Who are you and what brings you here?" Emma inquired cautiously, as she felt the immense energy emanating from the stranger's body. After rummaging through her mind for some time, she found no information regarding this mysterious man. However, she was familiar with the figure behind him, a mutant possessing psychic powers, albeit with a different focus. This individual, known as Psylocke, specialized in the materialization of mental energy into weaponry. Upon noticing Emma's arrival, the man's eyes brightened. "I can sense your power. It is astonishingly potent," he exclaimed. Emma, perceiving his inexplicable words, displayed a look of impatience. To her, this man seemed utterly deranged, muttering to himself and providing nonsensical replies. A glimmer of silver flashed in her eyes as her psychic abilities activated instantaneously. Psylocke, standing behind Apocalypse, also unleashed her powers. Though their focuses differed, she believed she could resist the White Queen's control. However, this was before the White Queen had mastered the secret techniques bestowed by Silent. Upon contact, Psylocke's expression shifted dramatically. The enhanced psychic abilities of Apocalypse proved insurmountable against the onslaught of the opposing force. Within less than half a minute, Psylocke's demeanor became vacant. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, the oldest of mutants, stood momentarily dumbfounded. In the realm of the mind, he observed the White Queen's imposing presence and felt the weight of her immense pressure. "What you say is utterly nonsensical," he explained. The White Queen regarded him with a look of disdain, akin to that reserved for a fool. "Save your words for my employer." With that, silver threads began to entwine around Apocalypse. Recognizing her gaze, he felt his authority disdained and roared in fury. "You foolish mutant. It seems that my dominance has been forgotten over the years." Before he could finish his sentence, he found himself ensnared by the silver threads. Apocalypse remained unfazed. "You know nothing of my power," he retorted, rapidly expanding his form in an attempt to break free from the bindings. The White Queen, hearing those familiar words, recalled the last individual who had spoken thus. Had it not been for his potential utility, his ashes would have been scattered by now. Nevertheless, the millennia-old Apocalypse was not merely a braggart. As his body swelled, the threads binding him began to fray and rupture. Upon witnessing this scene, Emma displayed a slight expression of surprise. After over a year of practicing the illusionary magic taught to her by Sue and Mo, she could confidently claim the title of the foremost individual in psychic abilities. Even against Professor X, she believed she could control him within 3 minutes. However, the mutant before her managed to break free from her grasp. Upon observing the manner in which he extricated himself, she noted that while his technique was lacking compared to hers, he relied solely on formidable mental strength. This realization prompted a serious expression to emerge on Emma's face. In contrast, Apocalypse's position opposite her was even more astonished. As the first mutant, he had encountered countless telepaths over the years. He possessed similar abilities, albeit with a focus on mind reading and consciousness transfer. Nevertheless, he was not inferior to any specialist in the manipulation of others' consciousness. Yet, this was the first time he felt threatened by a psychic mutant. As he gazed at the multitude of threads converging upon him, a flicker of retreat began to form in his mind. He was acutely aware that while his consciousness was ensnared here, his physical body remained outside, surrounded by the opponent's allies. Trapped in this mental space, unless he expelled her, he would be unable to regain control over his body. With this thought, he shifted his gaze, detonating a portion of his mental energy, risking damage to his psyche, and expelled the White Queen from his mindscape. Upon regaining his senses, Apocalypse wasted no time in activating his teleportation ability. A portal opened, and he swiftly leaped through it. The White Queen's expression changed as she watched him vanish. Sighing in resignation, she realized her training time had been insufficient. Faced with an opponent whose mental strength far exceeded her own, she could not fully suppress him. Turning her attention to the still-dazed Psylocke, Emma instructed the two staff members behind her. They promptly nodded and approached, fastening a black collar around her neck. Make sure to secure her hands and feet as well. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities. Just as the White Queen was about to exit, she reiterated her command before finally departing. Unbeknownst to her, Apocalypse had the capacity to enhance other mutants' abilities, a notion she had sensed during their previous encounter. Shortly thereafter, the two individuals encumbered with mutant suppression collars were thrown into a nearby room and locked away. The hall was left with only Raven and Eric. Raven, observing the aged Eric, lost the desire to engage further and turned to leave. A day later, Suemo emerged from the Star Tower. After about 10 days of rigorous practice, he had mastered the first layer of the Thousand Mechanisms disc and was already able to utilize the second layer. In a flash, his figure materialized in the air above a sea area several kilometers from the island. He gazed at a small island, approximately 1 square kilometer in size, not far away, as the Thousand Mechanisms disc appeared beside him. As his mental energy surged inward, the Thousand Mechanisms disc swiftly transformed into 10,081 small swords, which then reassembled into a colossal sword exceeding 3 meters in length. Under the full force of his mental power, the intricate patterns on the surface of the giant sword were instantly activated, and in a flash, it vanished from sight. After a mere 2 seconds, a deafening roar erupted from the distant island. Under Sumo's gaze, the island was completely shattered into fragments, which gradually descended within a 5-kilometer radius, slowly sinking beneath the waves. Chapter 79, The Slave Chip. This commotion immediately startled the inhabitants of Death Island. However, with the White Queen's soothing presence, the people gradually regained their composure. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, which had gone undetected by them, the White Queen was nearly certain that Suemo was the source of this upheaval. Suemo himself had not anticipated such overwhelming power. The first level of the void-splitting sword offered 2 modes of attack, impact and penetration, each emphasizing different aspects. The impact, as demonstrated earlier, involved the giant sword's small swords aligning like fish scales at the moment of contact, increasing resistance against the island and dispersing its mental energy outward, resulting in tremendous force. This mode primarily focused on widespread destruction. The alternative method, penetration, maintained the sword's streamlined form, concentrating power at the tip for maximum single-target damage. However, when faced with larger entities, it would inflict penetrating wounds. Zatis feet, Xu Montak nodded. Moments later, he found himself in the White Queen's chamber on the island. Emma, holding a glass of wine, regarded Suemo across the room, her voice laced with a hint of languor. By the way, a man and a woman intruded on the island yesterday, she remarked, handing Suemo a dossier. The other one is also a mutant, but we cannot find any information on them. Moreover, their strength is formidable. Even I could not detain them. Upon hearing this, Suemo opened the document and gazed at the photograph within, which featured a blue-faced individual. Apocalypse? He pondered. In Egypt, within the confines of a pyramid ruin, Apocalypse bore an expression of existential doubt. At that moment, he felt a wave of weakness coursing through his consciousness, having been trapped beneath the pyramid for thousands of years. It was only due to the arrival of several archaeologists that he had the chance to see the light of day once more. He had anticipated the reunion of the 4 horsemen and a triumphant return, yet, unexpectedly, before he could gather the horsemen, he found himself ensnared here, reduced to a captive. The illustrious progenitor of mutants, an almost invincible being among them, now seemed to find only the White Queen, skilled in the illusory demon secret technique, capable of firmly suppressing him in this world. Unfortunately, upon his emergence, he had unwittingly sought out the White Queen first. It was not a matter of incompetence, but rather a stroke of ill fortune. However, he did not succumb to discouragement. Aware of the formidable psychic abilities of his opponent, he naturally devised countermeasures. Within the laboratory of Death Island, Suemo observed the spirit butterfly, restrained by several control collars. Adorned in a purple outfit reminiscent of a ninja's garb, she undeniably captivated the man's gaze at first glance, compelling him to look twice. There was little for Suemo to inquire about her. According to the narrative progression in the X-Men saga, Apocalypse was supposed to be unearthed by an archaeological team after the timeline was reset, subsequently reassembling the four horsemen: Storm, the Spirit Butterfly, Angel, and Old Man Sinister. Yet, it appeared that, for some unknown reason, the adversary had emerged prematurely. After acquiring the Spirit Butterfly, he sought out Magneto, only to be thwarted by the White Queen. She swiftly produced a slave chip, drew a drop of the Spirit Butterfly's blood, and let it fall upon the device. Upon absorption, the chip transformed into a radiant light, merging with the Spirit Butterfly's third eye. Slave chip, a technological artifact of the mechanical race. Once assimilated, the subject will be entirely controlled, retaining all memories, and will be utterly loyal to the master. Required points for exchange, 1,000 points. Witnessing the slave chip integrate into her being, Su-Mo gestured behind him. Two laboratory staff approached and removed the power suppression collar from her. The Spirit Butterfly stood, stretching her limbs, and bowed respectfully towards Su-Mo, addressing him as master. Observing this scene, the White Queen, Emma, who trailed behind Su-Mo, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment. From the glint in the Spirit Butterfly's eyes, she discerned her genuine submission to Su-Mo, evidently a consequence of the recently administered chip. Su-Mo inquired further, and indeed, his conjectures were validated. Upon entering, Emma eagerly posed a question. What exactly did you integrate into her? Su-Monta casually replied. The slave chip. Emma's expression shifted upon hearing this. The mere name afforded her a clear understanding of its nature. She couldn't help but marvel at the plethora of extraordinary items that Su-Mo possessed. After a moment's hesitation, she softly asked, "Then why do you not install such a device on me? Given that the entire faction is under my control, do you truly have such faith in me?" Noticing the seriousness in her demeanor, Su-Mo chuckled lightly. "As my woman, of course, I trust you." Yet, the primary reason remained. In comparison to Su-Mo, their powers were simply too feeble. Coupled with his mastery over psychic abilities, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. Emma's countenance briefly flickered with emotion. 2 hours later, as Su-Mo emerged from his chamber, he spotted Annie, standing a short distance away with a look of indignation on her face. "I knew there was more to your relationship than meets the eye," Annie muttered, though she refrained from elaborating further. Having been Su-Mo's girlfriend for several years, she was no stranger to such circumstances. Moreover, all these matters had been clarified in advance when the two became romantically involved, and she had long since grown accustomed to them. Su-Mo refrained from offering an explanation and instead inquired. At this juncture, any words from him would seem rather inappropriate. The most prudent course was to shift the topic. Annie responded with a smile. Although she was in seclusion, Su-Mo would emerge approximately once a month. After all, in the accelerated time frame of 20 times, nearly a year had passed outside for every month he spent in isolation. He needed to interact with others now and then. Once Annie discerned his pattern, their relationship flourished further. Upon their return to the villa, after Su-Mo helped her bind to a set of black god armor, Annie, having tested the armor's transformative capabilities, displayed an expression of astonishment. "How marvelous!" she exclaimed involuntarily. Chapter 80. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is situated within a private estate on Staten Island, New York. The estate spans over 300 acres, with the main buildings at its center surrounded by lush gardens and verdant lawns. In the far eastern corner, there lies an expansive artificial lake covering thousands of square meters. As the school bell rang, students of varying ages emerged from the classroom buildings, clutching their books and making their way to the shaded areas beside the lake. At that moment, a portal materialized in the open space in front of the building, and a man clad in a helmet with dark purple skin stepped through. It was Apocalypse, having departed from the island of death. To shield himself from the psychic influence of the White Queen, he had specially crafted a helmet capable of nullifying such abilities. However, he still harbored some reservations and resolved to seek additional subordinates to assist him. The existence of the X-Men and Xavier School was not a significant secret in the world, and thus he naturally gravitated towards this location. The students regarded Apocalypse's sudden appearance with little astonishment, as the majority of them were mutants, and peculiar appearances were not uncommon among them. At this juncture, a male teacher noticed the situation and approached. "Hello, may I ask whom you are looking for?" Apocalypse glanced at him with a piercing gaze. A mere human? Though the students at Xavier's School were predominantly mutants, many of the faculty members were ordinary individuals recruited by Professor X, apart from those who taught them to control their abilities. Upon realizing the man before him was an ordinary human, a look of disdain crossed Apocalypse's face. With a mere flick of his eyes, the 30-something man before him sank into the ground, leaving only an arm exposed. After struggling for a moment, the arm fell limp. The surrounding students gasped in shock and quickly scattered in all directions. In the principal's office, located on the top floor of the estate, Professor X sat in his wheelchair behind the desk. Before him, Aurora was speaking when suddenly a change flickered across his face. As one of the most formidable mutants, he could naturally perceive the emotions of the students within the academy. Maneuvering his wheelchair to the window, he gazed downward, locking eyes with Apocalypse, who, upon seeing Professor X, displayed a countenance of excitement. He sensed that the other's abilities bore some resemblance to those of a woman he had previously encountered. By seizing this mutant, relying on his immense mental prowess, vanquishing that woman would pose no significant challenge. Although the helmet he wore shielded him from the other's influence, he considered it a humiliation to rely on it to triumph over her, given his self-proclaimed divinity. In the office, Aurora observed Professor X by the window and inquired with confusion, "Is something amiss?" She began to approach the window, but before she could take more than a few steps, a rift in space materialized beside her, from which Apocalypse emerged. Startled, Aurora spun around to confront Professor X, her expression one of vigilance. "Who are you?" Apocalypse glanced at her. "Someone who can help you fully unleash your potential." As he spoke, his eyes transformed to white, signaling the activation of his powers. Aurora's expression shifted dramatically as she felt her internal energy surge exponentially. Under the tumult of burgeoning power, her body began to float uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Professor X's face paled. Apocalypse's helmet rendered him incapable of influencing her. As the turbulence around Aurora intensified, he attempted to maneuver his wheelchair closer to intervene, but the storm of energy surrounding her thwarted his approach. Regaining her composure, Aurora's astonishment was evident. In just over a minute, she sensed her abilities had doubled in strength. Her gaze, filled with awe and apprehension, fixated on Apocalypse. "Who exactly are you?" Responding to her inquiry, Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair forward. "No, this world belongs to all humanity." Apocalypse disregarded him, his gaze shifting. Under his command, Professor X's wheelchair ascended into the air. A portal opened behind Apocalypse. "Come with me," he commanded Aurora, guiding Professor X's wheelchair toward the rift. However, Apocalypse evidently overestimated his allure. A bolt of lightning struck before him, blocking his path. Startled, he turned to regard Aurora, who was clearly no longer the naive girl he had augmented and commanded after reversing the future. "Release the professor," she asserted, her body lifting once more as arcs of lightning crackled around her, erecting a barrier of electricity between Apocalypse and the portal. Apocalypse, witnessing this, was overtaken by a furious embarrassment. "Fine. It seems that after all these years, you mutants have become mere lapdogs to humanity. It is time for you to awaken." As the words fell, the walls of the room shattered into fragments, hurtling towards Aurora and sending her flying across the space. At this moment, Wolverine, Colossus, and Iceman, having received the news, entered the room. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Apocalypse and the professor held captive by him, they instantly grasped the dire situation. Logan, the Wolverine, clenched his fists, and the adamantium claws extended from his fingertips without a moment's hesitation as he charged alongside Colossus. However, before they could reach their target, a cascade of debris struck them, propelling them away. The ice released by Iceman was thwarted by the protective shield surrounding Apocalypse. Provoked repeatedly, Apocalypse's fury surged within him. The humiliation of his recent defeat at the hands of Emma Frost flooding back. Feel the wrath of a god. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the entire structure began to gradually disintegrate into sand. The grains of sand, sharp as blades, flew toward the surroundings, slicing across Wolverine's neck as he leaped back into the fray. A hissing sound escaped his lips as his windpipe was severed, but the wound swiftly healed. Fortunately, the students within the academy had already fled following the previous chaos. Moments later, the entire building was reduced to swirling sands under Apocalypse's power. Storm, Colossus, and Wolverine found themselves on the periphery, unable to approach the center. However, those flying sands soon surged towards them. After several evasive maneuvers, they were enveloped by the swirling grains, leaving only their heads exposed. Subsequently, their forms were drawn toward the epicenter. The tumultuous sands in the sky began to settle. "Damn it, let us down!" Wolverine roared at Apocalypse. "Fear not. I shall, but only after you become my loyal servants." His intentions were crystal clear. After seizing Professor X's abilities, he would manipulate them with his telepathic powers. With that, he intended to lead them into a portal. At that moment, a spark of purple light flickered nearby, and another portal opened. "Looks like quite a spectacle." Suemo stepped through the portal. Chapter 81. capturing Apocalypse alive. Upon learning that Death Island was under the watchful eye of the emerging Apocalypse, Sumo could not allow the situation to unfold unchecked. In the event of his absence, the prepared adversary could pose a significant threat, and the White Queen and her allies on the island might not be able to manage the situation. The only one capable of making a substantial impact, the White Queen, could easily find a way to counter him. After all, he was acutely aware that Apocalypse possessed the ability to forge a helmet that rendered one immune to telepathic powers. Locating him would not be a daunting task. Aside from the Egyptian pyramid ruins where he had transformed his body, the most plausible location for his presence was Xavier's academy. Indeed, upon arrival, he witnessed the unfolding scene. Observing the helmet upon Apocalypse's head, Sumo wore an expression that conveyed his certainty. Professor X initially expressed joy upon witnessing the emergence of the spatial portal, but his expression swiftly transformed into one of anxiety when he saw only Sumo stepping through. Hurry, seek out Guardian Daniel. Possessing the remarkable ability to read others' memories, Professor X was acutely aware of the existence of a group of sorcerers in the world. He had even personally visited Guardian Daniel of the New York Temple and had witnessed the wonders of magic. At this moment, recognizing the familiar manner of arrival, albeit with a slight variation in the portal's hue, he was oblivious to the underlying mysteries and still associated the two phenomena. Although he had never seen this particular sorcerer, it was generally understood that mastery of magic deepened with age. It was evident that this young man, appearing to be in his 20s, could not possibly be a formidable mage, prompting Professor X to call out. Apocalypse, upon hearing the voice, turned to look. Instantly perceiving that Sumo was not one of their kind, he thought, a lowly, ordinary human, not even worthy of being my servant. With that, Apocalypse manipulated the sands on the ground, directing them towards Sumo's neck. As the sands approached, Sumo remained rooted in place. Professor X's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the sorcerer before him would not escape. Apocalypse's face revealed a hint of disdain. Initially, believing Sumo's calm demeanor indicated he was a significant figure, he was taken aback to realize he was merely a feckless individual. With this thought, Apocalypse turned to enter the spatial portal behind him. However, as he turned, he was startled to find Sumo already standing before him. A wave of alarm washed over him. When had the young man moved? His abilities included dynamic vision, yet he had failed to perceive Sumo's movements. A sense of foreboding surged within him, and he hastily attempted to retreat. Yet it was evidently too late. Before he could discern Sumo's actions, the latter's fist had already reached him. Fortunately, at the last moment, he conjured a violet protective shield. Sumo's fist struck the shield, shattering it instantly. And then the fist, imbued with tremendous force, crashed down upon Apocalypse's shoulder. Boom! With the impact of Sumo's blow, Apocalypse's body plummeted from the air, creating a crater several meters in diameter upon hitting the ground. This was a mere third of Sumo's strength. Had he unleashed 300,000 tons of force, a single punch could have very well ended Apocalypse's life. Even with just a third of its strength, the force, having been diminished by the shield, still rendered Apocalypse unconscious. As Apocalypse lay in the crater, Sumo effortlessly lifted his incapacitated form. The once mighty armor seemed to have disintegrated and scattered, and fortunately, Apocalypse possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Otherwise, this blow could have claimed his life. So fragile, Sumo mused, observing the battered state of Apocalypse's body. In his perspective, Apocalypse, the progenitor of mutants endowed with a plethora of mutant abilities, should at least have been able to endure a bit longer against him, if not defeat him outright. To his astonishment, he was effortlessly dispatched with a mere blow. This should not be seen as entirely his fault. After all, Apocalypse's exhibited powers seemed astonishingly formidable, capable of summoning sand to construct a colossal pyramid with ease. Yet, such abilities, akin to those of Magneto, fall under the category of extraordinary powers, which bear no relevance to physical strength or resilience against blows. Much like Magneto, who can manipulate magnetic forces to relocate massive structures like the Golden Gate Bridge, he still finds himself at a disadvantage when confronting Mystique. Apocalypse, possessing super speed and immense strength, is already formidable in his own right. His physical prowess could likely match that of the Hulk in a direct confrontation. To survive under such overwhelming force is indicative of the opponent's considerable strength, not a reflection of their inadequacy. After all, the early stages of Devouring Law are characterized by a penchant for direct combat. Meanwhile, Professor X and his companions, who had been thrown to the ground, exchanged glances upon hearing his murmured words. The ground bore craters from their clash. Yet the audacity to criticize the opponent's ability to withstand punishment was audacious. Even Wolverine, known for his sharp tongue, was rendered speechless by this seemingly pretentious remark, uncertain if he could endure a blow from the opponent. Professor X stared blankly at the unfolding scene, recalling the words of the Guardian Daniel, who mentioned that they, as sorcerers, were not adept at close combat. Was this what they referred to as lacking in close-quarters combat? Even the legendary dragon would likely suffer a few slaps in such a scenario. Sumo extracted a slave chip, tainting it with a trace of Apocalypse's blood. The latter's recovery rate appeared to be quite rapid. Within moments, his chest began to swell once more. As Sumo watched the chip transform into a streak of light and enter Apocalypse's forehead, he released his grip on the latter's neck and turned to face Professor X. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Professor X promptly maneuvered his wheelchair closer. "Thank you for your assistance. Please convey my regards to Guardian Daniel." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Sumo's face. Earlier, he had overheard Professor X mentioning Daniel, and now he was being asked to send greetings? Guardian Daniel? The Sanctum of New York. Realizing that his portal might have led to a misunderstanding, Sumo comprehended that the professor had mistaken him for one of the sorcerers from Kamartaj. However, this was understandable to an outsider. The only significant difference between his spatial portals and those of Kamartaj was their color. With this thought, Sumo did not refute the assumption. He surveyed the surrounding chaos before stepping forward, still holding Apocalypse, into the portal. Chapter 82. Lies cannot inflict harm. Only truth is a sharp blade. New York. A private yacht harbor. The vehicle carrying Sumo and Tony came to a gentle halt. Upon spotting a short-haired woman waiting beside the yacht, a flicker of recognition crossed Sumo's face. This individual is none other than the enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha. Noticing Sumo's gaze upon Natasha, Tony introduced with pride. "This is my newly hired assistant. What do you think? However, as someone who has been around, I advise you not to harbor any intentions towards her." "Assistant?" A faint smile graced Sumo's face, suggesting that the plot of Iron Man 2 had commenced. Natasha's eyes brightened upon seeing Sumo disembark from the vehicle. For over a year, it seemed as though Sumo had vanished, his presence elusive. Upon hearing about a mission from Stark Industries, she eagerly volunteered, hoping to uncover Sumo's whereabouts. To her astonishment, she found him here. Under Tony's guidance, the two made their way toward a luxurious yacht docked at the harbor. As they passed by Natasha, Tony took the opportunity to introduce them. Sumo was well aware that Nick Fury was already plotting the establishment of the Avengers. Natasha's concealment of her identity within Stark Industries primarily aimed to assess Tony's potential as an Avenger, devoid of any malicious intent. Therefore, Sumo had no intention of exposing her true identity. As their hands gradually parted, Natasha proactively inquired, "Might I have the honor of dining with you this evening?" Before Sumo could respond, Tony interjected, "What? Why? Ms. Natasha, I have asked you out 3 times, yet you never accepted. Yet here you are, asking Sue?" In that moment, Tony found himself questioning his own existence. It was known that he had effortlessly charmed numerous celebrities and models, yet he faced rejection from this new assistant. "What am I lacking? I built circuit boards at 4, crafted engines at 6, and earned 2 PhDs by 17. Feeling his confidence wane, Tony fixated on Natasha, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Natasha, calm and composed, regarded him steadily. "Must I articulate it?" At her serene response, Tony's words faltered and he lowered his hands. "Very well. I wish you both a delightful dinner, but we currently have no time." With that, he briskly pulled Sumo toward the yacht. Observing Tony's crestfallen demeanor, Sumo nearly chuckled aloud. Even as the yacht sailed from the harbor, a hint of indignation lingered on Tony's face. He mused that perhaps Natasha's taste was somewhat flawed. Nonetheless, he had to concede that, in terms of appearance, he and Sumo were not on equal footing. However, he would never admit aloud. "Is that so?" Sumo, holding a glass of champagne, wore a playful expression. "Have you heard the saying?" "What saying?" Tony sipped from his glass. "Liars do not inflict harm. The truth is the true blade." "Tony," as the yacht gently glided into the open sea, Tony felt his spirits lift while gazing at a ship full of bikinis. The two friends sat on the observation deck atop the yacht, surrounded by a dozen or so 20-something models clad in bikinis, laughing and frolicking. The yacht, naturally, harmonized beautifully with the sight of these bikinis. The models appeared to be engaged in light-hearted chatter, yet they were subtly displaying their figures before the two affluent men. It is worth noting that both of them were among the elite wealthy of America. While they did not expect to become their girlfriends, Merely sharing a fleeting night with one of them could significantly alter the course of their lives. If one of them were to take an interest, it would likely free her from financial worries for a lifetime. Sue Mo and Tony, meanwhile, were enjoying the scenic beauty while indulging in casual conversation. By the way, next month I will be heading to Morocco for an F1 race. Would you like to join me? Tony casually inquired. Not interested. Sue Mo shook his head, fully aware that this was likely the very race where he had been attacked. Although he knew that Tony would ultimately emerge unscathed, he felt compelled to offer a friendly warning. This type of racing seems rather perilous. I believe it would be wise for you to wear your armor during the event. Taken aback by this statement, Tony raised an eyebrow. Are you joking? Leaving aside whether it's permitted in the race, do you truly think I would be incapable of handling a mere racing car? Tony felt that Sue Mo was questioning his capabilities, implying a lack of professionalism. After all, he could maneuver an armored suit, which was exponentially more complex than driving a car, with the utmost precision. Observing Tony's agitation, Sue Mo simply shook his head. All right, since you insist, let's change the subject to something else. With that, Tony settled back in his seat. If I recall correctly, you will name Pepper as the beneficiary, right? Upon hearing this, a wary expression crossed Tony's face. Why do you ask? Oh, no particular reason. I just thought that if something were to happen to you, marrying Pepper would surely bring her happiness. Not only would she be spending your money. Stop. Tony interjected hastily. All right. Sue Mo raised his hands in mock surrender. You have successfully piqued my interest. You certainly possess a unique talent for persuasion. Sue Mo chuckled softly at this compliment. May I interpret that as a form of praise? Absolutely. Throughout the morning, the yacht floated serenely on the open sea. According to their itinerary, it was to remain at sea for an entire day. Aside from the young models, only a few crew members were aboard. Curiously, aside from the two friends, there was not a single male on the yacht. Afternoon. The deck was devoid of any presence, and the afternoon was dedicated to savoring seafood. Such is the simple yet unpretentious life of the affluent. Chapter 83. The Indomitable Natasha. New York. Within a Western restaurant in Manhattan. I have already stated that this is a token of gratitude for your protection of Annie. There is no need for you to go out of your way, Sue Mo said casually as he stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. Of course not. Natasha replied with utmost seriousness. I'm being paid by Shilde to protect Annie. That is an entirely different matter. Moreover, this gift you bestowed upon me is excessively precious. The more she practiced the secret technique Sue Mo had imparted, the more she could sense its formidable power. With her current abilities, she found it effortless to contend with her previous 10 selves. As an agent, this undoubtedly greatly enhanced her survival capabilities. Upon hearing this, Sue Mo remained noncommittal. The first 5 levels of the Thunderblade he had introduced to her did not encompass the training methods for the guidance technique and genetic primordial energy. Of course, relying solely on the methods of the Thunderblade could gradually elevate her strength, albeit at a limited rate. It was likely that achieving the level of a beginner warrior would be considered a remarkable talent. Even with the amplification of her strength, she could at most rival the power of a mid-level warrior. When facing a soldier who had just stepped into the ranks of mid-level warriors, she might not stand a chance. After all, the technique of exerting force is ultimately just that. While it can multiply the power during an attack, maintaining that state continuously would prove unsustainable for her body. A beginner warrior's physical resilience could hardly endure the combat intensity of a mid-level warrior for an extended period. Sipping a glass of red wine, Sue Mo cautiously inquired, have you ever considered changing jobs? Natasha paused, momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced her lips. I assume you're not referring to the position at Stark Industries. So you mean you want me to resign from Shilde and work with you? Sue Montauk nodded. Absolutely. The reason he had shared the Thunderblade's secret technique with her was, of course, to entice her to join his ranks. Though she was merely an ordinary person at present, her ascendance into a world brimming with technology and mutants as an ordinary individual spoke volumes. Were she to receive the super soldier serum, Captain America would undoubtedly be no match for her. Similarly, the Black Widow, endowed with Spider-Man's abilities, would certainly overpower the young hero. After all, the inhumane training conducted in the Red Room had molded them into natural killing machines. Observing Sue Mo's earnest expression, the Black Widow began to contemplate seriously. One of the primary reasons she had joined Shilde was due to Hawkeye, with whom she shared a bond akin to that of siblings, allowing her to experience a long-lost sense of belonging. After a moment of reflection, Natasha shook her head. I appreciate your generous invitation, but I currently have no intentions of leaving Shilde. If she were to agree so readily, she would no longer be the Black Widow. At present, he was merely planting a seed in her mind. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, she would naturally consider this prospect. After concluding their dinner, after disembarking, Natasha gazed at Sue-Mo, who was seated in the driver's seat, and, after a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Would you like to come down for a moment? Is it convenient? Sue-Mo feigned reluctance, asking, of course, I am alone at home. So it's quite convenient. Casting a glance at her watch, which indicated that it was nearly 11 o'clock, Sue-Mo found himself unable to decline this almost blatant invitation. It was evident that Natasha was now embedded within Tony's circle, as she could no longer stay in the S.H.I.L.D. dormitory. Thus, she had rented a small apartment in Manhattan. As Sue-Mo surveyed the tidy surroundings of the room, Natasha retrieved a bottle of red wine from the side. Would you care for another drink? Certainly. An hour later, 2 bottles of wine had vanished. At this point, a faint flush graced Natasha's cheeks, and her gaze towards Sue-Mo bore an enigmatic significance. She rose and approached him. So, are you interested in me? Sue-Mo regarded her with playful eyes. Natasha smiled softly. There is indeed a flicker of interest, but merely a flicker. As she spoke, she brushed her hand across Sue-Mo's face. Sue-Mo could hardly allow her provocative gesture to go unchecked. He swiftly pulled her down to sit upon his lap. No witties. After tonight, it won't just be a flicker. A night devoid of slumber ensued. It was not until the sun began to rise that they finally succumbed to deep sleep. However, their repose was short-lived as a phone rang nearby. Groggily, Sue-Mo answered the call. Who is it? Sumontak? Tony's astonished voice echoed from the other end. It's from the top floor of Stark Tower. Tony glanced incredulously at the number on his phone. He had not dialed incorrectly. It was indeed Natasha's number. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Sue-Mo and Natasha must be together, and judging by the tone of Sue-Mo's voice, it was clear he had been roused from slumber. Without needing to ponder further, Tony instinctively understood what had transpired the previous night. Originally, he had intended to inquire why Natasha had yet to arrive for work, but he never anticipated the revelation that followed. His mind vividly conjured images of the wildness that must have characterized the previous evening, for otherwise, they would not still be asleep at this hour. With these thoughts, a wave of envy and jealousy surged within Tony, nearly spilling from his lips. Sue, you have gone too far. You still hold shares in the company. How could you allow personal matters to disrupt the attendance of company employees? This is a grave interference with the normal operation of the business. Before Tony could finish his sentence, he heard the unmistakable sound of the call disconnecting. Enraged, he nearly hurled his phone across the room. Meanwhile, Sue-Mo ended the call and turned to Natasha, who had been stirred awake. Her face was etched with fatigue. She glanced at her phone and confirmed the time. Indeed, it was already 10 in the morning. From the previous night until now, she had scarcely managed 2 hours of sleep. Were it not for her years of training and the enhancements from practicing her skills, she might have already fainted. Observing Sue-Mo, who appeared invigorated after awakening, she felt a mix of admiration and exhaustion. Natasha's fury surged from within her. Her indomitable spirit compelled her to rise and pin Sue-Mo beneath her. What do you intend to do? Sue-Mo inquired, gazing into her half-open eyes. Since you are the one who taught me the technique of exertion, you must be quite adept at it. Upon seeing Sue-Mo nod, an inexplicable smile graced Natasha's face. Then you shall personally experience it and determine if my method is indeed correct. Chapter 84. An invitation from Kumar Taj. When Sue-Mo departed from Natasha's residence, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He drove directly to the Empire State Building on 5th Avenue in Manhattan, where the New York branch of his Fox Film Company was situated. After assuming control of the company, he had relocated its headquarters to Los Angeles. Upon reaching the floor where his company was located, he encountered a young Asian woman at the reception desk, standing nearly 5'7". Her long silver hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism infused with youthful exuberance. As Sue-Mo entered, she stood up and asked, Sir, whom are you looking for? Are you new here? The girl nodded, but looked at him quizzically. Who are you? He is our boss. A voice emerged from within the office. Avril, dressed in a sharp business attire, stepped out, appearing as if she was about to leave. Upon hearing Avril's words, the girl quickly apologized to Sue-Mo. I'm sorry, boss. As a receptionist, she felt embarrassed for inadvertently blocking the entrance for her employer, her cheeks flushing crimson. Sue-Mo waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. You performed admirably and fulfilled your duties. With that, he proceeded deeper into the office. Along the way, his employees greeted him warmly. Once inside his office, Sue-Mo sank into the chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, exclaiming in astonishment. Avril, overhearing, replied with irritation. You haven't been to the office in nearly 2 years. Aside from the receptionist, everyone else has been here for at least a year. Has it truly been that long? Sumo's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing this. It seemed that since the awakening of his system, he had scarcely set foot in the office, delegating all matters to Avril. Although he had previously visited occasionally after the company was on stable footing, a year would typically see him stopping by several times. Now, however, he was utterly disengaged, more so than even Tony Stark. It was no wonder Avril's tone carried a hint of resentment. Avril and Sumo were university classmates. After graduation, she joined his company as his assistant. In her professional capacity, she was meticulous and diligent. Yet in their private moments, they shared a camaraderie akin to that of good friends, occasionally exchanging harmless banter. This was precisely why Sumo felt comfortable entrusting the company to her. While they were engaged in light conversation, the receptionist from earlier knocked and entered the office. Boss, there's someone outside claiming to be Daniel. Daniel? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Wait, he must be from Kamartaj. In this world, it appears that all sorcerers, save for dark mages like himself, hail from Kamartaj. Minutes later, in the company's reception room, Sumo encountered the sorcerer named Daniel, a burly, bald African-American man, clad in a sleeveless gray robe that exposed his muscular arms. Sumo found it difficult to associate this imposing figure with the typical image of a sorcerer, which often conjures the image of a refined, white-bearded elder. Interestingly, it seems that sorcerers in this world typically possess a robust physique, perhaps due to the nature of their magical attributes, compelling them to resort to physical confrontation rather than relying solely on arcane prowess. Even the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, is not an exception. It is only the later iteration of Doctor Strange who appears somewhat different, possibly due to his late entry into the mystical arts and lack of combat training. This is merely Sumo's conjecture, yet he considers it highly plausible. After all, who would prefer to engage in direct combat when one could effortlessly vanquish foes with a mere gesture? Once Daniel took a seat across from Sumo, he extended his hand. I am Daniel, a guardian from the New York Sanctum. He introduced himself. Sumo shook his hand, noting that he had no recollection of this individual, as the memories of film from years past had long since faded. He was not surprised that Daniel had managed to locate him. During his visit to Xavier's Academy, he had not concealed his identity, given Professor X's capabilities. Uncovering his identity would not pose a challenge. Professor X is my dearest friend. I appreciate your assistance to him last time. Daniel expressed his gratitude. Think nothing of it. It was merely a matter of convenience. Sumo waved his hand dismissively, getting straight to the point. Surely, the guardian of the Sanctum isn't here solely to express gratitude. He surmised Daniel's purpose, which likely revolved around his use of dark magic. Since Daniel had obtained accurate information from Professor X, he undoubtedly recognized that Sumo's spatial portal was not a spell from Kamartaj. Indeed, Daniel smiled. I am here, at the behest of the Sorcerer Supreme, to invite you to Kamartaj as a guest. Oh, Sumo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Given Ancient One's character, it seemed unlikely that she would delegate such a message through another. The mere act of opening a spatial portal did not necessitate such intermediary communication. Sumontak, with a playful smile, inquired, the Sorcerer Supreme requires a guardian to convey her invitation to me? At this, a flicker of unease crossed Daniel's gaze. Though he quickly masked it, that is not the case. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you in person. Is that so? Sumo's expression bore a hint of amusement. The moment of panic in the other party's eyes was effortlessly captured by him. He was almost certain that the other was lying. Very well, I shall accompany you to Kamatij. Sumo's tone shifted as he directly agreed to the invitation. He intended to discern the ulterior motives of the other. With his current strength, there was nothing to fear. Even if the Ancient One were to intervene personally, it would be impossible for them to detain him. Not even the arrival of the Vishanti would instill fear in him. In fact, he would welcome an engagement. As long as he could take refuge within the Star Tower, the other party would be oblivious to the true circumstances. And it was likely they would strike at the Star Tower. Should that occur, Star Princess would certainly not remain indifferent. If such a situation were to arise, he might very well acquire 2 additional volumes of the Vishanti tome, crafted from the materials on the Vishanti himself. Moreover, he was eager to witness the magical sanctuary that was Kamatij. Upon hearing Sumo's acquiescence, Daniel's face lit up with a glimmer of excitement. After the other expressed skepticism, he had anticipated Sumo would decline. He was surprised that, despite doubting the authenticity of the situation, Sumo still accepted his invitation. This way, please. Daniel revealed a suspended ring in his hand, and with a swirl of motion, a spatial gate emerged within the room. Without hesitation, Su-Mo followed him through. Moments later, a secretary clad in black stockings entered the room, carrying coffee, only to find it utterly empty. Where's everyone? Chapter 85. The Request of the Supreme Sorcerer. Stepping through the spatial gate, Su-Mo discovered himself in a courtyard reminiscent of ancient Chinese architecture, perched atop a mountain peak. Surrounding him were similar structures clustered together. In a slightly lower courtyard, figures clad in simple robes were practicing magic, conjuring golden magical arrays that appeared and vanished before them. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind. Master Daniel, have we a guest? Turning to look, Su-Mo saw a bald woman in a yellow robe, holding a small wooden fan. Her face adorned with a pleasant smile as she regarded the two of them. It was evident that she was the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One. Upon hearing her words, Daniel promptly bowed to the Ancient One and then stood beside her, addressing Su-Mo, Master Ancient One. This individual is a practitioner of dark magic. The Ancient One gestured for him to cease, indicating that as the supreme sorceress, Daniel's actions could hardly escape her notice. Otherwise, she would not have awaited their arrival. Master Daniel, I wish to speak with the guest alone. Upon hearing this, the other paused momentarily, then bowed to the Ancient One, casting a penetrating glare at Su-Mo before turning to depart. However, Su-Mo was not inclined to let the other leave so easily. In a flash, he resolved to teach them a lesson. Though he had intended to come here, it did not mean he would remain passive while being deceived. Wait, Ancient One extended a hand to halt him, an expression of apology gracing her features. I apologize on his behalf, she declared. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Su-Mo remained unfazed, his form vanishing from sight. Observing this, the Ancient One shook her head and refrained from further intervention. After all, it was indeed Daniel who had erred first. She turned, adopting a combat stance, golden rings resembling mystical arrays appearing in each hand. However, this posed no obstacle for Su-Mo. Before he could react, Su-Mo's fist had already struck his abdomen. Daniel's form flickered and vanished, only to reappear embedded within the mountainside, a distance of several hundred meters away, his body lodged within the rock. Blood, tinged with internal organs, spurted from his mouth, and shortly thereafter, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing his pitiful state, the Ancient One waved her hand, extracting his body from the mountainside, which then disappeared into a distant chamber. Surely your anger has subsided now? Su-Mo nodded in agreement. Initially, he had anticipated that the Ancient One would intervene, although the fault lay with Daniel. He was still a member of the Sanctum, and, as the Supreme Sorcerer, it was not unexpected for her to protect her subordinate. Yet, he was surprised that she allowed him to vent his fury. It seemed fitting for the Supreme Sorcerer to act thus. Since she had granted him leeway, he refrained from taking things too far. Had that punch landed on an ordinary person, it would have surely been fatal. It would have been perfectly timed to coincide with the betrayal of Caecilius, who had defected to Dormammu, only to meet his demise at Caecilius' hands. A flawless plan. A few minutes later, Su-Mo and the Ancient One sat facing each other in a room. She offered him a cup of tea. Taste it from your homeland. Thank you. Su-Mo accepted the cup and took a sip. For someone who seldom drank tea, it bore no distinction from a cheap bottle tea beverage. Over a year ago, the essence of Shumagorath manifested on Earth. It must be connected to you, the Ancient One remarked, setting down the teapot without lifting her gaze. Su-Montak nodded. At that moment, he realized that the last time Shumagorath had appeared with the Darkhold, the Ancient One had sensed its presence. It appears you were unaffected by his dark magic. Su-Mo cast a glance at her. Aren't you the same, sorceress? Upon hearing this, the Ancient One trembled slightly, spilling tea from her cup. It was essential for her to draw energy from the dark dimension to sustain her life and resist its invasion. Strictly speaking, she and Su-Mo were not vastly different. Setting down her teacup, the Ancient One inhaled deeply, her demeanor regaining composure. Though I sense your extraordinary nature, I did not expect you to be aware of this. Can a sorcerer perceive my past and future? Su-Montak inquilet astonishit. He had previously asked the system, which had informed him that under the influence of the Eternal One, traces of his past had been completely erased from the timeline. In principle, it is impossible for anyone to observe their own past. No, Master Gu, he shook his head. But therein lies the crux. Upon hearing this, Su-Mo began to comprehend. Indeed, with the time stone in his possession, Master Gu, he could glimpse the past and future of anyone. Yet he remained inscrutable to himself. This precisely indicated that he was extraordinary. Why, Su-Mo pondered, had the master summoned him to Kamar Taj? Oh, Gu, he feigned a look of curiosity. In truth, are you not already aware? It was Daniel who deceived you into coming here. A slight smile crept upon Sumo's lips. Master, you must realize that I am the owner of a film company. With your acting skills, even the extra sign with our company would surpass you. Given that Gu-E could see through the timeline and was aware that Daniel would trick him, it would be effortless for him to intervene. Although he could not foresee his own subsequent reactions, he surmised that he would not easily let Daniel off the hook. The other party had risked the possibility of him killing Daniel, yet still allowed himself to be deceived. He did not believe it was an unintentional act. Upon hearing this, you are far more astute than I had imagined. I indeed seek your assistance. Pray do share. Gu-E refilled their teacups. I have observed through the time stone that in a few years, this world will face an invasion from the dark dimension. However, as my own life will reach its end before that time, I am unable to ascertain the situation thereafter. If we do not respond appropriately, it could very well lead to the annihilation of this world. At this juncture, Gu-E fixed a serious gaze upon Sumo. Thus, I wish for you, should you possess the capability, to intervene and prevent this calamity. Sumo was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that you cannot observe events following your death? Gu-E, sensing the peculiar focus of Sumo's inquiry, looked at him with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, the observational capacity of the time stone is not without limitations. It can only perceive matters pertaining to oneself. Theoretically, as long as one wishes to observe a particular individual, that person is already connected to oneself. This gives the impression of omniscience, yet in reality, one cannot observe events beyond their own demise. Everything that follows is no longer associated with oneself. Chapter 86. Master Gu-Yi's Astonishment. There is no need for you, Master, to worry about such matters. I too exist within this world and would never allow it to face destruction. Master Gu-Yi shook his head. No, safeguarding this world is the responsibility of every supreme sorcerer. Since you have consented, I shall, of course, offer appropriate recompense. Speak, do you desire anything in particular? Gu-Yi regarded Xu Montag Honesty Ellipsilon. Upon hearing this, Sumo was momentarily taken aback. He sensed something amiss. Gu-Yi seemed overly eager to bestow a gift. Yet, Sumo could hardly be bothered with the other party's schemes. With his prowess, there was no one who could compel him to undertake anything he did not wish to do. Anything is possible. Sumo's gaze shifted as he sought clarification from the other party. Let me see. I require the time stone, having resolved to pursue the path of temporal laws. Acquiring the space and time stones was imperative. These two gems would undoubtedly assist him in comprehending the laws. Upon hearing this, Ancient One exhibited no hesitation. Very well. Since you disagree, Sumo's words were abruptly interrupted as his expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? He suspected he had misheard. The Eye of Agamotto, the very essence of Camartage, was being so readily offered to him. Observing Sumo's incredulity, the Ancient One cleared her throat. However, it will take a few years. As compensation, you may freely enter and exit Camartage, exploring all the magical tomes in the library. Listening to this, Sumo regarded the Ancient One thoughtfully. Was she attempting to evade responsibility and use him as a scapegoat? It was well known that in the original storyline, she had met her untimely demise and bequeathed the title of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange. The esteemed Sorcerer Supreme had fallen to his death, a tale so absurd that few would believe it. Surely, she would not attempt to enact such a plot against him. After all, she had casually offered the core artifact, the Time Stone, which cast doubt on her intentions. It seemed unlikely, considering he practiced dark magic. If that were revealed, at least half of Camartage sorcerers would likely oppose him. The Ancient One should have considered this. However, after a moment's reflection, Sumo felt a sense of relief. Regardless of her motives, as long as the Time Stone ultimately fell into his hands, that was sufficient. Even if she harbored such intentions, he could simply pass the position on to another, or, if necessary, feign his own death to escape. With this thought, Sumo nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, he was not yet capable of comprehending the laws. Besides those prodigies, one would need to reach at least the cosmic level to begin grasping the laws, particularly those of time and space, which were of a higher order. Upon Sumo's acquiescence, the Ancient One appeared to relax. She rose from her seat. Gulme, I shall take you to the library. Soon, under the Ancient One's guidance, they arrived at a structure located at the far end of Camartage. This was the library of Camartage, housing all its tomes. As they entered the room, the Ancient One provided an explanation. The chamber appeared somewhat dim, flanked by rows of bookshelves, each tome ensnared in locks. In the center stood a wooden table, at which sat a slightly overweight middle-aged Asian man, engrossed in a book. With such distinctive features, Su-mo easily deduced that this man was the librarian, Wang. Hearing the sound at the door, Wang lifted his gaze towards the entrance and saw the Ancient One stepping inside. He promptly rose from his seat and performed a respectful bow. "Your Excellency, the Supreme Sorcerer." The Ancient One nodded, gesturing towards Su-mo behind him, saying, "This is Su-mo. He may freely borrow and peruse any books in the library from now on." Upon hearing this, Wang curiously scrutinized Su-mo for a moment before nodding in agreement. Naturally, he had no grounds to dispute the decision of the Supreme Sorcerer. Su-mo approached the bookshelf and casually pulled out a tome titled The Book of Kamiustro, which contained many powerful spells derived from the Book of Ashani. The Ancient One explained, "This name is quite familiar to Su-mo. In Doctor Strange, Kaisali is communicated with Dormammu from the Dark Dimension through a spell inscribed on one of its pages, leading to the invasion by Dormammu." Su-mo flipped through the pages and discovered spells related to time manipulation, harnessing the Eye of Agamotto. His interest piqued upon encountering a page detailing the Mirror Dimension spell, which could be deemed the most spectacular of all magic. This spell allowed its caster to generate a mirrored space where they could manipulate the terrain and rules at will, albeit limited to simple parameters such as the direction of gravity and attraction. After perusing the contents of that page, Su-mo closed the book and waved his right hand gently. The cosmic energy within him surged forth with his motion, subsequently drawing both the Ancient One and Wang into a mirrored space. This space bore no discernible difference from the exterior library. However, Su-mo could manipulate the gravity and terrain within it at will. The Ancient One stood there, momentarily stunned. "Whose disciple is he?" Wang inquired with astonishment, glancing at the Ancient One. In his view, the ability to adeptly wield the mirror dimension indicated that Su-mo had reached the level of a master sorcerer, ranking among the elite in Kamartaj. It seemed this was his first attempt at such magic. What? How could this be possible? Wang's astonishment morphed into sheer shock. Even disciples like Mordo, who were trained by the Ancient One, could only perform such magic after extensive practice. The fact that this individual succeeded on the first attempt was astounding, explaining why the Ancient One personally brought him along. His magical talent was extraordinarily remarkable. The Ancient One shook his head, stating, "That is not the most crucial point. Have you not noticed that he is not wielding a sling ring?" Upon hearing the Ancient One's observation, Wang finally grasped the implication. How is that possible? It is well known that casting spells requires borrowing power from the Vishani, and the sling ring serves as a token for this borrowing. Only those like the Supreme Sorcerer, who are well known to the Vishani, can perform magic without relying on a sling ring. However, the individual before them was evidently not of that sort. Ancient One was aware that the other party could draw power from Zysorn, yet the magic derived from such a source could not manifest the spells contained within the Book of Ashani. How had they managed to achieve this? At that moment, even the adept Ancient One was taken aback by this paradoxical occurrence. Chapter 87, Enhancement of Mutant Abilities. Su-mo naturally comprehended the thoughts of the two individuals. After all, the consensus among all mages in this realm was that casting spells necessitated borrowing power from the dimensional deities. However, Su-mo was an exception. The cosmic energy within him was indeed a form of energy, and unlike that of Ashani and Zysorn, it did not repel but could be utilized for any form of magic, including both white and black magic. Ordinarily, Su-mo refrained from using this energy to cast black magic, as he possessed an inexhaustible supply of borrowed power that required no sacrifices. It would be foolish to expend his own energy. Yet, when it came to white magic, Su-mo clearly had no intention of seeking power for Vishani. Any form of energy borrowed would invariably come at a cost. "How did you accomplish this?" King, recovering from his astonishment, inquired. However, he soon realized that such a direct question about another's secrets was perhaps inappropriate, and awkwardly added, "Of course, if you're unwilling to share, consider my question unasked." At that moment, with a creak, the door swung open. Two figures stepped inside. Upon entering, they first bowed respectfully to Ancient One. "Master." Upon hearing their address, Su-mo immediately surmised that these must be Ancient One's two disciples, Mordu and Caecilius, easily distinguishable by their contrasting skin tones. After their greeting, the two cast hostile glances at Su-mo. Is this the individual Daniel spoke of, the practitioner of black magic? How could such a person be allowed into Kamartaj? Enough. Ancient One interjected, silencing them. The last individual who spoke so boldly, Daniel, had nearly faced dire consequences. It was shocking that these two dared to provoke. Power is not inherently good or evil. Only individuals are. As long as one remains true to their essence, all power is indistinguishable. Ancient One explained to the two. Master. Seeing that the two still wished to argue, Ancient One raised a hand to halt their protest. Enough, you may leave. I have my own judgment. She had already witnessed Su Mo's earlier display of power. Without the aid of the Eye of Agamotto, she was uncertain if she could prevent him. To avoid further complications in the infirmary, Ancient One decided to dismiss them. Turning back, she noticed Su Mo observing Caecilius with an intriguing gaze as he exited the room, prompting a flicker of thought within her. She had just contemplated whether to incapacitate the two, considering them potential threats in the future. However, reflecting on the fact that they had yet to commit any wrongdoing, she realized that eliminating them might hinder her chances of gaining points. Additionally, the Ancient One had consistently promised herself benefits, and their interactions were rather harmonious, warranting a modicum of respect for one another. To outright eliminate the only two disciples in front of him seemed excessively harsh. Nevertheless, it was perhaps wiser to wait until they committed their misdeeds before removing them. This approach would not only yield him points, but would also leave the Ancient One without any grievances. In fact, she might express her gratitude towards him, allowing Caecilius and his companion to extend their lives for a few more years. A triple win. As the two emerged from the library, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that they had just skirted the edges of death. Su Mo felt a flicker of confusion. Given the Ancient One's ability to perceive the timelines, she surely must have known that Caecilius was a rogue element. Why did she not eliminate him beforehand? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Su Mo decided to dismiss the thought. He waved the book in his hand towards the Ancient One. This tome should be permissible to borrow, right? Casual enough, the Ancient One chuckled lightly. However, I hope you remember your promise. With that, she turned and strode outside. With her consent secured, Su Mo felt no hesitation and began to select books. Although the Ancient One had granted him permission to borrow, he was judicious, taking only a few dozen volumes before ceasing. Upon Su Mo's departure, Wang gazed at the nearly emptied bookshelf, a grimace forming on his face. The volumes taken were primarily those containing intricate magical knowledge. On Death Island, within the central edifice, Su Mo entered. The laboratory dedicated to mutant research resided within this building, typically bustling with activity. Today, however, not a single soul was in sight. A flicker of puzzlement crossed his face as he extended his mental energy outward like a tide. His expression shifted as he swiftly made his way to the expansive experimental area on the lower floor. All the researchers and mutants were gathered here. Spotting the White Queen and Apocalypse at the center of the crowd, Su Mo's understanding crystallized. At that moment, the restored Apocalypse was assisting the Human Torch in enhancing his powers. Surrounding researchers were stationed by various instruments, monitoring the data displayed on their screens. The White Queen noticed Su Mo lurking in the corner and quickly approached him. Wait, why do you look younger? Su Mo scrutinized the White Queen with a puzzled expression. Although her appearance had not changed significantly over the years due to her mutant abilities, she still resembled a woman in her late 20s. However, now, her skin appeared replete with collagen, almost as if she had reverted to the state of an 18 or 19-year-old. Upon hearing this, Emma's face lit up with excitement. This black bald-headed fellow's ability is simply tailor-made for mutants. In just half an hour, my powers have increased by more than a third. Thanks to this enhancement, I now look like this. Indeed, mutants with body-enhancing abilities age at a remarkably slower rate compared to ordinary individuals. Just like the White Queen Emma, Mystique Raven, and Psylocke. The three of them appear to be under 30 years of age. With their bodies now further enhanced, they naturally exude an even more youthful aura. No woman desires the fleeting nature of youth more than the others, and even someone like the White Queen is no exception. From her tone, it is evident that the prospect of regaining her youth excites her far more than amplifying her powers significantly. As the final mutant was strengthened, Apocalypse approached Su Mo respectfully and spoke, Master. Upon learning about the slave chips, the White Queen had long become accustomed to such circumstances. Well done. Su Mo nodded in approval before turning to Emma, inquiring, Where are Annie and Eric? At this, Su Mo's gaze shifted. Emma's cunning was undeniable. Not only did she control Old Man Logan, but she also sought to bring his daughter into servitude. Yet, curiously, it seemed that he was the one reaping the benefits. With this thought in mind, he could only compliment her excellent work. After dismissing the others, Emma took Su Mo by the arm and led him upstairs. Where are you taking me? Su Mo asked, feigning ignorance at her expression. Emma shot him a flirtatious glance. Shouldn't you be applauding my return to youth? Chapter 88. The second crossing a few days later within the Star Tower, Su Mo closed the book in his hands. Under the accelerated passage of time, he had thoroughly consumed all the borrowed texts. The magic contained within them was indeed, as he had anticipated, offering only marginal enhancement to his abilities. Over these days, he had diligently monitored the progress of his avatars. From his observations, the cocoon had shown no signs of change. It was to be expected. An embodiment of primal laws like the beast god would not be easily birthed. With the avatars unable to gestate for the time being, his strength could not yet ascend to the stellar level. Therefore, he would have to rely on external forces to augment his overall power, akin to exchanging for various technological weaponry, such as laser cannons and spacecraft. A C9 level laser cannon could obliterate an entire city with a single shot. Of course, Sumo could achieve this through clever means, but the laser cannon was not intended for stationary targets, but rather for moving ones. Once a target was locked, the energy it emitted traveled at the speed of light, leaving little room for evasion. The most suitable approach will be to cultivate a plant-based life form. In terms of combat prowess, botanical entities generally surpassed ordinary practitioners of the same level. A particularly formidable plant life could even face 100 foes simultaneously. Moreover, as long as resources were plentiful, it could be cultivated to cosmic or even domain master levels in a short span of time. However, such an endeavor would likely require an astronomical expenditure of points. Upon checking his attribute panel, Sumo noted his current points stood at approximately 870,000. While the rate of point acquisition was not slow, it paled in comparison to the cost of the items he wished to exchange for. To say nothing of the cheapest laser cannon alone. A C9 level laser cannon requires a staggering 3 million points for redemption. If it relied solely on the special forces to accumulate points, it would take at least 2 to 3 months. Thus, he resolved to embark on the second journey into the dream realm. Sitting in the meditation chamber, he gradually levitated, his soul instantaneously returning to the magnificent tree of time. From the outside, one could not discern the nature of the world within. Sumo boldly chose a branch that appeared slightly thicker than the previous world and plunged into it. Judging by the thickness, this world should possess supernatural powers. After a moment of disorientation, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in a cramped, dimly lit space. Glancing at the garments hanging nearby, he was momentarily taken aback. A wardrobe? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a woman's voice from outside. Realizing the tone of the conversation, Sumo's mind raced. Was he caught in an affair? Most crucially, was he the one playing the role of the illicit lover? Good heavens! A deep frown crossed his face. What was wrong with the alternate versions of himself in these parallel universes? Previously, he had meddled with someone else's girlfriend. And now it was even worse, seducing another man's wife. This was utterly ridiculous. None of them seemed to be decent individuals, unlike himself. Reflecting on his actions over the past 20 years, Sumo reluctantly acknowledged a harsh truth. Perhaps he was not as virtuous as he believed. Coming to terms with his current predicament, he resolved to leave the space immediately. For the time being, it was imperative to ascertain his identity and the fundamental circumstances of this world. The woman in the room would likely possess some information about him. Having made this decision, Sumo intended to open a portal to depart. It was then that he realized a pressing issue. The wardrobe was filled to the brim with clothes, leaving insufficient space to create a teleportation portal. To open it, he would need to clear out some of the garments first. With this thought in mind, he began to shift the hanging clothes aside while simultaneously using his mental prowess to probe the area beyond. Upon doing so, his expression abruptly darkened. A man stood before the wardrobe, hands poised on the handles, clearly about to open the door. Behind him, a blonde woman clad in a purple nightgown brandished a baseball bat. In an instant, she swung the bat towards the man's neck. The man, caught mid-motion, collapsed unconscious. What the hell? Sumo's eyelids flickered at the sight of the woman's actions. She did not appear to be a benevolent character. Not only was she engaging in infidelity, but was she also contemplating the murder of her husband? After knocking the man out, the woman hastily opened the wardrobe door and called out to the stunned Sumo, hurry and come out. Taking a moment to appraise the woman's appearance, he could not help but acknowledge that despite the dubious nature of his counterparts in these worlds, their standards were undeniably exceptional. The young woman bore a striking resemblance to Eliza from the previous world. Merely judging by her appearance, she easily surpassed a score of 90. With cascading golden hair, large expressive eyes, a high nose, and porcelain skin, coupled with a height nearing 1.70 meters and a figure that was somewhat voluptuous, she exuded an undeniable allure. Upon emerging, the woman wasted no words, retrieving his clothing from the wardrobe and handing it to him. Hurry and leave. If he awakens and sees you, it will be disastrous. As he listened to her incessant urgings to depart, Sumo sighed. A flicker of purple light flashed in his eyes, and, simultaneously, a dark mist shot from his hand, infiltrating the man's mind, who lay on the ground. Before departing, he deemed it essential to ascertain his address. Unlike in Huaxia, where one possesses an identity card, here in America, if one does not ask for clarity, he would be uncertain even about his own name. In the fleeting moment, their gazes locked. The woman appeared momentarily dazed. What is my name? Su Montag. Half an hour later, Su Mo exited the house. From the woman, he had gleaned the basic details of his situation. To his surprise, he discovered he resided directly across from this very house. Upon receiving this revelation, Su Mo was taken aback. A rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow. Yet, this audacious fellow had dared to entice the neighbor's young wife. If her husband were to find out, he might very well empty his magazine in Sumo's direction one day. Moreover, he learned about the identity of this body, an orphan university graduate who had concluded his studies just last week. The alma mater was none other than Pennsylvania State University, the very institution that Wanda attended. Chapter 89, An Eerie World? There was no rush to comprehend the circumstances of this world. Having learned from past experiences, he first needed to ascertain the temporal disparity between the two realms. Should the passage of time in this world be significantly slower than in his original one, he would have no choice but to abandon this world. Otherwise, before he could accumulate sufficient points here, the snap of Thanos in his original world would have already occurred, rendering his efforts futile. Fortunately, upon comparison, he discovered that the time flow in both worlds was a 1-to-1 ratio. Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he promptly took to the internet, hoping to uncover information regarding this world. However, the results were evidently disappointing. Much like his previous world, the internet bore no extraordinary information, suggesting this place was as mundane as his last existence. As he pondered, his phone rang from his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw the name displayed, Jason. After accepting the call, a youthful male voice resonated on the other end. Sue, Carl mentioned he found an abandoned town online, rumored to have been the site of various bizarre occurrences. We unanimously decided to embark on our graduation trip to explore this town. Would you care to join us? A strange town? Sue Mo's eyes flickered with intrigue. Indeed, he mentioned the name of the small town, Silent Hill. At this juncture, Jason's voice from across the line became somewhat muffled, seemingly inquiring about the town's name from someone nearby. Moments later, his voice returned to normal. Yes, that place is called Silent Hill. How cool does that sound? Silent Hill? Sue Mo instantly seized upon the key term in this utterance. Upon hearing this familiar name, he comprehended the nature of this world. Hey Sue, are you listening? Are you going or not? Jason's voice jolted him back to reality. Of course, I'm going. All right, let's meet at the school gate tomorrow. That's settled. With that, Jason abruptly hung up. A world inhabited by eerie, malevolent spirits? A look of intrigue spread across Sumo's face. This was precisely aligned with his expertise as a mage. That night, Mo ordered takeout, hastily consumed his dinner, and intended to retire for the night. After all, this body was merely that of an ordinary person. He had exhausted a significant amount of energy at his neighbor's house during the day, and now his body was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Just as he was drifting into slumber, a blood-curdling scream from outside startled him awake. Before he could step out to investigate, a voice tinged with tears called from beyond the door. Sue, please open the door. It was indeed the young woman from across the hall. Upon opening the door, he found her clad only in a nightgown, seemingly having run in a frenzy, her chest heaving with labored breaths. Upon seeing Sue Mo, she suddenly collapsed into his arms, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Witnessing this scene, Sue Mo felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that the incident from earlier had led to a conflict between her and her husband? If that were the case, he genuinely had no idea how to navigate the situation. After all, this was merely a mess left behind by the original owner. Nonetheless, the matter needed resolution. It couldn't continue like this indefinitely. What happened? He inquired gently. In that moment, he realized that while he had been preoccupied with his own inquiries earlier, he still did not know the woman's name. As he questioned her, she gradually began to calm down. However, her subsequent revelation left his mind in a state of turmoil. Paul is dead. What? Sumo's expression froze in disbelief. Did you kill him? The thought immediately flashed through his mind. Of course not. The woman quickly refuted, a look of terror crossing her features. Half an hour later, outside the neighboring villa, several police cars were parked. A group of startled neighbors gathered outside the cordon. Before long, several officers emerged from the house, carrying a bulging body bag. Sue Mo and the blonde woman sat on the side of one of the police vehicles, where an officer was taking their statements. After all, The man had died in the home of only the two of them, placing the woman under significant suspicion. Through their earlier conversation, Sumo had managed to glean the woman's name, Balika. As he watched the police car gradually fade from view, Sumo fell into a deep contemplation. Prior to the arrival of the authorities, he had already inspected the area outside the villa. Piecing together Balika's account, he discerned the sequence of events. The man had succumbed to excessive blood loss due to 3 large gashes across his chest. According to Balika, she was awakened by a sound in the night, and upon venturing outside, she found him lying on the living room floor, his shirt soaked in blood. Suspecting that the assailant might still be lurking within the house, she fled without encountering any hindrance. Strangely, during her escape, she faced no obstructions. However, Sumo harbored some suspicions. While probing the area with his mental energy, he detected a faint gray energy emanating from the man's body, reminiscent of the legendary resentment. Considering the existence of Silent Hill, he easily deduced that the man likely perished due to a supernatural incident. A vengeful spirit? A slight smile played on Sumo's lips. Upon learning of Silent Hill's existence in this world, he had scoured the internet for related information. Although he found no reports of supernatural occurrences, he did come across a startling statistic. In the entirety of America, the number of accidental deaths reached 3 million annually. This was evidently abnormal. Even in his own Marvel universe, despite the presence of formidable villains, the yearly accidental death toll was merely over 500,000. The mortality rate in this world was astonishingly 6 times greater. When factoring in deaths from illness and natural causes, the total number of fatalities each year exceeded 5 million. The steadily increasing death rate suggested a parallel surge in the number of these strange, malevolent spirits. Currently, the annual death toll in America had surpassed the birth rate. If this trend continued, it would not be long before the nation transformed into a realm of vengeful spirits. Nevertheless, Sumo perceived the proliferation of malevolent spirits as advantageous. The more spirits there were, the greater the potential for him to accumulate points. Naturally, it was preferable for the balance between spirits and humanity to be maintained, ensuring a continuous influx of points. Given that Balika had managed to escape the room unscathed and that the vengeful energy had dissipated, it appeared that this spirit was driven by a targeted vendetta and posed no threat to others. Of course, even if the spirit were a random, indiscriminate killer, Sumo would harbor no fear. It was essential to remember that Zysorn governed the underworld. While he acknowledged the vast chasm between himself and Zysorn, possessing the Dark Grimoire meant that if he were to be harmed by these spirits, he might as well end his own life. Chapter 90, Departure to Silent Hill. The following morning, Sumo drove his second-hand Ford pickup towards the school entrance. 5 minutes later, he arrived at his destination, where 2 vehicles were already waiting, a Lexus and a Ferrari supercar. Upon seeing Sumo's vehicle come to a stop, a man, barely standing at 6 feet tall and wearing glasses, descended from the Lexus with a broad smile. "Hey, Sue, you've finally come to your senses. There's no need to rush into job hunting." Sumo chuckled softly upon hearing this. The decor and furnishings in his room, along with his second-hand Ford, clearly indicated a less than favorable economic situation. Evidently, the original owner had opted not to join their graduation trip, but instead sought employment. Yet, as the man approached, Sue's expression shifted. He sensed an undercurrent of resentment emanating from him. This was an unmistakable sign of being targeted by malevolent spirits. Instantly, Sue extended his mental awareness to envelop the surroundings. As anticipated, the 2 individuals from the Lexus, as well as the duo in the Ferrari, were all tainted by this ominous aura. Had the malevolent spirits proliferated to such an extent in this world? Among the individuals he had encountered since yesterday, a staggering 6 bore the marks of these dark entities. The man before him, discernible by his voice, was none other than Jason, who had spoken to him over the phone the previous evening. After a few more minutes, the final vehicle arrived, a red Subaru. Once all were present, the convoy officially set off. Jason chose to ride in Sue's car, and throughout the journey, their conversation meandered amiably. It was evident that Jason was brimming with excitement, blissfully unaware of the bizarre world that lay ahead. Through Jason's words, Sue gleaned comprehensive information about their group. There were 7 in total, besides Sue and Jason. There was Carl, the driver of the Lexus, and his sister, Lena, who accompanied him. In the Ferrari were their classmate, Dana, and her affluent boyfriend, Blake. The final vehicle contained another classmate, Julie. Hours later, the ill-fated team halted at a solitary gas station along the highway. While refueling, they also needed to procure supplies from the supermarket. After all, their destination, Silent Hill, was a remote, abandoned town. According to their plan, they would stay there for several days, necessitating a stock of essential food and water. Parking at the supermarket entrance, the group disembarked. Kyle, towering close to 6 feet 3 inches, exuded the physique of a fitness enthusiast. In stark contrast, his sister Lena appeared to be around 18 or 19, standing about 5 feet 3 inches tall with a slender frame. The two together seemed an implausible pairing, resembling a Beauty and the Beast scenario. Donna, almost 6 feet tall with fair skin, was accompanied by her boyfriend Blake, who sported dreadlocks. Both bore expressions tinged with anger, likely due to a prior disagreement. However, Sue quickly noticed that Blake, with his dreadlocks, gazing into his own eyes, there seemed to be a flicker of anger. Sue silently muttered to himself, intending to subtly inquire about Jason once they were in the vehicle. As for Julie, with her flowing black hair and strikingly defined features, particularly her full, slightly upturned lips, she exuded a unique allure. From Jason's words, Sue learned that Julie was not only the most captivating woman in their class, but also an academic prodigy. Throughout her university years, she had countless suitors, yet there had been no rumors of a boyfriend. From Jason's admiration, it was evident that he was among her many admirers. However, his reticent nature confined him to merely fantasizing in private. Sue made a mental note. The members of this reckless team consisted of the Beauty and the Beast siblings, an interracial couple, the Campus Belle, and himself along with Jason. After Lena alighted from the vehicle, she hurried over to Sue and the others. Sue, why didn't you answer my call yesterday? I might have been in the shower and didn't hear it. Su montag casually fabricated an excusa. Yet, according to the timeline, the original owner of this body should have been hiding in a neighbor's wardrobe at that moment, leaving no time to attend to her. Lena, upon hearing Sumo's pretext, was naturally skeptical. Just as she was about to retort, her brother Carl approached. All right, Lena, stop being unreasonable. Quickly go buy some essentials. We must depart swiftly. Before nightfall, we must reach the last town leading to Silent Hill. With that, he nodded at Sue taking Lena by the arm as they made their way to the supermarket. Sue and Jason, witnessing this, followed suit into the supermarket. However, Sue noticed an intriguing detail. Throughout the entire time, the Campus Belle Julie had scarcely engaged with anyone else. Even during the morning assembly, she had merely exchanged greetings with Carl. Contemplating this, Sue turned to Jason and asked, did Julie actively propose to join the team? Of course. She has always had a keen interest in paranormal explorations. With Jason's explanation, Sue began to comprehend the situation. Carl was also one of Julie's admirers, and his suggestion to explore Silent Hill was likely an attempt to capture her attention and create an opportunity for interaction. Speaking of this, Jason's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Goodness, what a classic scenario. To get closer to a woman who loves supernatural adventures. He brings along a few close friends and his sister to court disaster. Sue could easily envision that had he not crossed over into this world, this team would likely not survive the perils of Silent Hill. Among the current group, only Julie seemed devoid of any malevolent aura. Earlier on their journey, he had subtly inquired whether they had previously engaged in any reckless escapades, such as visiting haunted houses or ancient mansions. Jason had indicated that they had not partaken in such activities. Unable to comprehend the situation, Sue ceased his contemplation. A fleeting, peculiar glimmer flashed in his eyes, lasting less than 2 seconds. By the time it faded, the resentment emanating from Jason and Carl had inexplicably shifted onto him. Consequently, as the one harboring the deepest resentment, he would evidently become the primary target of the malevolent spirit's assault. It was simply a matter of allowing the others to present themselves willingly. Chapter 91. The importance of characterization. Upon entering the supermarket, the group swiftly selected an abundant array of food. Sue was no exception. However, when he attempted to make payment, he was embarrassed to discover that all his cards displayed insufficient funds. Though he was aware of the original owner's precarious financial situation, he had not anticipated it to be this dire. Staring at the meager balance, Sue felt somewhat speechless. The funds were scarcely enough for a simple lunch. No wonder the original owner had chosen not to venture with them. With this paltry sum, he would likely starve in the small town. Yet, Sue couldn't help but admire the original owner. Even in such dire straits, instead of hastily seeking some money, he had found time to seduce the neighbor's young wife. Remarkably, he had succeeded in his pursuit. As Sue awkwardly gazed at the cashier, who innocently regarded him while holding a credit card, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Years of affluence had dulled his sensitivity to financial matters. Given his wealth and status in the Marvel Universe, he had long since lost the sensation of spending money. With no other option, he reached in his backpack. To an outsider, it appeared as if he were merely rummaging through it, but in reality, His hand had transcended through a spatial portal, materializing in a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf of an American congressman. He was aware of this congressman's secret stash, as a counterpart of his existed in the Marvel realm. Moreover, due to matters concerning the film industry, Sumo had previously interacted with this individual. He had learned the location of the vault from the congressman's wife. The reasons behind her divulging such information are best left unelaborated. Last night, while scouring the internet for information, Sumo had stumbled upon the congressman's details and, with a spirit of experimentation, decided to test the waters. To his surprise, the counterpart in this world shared similar habits. He idly mused whether this world's congressman's wife bore the same birthmark on her thigh. After placing the cash into his backpack, he extracted several bills and handed them to the cashier. Once everyone had gathered, Carl, as the team leader, declared, "Let us set off." Subsequently, the group made their way toward their respective vehicles. However, upon reaching his car, Sumo noticed the flamboyantly dressed girl, Dana, sitting in the Ferrari, had followed closely behind him. Catching Sumo's gaze, Dana proclaimed, "I want to ride in your car." Her boyfriend, Blake, appeared increasingly displeased. He stepped forward, a dark expression clouding his features as he directed a menacing look at Sumo. "Are you Sue?" In truth, the members of their team were not particularly familiar with Blake. Merely because the individual in question is Dina's boyfriend, he accompanied her on this expedition, as she was determined to partake. However, he harbored no belief in the supernatural or the enigmatic occurrences surrounding them. Upon observing his expression, Sumo felt as though he had adorned him with a green hat, an implication of infidelity. Wait, the realization struck Sumo like a thunderbolt. Could it truly be as he feared? To be candid, given the conduct of these two counterparts in the alternate realm, there indeed existed a plausible scenario. At that moment, Dina, standing directly behind him, stepped forward to shield Sumo from view. "What are you planning to do?" Sumo sighed inwardly at her actions. Presently, there appeared to be a significant probability, at least 60%, that his suspicions were accurate. Observing this, Blake's fury was palpable, evident upon his countenance. "It seems I was not mistaken. You truly have a connection with him. How dare you utter such nonsense?" Dina retorted, her face flushed with indignation. "Nonsense? Then how is it that you called his name while asleep in the car?" Blake exclaimed in a fit of anger. At this revelation, all present, including Sumo, were momentarily taken aback. Dina's expression shifted dramatically, seemingly consumed by a blend of embarrassment and rage. "Indeed, we share a connection. Not only have we been intimate, but it has occurred on multiple occasions. In my heart, you do not even compare to the slightest fragment of him. How do you feel about that? Furthermore, from this moment on, we are through. There shall be no further ties between us." With that declaration, she ceased her discourse and took her seat in the back of Sumo's vehicle. Blake, taken aback, found it difficult to process the situation. "After more than a month of dating, you wouldn't even allow me to hold your hand, yet you've, with him." Carl swiftly approached, sensing the tension. "Blake, you may be misunderstanding." Dina's words were spoken in anger. She was once Sue's girlfriend. Perhaps her memories of him linger too strongly. Sumo shot a startled glance at Carl. "Brother, if you cannot offer sensible counsel, then refrain from imposing your misguided advice." He, too, grasped that the original occupant of this role had abstained from joining the team not solely for financial reasons. Witnessing his ex-girlfriend and her current partner display their affection was unsettling for any man. Indeed, Blake's anger flared even more intensely. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Sumo with a clenched fist. However, Sumo had no inclination to remain a passive target. Despite the ambiguity of the truth, he found himself unjustly embroiled in this conflict. With a swift kick, he sent Blake sprawling to the ground. Sumo chose not to pursue further aggression. After all, clarity had yet to be attained, and he could not ascertain whether he was indeed being wronged. In light of the unfolding events, Sumo resolved to depart without lingering. As he drove away, he observed Blake's vehicle vanish from sight. He understood that Blake would harbor resentment towards him, and, judging by the vehicle he drove, it was evident that Blake's family possessed some influence. Yet, Sumo felt no trepidation. Instead, he concealed his own grievances. Given the intensity of Blake's animosity, it was likely he would not witness the dawn of another day. Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers refrained from further comment, allowing Sumo and Diana the space within the vehicle. Once the car roared back to life, Sumo cast a fleeting glance at Diana, who occupied the passenger seat. To his surprise, Diana wore an expression of serene calmness. Her eyes reflected not a trace of anger, but rather a hint of joy. Taken aback, Sumo found himself momentarily at a loss. Diana, noticing the perplexity etched on Sumo's face, unveiled a sickly smile and uttered a cryptic statement. Do you know the identity of Blake's father? He is a member of the foremost gang in America, and his rank is not insignificant. Upon hearing this, Sumo's mind abruptly clicked into place. Was everything you did previously merely a performance? In response to Sumo's inquiry, Diana's face beamed with a radiant smile. You remain as astute as ever. However, I cannot fathom why you did not deny it, but instead chose to play along with my charade. At this juncture, Diana's gaze bore into Sumo's countenance. Filled with intrigue, Sumo sighed, finally comprehending the situation. There was no infidelity. Everything was part of her elaborate scheme. The truth was that after their breakup, Diana harbored resentment towards him due to certain matters. She deliberately sought a relationship with Blake, the son of a gangster, to orchestrate her revenge. From there, the plan unfolded simply. She feigned various indiscretions to instill suspicion in Blake, leading him to believe Sumo had wronged him. In such circumstances, it was unlikely any man could endure such humiliation, especially one raised in a criminal milieu like Blake. Naturally, Blake would resort to every means available to avenge himself upon Sumo. One must admit, this woman was exceedingly ruthless. Had the truth not been revealed, Sumo, devoid of memories of his former self, might have fallen prey to her deception. Sumo chuckled softly, shaking his head. Why go to such lengths? At this, a frenzied smile spread across Diana's face. It is simply to see you perish. How dare you cast me aside before I had the chance to do so? Sumontak, astonished, recoiled at the revelation. Is this truly the reason? This woman must be unhinged. With this thought, he regarded her with an expression of pity, akin to that reserved for the mentally challenged. Initially anticipating Sumo's reaction of fury and fear, Diana's ire ignited upon witnessing his placid demeanor. She had invested considerable time in feigning cordiality with Blake, seeking ultimately to witness Sumo's regret and despair. In those moments, she derived an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. However, Sumo's indifference and his patronizing gaze only served to infuriate her further. Diana glared at Sumo with intensity. Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Are you not furious? Are you not enraged? With that, she gazed at Sumo with pride, yearning to see anger reflected upon his face. Yet, Sumo remained unfazed, calmly maneuvering the vehicle, casting a sidelong glance at her. It appears you truly have too much time on your hands. Sumo had just overheard Jason mention that Diana's father was seemingly a state legislator. Given her connections, it would not be difficult for her to accomplish what she claimed. Is it not improbable that you should be furious? I have rendered you destitute and entangled you with the son of a prominent gang leader. Sumo remained silent, merely glancing at her. Do you not fear that I might take your life right now? Engaging with the gang could just as easily lead to my demise. It would be most convenient to drag you down with me. Do you dare? Diana regarded Sumo with a smug expression. Now that you are aware of this, if you remain cautious and hide, you may yet survive. Those gangsters are not so easily able to track you down. But should you kill me, you would find yourself a target of government pursuit. No matter where you hide, it would be a dead end. It was evident that her intention was not to eliminate him, but rather to instill a perpetual state of fear and flight within his life. One could not deny that this woman was not only idle, but also exceedingly malicious. Contemplating this, a slight smile crept onto Sumo's lips. Your analysis is astute, yet you seem to lack a complete understanding of me. He paused momentarily, gazing out the car window. The vehicle was currently traversing a narrow path along a precipice, several dozen meters high, with a turbulent river rushing below. Do you think we would survive should we plunge from this height? Upon hearing this, Diana's expression shifted dramatically. What are you planning? Though she exhibited a degree of madness and obsession, it did not imply she was unafraid of death. Sumo's words, coupled with his maniacal grin, sent chills down her spine. Of course, I intend to show you the little goldfish. With that, Sumo abruptly jerked the steering wheel. The car veered sharply toward the edge of the cliff. Witnessing this, Diana's countenance froze, her demeanor transformed into sheer panic. No, please don't. I can make Blake spare you. Don't do this. Yet Sumo disregarded her pleas, as the front right wheel of the car had already lifted off the ground. Diana's pupils constricted, and she emitted a piercing scream. Her hands clutched tightly to the overhead handle of the window. The vehicle swayed precariously. It was evident that Sumo had utilized his telekinetic abilities to achieve this. This was precisely why he dared to engage in such reckless behavior. After all, elevating the car with his powers was well within his capabilities. With a screeching halt, the car came to a stop on the road. He turned to look at Diana, who now appeared disheveled and dazed, seemingly still reeling from the adrenaline of the recent ordeal. A dripping sound emanated from beneath the passenger seat. Following the noise, Sumo discovered that a large stain of liquid had formed on Diana's jeans, with droplets cascading down, pooling beneath the seat. What terrible luck. I shall have to wash the car later. Shut up. Sumontak bacht shapli. Diana trembled in fear, her voice abruptly silenced. Get out and take off your pants. Upon hearing this command, she hastily exited the vehicle and removed her trousers. Clearly, Sumo's recent actions had thoroughly terrified her. As the daughter of a city council member, she had been pampered since childhood, accustomed to issuing orders without consequence. No one had ever dared to scold her loudly, which had fostered her blind confidence. Otherwise, a person with even a modicum of sense would never have broached such topics in a car with just the two of them. Now, having witnessed Sumo's ferocity, she was as compliant as a fledgling chick. Glancing at her pants, Diana softly pleaded, I only have this one piece of clothing left. Could I perhaps have a bag to store it in? The garments she had brought along were left in that Ferrari. Her intention had been to purchase new attire upon reaching the final town leading to Silent Hill, but time was evidently running short. She could not possibly venture out like this, especially since her last article of clothing was transparent. A few minutes later, the vehicle resumed its journey. However, at the moment the engine roared to life, Sumo transferred the malice within him into Diana, temporarily cloaking her in dark energy. He had deliberately lagged behind, avoiding detection by the two vehicles ahead. Chapter 93. The Haunting Spirits Approach. As dusk approached, the group finally arrived at the last town before Silent Hill. The location of Silent Hill was exceedingly remote. Even the nearest town was over 2 hours away by car. Their plan was to rest for the night at the local inn and set out for Silent Hill at dawn. The vehicle halted before the only inn in the town. Reluctantly, Diana put her jeans back on. After completing the check-in, she bore the weight of the group's curious gazes and hurried toward the nearby supermarket. Given the town's isolation, there were enough vacant rooms in the inn for each person to have their own. The leader, Carl, exited the inn after checking in, taking Lena, who was entangled with Sumo, along with him. Meanwhile, Julie scrutinized the map on the wall. It was only Sumo and Jason who ascended the stairs, each clutching their room keys. The inn consisted of merely 3 floors, with their rooms located on the second and third. Upon reaching the second floor, Jason nudged Sumo. Hey, do you want to go out for a bit? I just got my gun permit, and I noticed a gun shop not far from here. I plan to buy a weapon for self-defense. A glint of excitement sparkled in his eyes behind his glasses. After all, what man does not relish such things? I think I'll pass, but do remember to buy plenty of ammunition. It might come in handy tomorrow, Sumo reminded him, acknowledging that he too should prepare some weaponry. In the world beyond, it seemed that firearms could indeed resolve the threats posed by the monsters lurking within. His mental fortitude is currently constrained by his physical limitations, rendering him unable to endure for long. It is prudent to prepare some weapons as a precaution. During dinner, the group reconvened. Carl began to elucidate the information he had gathered about Silent Hill from the townsfolk earlier that day. I inquired with numerous residents, yet they remained tight-lipped regarding matters of Silent Hill. Nevertheless, I managed to glean some useful tidbits. What news? Jason inquired. Carl cast a furtive glance at Julie, noting her earnest gaze upon him, which ignited a flicker of excitement in his eyes. After clearing his throat, he spoke. Decades ago, a catastrophic fire ravaged the town. Within a month following the inferno, dozens of townspeople mysteriously vanished. Vanished? Julie pondered, her expression thoughtful. Indeed, Carl affirmed with a nod. They disappeared without a trace. Not even a body to be found. Sumo felt a stirring within. He recalled that these individuals had been involved in the burning of a young girl, subsequently being drawn into another realm by the girl who had gained power. He had watched that film long ago and had nearly forgotten its plot, only remembering the existence of a mirrored world akin to the realm of white magic. At that moment, Dana had changed into a different outfit. Since arriving in the town, she had been in a daze, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Sumo with subtle intent. After a day of exertion, the group felt fatigued. Just after Sumo finished a shower, a knock echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, he found Dana, clad in a trench coat, standing before him. The heavy makeup she had worn was now washed away, replaced by a more understated look. In this light, she rivaled Julie in allure, explaining why she had caught the attention of his counterpart. May I come in? Dana's demeanor was unexpectedly docile. Surprised by her expression, Sumo nodded in acquiescence. Once granted permission, she stepped inside. As Sumo closed the door and turned around, he was taken aback to see Dana had shed her trench coat, revealing an enticing black-made outfit beneath. Stunned by her audacious attire, Sumo wondered what scheme she was concocting. Before he could react, Dana leaped into his embrace. What are you doing? Suemo pushed her away, a look of disdain crossing his face. Observing his reaction, Dana hastily explained, "Rest assured, I haven't let Blake touch me. And what of that? Did you not wish for my demise during the day?" Suemo remained unmoved. "Yet, I found you exceedingly handsome today. Shall we reconcile? I would agree to anything." Suemo was momentarily taken aback by the expression on her face. Had this woman awakened some peculiar attribute? 2 hours later, Suemo sat on the sofa by the window, while Dana diligently tidied up the aftermath. Suemo had to concede that this woman was indeed intriguing. With this thought in mind, he gestured for her to approach, and Diana promptly stepped forward. A dark energy emanated from Suemo's forehead, gradually materializing into a demonic contract in midair. "Sign it," he instructed, elucidating the process of signing. Diana was utterly stunned by the spectacle before her. "What is this?" she exclaimed. "Upon signing, you shall become my servant, and your every aspect, including your very life, will be under my dominion." Suemo elaborated, his gaze fixed intently on her. Should she refuse to enter into this pact, he would be left to let fate take its course. Yet, judging by the resentment swirling within her, it seemed she would meet a rather tumultuous end. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Diana's eyes sparkled with determination. "I will sign," she declared, eagerly reaching out to touch the contract. Observing her palpable urgency, Suemo began to question whether he had fully conveyed the implications of this agreement. "Thus, I shall belong to you." Diana's face radiated excitement. Witnessing her reaction, Suemo rubbed his forehead, realizing that her peculiar inclinations were veering into unsettling territory. Around 10 o'clock at night, the entire town succumbed to an eerie silence. In such a remote locale, evening entertainment was scarce, compounded by the residents' palpable unease stemming from the influence of Silent Hill. Consequently, the townsfolk retired to their slumber early. In Sumo's room on the second floor of the inn, while absorbing the resentment from several individuals, he noted the varying intensities of their negative energies. He surmised that this intensity might dictate the order in which the vengeful spirits would target them. Among them, Blake possessed the highest concentration. He might very well be lifeless by now. As Suemo dispelled the energy that masked the resentment, the lighting in the room began to flicker ominously. Sumo's expression sharpened. The vengeful spirit was approaching. Chapter 94. Midnight Bell, Sadako. Observing the peculiar occurrences in the room, a weary Diana struggled to sit up from the bed, fear etched across her features. "Do not move," Sumonta commanded. At his directive, a flicker of excitement ignited in Diana's eyes, momentarily quelling her trepidation as she nodded eagerly. "Understood." Suemo glanced at her briefly, inwardly cursing her peculiar obsession. His attention returned to the television. He could distinctly perceive that a wave of resentment was invading the room, emanating from the television opposite the bed. It was an antiquated box television, quite a rarity in this remote inn. As the resentment coalesced within the device, the previously dark screen abruptly illuminated, revealing a flurry of static. Why does this scene seem so familiar? He pondered. Moments later, the static on the television faded away. Suemo gazed at the desolate well that appeared on the screen. Momentarily taken aback, the ominous imagery evoked memories of the classic horror film Ring and the character Sadako. The moment he laid eyes upon it, recognition washed over him. It dawned upon Suemo that this world contained more than just the familiar Silent Hill. The visuals on the television began to shift incessantly, yet he felt no trace of fear. Instead, he approached the television and decisively unplugged it from a wall. As anticipated, the screen remained unaffected, continuing to play those unsettling images. He mused that this phenomenon could delight Tony. During their previous conversation aboard the yacht, he had mentioned his research into renewable energy, specifically a device he referred to as an arc reactor. The fact that Sadako could power the television without an external source suggested its potential as an energy source. Lost in contemplation, Suemo settled onto the table beside the television, awaiting Sadako's arrival with a sense of calm. Dana, nestled in bed, observed the unfolding events with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. The television, despite the power outage, continued its eerie broadcast, an occurrence that surpassed her understanding. However, seeing Sumo's composed demeanor reassured her. Following the extraordinary contract he had conjured earlier, she realized he was no ordinary individual and was likely equipped to handle such peculiarities. In less than 2 minutes, the flickering images on the television ceased, reverting to the still image of the barren well. Suddenly, a pair of filthy hands emerged from its depths. Dana, fixated on the screen, gasped in shock but swiftly covered her mouth to stifle any sound. After all, her master's commands were absolute. Suemo, too, was acutely aware of the scene unfolding before him as he rose to his feet. In a heartbeat, A figure clad in a tattered white dress, with disheveled hair and a grimy visage, crawled forth from the well, inching toward the screen. As the television's image began to blur, Sadako's upper body emerged into the realm of reality. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a pair of feet, and as she slowly lifted her head, her eyes traveled upward, ultimately meeting Sumo's strikingly handsome face. He greeted her with a perfectly executed smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Yet, this smile sent a chill coursing through Sadako's being. Before she could fully process her surroundings, Sumo's right hand, emanating a violet glow, seized her long hair, yanking her from the television's grasp. In an instant, a dark energy enveloped her, rendering her immobile. The intense pain shooting through her scalp elicited a haunting wail from her lips. Although Sumo's physical prowess had been augmented merely through a day's worth of mental fortitude training, his strength rivaled that of a trained Special Forces soldier. Grasping her hair, he hoisted her upward and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon her face. Originally, Sadako, who was almost devoid of any sensation of pain, felt the impact of a fist radiating a purple glow striking her body, each blow causing her to teeter on the brink of madness. After a relentless 5 minutes of beating, Sumo finally paused, breathless. He summoned a purple rope, binding her and suspending her from a ceiling. Dana, lying on the bed, observed the entire ordeal, her eyes shining brighter with each passing moment. Battling malevolent spirits was as effortless as a father disciplining a son. Once Sadako was hoisted, Sumo watched her frantically struggle while clutching her neck. At that moment, he discerned her features clearly. She possessed a distinctly Western countenance, indicating that this was indeed the American version of Sadako. Furthermore, she was quite striking, with delicate features. Gradually, Sumo conjured a purple whip in his hand, directing his gaze towards the suspended Sadako. Will you cooperate willingly or reluctantly? Half an hour later, as Sadako gradually faded from view, Sumo waved his hand, causing the rope in midair to vanish. This version of Sadako was capable of communication, albeit seemingly lacking in intellect. In that brief half hour, Sumo managed to extract some information from her. Firstly, she identified herself as Morgan, not Sadako. Moreover, from the nuances of her speech, it was evident that destroying this body would not lead to her demise. It was merely one of her countless doppelgangers. This was a hypothesis Sumo had anticipated. According to the narrative, anyone who viewed the cursed videotape would be visited by her precisely 7 days later at 10 o'clock in the evening. If a sufficient number of individuals had watched the tape, she would be overwhelmed by her own pursuits. Thus, it was highly probable that she possessed the ability to create duplicates. Sumo surmised that only by annihilating her true form could she genuinely vanish. Regrettably, no matter how Sumo pressured her, she steadfastly refused to divulge the location of her true body. Even as he delivered the final blow, she remained silent. Yet, Sumontak was unfazit. Given that this Sadako had fixated on him, it was clear that Jason and the others had previously viewed the tape. Locating her would prove challenging, but with the tape in hand, luring her to him would be remarkably simple. Turning to Dana, Sumo noted that, whether by Sadako's own volition or some underlying rule, the malevolent energy within Dana dissipated entirely in Sumo's perception. Dana, catching the gaze directed at her, revealed a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. Master, I too wish to try. Chapter 95, Arrival at Silent Hill, Entering the Real World. The following morning, the group gathered at the hotel entrance. Carl surveyed the scene and noticed only 5 figures present. Where's Dana? Why hasn't she come down? Sumo shook his head. She is waiting for us in the hotel. Sumo had never intended for her to accompany them. Moreover, given her current state, lying in bed, she was unable to join them. To Sumo, she embodied a classic case of someone who was both inexperienced and overly playful. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Carl refrained from saying anything further. After all, the wooden structure offered lamentably poor sound insulation. A few minutes later, 3 vehicles roared to life, steering towards Silent Hill. Of course, the cars had been cleaned and prepared the previous day. Have you reconciled with Dana? Sumo shook his head. No. Just as Jason was about to inquire further, he thought better of it and swallowed his words, a hint of envy flickering across his face. While others enjoyed romantic entanglements, he had yet to hold a woman's hand, leaving him somewhat disheartened. An hour later, the convoy gently wound into the mountains. After veering onto a side road, marked by a sign for Silent Hill, the outline of a small town emerged within Sumo's sight in less than 10 minutes. As they drew nearer, the town's features became visible. The streets appeared remarkably tidy, starkly contrasting with the anticipated desolation of an abandoned settlement. Sunlight danced upon the weathered walls of the buildings, imparting a sense of nostalgia. These structures seem to have stood for decades, if not longer. Observing the tranquil and deserted streets, Jason's face lit up with excitement. Wow, it looks quite promising. For the next few days, we shall be the lords of this little town. Sumo cast him a sidelong glance, hoping that he would maintain this cheerful disposition. Soon, the three vehicles came to a halt in front of a building at the town's edge. The faint remnants of signs suggested that this had once been an inn. Carl and his sister exited the vehicle. How about we use this place as our base? According to their plan, they intended to linger in this forsaken town for several days, spending their nights in the vehicles. Parking in this open space near the town's outskirts seemed a prudent choice. After stepping out of the car and surveying the surroundings, Julie nodded in agreement. Sumo offered no objections. To him, the location was inconsequential as they would not be staying long. Subsequently, everyone shouldered a backpack filled with provisions and water, eager to explore the town. After a moment's hesitation, Julie retrieved several small vials from her backpack and distributed them among the group. Keep these safe. They could be life-saving in critical moments. Carl accepted a vial, opening it to sniff its contents. What is this? Holy water. Carl and Jason solemnly stowed the vials away, their curiosity about the contents overshadowed by the singular thought that it was a gift from Julie. Although each person had one, it did not diminish their desire to treat it as a precious treasure. Meanwhile, Lena nonchalantly slipped her vial into her pocket, muttering, just as rumored, a little witch indeed. Sumo toyed with the holy water in his hands, casting a glance at Julie's silhouette. It was evident that she must know something, for otherwise she would not have prepared such an item. Sumo could sense a faint energy within the holy water, reminiscent of the power of the Demon King. It might prove effective against lower-tier monsters, though the extent of its efficacy remained uncertain. Upon entering the realm of Silent Hill, Sumo felt the presence of a concealed dimension. Within Silent Hill, there existed a mirrored space, a world constructed based on the semblance of a small town. This dimension manifested in two states, known as the outer world and the inner world. The outer world was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, somewhat safer, inhabited only by scattered, weaker monsters, which even firearms could hardly deter, mere feeble adversaries. In the inner world, however, the fog dissipated, giving rise to a multitude of monsters, born from the fears of those who ventured within. The two realms alternated like day and night. Though Sumo perceived the existence of this dimension and was confident in his ability to traverse it effortlessly, he refrained from doing so. As he understood, the outer and inner worlds of Silent Hill were birthed from the amalgamation of little Alessa's hatred and a malevolent spirit. Should he act too ostentatiously, the malevolence might very well choose to flee. Thus, his objective was to avoid alarming the creature. To this end, he had meticulously prepared an array of firearms, his immense backpack brimming with various weapons, all borrowed through a spatial gateway that morning. Jason, observing the sizable backpack slung across Sumo's shoulders, wore a look of astonishment. He shook his own lightweight pack, revealing its emptiness. Sumo unzipped his backpack, saying, "In that case, lend me a hand." He extracted 2 boxes of ammunition and several grenades, stuffing them into Jason's bag. Jason stared in disbelief at Sumo's actions. "Wait, we're here for exploration, not counterterrorism. Is it really necessary to carry so many weapons?" "Enough chatter, just strap it on," Sumo replied, zipping up his own backpack and departing. Jason could only shake his head in resignation. After a moment's thought, he decided to strap on the handgun he had purchased the day before and hurried after Sumo. The group wandered aimlessly through the town. Julie furrowed her brow, fixated on an object resembling a compass in her hand. Behind her, Lena excitedly paused to take photographs with her camera, appearing as though she were on a leisurely sightseeing trip. Meanwhile, Carl surveyed their surroundings with a cautious demeanor. Given the residents' attitudes towards Silent Hill, he felt an unsettling peculiarity enveloping the town. Sumo and Jason walked silently a few paces behind. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of a seemingly abandoned school building. Julie surveyed the structure before boldly stepping inside, with the others following closely behind. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Sumo felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, reminiscent of his previous encounters within the mirrored space. Indeed, he observed that the interior was shrouded in a dense white mist. A smile crept onto his face. Had they finally been drawn into the realm of the tangible? Chapter 96, Ghost Hunter Julie. Sumo stepped back a few paces. Jason, who had entered the building right behind him, watched Sumo's peculiar behavior with confusion and followed him outside. "What are you?" Before he could finish, his expression transformed in disbelief. "No, this cannot be." Jason gazed in shock at the scene before him. The bright sunshine had vanished, replaced by the outlines of buildings cloaked in dark fog. Flakes resembling snow drifted down from the sky. Jason reached out to catch one, only to realize it resembled ashes floating upward from a fire. It had been sunny just moments ago. No, he must have had a restless night and was hallucinating, he muttered to himself. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself engulfed in a fog that limited visibility to less than 10 meters. Su-mo noted Jason's incredulous expression and patted him on the shoulder before stepping back into the room. He had contemplated whether to advise them against venturing into Silent Hill. However, after some reflection, he dismissed that notion. What reason could he provide to persuade them otherwise? Until they witnessed the truth for themselves? It was improbable that they would believe in the existence of such eerie phenomena. There was almost a certainty that they would disregard his counsel, possibly resenting him for his interference. Why should he expend effort to gain their disapproval? Ultimately, Su-mo chose to respect their destinies. Julie and Carl exchanged astonished glances as they took in the fog-laden room. Just then, Jason rushed back inside, still wearing an expression of shock. Upon hearing his exclamations, Carl and Julie exchanged puzzled looks. What has happened? Jason recounted the unsettling scene outside. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they stepped out through the doorway. As they gazed at the fog-enshrouded landscape, Carl, Karina, and Jason shared identical looks of alarm, while only a trace of gravity marked Julie's face. Oh no, Julie, do you know something? We should leave here at once, she urged, leading the way toward where their vehicle was parked. However, at that moment, the sound of footsteps and growls echoed from the mist, drawing ever closer. Moments later, 3 staggering figures emerged from the fog. Upon recognizing these shapes, terror erupted from the lips of everyone except Su-mo and Julie. The figures, with their misshapen bodies devoid of faces and arms, seemed to be ensconced within a thick layer of film. As they moved, their bodies twisted unnaturally. Run, Julie urgently called out to the others, swiftly retrieving a shotgun from her backpack. Upon hearing her, the group reacted promptly, following closely behind. Just as Julie was about to fire, another figure moved with even greater swiftness. The moment he heard the commotion, Su-mo calmly extracted a Glock 17 pistol from his bag. In an instant, as the monsters appeared, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of shots, 3 of the grotesque creatures collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a stream of green blood from their wounds. However, Su-mo had anticipated this outcome and had already evaded the danger. The others, having barely taken a few steps when they heard the gunfire behind them, paused in astonishment, turning to witness Su-mo dispatching the 3 monsters. Julie, observing this scene, re-evaluated Su-mo. It seemed that throughout their years as classmates, he had left little impression on her mind. She was taken aback by his remarkable reflexes in such a dire situation, and notably, he exhibited no signs of panic upon encountering the grotesque beings. Could it be that he was familiar with such encounters? Julie pondered silently. The remaining 3 gazed in trepidation at the lifeless bodies of the monsters on the ground. And only after confirming their demise did they exhale in relief, gazing in awe at Su-mo, who held the gun with one hand. When did you become so bold? Jason remarked, incredulity etched on his face. He distinctly remembered that during their last excursion to the haunted house, he had to pull Su-mo out. People change. Su-montak replied casually. Lena, resembling an enthusiastic fan, rushed forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. Unfortunately, the thick layers of clothing rendered the experience rather lackluster for Su-mo. Follow me, he commanded, striding towards the church at the town center. Without hesitation, Jason and Lena trailed behind him. Julie hesitated momentarily, but seeing Su-mo's composed demeanor, she gritted her teeth and pursued him as well. Carl, realizing he was the last one left, hurriedly followed suit. Do you know something? Julie inquired, trailing Su-montak. He glanced at her. Before you ask, why not introduce yourself first? From the earlier events, it was evident that Julie was aware of the potential for such unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, she would not have carried holy water with her. Upon hearing Su-mo's words, Julie tentatively posed a question. Are you also a ghost hunter? Su-mo's expression shifted slightly. What is a ghost hunter? He asked, bewildered. Julie was taken aback. Aren't you? After a brief pause, she began to explain. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that this is far from a mere ordinary malevolent spirit. The capability to conjure such a world leads one to ponder the immense power possessed by this entity. Should someone misunderstand the situation and act recklessly, it could potentially spell doom for all of them. It would be prudent to clarify matters with them in advance. As Julie elaborated, Su-mo and the others gradually began to grasp the situation. According to her, she identifies herself as a ghost hunter. due to the frequent supernatural occurrences in this world. The authorities established a clandestine organization to combat these malevolent spirits. However, as the incidents have proliferated, the official bodies have found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Consequently, a secret organization was formed which disseminates reports of supernatural events across various locations, offering substantial rewards for their resolution. This has given rise to the unique profession of ghost hunters, individuals who specialize in undertaking such perilous tasks. Of course, the generous compensation signifies the considerable dangers involved. By a twist of fate, Julie was drawn into this line of work. 2 months ago, she accepted a mission related to Silent Hill, one of the highest-paying tasks on the board. Over the past 2 months, she has been investigating matters concerning the town, but has uncovered scant leads. By chance, Carl learned that she was seeking information about this town, which prompted this expedition. Despite Julie's repeated hints for him to refrain from coming to the town, Carl, intrigued by her interest in the place, was not inclined to forfeit the opportunity easily. He outwardly agreed to her wishes while secretly organizing the exploration. Upon discovering this, Julie felt compelled to join them. After all, the situation had arisen because of her, and she could not simply stand by and allow them to walk into danger. Her presence might afford them some measure of safety. After listening to Julie's account, Carl stood frozen in place. Chapter 97. The Arrival of the Inner World, Julie's Support. Sue Mo, having absorbed Julie's narrative, cast a discerning glance over her, failing to perceive even a trace of energy emanating from her. A look of astonishment crossed his face. You, a ghost hunter, dealing with malevolent spirits? Relying solely on that holy water you just produced? It was not that Sue Mo held her in contempt. Rather, any ordinary person armed with only such a minimally threatening substance against malevolent spirits would stand little chance unless they were facing a mere bluff of a spirit, rendering their efforts nearly futile. Of course, I possess more than that. I have my own methods, Julie replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she elaborated. Each ghost hunter has their unique exorcism techniques, typically regarded as closely guarded secrets, not easily divulged. Sue Mo then nodded, discerning from her words that she might indeed be quite formidable in her field. It seems you are quite accomplished, daring to undertake one of the highest-paying missions. He rationally inferred, recognizing that she did not fit the mold of someone who is merely brawn without brains. Not bad, Julie spoke up, but a glimmer of confidence in her eyes betrayed her. Although the town was remote, it was not small in size. After running for half a day, they finally reached the outskirts of the town center. Unable to contain herself, Julie inquired about their destination. As the alarm sounded, the surroundings began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The fog that enveloped them gradually dissipated, revealing the buildings whose walls began to peel away, exposing a crimson hue reminiscent of blood beneath. The ground turned a reddish-brown, and even the sky transformed into a scene akin to fiery clouds. In mere seconds, the world morphed from a fog-laden town into a blood-red realm. Witnessing this, everyone except Sue Mo exhibited signs of unease. Even Julie scrutinized her surroundings with a grave expression. This is the most terrifying malevolent spirit I have encountered, possessing the ability to create worlds, she thought. However, Sue Mo, observing a nearby street corner, remained remarkably composed. Just as he finished speaking, a horde of spider-like creatures with human heads emerged from the street corner he was focused on. The sight of these monsters caused the others to turn pale, retreating hastily. Only Lena stood frozen in place, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at the human-faced spiders, her lips trembling involuntarily. Her legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, rendering her immobile. Carl stepped back and noticed Lena standing dazedly. He cast a frightened glance at the spiders before rushing to her side, attempting to pull her away. However, paralyzed by overwhelming fear, Lena could barely move, stumbling forward only to collapse to the ground after just 2 steps. Fortunately, Sue Mo and Julie had already aimed their guns at the creatures. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Julie observed as the shotgun pellets struck the monsters, leaving small wounds that emitted wisps of white smoke. Yet, those wounds healed almost instantaneously. The bullets had been soaked in holy water, designed to inflict significant damage on malevolent spirits, but it seemed ineffective against these spiders. Turning her attention to Sue Mo, she noticed his handgun firing successively. Any spider struck by his bullets melted away within moments, dissolving into a pool of blood that seeped into the ground. How is this possible? Julie thought, astonished. The power of his handgun seemed exaggerated. At this distance, her Remington shotgun should have been at least 7 or 8 times more powerful. Yet, the damage inflicted on the spirits was worlds apart. This could only imply that his bullets were not ordinary. Sue Mo did not notice Julie's expression. Instead, he fired with precision, eliminating the spider-like creatures in less than 20 seconds, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. His bullets were certainly not ordinary. During his first shot, he had already tested their efficacy. Standard ammunition proved ineffective against these monsters. Subsequently, he infused a trace of dark magical energy into the bullets. Indeed, the spiders were utterly incapable of resisting the energy-laden projectiles. Upon entering their bodies, the energy dispersed, transforming the creatures into mere puddles of blood. At that moment, Lena, supported by Carl, managed to stand up. Noticing the gazes directed towards her, Carl explained that Lena was not inherently timid. Rather, she had been bitten by a venomous spider during her childhood, an incident that had left her hospitalized for half a month and nearly cost her life. Thus, she harbored a profound fear of spiders. Hearing this, Sumo's heart stirred. Could it be that these spiders were manifestations of Lena's fear? If memory served him right, Silent Hill possessed a peculiar trait of materializing the fears harbored within the hearts of individuals, much like Lena's experience. Deep within her, her greatest fear was indeed spiders. Consequently, within Silent Hill, the atmosphere was crafted where other monsters instigated fright, culminating in her terror. Silent Hill would then absorb her fear and manifest the spider creatures she dreaded most. With this realization, Sumo's eyes gleamed with newfound insight. He opened the system panel to check the rewards for eliminating these spiders. Indeed, there were points to be earned, albeit modestly, each creature netting 100 or 200 points. This validated his theory. Noticing that Lena was gradually regaining her composure, Sumo called out urgently, "We must hurry to the church of the town center. It is relatively safer there. After all, these monsters could not enter the church, although the individuals inside were not necessarily virtuous. Their possession of firearms would enable them to easily intimidate any adversaries." At that moment, various monsters emerged from the street corners. Observing this, the group quickly surged towards the center of the town. Gunfire and explosions echoed in succession. With the cover provided by Sumo and Julie, they maneuvered swiftly through the streets. Within minutes, the church came into view, standing prominently in a clearing at the town center. It was surrounded by several withered trees, imparting a sense of dread to the scene. At the entrance of the church, a triangular-headed monster, wielding a large blade, appeared to be awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing this creature, Julie's expression shifted. She clenched her teeth and retrieved a leather pouch, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, from her backpack. As she ran, she opened the pouch, and a sacred aura radiated outward. Sumo, who was poised to confront the triangular-headed monster, felt the powerful energy and was taken aback. Was this her trump card?